While everyone else who time travels becomes a dragon lord, you've turned into a tree, and to make matters worse, a llama nibbles at your crown every day until you're completely bald. Just as you're about to give up and accept your fate, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in your mind. Ding. Absorbable energy detected. Absorb? The voice made you think you were hallucinating. The alpaca that had been eating your leaves for 5 days now lay buried beneath your roots by the giant bear. Absorb! You roared inwardly. The next second, a warm current surged through your body. Absorbed the spirit and bones of a level 1 mutant beast, the long-necked alpaca, gaining 10 spirit energy. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from beneath every inch of your bark. You stared intently at the giant bear sleeping soundly at your feet, and a wicked thought began to take root. What if I absorb this bear too? Ding. Infinite evolution system activated. A stream of pale blue data refreshed frantically in your consciousness. Chapter 1, Bald by Gnawing. Today marks the 5th day since he turned into a tree. Jai feels the gentle warm breeze of spring and gazes at the warm sun. For Jai, now a tree, it couldn't be more comfortable. If only it would rain, it would be even better. But Jai can't feel the slightest bit happy right now, because there's a llama with a look of disgust and contempt on its face, munching on his leaves bite by bite. It's tearing off branches and leaves right from the top of his head, just like someone pulling out your hair bit by bit. That damn alpaca. Ever since he traveled through time and turned into a tree, this alpaca has come every day to eat his leaves. There are plenty of identical trees all around with leaves just like his, yet it insists on eating his. It's infuriating. But Jai couldn't do anything about it. He was just a tree, an ordinary tree. He couldn't move or shout. He could only watch silently as the alpaca gnawed on his face, munching on his hair, no, his leaves. Even though he'd been transported to another world, fruit-bearing had such terrible luck that he ended up as just a tree. For the past few days, he'd been trying to see if he had any kind of golden finger or special ability. No matter how hard he tried, nothing changed. He couldn't move his body, couldn't pull out his roots, couldn't walk, didn't know any magic, and neither the system nor the old man had appeared. Why am I so unlucky? Jai sighed endlessly in his heart. At first, when he saw this llama coming to eat his leaves, he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to impale the llama with a branch, roast it right there, and make it come eat his leaves every day. Now, fruit-bearing had only this llama buddy to visit him day after day. If he could speak, he would surely confide in the llama about his misfortune and misadventures. Just as Jai was lamenting his misfortune, a sudden roar echoed from the woods, a deafening sound reverberating through the forest. Of course, Jai had no ears. It was simply the branches and leaves that shook violently. The few leaves left on him, already scarce, were now shaken off in droves. Having fewer leaves than other trees to begin with, he now looked even more bare. Unlike Jai, the tree, the llama munching on leaves nearby was so startled by the noise that its legs went weak. The moment it regained its composure, it took off running deep into the woods. But the giant bear, lurking in the woods, lunged forward in an instant, spreading its massive claws and opening its huge jaws to grab the llama. The tiny alpaca stood no chance against the giant bear. The alpaca, who had kept Jai company for 5 days, became the giant bear's meal just like that. Although the alpaca came to eat his leaves every day, it was the creature that had stayed with Jai the longest since he arrived in this world. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Thank goodness I'm a tree, otherwise, I'd surely have my legs go weak from fear right now. Giant Bear picked up the dead alpaca in his mouth, preparing to head back to his den for a meal. But when Fruit-Bearing saw Jai, now a bare, leafless tree, he suddenly stopped and lingered there for a long time. Jai felt a chill running down his spine under Giant Bear's stare. What's going on? Giant Bear, why are you interested in a tree? Don't tell me you're planning to chop me down to build your den. Aren't bears supposed to protect nature, like in Bears in the Wild? Suddenly, Giant Bear extended his sharp claws and left 3 deep scratches on Jai's trunk. Jai felt his very soul tremble. Although he wouldn't die immediately, it hurt like hell. Oh my god. After doing that, Giant Bear tossed the alpaca under the tree and walked away. A little while later, Giant Bear came back with 2 cubs in its mouth and settled down under the tree to feast. Jai couldn't figure it out. Why didn't they just go home? Why did they have to have their meal right under his tree? What was wrong with these bears? They even left 3 scars on him. He wondered if they ever heal. Watching the 3 bears under the tree chowing down heartily, Jai felt miserable. He could only sip a little photosynthesis. When would he ever get to feast like that? His life was truly miserable. He just survived being bullied by the alpaca, plucking out his hair, and now it was the bear's turn to bully him. It was just too awful. After finishing its meal, the giant bear buried the leftover alpaca fur, bones, and entrails beneath the tree, covered them with dirt, then lay down at the tree's base and fell into a deep sleep. The 2 cubs followed suit and fell asleep beneath the tree as well. Ding! Absorbable energy detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Jai's mind. He thought he was hallucinating. What the hell? This is the infinite evolution system, designed to aid the hostess growth. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? A system? Who would thought a game-breaking feature would show up after all? Absorb it immediately, Jai's mind replied instantly. He didn't even know what he was absorbing, but absorbing it was the right move. Detected the spirit and skeleton of a level 1 mutant beast, the long-necked sheep. Rapidly absorbed for the host, gaining 10 points of spirit energy. Spirit energy 2. This is great. Why didn't you show up sooner, system? My hair, wait, no, my leaves have all been munched off by that llama. Hostess energy is too low to support the energy required to activate this system. So what's the point of spirit energy? Is there a newbie starter pack or something? Just as he thought that, the legendary system panel appeared in Jai's mind. Race, tree nameless. Level, 190 spirit energy required to level up. Current spirit energy, 11. Skills, basic system level 1, photosynthesis level 1. Skill points, 0. Ha? That's it? That's all? That's it. Why is the system a skill? And race, tree is way too generic. This panel has nothing on it. At least show a health bar. Haven you heard the saying, as long as you have a health bar, you're not afraid of any number of bosses? System level is too low, functions are limited. Jai was speechless. This system is just a basic version. Ugh, he'd have to be a tree every day, not even a tree person. Jai looked at the giant bear sleeping under the tree and suddenly had some wicked thoughts. If he could absorb this bear, wouldn't his level skyrocket? System, can I absorb that bear down there? No, host. Your abilities are too weak to absorb living creatures. Ugh. Jai let out a long sigh inwardly. It seemed he'd just have to stand there quietly and soak up the sun. Although Jai couldn't do anything, the giant bear sleeping beneath him could. The giant bear seemed to have settled in here, hunting in the area every day and then bringing his catch over to show off his food right under Jai, making Jai drool even though he didn't actually have any saliva. After spending these past few days together, Jai had grown increasingly fond of the giant bear. Not only did it show off its meals and share a bite with him every day, even if it was just bones, since he mainly absorbed spiritual energy, but most importantly, ever since the giant bear had settled nearby, not only had the alpacas stopped nibbling on his leaves, but he could also tag along with the giant bear to feast every day. Giraffes, unicorns. Besides the mutant beasts, there were plenty of ordinary animals too. He'd been eating and drinking to his heart's content these past few days. As a tree, who still relies on photosynthesis for sustenance. In less than 5 days, he accumulated enough spirit energy to level up. Plus, photosynthesis provided him with a bit of spirit energy every day. The reason he couldn't activate the system before was simply because he didn't have enough spirit energy. System, I want to level up. Use 100 spirit energy to level up by 2 levels. Ding! Congratulations, host, on leveling up. You have earned 10 skill points. The once bare branches were now covered in leaves, and the entire tree had grown even larger. The claw marks left by the giant bear had healed. Originally only a few meters tall, it had now grown into a tree nearly 20 meters high, towering over the surrounding trees. Jai glanced at his interface. Race, tree unnamed. Level, 195 spirit energy required to level up. Current spirit energy, 5. Skills, basic system level 1, photosynthesis level 1. Skill points, 10. Skills available for leveling up, basic system level 2 10 points, photosynthesis level 25 points. Skills available for learning, fruit-bearing level 1 5 points. Chapter 2, Wind Control. Jai didn't think twice, he decisively chose to level up the system. After all, he currently had little ability to defend himself. Leveling up photosynthesis should provide it with more spirit energy, but at the current rate of just 1 point a day, it was better to rely on the giant bear for food. That fruit-bearing skill wouldn't be much use anyway. He barely managed to bear a fruit, only to have someone else eat it. He might as well level up his golden finger, the system is the key. Level up. System level 2. After allocating skill points to the system, Jai checked the panel again. Sure enough, it looked different. Race, tree nameless. Level, 195 spirit energy required to level up. Health, 1000. Mana, 20. Skills, basic system level 2 assists host, photosynthesis level 1 absorbs the essence of the sun and moon. Current spirit energy, 5. Skill points, 0. Skills available for leveling, standard system level 3 50 points assists host, photosynthesis level 2 5 points can be used for self-healing. Skills available for learning, fruit-bearing level 1 5 points can bear restorative fruits. Just looking at fruit-bearing, it seems pretty good. At least I can see some of the skill-less effects now, and I can see my HP and MP, it's much better than before. If I keep leveling up like this, sooner or later, I'll be able to roam freely through this other world. A tree roaming in other worlds seems a bit far-fetched. I wish I could turn into a human. That way, he could indulge in delicious food and fully enjoy the pleasures of this other world. Just as Jai's leveling up brought about these changes, a little bear cub beside giant bear stared in utter bewilderment as the giant tree instantly shot up, thickened, and grew larger. Fresh green shoots sprouted in an instant, blocking out the sunlight until only faint halos remained in the sky. Giant bear glanced up but showed no reaction, simply continuing to lie down and sleep beneath the tree. Jai had thought his transformation might have some effect on giant bear, but fruit-bearing was overthinking it. Animals are just animals after all. How could they possibly understand that he was capable of evolving and leveling up? With giant bear at his back, Jai lived the high life, enjoying every luxury imaginable. At this rate, leveling up would be as easy as drinking water. He could freeload on giant bear's dinner every single day. Jai suddenly thought that being a tree wasn't so bad after all. At least he didn't have to compete in modern society. He could just lie back and still have food to eat. And even if he didn't eat, it didn't matter. He could always photosynthesize. Giant bear hasn't been idle these past few days either. Every day, he brings plenty of food for his 2 cubs, and after they finish eating, they habitually bury the leftovers next to Jai's big tree. With more food, his level rises quickly. But skill points are still limited to 10 per level. It seems the system isn't making it that easy to level up. Gradually, Jai grew accustomed to this pace of leveling up. Suddenly, one day, Giant Bear went out as usual, but didn't return all day. The next day, when he came back, he was covered in blood and mud, carrying a leopard over 3 meters long in his mouth. He walked unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. The 2 cubs rushed over anxiously to help, dragging Giant Bear and the recently deceased leopard to the base of a large tree. The cubs seemed flustered and at a loss. Who would have thought these 2 cubs were so clever? They'll surely make excellent food carriers in the future. Giant Bear was so capable. Jai didn't want him to die like this, so he decided to try out the skill he'd recently learned, fruit bearing. The fruit bearing skill allows Jai to grow fruits with healing properties. Each one costs 5 mana. Jai wasn't stingy after all. This was his major partner. He couldn't just let it end like this. Jai used all his mana at once, producing 10 golden fruits that looked like apples but had faint golden patterns on them. Jai generously tossed all the fruits down, letting them land beside the 3 bears. The two cubs seemed a bit dumbfounded. This tree had suddenly grown fruit and was even tossing it down to them. They seemed to realize that the tree intended to give the fruit to their mother to heal her wounds. One cub picked up the fruits, while the other placed them by Giant Bear's mouth. Giant Bear sniffed them, then opened its massive jaws and swallowed 7 in one gulp, accompanied by a deep gurgling sound from its throat. The Giant Bear's wounds began to heal rapidly. The bleeding cuts started to scab over. The once listless Giant Bear now had a golden gleam in its eyes, appearing much more lively and full of energy. Jai marveled at how extraordinary the fruit it bore was, even though he couldn't eat it himself. He wondered if burying the fruit in the ground might allow him to absorb its energy. Once Giant Bear had recovered, it pushed the remaining golden apples toward its two cubs, all the while staring intently at Jai's tree. Jai felt a bit uneasy under its intense gaze. After a moment, Giant Bear walked over to the leopard and began rummaging through its internal organs. Blood, flesh, and entrails spilled out onto the ground. After a moment, the Giant Bear held a blue stone the size of a glass bead in its paw. It buried it next to Jai, as if to thank Jai for saving its life. Ding! Mana crystal detected. Proceed with absorption? Hearing the system's voice, Jai sensed something good was coming and quickly absorbed it. Ding! Absorbed the mana crystal from a tier 5 magic beast, the Wind Demon Leopard. Gained 1000 spirit energy. Acquired the skill Wind Control at level 5. Spirit energy detected as sufficient for leveling up. Proceed with leveling up? Jai felt ecstatic. Gaining a level 5 skill outright, plus so much spirit energy if he relied solely on leftovers, that would be taken at least several months. Level up. Race, tree unnamed. Level, 10 2000 spirit energy remaining until next level. Health, 5000. Mana, 200. Skills, basic system level 2 assists host, photosynthesis level 1 absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, fruit-bearing level 1 produces restorative fruits, wind control level 5. Current spirit energy, 90. Skill points, 75. Skills available for leveling, basic system level 3 50 points assists host, photosynthesis level 2 5 points can be used for self-healing, wind control level 6 200 points, fruit-bearing level 2 10 points can bear fruits that induce a frenzied state. Skills available for learning, none. Leveling up automatically restored the consumed mana, and Jai has now grown to about 50 meters tall, no longer a sapling. Its diameter has reached 6 meters, making it indistinguishable from the century-old trees nearby. The scenery is no longer just the green foliage of other trees, but the trees here are generally very tall. Jai is now only half a head taller than them, and there are still many towering trees to be seen. At the very least, if any giraffes come by again, they'd probably be able to reach his leaves. Jai hadn't expected the level requirement for wind control to be so high. The next level requires 200 points. It's also Jai's only skill with a high level requirement. He has really been lucky today. He decided to test out the new skill. After a few simple trials, Jai realized this skill was no simple matter. Although he was just an ordinary tree, and even if he learned something like wind riding or wind control, it wouldn't let him move an inch. Wind control could make other objects ride the wind to his side. It was almost like gaining an invisible hand. Through this skill, he could control the wind, making the leaves fly like daggers, full of lethal power. But if he tried to control his own leaves, he'd probably go bald in no time. Ever since arriving in this world, he'd been particularly protective of his leaves. Last time, he'd nearly been stripped bare by a llama. But there were plenty of trees nearby. Jai could use the leaves from neighboring trees to play with his leaf daggers, and since they were in a forest with trees everywhere, they could also serve as cover for him. Chapter 3, Appraisal. Having finished testing the wind control skill, Jai felt he finally had an offensive skill and some ability to defend himself. He currently had 75 skill points left. He decided to spend 50 skill points first to upgrade the basic system to a level 3 standard system. He'll spend another 10 points to upgrade fruit bearing to level 2. The fruit bearing skill can assist the Giant Bear and others with hunting, and it's also very helpful for him personally. With 15 points remaining, Jai decides to upgrade photosynthesis.
This skill boosts mana regeneration and accelerates the absorption of spirit energy.
After all, he can't rely on the giant bear forever. Take today, for example, if it had been the giant bear that lost, rather than the leopard. All this time, Jai has had to rely on the giant bear for food. Rather than depending on others, he'd rather rely on himself. Having finished allocating his skill points, Jai looked at the panel again. Race: Bone-devouring demon tree. Nameless can choose to evolve after level 20. Level: 10, 2000 spirit energy required to reach next level.
Health: 5000. Mana: 200.
Skills: Basic System Level 3 assists host, photosynthesis Level 3 absorbs natural energy to grow, fruit-bearing Level 2 produces fruits with healing and berserk effects, wind control Level 5.
Current spirit energy: 90. Skill points: 0.
Skills available for upgrade: Intermediate System Level 4 200 points unlocks the shop. Photosynthesis Level 4 50 points can absorb natural energy to grow. Wind control Level 6 200 points. Fruit bearing Level 3 20 points can bear growth type fruits. Available skills: Bone manipulation 10 points, blood absorption 5 points, appraisal 20 points.
Jai was dumbfounded. How could he be a demon tree? He was clearly so innocent.
Aside from eating some leftovers, licking bones, and consuming spirit entities, he hadn't done anything wicked. Plus, all the available skills have turned evil, but this bone manipulation.
It actually looks kind of cool. And at level 20, I can evolve. I wonder if I can evolve into a different type of tree. If I keep developing as a demon tree, I'll end up getting burned to ashes one day. It's better to be a good tree that bears fine fruit. That's the friendly path to take. Though I haven't actually met anyone around here yet. This appraisal skill is pretty good too. Appraisal is awesome. Too bad I'm so short on skill points right now. Getting only 10 points per level is a bit too little. At this rate, reaching level 100 would only give me 990 points. That's nowhere near enough to go around. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on leveling up to the standard system.
Quest functionality unlocked. Current quest: gain followers. Detected completion of the gain followers quest. Reward: 10 skill points, 100 system currency. New quest: gain 5 followers. Currently have 3.
I didn't expect the system to finally do its job.
The level up system is actually somewhat useful after all. Jai had thought it was just a bit of extra information and nothing more.
Now there's a new source of skill points, and I can even earn system currency.
As long as I level up the system to level 4, I'll be able to unlock the shop. It's finally starting to feel like a different world.
But in a vast forest like this, where would supporters come from? These 3 bears seem to have gained intelligence, but other creatures would likely be difficult to recruit. It would be great if I could develop a human community, but I'll just have to take it one step at a time. The 3 bears witnessed Jai instantly grow taller, thicker, and stronger, and even produce magical fruits. They're already in awe. The 2 cubs are looking at Jai with completely different eyes now. After the 3 bears finished eating the wind demon leopard, they buried the bones beneath Jai once more. The 2 cubs seemed to have had such a hearty meal that they fell fast asleep, while the giant bear lay contentedly napping in the shade of Jai's canopy. Ever since Jai's photosynthesis leveled up to level 3, its magic sometimes overflows, causing it to automatically bear fruit. In reality, Jai could choose not to bear fruit, but since the magic overflows and has nowhere else to go, it might as well produce fruit for the bears to eat. With the recovery fruit and berserk fruit, the giant bear's hunting abilities have grown even stronger. The 2 cubs, having eaten the wind demon leopard, have also matured and now go out hunting with the giant bear every day. The 3 of them can now hunt over much greater distances. Perhaps because they're looking after the cubs, they haven't managed to catch any monsters with mana crystals like the wind demon leopard, only some ordinary mutant beasts. But since they're hunting in such large numbers, Jai's spirit energy was rising rapidly. After a month of hunting training, the 2 cubs were already capable of hunting small animals on their own. Moreover, whenever they encountered large animals they couldn't defeat, they would run to Jai. Jai, of course, used his wind control ability to manipulate the leaves, silently taking their lives. Once the giant bear realized that Jai could also protect its cubs, it became more active. It entrusted its cubs to Jai with confidence and went off alone to hunt higher-level magic beasts. Like Jai, the two cubs could only grow stronger by consuming more mana crystals. Another month passed. This month, the giant bear hunted many magic beasts, but they were mostly low-level ones without any skills. There were no creatures like the wind demon leopard, a tier 5 magic beast, otherwise Jai could have absorbed them to gain skills directly. However, over these 2 months, Jai had grown significantly stronger. By manipulating the leaves, he killed many invading creatures, and the 3 bears came to trust him even more. They no longer just gave him bones to eat, sometimes they even tossed the internal organs to Jai. Since the 2 children can only absorb a limited amount of mana crystals, most of them end up being absorbed by Jai. Here are Jai's current stats. Race: Bone-devouring demon tree. Nameless can choose to evolve after reaching level 20. Level: 19. 3000 spirit energy required to reach the next level. Health: 9500. Mana: 380. Skills: Basic system level 3, assists host. Photosynthesis level 3 absorbs natural energy to grow. Fruit bearing level 2 produces fruits with healing and berserk effects. Wind control level 5. Appraisal level 1. Bone manipulation level 1. Current spirit energy 1300. Skill points 45. Skills available for leveling: Intermediate system level 4, 200 points. Unlocks the shop. Photosynthesis level 4, 50 points, can absorb natural energy to grow. Wind control level 6, 200 points. Fruit bearing level 3, 20 points, can bear growth type fruits. Appraisal level 2, 50 points. Bone manipulation level 2, 20 points. Skills available for learning: blood absorption 5 points. After learning appraisal, Jai can now see other characters' stats, though not in full detail, just some basic information. Most importantly, he can now see their health bars. Giant Bear's stats. Race: Berserk Black Bear. Nameless. Level: 20. Health: 3000. Mana: 10. There are 2 little bears. Jai has temporarily named them Alpha Bear and Beta Bear. Alpha Bear is a boy, and Beta Bear is a girl. Alpha Bear's stats. Race: Berserk Black Bear. Unnamed. Level: 7. Health: 500. Mana: 20. Beta Bear stats. Race: Thunder War Bear. Rare. Unnamed. Level: 4. Health: 450. Mana: 70. Jai hadn't expected it, but Beta Bear is actually a rare species. The future looks bright. After spending these past 2 months with them, he discovered that the 2 little bears were truly very clever. They knew when to run and when to lie low. They never fought head-on. If they could ambush, they would. If they couldn't win, they'd run to Giant Bear or to Jai. They were incredibly resourceful. But the absolute craziest thing was that they could start a fire. Jai was completely dumbfounded. They had tried rubbing sticks together to make fire, but apparently found it too much trouble. After succeeding just once, they went back to eating raw food with Giant Bear. This made Jai increasingly suspicious. Could these bears be his fellow countrymen? But he couldn't bring himself to ask. And if they were, he'd have to be even more careful, lest he end up being sold out while still counting the money for them. Until he had the strength to protect himself, he didn't want anyone else to know his secret. Chapter 4: The Adventurers. After spending some time with the Giant Bear family, Jai discovered that the Giant Bear had quite a few enemies. For example, there were some wolfhounds, as well as the pack of wind demon leopards, the 5th-tier magic beasts he had previously slain. They would sometimes come in packs to observe the Giant Bear family. Of course, when Giant Bear was home, they wouldn't dare to provoke them, but when only the 2 cubs were present, they would surround the area. They would inch closer to the 2 cubs, but unfortunately, Jai always spotted them. Thanks to his height, he had a clear view of the surroundings, except for areas obscured by the trees. But ever since he learned wind control, he has become much more sensitive to air currents. Jai can immediately detect the slightest disturbance and react accordingly. The 2 cubs are still quite weak, but the pack of wind demon leopards isn't strong either. The highest level ones are only around level 15. They're practically here to be slaughtered. Jai didn't hold back, using the wind control skill, the wind demon leopard's specialty, to manipulate the flying leaf daggers and mow down these weak beasts.
However, some higher-level wine demon leopards seemed able to counteract Jai's daggers, diverting their trajectory. As a result, he managed to kill only a few before they fled. The two little bears, having witnessed Jai's prowess, grew bolder. They chased after the wind demon leopards and attacked them. The two cubs were also smart, they didn't chase them too far, as if just to symbolically show the leopard pack. The three of us are pretty formidable. They went on a rampage, slaughtering the leopards and leaving them in a sorry state. Jai was nearing level 20 and was eagerly anticipating what form he would evolve into. Jai also noticed that the giant bear had apparently reached level 20 quite some time ago but hadn't leveled up or evolved since. The mana crystals brought back from hunts were either absorbed by the two cubs or contributed to Jai, the giant tree. Looking at his spirit energy value, which was just a little short of the mark, Jai grew even more excited. Just then, the giant bear, lying beneath Jai's tree as usual, suddenly raised its head and gazed deep into the forest. A crimson glow seeped from its eyes, and a piercing growl escaped its mouth. The two cubs snapped out of their slumber, quickly preparing for battle as they stared intently into the depths of the forest. Logically speaking, Jai should have had the widest and most detailed detection range among them, yet he hadn't sensed anything amiss. Oh no! We've been spotted. Stop dawdling everyone, let us charge together. A human man's voice rang out from the woods. He wore light green leather and cloth garments, held a long sword in his hand, and had short, dark golden hair. He was also quite muscular. If he were on Earth, he'd likely be considered a handsome Western-style guy. TSK, the magic circle was almost complete. Behind the swordsman stood a woman wielding a short staff. She wore a purple robe that flickered between light and shadow, seemingly providing both invisibility and aura masking effects. A long hood concealed her features. She must be the mage. There were also two other men, one carrying a massive shield, and the other continuously scattering powder onto the ground. This was Jai's first time seeing humans from another world. They must be adventurers exploring the forest. Appraisal. Race, human swordsman. Level, 21. Health, 100. Mana, 101. Race, human mage. Level, 25. Health, 100. Mana, 300. Race, human shield warrior. Level, 17. Health, 100. Mana, 50. Race, human rogue. Level, 16. Health, 100. Mana, 5. Jai was startled by their levels at first glance, but then he looked at their health bars. Something was off. How could their health be lower than that of a monster? Or was the appraisal glitching? It seemed that once their presence was detected, the four stopped hiding. The female mage began chanting aloud. A circular magic circle with a 40-meter radius began to appear on the ground. The glow of the rune illuminated the entire forest. It was covered in a dense array of strange symbols, but the circle was only 2/3 complete and hadn't fully taken shape yet. Seeing this, the giant bear didn't wait any longer and lunged directly at the mage. Of course, reality wouldn't let it have its way. A 3-meter-tall giant shield suddenly blocked the path between the bear and the mage. There was a dull thud, and the shield warrior stumbled back several steps. The giant bear, relying on its massive size, intended to press the attack. But the very moment the shield warrior was knocked back, the swordsman crouched beneath his shield and instantly materialized right in front of the giant bear. Jai hadn't even seen the swordsman's swing before the giant bear began retreating in a panic, a fresh gash now visible on its chest. Too shallow. Quick reflexes. The swordsman examined the blood on his blade, flicked it onto the ground with a wave of his hand, and fixed his gaze intently on the giant bear before him. The giant bear's health bar above his head dropped by over 300 points in an instant. Jai didn't strike. He hesitated. This was his first encounter with a human. The giant bear family had helped him a great deal, and they could still facilitate his growth and leveling up. But should he really make an enemy of humans? He was just a tree right now. As long as he didn't act, others shouldn't be able to detect him. Hunting small animals or magic beasts was one thing, but when it came to humans, Jai found it hard to bring himself to strike. Alpha Bear and Beta Bear desperately wanted to help the giant bear, but the battle between the two humans and the bear was too fast-paced and intense. The two cubs simply had no way to intervene. The shield warrior was tasked with holding back the giant bear, preventing it from charging toward the mage, while the swordsman moved back and forth between the giant bear and the shield warrior, continuously dealing damage to the giant bear. But relying on its own strength and massive size, the giant bear held its own against the two of them. Moreover, the giant bear was much more cautious than during its first charge, preventing the swordsman from positioning himself for a sneak attack. It was still advancing inch by inch. Although the two hadn't taken much damage, they were slowly backing away. With human bodies, it seemed they couldn't withstand a single blow from the giant bear. Seeing that the giant bear seemed to be getting the upper hand, Jai let out a sigh of relief. He hoped these humans would recognize the difficulty of the situation and retreat, so he wouldn't have to intervene himself, easing his mental burden. But just then, a dark figure appeared behind Beta Bear, and a massive net was thrown over Beta Bear's body. Alpha Bear reacted instantly, lunging forward to rescue Beta Bear. Alpha Bear's claw clamped onto the figure's arm. The figure winced in pain but didn't let go of the net. Instead, he kicked Alpha Bear 2 meters away and, hoisting the net, darted into the small grove. The shadow was the thief from earlier. Such a frail-looking human could actually kick Alpha Bear that far with a single blow. At this point, Jai could no longer hesitate. Alpha Bear and Beta Bear were likely, just like him, reincarnated Earthlings. Although he hadn't confirmed it yet, their behavior strongly suggested it. Mission: protect your followers. Jai cast bone manipulation toward the grove, and a series of eerie walls of white bones appeared before the thief. The thief was clearly startled and charged headlong into the bone wall. But the wall wasn't very sturdy. It shattered instantly, and the thief was knocked to the ground. The giant bear instantly realized they had come to kidnap its cubs and paid no attention to the swordsman and his two companions. The giant bear's body began to swell, its black fur turning red. The entire bear turned a deep crimson as it activated its innate skill, Berserk. Without looking back, it charged toward the rogue. Jai wasn't idle either. He manipulated the leaves to swirl toward the four of them. The shield warrior hurried to the mage's side, raised his massive shield to cover both of them, and they pressed themselves tightly against the ground. The swordsman wasn't so lucky. Facing flying leaf daggers from all directions, he could only use his sword to block vital areas while frantically running around the tree trunk to evade them. Jai occasionally used bone manipulation to make bones rise from the ground to block his path, but the swordsman was incredibly agile and had exceptional reflexes. Aside from a few non-vital hits from the leaf daggers, not a single blow struck his vital areas or face. He dodged every bone wall on the ground and even used his positioning to block many of the daggers. Jai was completely at a loss against him and could only use his skills to keep him at bay. The rogue had no time to worry about the Beta Bear either. He pulled out a few vials and threw them at the giant bear, then turned and continued running deeper into the forest. Chapter 5: One crisis followed another. The giant bear, enraged and red-eyed, let the vials smash against its body as it charged straight at the rogue. The vials exploded on the giant bear's body, sending green smoke billowing into the air and obscuring much of the view. The giant bear paid no heed, charging straight ahead, breaking through the green mist, and pouncing on the rogue. Just as Jai finished his volley of leaf daggers, a massive fireball slammed down from beneath the shield warrior's shield onto the treetop where Jai stood. This startled Jai. Though he was a tree and couldn't jump, the flames spread rapidly right above his head. This was his first encounter with real magic, specifically the fireball spell, which left quite an impression. Jai didn't dare take it lightly. After all, he was a tree. Getting charred would be disastrous. He used wind control to blow all the flames skyward, but some branches were still reduced to charcoal. The fireball was incredibly hot. In an instant, his health was reduced by over 1,000 points. Not to be outdone, as the mage fired a second fireball, Jai activated wind control once more. Countless leaves swept in from all directions, engulfing both of them and leaving the shield warrior unable to move an inch. By then, the giant bear had already reached the rogue. Its massive paw slammed down on the rogue, who looked desperately at the swordsman and the others. The colossal force struck the rogue's body, causing it to burst open like a balloon with a loud bang.
Since Jai had stopped paying attention to him, the swordsman had just witnessed the rogue being crushed by that single blow. With tears in his eyes, he abandoned his plan to attack the bear, shouted retreat, and ran toward the other two. Flames began to erupt from the swordsman's longsword. As he approached the shield warrior, the flames, carried by the wind, ignited a whole patch of leaves in the air. The shield warrior seized the opportunity to hoist the mage onto his shoulders and retreat deeper into the forest. After dispatching the rogue, the giant bear didn't linger. It lunged toward the trio. The swordsman, too, held nothing back. A crimson glow surrounded him as he swung his flaming longsword relentlessly. Moving with blinding speed, he carved deep gashes into the giant bear's hide. Even in its frenzied state, the beast couldn't land a single blow on him. The mage, carried on the shield warrior's back, cast several fire spells simultaneously at the giant bear and Jai. Faced with the flames, Jai could only frantically summon skeletons to block them, then use strong winds to disperse them. But the giant bear had no choice but to take the hits head on. The extreme heat scorched its body, leaving patches of charred and reddened skin. Seeing that the other two had retreated far enough, the swordsman also began to retreat rapidly. Just as the giant bear was about to give chase, a barrier rose between it and the swordsman. The barrier took the form of a hemispherical sphere, enveloping a 40-meter radius and temporarily trapping all creatures within the area. The giant bear roared and pounded furiously at the barrier, but aside from a few ripples, it showed no sign of shattering. Inside the barrier, Jai could only watch as the three adventurers made a hasty retreat. The three bears and the tree were completely helpless against them. "Let us rest here." The swordsman plopped down onto the ground, pulled a small pouch from his pocket, and began sprinkling the powder inside onto his wounds. The shield warrior set the mage down. The mage jogged over to the swordsman and pulled out a bandage to dress his wound. The shield warrior sat down beside them, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. "Jack is dead." A heavy silence fell over the group. "It's all my fault. If I'd been more prepared, Jack wouldn't have died." The shield warrior gripped his shield tightly, his voice hoarse. "No, it's my fault for casting the magic circle too slowly. If I'd been faster, Jack could been protected by the barrier." "Enough. This isn't the first time someone has died. As the captain, I'll take responsibility for Jack's funeral arrangements. We need to return and report this mission to the guild. We'll need more adventurers to help. That tree is far too dangerous. A magical tree capable of using skeletons and casting wind control spells. If it weren't for that tree, damn it, I would got the Thunder Warbear, and Jack wouldn't have died. That tree might not be as simple as it seems. It appears to possess a capacity for thought, knowing exactly when to act. That is no small feat unless there is a powerful evil mage manipulating it from behind the scenes. There is something seriously wrong with the tree itself. Besides, ever since the Elven King tree on the Elves side began showing signs of decay, plants all over the world have started acting strange. For the safety of our town, we must stay vigilant and return safely." After the giant bear's berserk state ended, the entire bear shrank considerably and looked rather listless. Jai had been using a large amount of wind control magic and bone manipulation earlier, which had drained a significant amount of mana, but fruit bearing was still manageable. The problem was that the fruit's healing effects weren't particularly strong. After eating a few, the giant bear seemed to realize they weren't very effective and stopped eating them. The giant bear bore not only sword wounds but also burns from the flames, and most critically, the small vial thrown by the rogue, which likely contained poison. The giant bear's entire face was covered in green, corrosive marks, and one eye was completely closed, likely rotted from the inside out. Although the two cubs were unharmed, they were both lying under the tree, pleading with Jai. Jai had no other options. He had already maxed out his fruit-bearing skill to level 3, allowing him to produce fruits that aid growth, but he had no way to counteract the poison. Besides, giant bear's external and internal injuries were too severe. The fruits seemed to have healed quite a bit, but as for the poison, giant bear would have to fight through it on his own. Whether he would survive, Jai couldn't say for sure. Jai couldn't help but wonder, if he intervened sooner, would the giant bear be okay? But in truth, he wasn't sure. That female mage's fireballs dealt far too much damage. He himself couldn't withstand more than a few hits. If their goal wasn't just to capture the beta bear, but to wipe them out, it was still uncertain whether they could even drive them away.
Wipe them out? Jai suddenly realized they fled. Could they be going back for reinforcements? Humans were too strong, too numerous. How could he possibly hold them off? He only had 100 HP left. Why couldn't he just kill them?
But he still had the system, the level up system, and the system store.
That seemed to be his best chance of survival.
Jai and the others hadn't even had a moment to rest when he noticed the area outside the barrier was swarming with wind demon leopards, a dark, dense mass, their eyes glowing with savagery. Looking at the utterly weakened giant bear and the two cubs, their gazes betrayed sheer cruelty, as if they already considered them their prey. The beta bear literally wet itself.
Jai shot it a disdainful glance.
If it were just a bear, that would be one thing, but if its soul really did come from Earth, that would be pretty pathetic. Although Jai was scared himself, his magic was running low, and it was uncertain if he could hold out. He was currently a tree, so he didn't have that kind of physical reaction. Jai quickly activated fruit bearing, generating several self-healing fruits and some berserk fruits, a clear signal to the giant bear and its family that they had no choice but to fight to the death.
The two cubs understood Jai's intent.
They held the berserk fruits to their mouths, ready to engage in a deadly battle with the leopards the moment the barrier vanished.
Chapter 6, Leveling Up. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing the Protect Your Supporter quest.
Reward, 100 skill points, 500 system currency. New quest, eliminate the threat to your supporter. Human spirit detected nearby. Absorb?
The system, which rarely appeared, had suddenly become active, leaving Jai feeling a bit unsettled. But this was a critical moment. There was no time to dwell on it.
Absorb.
Jai watched as a faint blue glow began to appear on the rogue's corpse. The glow coalesced, forming a light sphere the size of a fist. The sphere passed through the family of 3 giant bears and charged straight toward Jai's tree trunk. The giant bear and its family seemed oblivious to the orb, still intently watching the pack of leopards and keeping an eye on the barrier that could vanish at any moment. The instant the blue orb entered the tree trunk, Jai caught a fleeting glimpse of the rogue's life like a slideshow. Though it was clearly his life, there were only a few images.
The thief's parents were blurry figures.
He apprenticed to a master, and after completing his training, he mingled in the Adventurers Guild, facing rejection and exclusion at every turn. To make ends meet, he began doing odd jobs, enduring insults, and when things got too tough, he would resort to theft. Then Jai saw the 3 people who had just fled. They met in the ruins, began adventuring together, completed quests, and split the spoils. One day, the female mage received intelligence that someone had discovered a thunder warbear cub. She hoped to capture and tame it. The images in Jai's mind began to shatter and fade away. Absorbed the soul of an ordinary human, gained 20 spirit energy, acquired the skill stealth level 4. Although Jai didn't know the full extent of the man's twisted life, just seeing those fleeting images and the look of despair on his face as he gazed at the 3 swordsmen before dying made him feel queasy. Jai frantically told himself not to dwell on it. There was another battle ahead. In this world, as long as you aren't strong enough, anyone can trample you or kill you. Just as easily as the giant bear had crushed that thief. Jai was about to level up soon, and after leveling up, his mana would be restored. The spirit of that rogue had such low spirit energy, not even as much as 2 long-necked sheep. Even the 5-tier wind demon leopards he defaced earlier could grant him 1,000 spirit energy.
He simply couldn't understand it.
But right now, with so many wind demon leopards before him, this was an opportunity for Jai. If he won, he'd level up. If he lost, he'd be nothing more than a tree. He might not die, but the giant bear's family would be in serious trouble. Before Jai could think further, the barriers surrounding them began to flicker. Normally, leopards are solitary creatures, but these wind demon leopards love to gather in packs. Jai looked at the countless wind demon leopards. The entire forest was a dark, swarming mass.
The wind demon leopards began ramming the barrier frantically.
The barrier was as fragile as glass.
Once a single point cracked, the entire magical array's barrier split like a spider web, shattering and vanishing.
What followed was a carnival for the wind demon leopards. Giant Bear activated its berserk talent once more, simultaneously consuming the berserk fruit Jai had cultivated. Giant Bear's body swelled again, and blood began to gush incessantly from the venom-covered surface of its face. The berserk state itself puts the body in a heightened state of activity naturally, blood flows faster and so does the venom. Using berserk is no different from hastening one's own suicide. But the giant bear had no other choice. For its own life, for its two cubs, and for the tree behind it. Alpha Bear and Beta Bear also ate the berserk fruit. Alpha Bear's body began to swell and turn red. Though Beta Bear's body showed little change, lightning began to swirl around it, and its fur took on a faint blue hue. Watching Beta Bear's unique form, Jai marveled. Truly a rare species. Jai didn't hesitate for long. Though his magical power seemed far greater than others, he had already expended too much earlier. He had to use every leaf dagger with precision. He couldn't let his magic surge all at once like before. Giant Bear's time was limited. Before the wind demon wolves could swarm him, he charged into the leopard pack and began a bloody rampage. Giant Bear crushed one with a single swipe, but no matter how many he killed, new leopards kept pouncing. They bit into his torso, back, and arms. Giant Bear was covered in leopards, and their claw marks began to cover his wounds. Alpha Bear and Beta Bear followed close behind Giant Bear, helping him deal with the leopards that pounced. Although the two cubs were young, after a month of hunting training, their combat instincts quickly emerged. Ordinary low-level wine demon leopards were no match for them, but they were not very good at dealing with these fast-moving leopards. It was the same for Jai. It was difficult for Jai to use the wind control they were most familiar with against them. They could manipulate the wind's direction to aid their movement, making their bodies more agile and their claws more powerful. However, their magical power was limited, so they couldn't use their skills as freely as Jai could. But they were still a formidable foe. Jai's leaf daggers often missed their mark, and even when they hit, they rarely struck a vital spot, making it difficult to deliver a fatal blow. The leopards didn't care about any of that. They swarmed him. As a tree, Jai couldn't run away. The leopards pounced directly, frantically gnawing at his branches, ramming their bodies against his trunk, and even digging up the soil to gnaw at his roots. Jai watched in horror as his health bar plummeted. Conserving magic wasn't a solution, so he commanded skeletons to keep emerging from the ground to stop them from gnawing at the roots. The leopards had already chewed off one of the giant bear's paws. The giant bear kept charging and rolling through the pack of leopards. Its body was a weapon in itself, and its weight was more than those leopards could handle. But the leopards were agile, could ride the wind, and outnumbered him. The giant bear's approach was somewhat inefficient, at best reducing the number of leopards pouncing on him. Moreover, while fighting, he kept an eye on the alpha bear and beta bear. Whenever too many leopards surrounded them, he would rush to their aid. The alpha bear fought the same way as the giant bear, relying on strength and weight, but he was more cautious and agile. Beta Bear, however, is different. Lightning surges around him, and with every swipe of his paw, the lightning spreads, preventing many leopards from getting close. Jai controls the flying leaf daggers, furiously mowing down the leopards surrounding him. Although his mana and health are steadily declining, he isn't the least bit anxious. Because the spirit energy required to level up is almost enough. System, absorb them. Draw their souls and mana crystals right to me. Jai kept screaming in his mind. It was a matter of life and death. Either these leopards would die, or he would. He had thought the leopards would be powerless against this giant tree, but there were simply too many fruit-bearing trees. If even one leopard took a bite, it could reduce him to nothing but dust. Ding, absorbed a Tier 2 Wind Demon Leopard's mana crystal, gained 200 spirit energy. Ding, absorbed a Tier 3 Wind Demon Leopard's mana crystal, gained 400 spirit energy. Ding, absorbed 10, 20, 30. Ding, spirit energy has reached 3000. Do you wish to level up? After holding out for so long, the entire tree had tilted several degrees, and the roots buried in the ground had been torn up in large chunks. The leaves were completely stripped bare, and the trunk was covered with leopards, frantically devouring Jai. But now, Jai's chance had come. It's finally my turn. System. Level me up.
Chapter 7, Choice. In the center of this forest, a bare tree trunk was covered with wind demon leopards. They clung to it like monkeys, gnawing at one spot, then leaping swiftly to another to gnaw there. Just as this crooked tree was about to topple completely, new green branches began to sprout from the trunk before the leopards could even process what was happening. The green branches spread wildly, and the entire tree blossomed in an instant, like a flower bursting open. Dozens of wind demon leopards hanging from the branches were knocked flying by the newly grown limbs. Green leaves instantly covered the entire tree, and the once crooked branches stood tall in an instant. The roots, which had been uprooted, seemed to take on a life of their own, re-anchoring themselves in the soil and spreading frantically underground. The entire tree shot upward as if riding a high-speed elevator. 30 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 150 meters. 200 meters. The tree's trunk shot upward in an instant, towering over all surrounding plants and creatures. The century-old trees nearby now appeared incredibly diminutive. Jai hadn't just leveled up, he had chosen to evolve. The moment he reached level 20. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 20 and entering the evolution tier. You have been awarded 100 skill points, 500 shop credits, and the opportunity to choose from multiple evolutionary branches. Please select your evolutionary path. 3 paths of different directions appeared in Jai's mind, each ending with a phantom figure. They symbolized the directions of evolution and the fruits they bore. The first path was red, strewn with dead wood, blood, and bones. This path made Jai feel slaughter, gloom, and terror, yet at its end stood a blurry human silhouette. The second path was blue, clean and clear, seemingly free of any impurities. At its end stood an ethereal tree, its roots appearing to connect to the world, with various creatures hanging from its branches. The third path is green, its surface strewn with flowers, stretching endlessly into the distance, surrounded by the welcoming sounds of creatures. The phrase birds singing and flowers blooming immediately sprang to Jai's mind. At the end of this path stands another tree, far larger than the second one, its branches teeming with winged humans. The end of each path revealed its evolutionary direction. The first seemed to be Jai's original path. Would it ultimately allow him to become human? The other 2 were options the system had presented to Jai. Which path is the strongest? Is there a path that would let me kill all these leopards? Jai asked the system in his mind. The first path can grant you unparalleled power. The system's voice echoed in his mind. A path to unparalleled power, one that could wipe out this pack of leopards, and the final phantom path, which should allow him to return to human form. The benefits of each path swirled through Jai's mind. 3 illusory paths, 3 distinct directions. If he had the time, Jai would have loved to think it through carefully and make a well-considered choice. But right now, Jai wasn't looking at the 3 paths. Instead, he fixed his gaze on reality, the reality lying before the 3 illusory paths. The giant bear family was on the ground, locked in a deadly struggle with the pack of leopards. The giant bear's body was already torn to shreds, with white bones visible in some places, yet it hadn't charged out with its cubs to flee this place. Instead, it had stayed behind to fight. Alongside its 2 cubs, it had been fighting all along. If it wanted to flee on its own, taking 1 cub with it shouldn't be a problem, it was that strong. Can the first path save them from death? No. The system's emotionless voice sounded again. I want to save them. Which path can do that? The third. Then I'll choose the third. With that, Jai lifted his foot and walked toward the third path. Host, please be advised, there can only be 1 master at the end of each path, and the third path already has its master. Jai paid no heed to the system's words and walked down the third path without hesitation. Species, Spirit Tree Nameless. Level, 10,000 spirit energy required to level up. Health, 10,000. Mana, 5,000. Skills, Basic System Level 3, Photosynthesis Level 3, Fruit Bearing Level 3, Appraisal Level 1, Healing Level 5, Spirit Magic Level 5, Wind Control Level 5, Stealth Level 4. Current Spirit Energy, 300. Skill Points, 235. Skills available for leveling,
intermediate system level 4 200 points, photosynthesis level 4 50 points, wind control level 6 200 points, fruit bearing level 4 50 points, appraisal level 2 50 points, stealth level 5 150 points, healing level 6 500 points, spirit magic level 6 1000 points. The moment Jai completed his evolution, he cast a healing spell on the giant bears. The level 5 healing spell instantly began to heal their wounds, and even the toxins on the giant bear's face were significantly purified. Jai's magic brought hope to the giant bears, and they were amazed that the giant tree behind them could bring about such a change. Jai didn't stop there. He cast the healing spell 3 times in a row, fully restoring the 3 bears' injuries. After evolving, his previous bone manipulation skill had disappeared. It seemed that differences in race limited the learning and use of certain skills. The lost skill returned the skill points. As long as the skill points remained, losing one skill didn't matter. Jai had a better replacement, the newly acquired level 5 spirit magic. The newly acquired spirit magic involves creating spirits to cast spells. Alternatively, one could communicate with real-world spirits to perform magic. Communicating with spirits requires little mana. As long as spirits are nearby, the magic can be cast. The other method involves creating spirits from scratch before casting spells. This approach consumes more mana but is faster and more convenient, with its power determined by the strength of the spirits created. In essence, spirits are no different from magical energy. With a slight manipulation, they can be harnessed for your use. However, the fundamental difference between spirits and magical energy is that, when their quantity increases, they can evolve consciousness. Jai controlled the magical energy to create fire-type and ice-type spirits, launching a counterattack against the nearby pack of leopards. At the same time, he used spirit magic to enhance the 3 bears. Spirit magic is like a universal spell. As long as you communicate effectively with the spirits and provide sufficient magic power, they can perform any type of magic you desire. A faint green barrier appeared around the 3 bears, protecting their vital areas while enhancing their speed and strength. Even after Jai's evolution, the leopard pack did not give up. They continued their assault, attempting to replicate their earlier tactic of tearing into Jai. But the ice spirit began summoning icicles, freezing the area around Jai and preventing the leopards from crossing the ice wall to attack him. The ice spirit simultaneously generated icicles around itself, which rained down like arrows, launching a counterattack against the nearby leopards. The fire spirit was even more ruthless. Although playing with fire in the forest is unwise, flames are what these creatures fear most. If a lone leopard encountered a campfire, it might well have circled around it to avoid it. But at that moment, the flames in the sky began to swirl and coalesce, forming a sphere. The fire spirits frantically summoned fireballs, incinerating the surrounding leopard pack. Ice and fire, 2 environments with extreme temperature differences, instantly formed in the vicinity. The leopard pack alternated between feeling freezing cold and scorching heat. Ice arrows sometimes struck the flames, while fireballs occasionally crashed into the icicles. Thick steam instantly filled the entire forest, spreading in an instant to engulf the entire pack of leopards, robbing them of their vision. The wind demon leopards tried to dispel the smoke with their wind, but their magic was limited and they couldn't sustain it indefinitely. Yet just as the smoke cleared, new plumes would gather once more. This was because Jai had ordered the ice and fire spirits not to cease their attacks, continuing to bombard the leopard pack. For Jai, the smoke was no problem at all. From his vantage point high above, he could see everything clearly. At the same time, summoning and using the ice and fire spirits, while highly destructive, also consumed a great deal of magic. The magic the spirits cast is channeled through his own mana. Jai had originally intended to communicate with the spirits directly to cast spells, but lacking a foundation in magic, he didn't know how to do so and could only summon the spirits to assist him. The giant bear wasn't idle either. Using just one paw, it was mowing down the wind magic leopards with frenzied efficiency. The alpha bear and beta bear were doing the same. The 3 bears' coordination was growing ever stronger. They watched each other's backs while holding their own against the enemy head-on. With Jai's healing and the buffs from the spirit's magic, the 3 bears had become even more formidable than before. The wind magic leopards, unable to cast wind control spells continuously, were no match for them. Whenever any of the 3 bears sustained serious injuries, Jai would cast a healing spell. His mana was now plentiful,
and for every wind demon leopard he killed, he gained spirit energy to prepare for future leveling, a deal that was well worth it. The current pack of wind demon leopards posed no threat to Jai whatsoever. If he were fighting alone, it might have been a bit of a struggle. His mana likely wouldn't have been enough to wipe out the entire pack. But he wasn't fighting alone, he had the giant bear. The giant bear's combat prowess was truly formidable. Perhaps the combined kill count of Jai, Alpha Bear, and Beta Bear didn't even match that of the giant bear. The number of wind demon leopards dwindled steadily, eventually dropping below 100. Jai had already accumulated over 7,000 spirit energy. The wind demon leopards seemed to realize they were no match for Jai and his group. Some began to break ranks and turn to flee. Once one started running, a second followed, and gradually the leopard pack began to scatter. Chapter 8: The Wind Demon Leopard Leader. A larger wind demon leopard suddenly let out a piercing roar into the air, as if issuing a command to the others. Hearing its cry, the surrounding wind demon leopards all gathered around it and retreated alongside this larger specimen. Jai felt a sense of familiarity with this wind demon leopard. It seemed to be the one that had bitten off one of the giant bear's paws and had led the other leopards to tear at his tree roots. Throughout the entire battle, it was the one that had suffered virtually no injuries. This must be the leader of the wind demon leopards. He absolutely could not let it escape. If it could lead a pack to surround and hunt them down today, it would surely return to attack again. Looking at the scattered leopards that had fallen behind the main group due to injuries, Jai showed no mercy. These leopards had harassed them many times before, and now, taking advantage of their extreme weakness after the recent battle, they had come to hunt them down again. Jai would not let them off the hook. Jai ordered the ice and fire elementals to pursue and kill the lead wind demon leopard, while simultaneously using wind control to finish off the wounded wind demon leopards lying on the ground. The leaves in the surrounding area had been nearly depleted, and due to the ice and fire elementals' magic, not only were the leaves gone, but there were hardly any trees left. It would be a miracle if even a stump remained. Jai could now only use his own leaves to mow down the fleeing leopards. After all, he had grown quite a few new ones, and the number of these wind demon leopards wasn't enough to leave him bald. Giant Bear saw the leopards retreating but didn't give chase. It was already exhausted. Just holding out this long had been a struggle. But it didn't collapse immediately. Instead, it kept watching the retreating pack, afraid that if they saw it fall, they might return for another attack. The two cubs, however, collapsed onto the ground at once. Their bodies bore numerous claw and bite marks, yet not a single one was fatal. The giant bear had protected them too well. Jai himself couldn't leave this small patch of land, but the spirit he controlled could. However, its range was limited. The farther the distance, the slower the spirit's reaction, and the greater the consumption of magic. The ice fire spirits doggedly pursued the wind demon leopards, continuously unleashing ice and fire spells to block their retreat. The two types of magic collided, causing constant explosions. The shockwaves alone were enough to knock over many of the wind demon leopards. Seeing that retreating as a group would only leave them vulnerable to concentrated enemy fire, the wind demon leopard leader quickly ordered his pack to scatter, while he continued to sprint ahead. The ice and fire spirits, noticing the pack had dispersed, paid no mind. Their orders were to eliminate the wind demon leopard leader, and a relentless barrage of fireballs rained down upon him. The wind demon leopard leader was no pushover either. His wind control skill created illusory distortions in the air, and a terrifying wind blade instantly obliterated the fireballs. Although the wind demon leopard couldn't shatter the ice arrows created by the ice spirits with his wind blade, the arrows were noticeably slower, allowing the wind demon leopard to dodge them using his speed advantage. Although Jai remained in place, he could observe the situation through his spirit's vision. His spirit could only operate within a 500-meter radius. If it exceeded this range, magical energy could no longer be transmitted, and the spirit would automatically dissipate. Even within the 500-meter range, the farther the distance, the lower the damage, the greater the magical energy required, and the longer the transmission time, all of which slowed the formation of the spell and reduced its quality. Therefore, Jai had to take it down quickly. If he let this wind demon leopard escape, who knew if a pack of leopards might return in the future? Jai increased his magical output, causing the fire spirit to instantly double in size. At the same time, he controlled it using the wind control spell, manipulating the air currents so that flames began to spew out at high speed from within the spirit, generating thrust.
The fire spirit instantly transformed into a fireball and charged straight toward the wind demon leopard. The wind demon leopard attempted to destroy it with a wind blade, but Jai continued to increase the supply of magical power, sustaining the fire spirit's existence. Even if it was sliced in half, Jai would fuse it back together, restoring it to its original state. Braving the wind blades, the fire spirit suddenly appeared right in front of the wind demon leopard. A torrent of flame surged directly at its face, instantly engulfing the beast. In the split second the wind demon leopard was caught off guard, the ice spirit followed up with an ice arrow, striking the beast. With a thunderous crash, the collision of ice and fire once again filled the air with smoke. With these two attacks, the wind demon leopard would be either dead or severely crippled. Just as Jai thought this, a wind blade pierced right through the fire spirit, slamming into the tree trunk behind it and splitting the entire tree in two. The wind demon leopard, its body charred, reappeared in the air. It didn't try to flee anymore, it knew it couldn't shake off the two spirits' pursuit. Its ferocious gaze fixed intently on the ice and fire spirits. The fire spirit had already been sliced in half twice, restoring it would require a massive amount of mana, further draining his reserves. Jai had no choice, the wind demon leopard wasn't defeated yet, and he couldn't let the fire spirit vanish, so he increased the mana supply. The wind demon leopard's form began to swell, turning crimson, its eyes growing bloodthirsty. The contours of its muscles became more defined, and its entire body glowed a deep, blood-red hue. Wasn't this the berserk black bear's innate skill, berserk? It was the same skill the giant bear had just used. Jai hadn't expected the wind demon leopard to possess it as well. This meant that this wind demon leopard had killed a berserk black bear, a creature similar to the giant bear that possessed the berserk skill and, thanks to exceptional luck, had acquired the skill. Jai had observed over time that not all mana crystals come with skills, only those with a bit of luck have a chance to acquire the skills the monster possessed in life. The highest skill level determines the tier of the mana crystal, for example, the 5-tier mana crystal Jai had obtained previously. At this moment, Jai wasn't about to wait for it to transform. He immediately ordered the ice fire elemental to cast spells, unleashing a barrage of fireballs and ice arrows at the wind demon leopard. After entering a frenzied state, the wind demon leopard became noticeably more agile. Using wind control magic, it darted back and forth through the air, effortlessly dodging the oncoming spells before charging toward the ice and fire elementals. The ice spirit began summoning ice walls to block the wind demon panther's advance, while the fire spirit simultaneously unleashed several fireballs in pursuit. But the enraged wind demon panther paid no heed to such obstacles. It smashed the ice walls with a single swipe and summoned wind blades to counter the fireballs. Neither the ice walls nor the fireballs could halt the wind demon panther's advance. Jai controlled the fire spirit, using flame spray once more to blanket the wind demon panther's path of advance, hoping to widen the attack radius and halt its approach, while the ice spirit soared into the air to create distance again. But what Jai didn't expect was that the wind demon panther summoned a hurricane, which struck it directly, sending its entire body flying through the air like a cannonball. It dodged the area of effect fire blast and leaped precisely toward the ice spirit. The wind demon leopard raised its front paws, causing the wind to spin at high speed around them like blades, while simultaneously accelerating the speed of its claw attacks. Both claws slammed viciously into the ice spirit. The core within the ice spirit was struck directly by the high-speed spinning wind claws, causing the entire spirit to twist and contort. Unable to withstand the rotational force, it exploded into pieces. The spirit itself had no physical form, it was merely a mass of elements, with at most a core within it to sustain its magic. This attack, imbued with the element of wind, proved highly effective. Jai hadn't expected the leopard to be so ruthless. To quickly close the distance, it attacked him, using the recoil to instantly bring itself within range of the ice spirit. Jai's magic was now insufficient to sustain both spirits, so he didn't use any more magic to repair the ice spirit. From the initial 5,000 mana, he now had just over 400 left. Summoning the ice spirit again would require at least 500 mana, so he had no choice but to rely on the fire spirit to fight head-on. The moment the ice spirit was defeated, the residual magic became unstable due to the damage to its core, causing the ice elements it contained to explode. Taking advantage of the ice spirit's explosion, the fire spirit in the air released a high-speed fireball that struck the wind demon leopard directly. This was likely the first time the wind demon leopard had faced such elemental spirits. It hadn't expected the creature to explode upon death. Affected by the cold from the ice spirit's explosion, the wind demon leopard's body instantly became covered in ice shards. It froze solid for a split second before taking the full brunt of the fire spirit's magic. The explosion of flames generated a powerful shockwave, sending the wind demon leopard flying through the air before slamming violently into the ground, leaving a small crater in its wake. Jai showed no intention of going easy on it, ordering the fire spirit to continue unleashing fireballs. One after another, the fireballs struck the fallen wind demon leopard without mercy. The quiet forest echoed with a series of explosions, a constant roar that sent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding air. The fallen wind demon leopard was certainly not going to sit idly by and wait for death. Though struck by fireballs and slammed into the ground, fracturing its limbs, it refused to die so easily. It could only frantically unleash wind blades to block the fireballs cast by the fire spirit. One after another, the wind blades and fireballs collided in midair, exploding and sending shockwaves through the air. Neither side showed any sign of stopping. The fire spirit casting the fireballs was growing smaller and smaller, and the fireballs were shrinking along with it. Jai's magic had been exhausted, but the fire spirit still had some residual magic left and continued to fire the balls according to Jai's orders. The wind demon leopard also lacked the strength to continue fighting back. The wind blades it created could at best deflect the fireball's trajectory, but could no longer cut through them. Yet it showed no sign of stopping either, continuing to use the wind control skill, though it could only cause the surrounding air to twist slightly. Gradually, Jai's fire spirit completely lost its supply of magic and vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the wind demon leopard, which had managed to hold out, died from exhaustion due to its unrestrained use of wind control. Even in death, the wind demon leopard's eyes remained wide open, staring intently in the direction where the fire spirit had vanished. Had it managed to hold on just a little longer, it would have been the victor. Although Jai's magic was depleted, it had no effect on him personally. He remained physically unharmed. He was simply drained of magic and mentally exhausted, feeling as if he might lose consciousness at any moment. Detected the spirit of a level 20 magic beast, the wind demon leopard. Absorb? Absorb. Ding. Absorbed the spirit of a level 20 wind demon leopard, gaining 1000 spirit energy. Its mana crystal is too far away to absorb. Jai hadn't expected that even with the corpse so far away, the system could still help him draw the soul over. It was somewhat incredible. As for the mana crystal, he could simply summon a spirit to retrieve it later. Once his magic power had recovered, there was no need to rush. After evolving into an elf tree, his skills had improved across the board, including photosynthesis, which he had previously considered useless. Now, photosynthesis provided him with decent recovery capabilities. With his current mana pool of 5,000 points, he could fully recover in just 5 hours in a non-combat environment. His health had also reached an astonishing 10,000 points. Plant life was simply much more resilient than other creatures. After a full day of combat, Jai's spirit energy had reached 9,780, bringing him closer to leveling up, and he now had 235 skill points. He could try the level up system. The shop feature had been unlocked. He was now very curious to see what goodies his system might offer. Chapter 9, Divine Blessing. Do you wish to spend 200 skill points to level up the level up system to level 4? Confirm. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system upgrade. The system store is now open. Enjoy your shopping. Jai instantly felt as if he had stepped into a modern supermarket. Was this system just a salesperson? He had spent so many skill points just to upgrade to level 4. If the system store was full of junk, he'd be devastated. An icon for the store appeared in Jai's mind, and he opened it. Inside, 3 different categories of items were listed: equipment, items, and blessings. The equipment section was pretty standard: armor, weapons, and the like, mostly common Cold War era gear. But there were also some things not found on Earth: magic wands, and plenty of them. Prices varied widely, ranging from 1 system currency to several million. But Jai was a tree. No matter how good these items were, he couldn't use them. How could a tree wear armor or wield a sword?
He skipped the equipment section entirely and switched to items. There was a wide variety of items here too: mana restoration potions, healing potions, and the like, as well as magic circles and even mana crystals, though all the mana crystals were labeled high explosive. They're like grenades. The magic inside is highly unstable and explodes at the slightest shatter. Prices vary widely, ranging from as low as 1 system currency to as high as 10,000 system currency. The magic circles are quite useful. You can exchange them for defensive ones that act like shields. But they're not cheap. Defensive ones are the most expensive. Since Chai is so large, many wide area spells start at over 1,000 system currency. The next section is blessings, which is the one Chai is most interested in. Jai opens it and sees only one item listed: Divine Blessing Power. A single Divine Blessing Power costs a whopping 1,000 system currency. Jai hadn't expected such a large category to contain just this one item, and it's quite expensive, too. System: what is this Divine Blessing Power used for? Please purchase to learn more. Jai currently had 1,100 system currency. Curious about its purpose, he bought it on the spot. Ding! Confirm purchase of Divine Blessing Power 1. Purchase. Divine Blessing Power has been stored in the host's system space. Please retrieve it as needed. Jai hadn't realized he had a system space. He quickly directed his consciousness to check it out. Inside the empty system space, there was only a floating golden sphere, resembling a small sun. System: can you tell me what this thing is for now? The power of Divine Blessing is a blessing bestowed by a higher ranked being upon a lower ranked one. The power of Divine Blessing cannot be used on beings of a higher rank than oneself. A Divine Blessing can aid or trigger the evolution of the recipient, or grant them skills corresponding to those of the higher ranked being. The power of the Divine Blessing is an embodiment of the soul. Please use it with caution. After hearing the system's explanation, Jai was dumbfounded. He'd gone through all that trouble to set up a shop with so many skill points, spent a fortune on system currency, and yet the fruit-bearing item was meant for others. He still couldn't use it himself. The entire shop contained only a few items or magical arrays that offered him any practical benefit. The rest were of little use to him. Jai looked down at the 3 bears sleeping at the base of the tree. He now stood 200 meters tall, taller than most buildings on Earth. Consider that the Great Pyramid of Giza is only 146 meters high. At 200 meters, one can imagine just how immense his size was. He was the only tree in the entire forest, towering far above the rest. If anyone were to look up from the ground, they'd likely struggle to see where the shadow cast by his branches ended. However, from his vantage point 200 meters up, Jai could see much farther, though he still couldn't make out the edge of the forest. The forest seemed boundless, though not far from him lay a river with no visible end, dividing the forest in two. To the south, endless mountain ranges stretched out, with a faint, white expanse visible on the mountaintops. To the north, the terrain was relatively flat. Aside from the trees fading into the horizon, nothing else could be seen. A 200-meter-tall giant tree is, in this forest, merely a slightly taller tree than the rest. Jai turned his gaze back to the 3 bears. He wanted to try using the power of Divine Blessing on the giant bear. After all, he'd already bought it. Not using it would be a waste. Was he supposed to keep it as a family heirloom? He was just a tree. Where would he find any descendants? Do you wish to use the power of Divine Blessing on Berserk Black Bear Nameless? Confirm. A golden light shot out from the tree trunk and darted straight into the giant bear's forehead. Jai had his reasons for not using it on Alpha Bear and Beta Bear. First, their strength wasn't strong enough yet. Using it on them likely wouldn't yield much improvement. Plus, they were probably time travelers. Even though none of them could speak yet, it was still best to be cautious. Speaking of time travelers, after the battle ended, Alpha Bear and Beta Bear actually started gathering wood, seemingly intending to fence off the area. If they weren't time travelers, he'd eat the bird droppings on the tree trunk right then and there. Ever since becoming a tree, bird droppings frequently landed on his leaves. It was unavoidable. Jai would use wind control to blow the droppings onto the neighboring tree. If the tree next door were conscious, it would surely curse him. Are you being polite? It's bad enough you use my leaves as throwing knives, but now you're blowing your urine and feces over here. His thoughts returned to the giant bear on the ground.
The moment the golden orb entered the giant bear's brow, the black giant bear began to roar, its face contorted in a hideous grimace. The black bear, now missing one claw, frantically scratched at the floor, as if enduring some terrible agony. Jai was startled. Wasn't this divine blessing supposed to be a good thing? Why was the giant bear suffering so much? Just as he was thinking this, one of the giant bear's severed arms began to regrow. The area around its left eye, which had been corroded, started to heal, and its skin became less grotesque. Apart from healing its injuries, it seemed the giant bear hadn't finished receiving the divine blessing. Yet it no longer looked as distressed as before. Its expression had grown serene, as if it were savoring the transformation brought by this moment. Its fur began to fall out. The giant bear, which had once stood over 3 meters tall, started to shrink. Black fur scattered across the floor, and some clotted blood and impurities oozed from its skin's surface, while a head of lustrous black hair grew back. However, once everything was over, a muscular woman stood tall before Jai, the giant tree. Not only was Jai stunned, but the 2 little bears were also completely terrified. This giant bear, no, this mighty woman must be the giant bear from earlier. Who would have thought the giant bear was actually female? Appraisal. Race, Elven Holy Bear Nameless. Level, 37. Health, 3000. Mana, 300. Skills, Berserk level 5, Stealth level 2, Elven Magic level 1. Divine Blessing Bestower, Nameless. Please bestow a name upon me, Master. The warrior woman suddenly knelt before the giant tree and shouted toward the sky. Jai watched the female warrior's actions with some surprise. She actually wanted him to name her? Even if he came up with a name, how was he supposed to tell her? Still, Jai instinctively responded to her in his mind. Since you're a bear and such a formidable fighter, I'll call you Sheung Body, ha, just kidding. Jai joked to himself, and just as he was about to give it some serious thought, he heard. Thank you, Master, for bestowing a name upon me. From today onward, I shall be known as Sheung Badian. Sheung Badian roared with laughter at the sky, repeating his name over and over. Jai was dumbfounded. Since this giant bear had turned into a human, had he lost his mind? And how had she heard his inner thoughts? After receiving the Master's divine blessing, my soul is now connected to the Master's. Jai never imagined he could communicate with other beings in this way. He had a lot he wanted to ask Sheung Badian, but he still found the name a bit odd, so he thought to himself. Sheung Badian doesn't really seem to fit your gender. Why don't we change it? The moment Sheung Badian heard Jai wanted to change her name, her face fell into a mournful expression, like a little woman left heartbroken by her husband's departure, and this was a 2-meter-tall woman. Never mind, I won't change it. As long as you like it. Jai looked at the warrior woman's expression and couldn't bear to watch. It wasn't that he didn't approve of her, but for such a burly woman to be so coy, Jai simply decided not to worry about it anymore. Let her have whatever she liked. Hearing Jai's approval, she perked right back up. Seeing that she seemed to really like the name, Jai could only smile helplessly. Chapter 10, Sheung Badian. Jai had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Sheung Badian. For example, why she had been staying under his tree with her child all this time, or why she had suddenly jumped from level 20 to level 37, or why she called him Master. Sheung Badian explained to Jai that her original race had a level cap of 20. Without an opportunity to evolve, she would never be able to break through that limit. As for why she had stayed under Jai's tree all this time instead of going elsewhere, it was because after defeating the long-necked sheep that day, she discovered that Jai's tree possessed abundant spirit energy and should be able to bear fruit imbued with spirit energy. So she left a mark on it, making the tree her property. She deeply regretted leaving a mark on her great master and even entertaining the thought of claiming him as her own. She now felt she must have been out of her mind back then. She didn't believe Jai would ever forgive her, and she was willing to work tirelessly to repay her master's kindness. Jai was left speechless by her. A perfectly normal bear, how could her mindset be so backward? As for why she called Jai Master, it was because receiving a divine blessing on this continent was, in itself, a truly remarkable feat. Creatures who received a divine blessing and returned to their tribes were almost always among the strongest in their kind. Very few creatures were capable of receiving a divine blessing, and those who could bestow it were almost always deities. Originally, she had been on the brink of death, but Jai saved her entire family from the leopard pack and gave her a new lease on life. That's why she regarded Jai as a divine tree sent by the gods. She even asked if the divine tree could bestow divine blessings upon her 2 children, offering to sacrifice her own life in exchange for the blessing. Jai felt helpless, yet he was also pleased at least someone could talk to him, chat with him, and show him unconditional trust and obedience. Being trusted by others is, in itself, a deeply fulfilling and rewarding experience. Jai told her she must no longer call him master or divinity. As the heir to the land of Huaxia, he would not tolerate feudal hierarchies. As for being a divinity, he wasn't one, anyway. Besides, it seemed there were real gods in this world. If the true deities found out he was impersonating one, that would be terrible. It would be terribly rude. Xiong Badian was at a loss when Jai forbade her from calling him master or god, so she stubbornly refused to give up. After some internal struggle, Xiong Badian finally agreed to address Jai as Lord Sacred Tree. Hey, it wasn't that Jai wanted to play these games, it was just that the black bear, having only recently become human, hadn't yet evolved mentally. Jai also told her there was no need to insist on obedience or anything like that. Even if one day Xiong Badian wanted to leave, Jai would be happy for her. As for now, Jai hoped to become friends with Xiong Badian. She would be responsible for protecting Jai and handling tasks Jai couldn't manage herself, since Jai was unable to move. Jai, in turn, promised Xiong Badian that she would bestow the divine blessing upon her 2 children in the future. This made Xiong Badian so happy she threw herself to the ground and banged her head 3 times more devoutly than a monk worshipping a Buddha. And so, the working relationship between the tree and the bear was established. Xiong Badian, now in human form, was still unclothed, but Jai didn't mind and conversed with her like that for the entire morning. After transforming into a tree, Jai found that she no longer felt those base desires. Looking at Xiong body was perfectly ordinary to her. To her, being human or a bear seemed much the same. The 2 little bears, however, were a different story. Alpha Bear kept trying to cover Xiong body as private parts, while Beta Bear blushed bright red and dared not look at Xiong body even once. Jai couldn't understand it. Beta Bear should be female, and Alpha Bear should be the male, right? Why do your reactions seem to be reversed? Xiong Badian found these 2 little ones a nuisance and wanted to stop them from continuing to roughhouse. He simply tore off a good amount of leopard hide. He killed plenty of wind demon leopards anyway and fashioned a fur coat to cover himself. From then on, the 2 little bears quieted down considerably. Xiong Badian now resembled a beast-eared girl, with 2 small, black, curved barriers on top of her head, but her body was that of a human woman, standing 2 meters tall. Her muscles were slender yet full of explosive power. Jai believed that if she exerted herself, lifting something dozens of times her own size would be no problem. After evolving into human form, Xiong Badian found her slender human arms somewhat unaccustomed, so she fashioned a makeshift mace from wind demon leopard bones and tree trunks. Placed on Earth, her appearance alone would make it clear she was a formidable force. The mana crystal that had defeated the wind demon leopard leader was also recovered by Xiong Badian. After transforming into human form, she wasn't as sleepy as before and diligently cleaned up the wind demon leopard's remains to prevent them from rotting. She wanted to continue burying the bones under the trees, but Jai forbade it. He no longer ate bones. Back when he was still the demon tree, he had no choice but to eat bones and drink blood to level up. But now, he primarily relies on slaying monsters to obtain spirits and mana crystals. Mana crystals have the potential to grant Jai new skills and provide a significant amount of spirit energy. After absorbing the wind demon leopard leader's mana crystal, Jai successfully leveled up to level 21, gaining level 3 in the berserk skill and level 6 in wind control, which saved him quite a few skill points. The wind control skill is extremely useful. It consumes little mana, and for someone who cannot move, it is very practical. Leveling up still grants 10 skill points, while other attributes only increase by 1 point. Still no significant changes. Relying solely on leveling up seems to offer very limited potential for growth. Evolution and skills are the true keys to becoming stronger in this world. To earn more skill points, he still needs to complete the System S quests and gain more followers.
Jai checked his stats panel again. Race, Tree Elf Nameless.
Level, 21. 10,000 spirit energy required to reach the next level.
Health, 11,000. Mana, 5,500.
Skills, Intermediate level System level 4, Photosynthesis level 3, Fruit bearing level 3, Appraisal level 1, Healing level 5, Spirit magic level 5, Wind control level 6, Stealth level 4.
Current spirit energy, 720. Skill points, 45.
Skills available for leveling: level System level 5 500 points, Photosynthesis level 4 50 points, Wind control level 7 300 points, Fruit bearing level 4 50 points, Appraisal level 2 50 points, Stealth level 5 150 points, Healing level 6 500 points, Spirit magic level 6 1000 points.
The current interface still only displays HP and MP. I can't see more detailed stats.
I'll probably need to level up the appraisal spell to do that. After all, gathering intelligence on enemies is crucial.
Only by understanding them can we defeat them more effectively.
Although Jai and his group had just finished 2 battles, that didn't mean they were safe. His sudden growth to 200 meters would likely attract the attention of many creatures, and the humans had fled earlier. Humans are the kind of creatures who will explore even the most dangerous places if there is something to gain. Moreover, he couldn't move, so he had no way to escape the dangers that might come his way. So he needed to become stronger quickly, or gain more followers and stronger ones at that. He had to complete the System S quests and level up his skills. Only then could he lie peacefully in the sunlight, content to be a cute little tree.
Chapter 11, Recruiting.
Jai's top priority now was to gain more followers to complete the System S quests and earn more skill points. He now requires far more spirit energy to level up than before it took him killing so many wine demon leopards just to gain a single level. Since he no longer counts on leveling up to grow stronger, he might as well invest in skills and purchase some divine blessing power. This will allow him to expand his ranks of followers. First and foremost, he needs someone to help him recruit new members.
Currently, the only one capable of doing this is Xiong Body. Alpha Bear and Beta Bear were nowhere to be seen day in and day out. He hadn't spotted a trace of them all day long.
However, after the battle against the wind demon leopards, they had grown much stronger, reaching levels 17 and 18.
They should be close to evolving at level 20.
While Berserk Black Bear likely couldn't evolve, Thunder War Bear probably could.
He'd best grant the next divine blessing to Alpha Bear first. Earlier, Jai made a mistake. Divine blessings require a name to be bestowed.
It seems the name is imprinted on the target's soul, so changing it would require performing the divine blessing again. Therefore, Xiong Badian can only be called Xiong Badian. Besides, he doesn't have the resources to rename her right now. Faced with his followers' concerns, Jai came up with a solution. When Xiong Badi goes hunting, aside from what is necessary for leveling up, he should minimize killing weaker monsters. If he encounters a weaker monster, he can bring it to Jai, who will then decide whether to heal it with fruit or magic based on the damage it has sustained.
This was meant to spread goodwill, while also requiring Xiong Badian and his group not to bully weaker monsters in the vicinity. Jai's order left Xiong Badian baffled. In his view, the lives of the weak were insignificant. Hadn't he become stronger precisely to dominate the region and freely choose the weak as his prey?
But faced with the Great Sacred Tree's command, Xiong Badian didn't question it and followed it very seriously. As for the communication between Alpha Bear and Beta Bear, it was all handled by Xiong Badi. Jai issued his instructions through a spiritual connection with Xiong Badi, so Alpha Bear and Beta Bear had no idea what was going on. But Xiong Badi's interactions with Alpha Bear and Beta Bear were mostly non-verbal, either demonstrating actions for them or simply punching them. If one punch didn't work, he'd throw two. He'd keep hitting until Alpha Bear and Beta Bear complied. Actually, Jai really wanted to tell Xiong Badian that the two little guys should be able to understand language, but since Xiong Badian was still using the most basic method of communication in his mind, Jai didn't bother. The most important thing right now was to gain more supporters. In less than half a day, Xiong Badian was carrying 2 little goats on his shoulders.
Unlike the giraffes, they seemed to be just ordinary goats. The 2 goats trembled on Xiong Badian's shoulders. Their legs bore various bruises and sprains. Jai had heard that goats love to jump off cliffs. He didn't know if it was true, but now that customers had arrived, he had to get down to business. For injuries like these, all it takes is a single healing fruit. Jai immediately spent 10 mana points to conjure 2 fruits. But he was too high up in the treetop. If the fruits were to fall from there, they'd likely be smashed to a pulp. So, he thoughtfully used his wind control skill to lift the fruits and slowly lower them down. In the eyes of the 2 goats, they were as good as dead today. Having encountered a giant bear that had evolved into human form, and with their legs injured to boot, today was the day they would become the giant bear's dinner. Shom Badian placed them directly beneath the tree, and the 2 goats lay trembling on the ground, quietly awaiting their fate. Fruit bearing a giant tree that looked sacred suddenly dropped 2 fruits. Like a divine blessing from the heavens, the golden fruits fell from the sky, appearing incredibly sacred and solemn. Shom Badian stood behind them, gesturing for them to eat. The 2 goats were somewhat moved. They hadn't expected a dinner before their deaths. At first, they dared not eat, but under Shom Badian's threat, they seemed unable to refuse. The 2 goats had no reason to hesitate, especially since these 2 golden apples were truly irresistible. With one bite, they found the fruit sweet and delicious, with juicy flesh. Instantly, their physical exhaustion vanished, the pain in their legs disappeared, and they felt as though their bodies were filled with energy. Even their fear seemed to lessen considerably. Once Shom Badian saw they had finished eating, he left immediately to continue searching for new customers for Jai. After eating the golden apples and watching Shom Badian depart, the goats surveyed their surroundings and realized there didn't seem to be any bears around. It appeared safe. Apart from this strange, towering tree, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. Feeling safe, they took off running. Jai watched them dash into the grove and sighed inwardly. It seemed he couldn't succeed on the first try. He'd just have to keep trying. The road ahead was still long. What he needed to do now was make a name for himself in this forest as a harmless spirit tree. Just hearing the name made it clear how friendly he was, unlike certain bone-devouring demon trees, which were so evil. By helping more magic beasts or animals and letting them know of Jai's goodwill, they would come to him for help whenever they were injured. Naturally, they would come to support Jai. After all, the forest was a dangerous place, and being in peak condition versus being wounded could mean the difference between life and death. Before long, Shom Badian returned, carrying 2 wolf-like creatures that resembled huskies, one large and one small. The smaller one seemed near death, while the larger one didn't appear to be seriously injured, though it did look a bit strange. The smaller one is dying. I wanted to bring it to the divine tree for treatment, but the larger one refused to let go. I beat it, but it still wouldn't let go, so I brought both of them here. Shom Badian sensed Jai's confusion and replied coldly, sounding somewhat aggrieved. He wanted to help it save its pup, yet it had refused the great sacred tree's healing. How foolish. Jai was at a loss for words. Forcing someone's child away in front of them, of course it wouldn't let go. Still, thankfully, he hadn't beaten the dog to death. The little husky's injuries were severe, and it had already passed out. Since he couldn't use the fruit to heal it, he'd have to use his level 5 healing magic. A faint golden light began to emanate from the giant tree, enveloping the little husky and wrapping its entire body. The large husky, still clutched in Shom Badian's grip, saw this and began struggling frantically, barking wildly in an attempt to stop it. Tears welled up in the corners of its eyes. But in the next moment, the little husky was gently set down on the grass. It hopped around playfully, as if celebrating its recovery, then barked a few times at the big husky with renewed energy. Seeing that the little husky was unharmed, the big husky stopped struggling, its face filled with gratitude. Seeing this, Shom Badian simply tossed the adult husky to the ground and returned to the forest to look for new clients. The adult husky seemed to have taken quite a beating along the way, and Jai felt a twinge of guilt. Since Shom Badian wasn't yet skilled at his job, Jai used fruit bearing again, sending down a healing fruit for the adult husky and a growth fruit for the little one. At first, Jai thought growth fruits were useless. Shom Badian wouldn't even eat them, but they seemed to work wonders on younger creatures. Those who ate them regularly grew faster. Alpha bear and beta bear were now eating them daily. It was kind of like pure milk from another world. Seeing this, the 2 huskies knelt on the grass, quietly eating the 2 fruits, their tails wagging furiously. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 followers and completed the mission. Reward, 100 skill points and 100 system currency. The follower mission has been converted to a long-term mission. For every 5 followers you have, you will receive 100 skill points and 100 system currency. Hearing the system notification, Jai knew his plan was working. He hoped more of these grateful creatures would come along. Chapter 12, A Small Achievement. After being treated, the 2 huskies left, and the forest returned to its peaceful state. By evening, Shong Batty and Hen T brought any more clients back. Instead, he returned to the tree with a dead wind demon leopard and happily began eating the meat alongside Alpha Bear and Beta Bear. It seemed they hadn't finished eating the wind demon leopard they killed earlier, but Alpha Bear and Beta Bear had apparently saved the meat. They gathered a lot of dead wood nearby and surrounded it with stones, seemingly intending to smoke the meat. This was indeed a good method of food preservation. Jai didn't know much about it himself, but as long as the 2 bears were having fun, that was fine. He still had other monsters to treat. The next day, Shong Badian resumed his outdoor sales from the previous day to bring customers to Jai. Surprisingly, the 2 goats from yesterday even dared to return to visit Jai. Seeing that Shong Badian had no intention of harming them, they became much bolder, seemingly wanting to see if Jai's tree bore any fruit, but they were disappointed. I can control the fruit, you know. Didn't he expect that, did you? Though Jai was secretly smug, he still conjured 2 healing fruits for them. The 2 left satisfied, but he still hadn't gained any followers. Jai wasn't in a hurry after all. The magic he expended could be quickly restored through photosynthesis. The big husky that had come yesterday brought another injured husky today. It seemed the regular customer had brought a new one along. Jai welcomed them warmly, giving the big husky a growth fruit for its pup as a referral fee. He also immediately cast a healing spell on the new patient the husky had brought today, just to showcase Dr. Jai's superb medical skills. In an instant, the injured husky was fully recovered. After thanking Dr. Jai, the 2 dogs praised his medical prowess, calling him a miracle worker with a magic touch, kind-hearted, treating them for free, and even giving the pups high calcium milk. They were so moved they were practically drooling. Of course, this was all in Jai's imagination. After seeing the 2 dogs off, Shong Badian brought in new clients, pandas, monkeys, lions, and even a goblin. Jai felt a certain physical aversion to the goblin and ordered Shong Badian to simply smash it to death and dispose of it. After all, weren't goblins the root of all evil in nature? Getting rid of them outright was the best treatment for nature. At the same time, she told Shong Badian that she didn't treat just anyone, only those who were friendly and could become allies. As for those who brought evil with them, like goblins, it was best to just smash them to death. Shong Badi went out to solicit clients again, not quite grasping the full meaning, but she did understand one thing: goblins should just be squashed. So she headed out carrying an extra wolf tooth club. And so, a month of peaceful days passed. Thanks to Jai and Shong Badi's tireless efforts, many monsters came to feel Jai's kindness. Whenever they were injured, they would come to the tree to seek help. Many weaker groups moved into the forest near Jai, such as the Husky Pack. In truth, the Husky tribe wasn't weak, but the level of kindness Jai displayed successfully won their trust. About 64 Huskies migrated to Jai's area. They went out hunting in packs, and sometimes they'd bring back a goat Jai had just healed to eat. Jai felt a bit helpless, but he needed followers who weren't too weak. They still had to possess a certain level of strength, and the Huskies fit this standard perfectly. This group of Huskies is called the Storm Demon Wolves. However, the Storm Demon Wolves that migrated here are all around level 10, with innate skills at only level 2 to level 3. Jai now has a total of 67 followers. They all dwell beneath Jai's tree, led primarily by Shong Badian. Shong Badian has become the leader under this tree, and virtually all the magic beasts obey her, as she is the only one capable of conveying Jai's intentions. These followers have brought Jai a total of 1,200 skill points and 1,200 system currency, a major windfall. If things continue this way, this should develop into a formidable faction. Jai now possesses a total of 1,355 skill points. Leveling up to level 5 requires 500 points. Jai believes the fruit-bearing ability is well suited for winning over hearts and minds and expanding her influence. Level 4 of fruit bearing requires 50 points, level 5 requires 100 points, level 6 requires 200 points, and level 7 requires 400 points. With 100 points remaining, Jai decided to upgrade appraisal to level 2 and photosynthesis to level 4. Jai opened the panel again to check. Race, Spirit Tree Nameless. Level, 22 10,000 spirit energy required to level up. Health, 12,000. Mana, 6,000. Strength, 0. Defense, 2,200. Speed, 0. Available spirit energy, 3,720. Skill points, 0. Skills, Intermediate System Level 5, Photosynthesis Level 3, Fruit Bearing Level 7, Appraisal Level 2, Healing Level 5, Spirit Magic Level 5, Wind Control Level 6, Stealth Level 4. Skills available for leveling: Advanced System Level 6 1000 points, Photosynthesis Level 5 100 points, Wind Control Level 7 300 points, Fruit Bearing Level 8 800 points, Appraisal Level 3 100 points, Stealth Level 5 150 points, Healing Level 6 500 points, Spirit Magic Level 6 1000 points. Available skills: All Attribute Resistance Level 1 500 points. After leveling up appraisal, Jai can now see attributes other than health and mana. Jai took a moment to check Xiong Batian's stats. Race, Elf Holy Bear Xiong Batian. Level, 37. Health, 3000. Mana, 300. Strength, 1000. Defense, 500. Speed, 120. Skills, Berserk Level 5, Stealth Level 2, Elven Magic Level 1. Divine Blessing Bestower, Anonymous. With the appraisal skill, Jai can now see other characters' attributes, though he cannot view the skills of any creatures other than Alpha Bear. Jai's soul is linked to Alpha Bear's, but not to other creatures. He can only see their attributes. Meanwhile, Jai had 1,400 system credits. He exchanged them for a divine blessing power and fulfilled his promise to Xiong Batian. He bestowed the divine blessing power upon Alpha Bear and named him Alpha Bear. Jai felt the name was fitting and couldn't be bothered to think of another. Modern people should have a strong capacity for acceptance, so it should be fine. Alpha Bear, looking completely bewildered, suddenly began to evolve. A month after defeating the Wind Demon Leopards, both Alpha Bear and Beta Bear had reached level 20, and their combat power was growing stronger by the day. Jai had just saved up enough system currency. After transforming into a human, Alpha Bear was a bit shy. A dark-skinned, healthy young boy, or perhaps because he was a modern person, he felt a bit uncomfortable being naked after transforming. Xiong Batian couldn't stand his coy behavior, so he got him a Wind Demon Leopard robe. After putting it on, Alpha Bear immediately ran to the base of Jai's tree and shouted loudly, "Great Sacred Tree, can you give me a new name?" Alpha Bear sounds so silly. Jai simply played dead and ignored him. Alpha Bear threw a tantrum right there under the tree, crying and screaming. Watching this sunny young lad make a scene from morning till night, even Jai couldn't bear it anymore. Beta Bear stood nearby, giggling to himself. When Alpha Bear saw him laughing, he stopped his fussing and went straight after him, starting a fight. Race, Sacred Elf Bear Alpha Bear. Level, 20. Health, 1800. Mana, 500. Strength, 750. Defense, 300. Speed, 260. Skills, Berserk Level 1, Elven Magic Level 1, Wind Control Level 1, Undead Level 5. Divine Blessing Bestower, Nameless. Beta Bear's stats. Race, Thunder Holy Bear Nameless. Level, 21. Health, 1000. Mana, 2100. Strength, 350. Defense, 250. Speed, 320. Skills, Elven Magic Level 1, Wind Control Level 1, Thunder Coil Level 4, Wind and Thunder Summon Level 1, Appraisal Level 1. Chapter 13, A Storm is Brewing. Jai's fruit-bearing skill has reached level 7, allowing him to produce 7 different types of fruit, including healing, berserk, growth, mana regeneration, purification, longevity, and life extension. These fruits offer 7 distinct functions, mostly supportive effects, but Jai cannot use them himself.
These fruits are extremely practical, but they can only be preserved for 7 hours.
After 7 hours, their effects disappear, and they become ordinary fruits. Jai has now ordered Shong Badian to dispatch groups of storm wolves on daily patrols.
They are to assist any individual creatures or magic beasts in need of healing, but remain vigilant against any creatures that approach recklessly. They must not engage in conflict without cause.
If any incidents arise, they must report to Shong Badian immediately. Shong Badian will then determine how to handle the situation. If unable to resolve it, they should consult Jai.
As for finding guests, there is no need to worry about that anymore. Word has spread throughout the area, and the magic beasts all know there is a sacred tree here that can heal them.
Moreover, the leader here is Shong Badian, a powerful being named by the gods. Many weaker magic beasts hope to join this place and find shelter.
Although there are no restrictions on joining, for Jai, the more magic beasts supporting him, the better. However, Jai cannot provide a large amount of food, and the magic beasts must fend for themselves when it comes to eating, drinking, and other basic needs. Naturally, few magic beasts actually reside in the immediate vicinity. At most, they come here to receive treatment when injured. As for the storm demon wolves, they hunt in packs and have a wide range of activity. Being able to receive protection from a powerful figure, they are very happy to live here.
There were also some small animals, such as goats.
Since they seem to lack sentience and couldn't become followers, they could only serve as food for the Shong body family and the storm magic wolves. Then there was Alpha Bear. After transforming into a human, he became very particular about hygiene and his surroundings. He also found sleeping out in the wild, as he had before, quite unpleasant, so he began building a small wooden hut under a tree. Beta Bear helps him haul wood everywhere with Alpha Bear's strength. Building a house with his bare hands doesn't seem to be much of a challenge. At first, he wanted to build the house up in the tree. He asked Jai about it, and Jai saw no problem with it, so he agreed. Unfortunately, Jai is a very tall tree 200 meters high, and just how to climb up there is a mystery, let alone how to build anything.
I am an unnamed storm wolf.
A month ago, I was saved by the great sacred tree, which successfully saved my child's life. I had thought that was the greatest blessing of all. Yet the merciful great sacred tree, fruit-bearing, was willing to bestow blessings upon us time and again, helping my kin and even accepting our clan's allegiance. Now, under the protection of the divine tree and Lord Shong Badian, my cub is growing up healthy and strong. Lord Shong Badian is quite a mystery. Though she radiates a heavy aura of killing intent, she urges us to avoid conflict with others and to build friendly relations with other magic beasts first. Perhaps it is precisely because of her kindness that my cub and I are alive today. Now I, too, intend to follow in Lord Shong Badian's footsteps by performing acts of kindness, helping other magic beasts in need so they may share in the divine tree's blessings and join us in praising her.
Tonight it is our squad's turn to patrol.
I lead 4 companions as we scout the vicinity, hunting for prey along the way to secure our dinner. Just then, a distinct scent wafted into my nostrils, and all 4 of my companions stopped simultaneously. It was the scent of humans, a large number of them, with a very strong presence. I turned to glance at the companion at the rear of the group and signaled for it to return and report to Lord Shong Badian. The other 3 storm magic wolves joined me in keeping watch over this group of intruders.
Ding! A decrease in the number of followers has been detected. The current count is 63.
Due to the loss of 4 followers, the next mission requires you to recruit 4 new followers before you can continue. Jai suddenly heard the system's notification, and his heart skipped a beat. The monsters that had come to join him and placed their faith in him rarely wavered in their allegiance.
Monsters seem to be creatures deeply loyal to their instincts, unlikely to betray their comrades lightly.
Jai had encountered situations where the number of followers had decreased before that simply meant the followers had perished. But for 4 storm demon wolves to die at once meant they had encountered an opponent too formidable to handle. Jai had instructed Shong Badian to make it clear, the first priority in danger was to flee back here immediately.
Only by staying alive was there hope. The first thing to do upon encountering a powerful enemy was to retreat and report to Shong Badian. Moreover, the storm demon wolves were no pushovers. They were generally around level 13, and for every 5 patrolling wolves, one was a level 20 pack leader.
They all carry essential fruits, including life-sustaining fruits. This fruit can temporarily sustain life no matter how severe the injuries. It can prolong survival for about 10 minutes. Under these circumstances, the fact that 4 were killed at once clearly demonstrates just how powerful the enemy is. Jai felt a pang of regret that 4 storm demon wolves had been killed so suddenly. He actually quite liked this pack of huskies. Sitting beneath the tree, Xiong Badian seemed to sense Jai's sadness, realizing that enemies had once again struck down the storm demon wolves. She picked up the wolf tooth club from the ground and stood beneath the tree in a Nio-style stance, her expression slightly somber, her body already primed to fend off the enemy. Alpha Bear, who had been asleep, emerged from the house, and Beta Bear, who had also been sleeping inside, followed suit. Alpha Bear, who also shared a soul link with Jai, received the warning signal and began hurriedly preparing as well. A storm demon wolf was racing through the forest. Every time it passed a patrol, it would bark 3 times rapidly, then continue running non-stop toward the sacred tree. Upon hearing the signal, the other storm demon wolves would stop their patrols and frantically run back. This was a signal of a powerful enemy. Upon hearing it, the patrolling storm demon wolves would return to the sacred tree in an orderly fashion. They would dispatch 1 storm demon wolf to notify patrols in other directions, while the remaining 4 would return to guard their respective posts. Drawing on the experience of the previous storm demon leopard attack, Xiong Badian had already laid out the tactics long ago. When enemies attacked the sacred tree, each storm demon wolf knew exactly where to hide, how to ambush the enemy, and how to support one another. Because this tree was enormous, with a radius of over 20 meters, it was impossible to defend every angle. They could only rely on ambushes to reduce the enemy's numbers. Jai would handle the rest on his own. Jai wasn't idle either. He began producing various fruits. For Jai, fruits were items that conserved magic power. For the other followers, they were life-saving tools. Large quantities of fruits of all kinds were sent down to the ground by Jai. Soon, storm demon wolves ran over to collect them, transporting them to different hiding spots so other storm demon wolves could use them during the battle. If it weren't for the time limit on the fruits, Jai would have arranged all this in advance. Now, he can only put the storm demon wolves through a bit of a grind to get everything ready as quickly as possible before the battle began. Chapter 14, The 12-Person Squad. Within Jai's field of vision, he could clearly sense the slightest movement within a 500-meter radius. Based on Xiong Badian's report, which revealed the location of the stranded squad, Jai began to focus his attention intently on that direction. About 15 minutes later, Jai spotted 12 human figures. Among them were Luke, the swordsman who had escaped last time, Lucy, the mage Balder, the shield warrior, and a few unfamiliar faces. He had obtained the names of these 3 from Jack's memories. Jack's recollections were rather fragmented, but the names of these 3 had left a particularly deep impression. Walking behind Luke was another swordsman. Compared to Luke, he was slenderer and dressed more elaborately in a long purple robe adorned with intricate patterns. His attire lacked the practicality of heavy armor, and the sword at his waist was even inlaid with purple gemstones. He appeared to be of noble birth, accompanied by 3 shield warriors. 2 of them wore identical, fully enclosed armor that left not a single inch of skin exposed. The 3rd shield warrior was Balder. His gear was rather tattered, but his massive shield was immaculate, showing not a single sign of wear. Behind the 3 shield warriors followed 2 thieves wielding daggers. They appeared even more professional than Jack, their gear uniformly black in color, though it shifted subtly with the changing environment. Behind the rogues were 2 mages wielding staffs. One was Lucy, who had cast a barrier to escape last time, and a male mage holding a long staff inlaid with a blue gem the size of a soybean. He wore an ornate robe that was clearly worth a fortune. He was chatting and laughing with Lucy next to him. Behind the mages stood a priest, holding a golden tome in his left hand and raising a 2-meter-long staff in his right. The staff's tip resembled a spear, adorned with sharp spikes. A young girl in a black robe, armed with a bow and arrow, moved between the trees, scanning her surroundings from time to time. She had unusually long ears, and every now and then she would stop, twitching her ear tips as if listening intently to the environment. The party consisted of 12 members, 2 swordsmen, 4 shield warriors, 2 mages, 2 rogues, 1 priest, and 1 archer. Jai couldn't help but marvel at the sheer terror of humanity.
If it were an ordinary monster, encountering a party with this kind of lineup would leave it with no choice but to flee. But now, he had no way to escape, nor did he want to. Moreover, his followers showed no intention of running. How could he possibly flee? Ding! Threat detected approaching. New mission: protect your followers. Rewards will be determined by the number successfully protected. Host, please ensure the safety of your followers. As Jai observed, the system's mission prompt echoed in his mind. There was still some distance between them, and Jai had no intention of simply waiting for them to arrive. Last time, they had set up a magic circle in advance. This time, Jai wouldn't let them have their way. Jai planned to communicate with the elves to cast a spell once they were within 150 meters. He wanted to create an environment favorable for the storm demon wolves to fight in. As for the results, he'd have to try it to find out. Jai's level 5 spirit magic was far more than just summoning 2 spirits to fight. After experimenting over the past period, he had already learned to use spirits to perform many spells. Of course, the simplest and most direct method was summoning spirits, but that required far too much mana. Only by communicating with spirits that already existed in the real world using magic as a medium to convey his intentions to them, then constructing the spell could he conserve mana most efficiently. The bright moonlight that had been hanging in the sky has now vanished. Dark clouds are silently gathering, and rumbling sounds echo from the sky as a torrential downpour suddenly begins. The adventurers, who had been moving forward at a leisurely pace, suddenly stop in their tracks. This sudden downpour has disrupted the route they were about to take. With howling winds and thunder and lightning, this was the worst possible environment for humans. It's raining. Everyone, stay alert and quickly set up shelters. Mark, the leader of the expedition, gave the order. Lord Mark, perhaps we should retreat a bit before setting up camp. First, traveling at night is too dangerous, and second, we're getting close to the magic tree. This distance is a bit risky. Luke walked up to Mark and offered his earnest advice. Mark pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The purpose of this expedition was to destroy the demon tree and prevent irreversible ecological damage to the area. The neighboring town had been destroyed by a single demon tree capable of endless devouring. Such trees would indiscriminately consume all of nature to strengthen themselves in their later stages. They could even move using their roots, a truly terrifying sight. Oh, looks like my brand new robes are going to get dirty. The male mage walking beside Lucy sighed and glanced at his robes with a look of resignation. Ha, senior, you never wear the same robes twice. If it comes to it, I'll cast a personal barrier for you right now. Lucy, eager to curry favor with the mage, Jared, waved her staff. There's something off about this rain. I sense the presence of elves being summoned. The archer watching from the treetops suddenly interrupted their conversation, and Jared instantly grew irritated. This haughty forest elf, just seeing him made his blood boil. He had been revered his entire life, and he had only reluctantly agreed to this expedition at the city lord's request. The entire party treated him with the utmost respect, yet there was this one arrogant jerk in the group who hadn't even given him a proper glance. Who do you think you are, interrupting this Lord S? Before he could finish his sentence, a foot flew toward him. As a mage, his body was inherently fragile. The kick sent his dinner flying back up his throat, and he slammed violently into the tree trunk. Boom! A series of thunderous claps rang out. Right where Jared had been standing moments ago, a bolt of lightning struck with devastating force. The ground where it hit turned charred black, sending dust flying into the air. The one who had kicked him was the archer who had been hanging from the tree. After landing the kick, she used the recoil to roll several times on the ground, successfully evading the lightning strike. The crowd gasped. Mark quickly ordered 3 shield warriors to protect the mage and the priest, while the priest rushed over to heal Jared. Great God, please bestow your divine power and save your most faithful servant. The priest raised his staff and chanted rapidly, casting a healing spell on Jared. The archer also climbed to her feet and began scanning her surroundings warily. That bolt of lightning wasn't his doing. He had merely asked the elves to bring rain. He wasn't yet powerful enough to control lightning to attack his enemies. The purpose of the rain was clear:
it would halt the enemy's advance, slow their retreat, and impair their vision and perception. As for the lightning strike, that was just bad luck for the male mage. A bolt happened to strike him. Jai looked down on the crowd from a height of 200 meters, observing their every move. His followers were already very familiar with the nearby terrain. Using the advantage of the enemy being in the open while his forces remained hidden, they surrounded and attacked them. Chapter 15: The Talent of the Storm Wolves. As soon as the rain fell, the storm wolves in the vicinity became even more agile. Their innate ability allows them to ignore the effects of stormy weather, granting them increased resistance to water, wind, and lightning. During storms and thunderstorms, they also gain bonuses to movement speed and attack power, truly a race favored by the tempest. This was the reason Jai had summoned this downpour. By expending a mere 500 mana to communicate with the elves, he enabled the entire storm wolf pack to unleash their unique advantages. The sound of rain, thunder, and the footsteps of the stormlords echoed incessantly in the ears of the 12 adventurers. Like a continuous, rumbling drumbeat, it exploded in their minds, keeping their nerves on edge. The forest elf archer struck first. Though she had no arrows at her side, she simply reached into the void, and an ethereal green arrow materialized on her bow. One after another, the ethereal arrows sliced through the downpour, flying straight into the depths of the forest. Clearly, in these conditions, her accuracy had suffered. She was unable to target the pack of wolves echoing through the woods. The forest elf's first volley failed to hit a single wolf in the forest, so she immediately retreated behind the group. Her arrows were merely meant to buy time, giving her teammates a chance to react. Damn it, it's a pack of stormwargs. Didn't we take care of all the wargs just now? How did another pack show up here? Luke cried out in alarm, swinging his sword to chop down a massive tree beside him. He raised the trunk and hurled it deep into the forest, then ran over to Boulder's side. The trunk successfully blocked several stormwargs that were about to pass through, cutting them off. Seeing this, Mark followed suit, chopping down a tree trunk and hurling it into the forest, then running to take up position behind the two shield warriors. Luke, didn't you say that as long as we don't let a single storm wolf escape, we won't attract a pack? What do we do now? Although Mark was powerful, he wasn't skilled at wilderness adventures. Most of his stories about such expeditions came from Luke. Although Mark held the highest rank in the group, he placed great trust in Luke's experience as an adventurer and did his best to follow Luke's advice whenever possible. However, their current predicament had caused him to question Luke's abilities. We have no choice but to fight our way out. In this terrible weather, running into a storm wolf is the absolute worst. One rogue hoisted the weakened Gilut onto his back, while another tossed a bag of smoke powder into the forest. As the powder scattered, it transformed into glowing particles that seemed to illuminate everything nearby. Complete darkness was not conducive to their fight, yet the stormwargs could see them clearly and move freely through the darkness. Although the area was now much brighter, the dense foliage meant they could only make out dark shadows swirling around them, with stormwargs lunging at them from time to time. Before the rogue scattering the powder could react, a storm wolf with its jaws wide open lunged at them. A shield warrior nearby rushed forward and shoved the storm wolf aside. But immediately after, another storm wolf pounced from their side. Luke swung his sword to block the attack, while Mark reached out and pulled the rogue to his side. Lucy felt helpless. She specialized in fire and barrier magic, but in this rainy environment, fire magic was ineffective, and barrier magic took too long to cast. For now, she could only use earth or wind magic to deal with the stormwargs. But the storm wolves possessed strong wind resistance, making it difficult to deal lethal damage. She could barely manage to knock them back, but her coordination with Luke was excellent. The moment a storm wolf was knocked back, he would strike. However, there were simply too many storm wolves. Even if they were lucky enough to land a hit, it wouldn't be a one-hit kill at best, it would only inflict serious injuries. Lucy simultaneously used earth magic to manipulate small stones for long-range counterattacks, but her limited range made it nearly impossible to hit enemies too far away. Moreover, whenever a storm demon wolf was knocked down, a new one would quickly take its place, and the fallen ones would be dragged into the forest by their companions, vanishing from sight. In such a dire situation, the group, despite their considerable strength, could not perform to their full potential. However, the storm magic wolves, fighting on their home turf, were in their element. A rogue's arm was bitten, so Luke blocked one wolf with his sword while kicking the rogue to his aid. The storm magic wolf clinging to the rogue's arm was quickly kicked back into the forest along with the rogue's dagger. The three shield warriors blocking the storm wolves at the front couldn't provide full coverage. Inevitably, a few would break through. At such moments, the forest elves would fire arrows to drive them back. Agile as fish in water amidst the rain, the storm wolves moved in perfect coordination. Arrows rarely struck them, and even when hit, their fallen comrades would be dragged away to consume healing fruits. Seeing this, Gelud, standing among the group, clenched his teeth and spoke with difficulty. "I'll create an opening. Everyone, get ready for the shockwave." Gelud, forcing back the pain in his abdomen, raised his staff and began chanting, pointing it at the ground. The group immediately understood what Gelud meant. His greatest strength lay in large-scale magic, particularly earth magic. Luke and Mark exchanged a glance and quickly called for everyone to gather together. The shield warriors formed a defensive perimeter on the outside, while the rogue and the two swordsmen worked in coordination to prevent the storm magic wolves from interfering with Gelud as he cast his spell. The group, which had previously been scattered, instantly formed a tight circle. The shields blocked the wolves' attacks, while those inside counterattacked. However, the wolves were too fast, and since they couldn't stray too far from the shield warriors, it was difficult to land effective blows. Just then, Xiong arrived on the scene wielding her mace. She raised it and struck Baldur's shield with a single blow. With a thunderous crash, Baldur's shield was dented. The immense force knocked him off balance, causing him to crouch on the ground, his knees scraping the earth and leaving a long trail of blood. The archers in the center immediately fired, sending 7 or 8 arrows flying toward Xiong. She raised her spiked club to block, but the arrows pierced right through it. Xiong dodged as quickly as she could, but one arrow still struck her shoulder. Xiong gritted his teeth against the pain and tried to pull out the arrow, but it had vanished, leaving only a bloody hole. Luke saw Baldur kneeling on the ground and immediately raised his long sword, thrusting it toward Xiong. Then, right before his eyes, Xiong suddenly vanished. Xiong level 2 stealth skill activated, simultaneously triggering her berserk skill, transforming her into an invisible berserker. The level 2 stealth skill only masked her presence and made her appear ethereal to the eye. It did not grant complete invisibility. The torrential rain pelted Xiong. Though the rain slightly revealed her silhouette, the darkness and downpour made it impossible for the adventurers to see her clearly. A heavy punch struck the shield of another shield warrior, sending him flying through the air. The shield spun several times before hitting the ground, only to be snatched away by a storm demon wolf. Fortunately, the shield warrior's sturdy armor protected him from serious injury. The moment Xiong attacked him, Mark also spotted Xiong whereabouts and swung his sword in retaliation. A whistling slash cut through the rain and struck Xiong directly. Xiong quickly retreated to absorb the impact, allowing the slash to graze only a small part of his chest, yet a distinct trail of blood still appeared. However, Xiong figure vanished once again in an instant. Forest Elf also fired 3 arrows the moment Xiong struck, but unfortunately, all of them missed their mark. Watching the scene unfold before him, Mark furrowed his brow. The attacker was extremely powerful and possessed a rogue's stealth skills, a formidable opponent. But he couldn't act freely right now. He had a team that needed his protection, and he couldn't simply chase after Xiong to finish him off. Earthshaker. After a long incantation, Gelud finally cast the spell, and the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground became unstable. Everyone's feet seemed to lose their grip, causing them to slide back and forth. Xiong sensed danger and quickly ordered his nearby men to retreat. He leaped onto a nearby tree and surveyed the situation. Before the wolf pack could react, the ground began to shake violently. Cracks began to appear, and the earth started to churn. The ground trembled wave after wave, like raging seas, as if it were about to devour all living things, opening up fissures everywhere. Many stormlords were trapped by the surging earth before they could react, or sank deep into the thick soil, struggling frantically. But the ground continued to shake, as if determined to swallow them whole. Gelud hurriedly pointed in one direction while weakly kneeling on the ground. He no longer had the strength to speak. The spell had completely drained his magic. A rogue nearby quickly helped him to his feet and pulled a bottle of blue potion from his pocket, feeding it to Jared. Then, the group began retreating in the direction he had pointed. The ground was churning all around them, but the area Jared had just indicated remained relatively calm. The group began moving swiftly along the path free of tremors, but they did not attack any of the stormwards trapped in the earth. The spell's duration was extremely limited. They couldn't afford to slow their pace for a few storm magic wolves, or else, once the others struggled free, they would find themselves back in the same predicament. For this group, as long as they could weather this terrible storm, the wolf pack posed no real threat. In fact, dealing with them would be a breeze. That was the nature of storm wolves. They relied entirely on the blessings of the heavens to unleash their full power. Without a downpour, they were no different from ordinary wolves. Just now, a strange mage intervened.
My arm is still trembling, and I didn't even catch a glimpse of her,
Boulder said to the group, his voice tinged with fear. I hit her, but her body is incredibly tough. The arrow didn't penetrate. Forest Elf replied to Boulder in a voice devoid of emotion.
It seems we've encountered a pack of storm wolves led by a mage. This thunderstorm is likely her doing as well. Let us survive this crisis first, then worry about the magic tree.
Luke replied to the group. No, we must deal with the demon tree. The city's safety is at stake. We can't let it grow unchecked.
Otherwise, our city will be the next Banwang City.
As the captain of Banwang City's defense force, Mark couldn't allow a monster threatening Banwang City to continue growing. After all, it was only a 2-week journey from here.
Luke nodded in agreement.
As the one who discovered and brought this demon tree incident to light, his sole aim was to help the city lord eliminate the threat. He stood to receive a generous reward enough to keep him from having to work for years.
Moreover, judging by previous observations, the demon tree's current power shouldn't be too formidable.
With Mark and the others joining the team, their combined strength was more than sufficient. When the group fled to within 50 meters of Jai, the raging storm in the sky suddenly vanished. Many of the storm wolves were trapped by the churning earth or pinned beneath fallen giant trees, unable to move. There was no point in sustaining the storm any longer.
It seems this downpour really was summoned by magic capable of altering the weather.
That mage cannot be spared. He will certainly pose a major threat to Banwang City in the future,
Mark said as he ran.
The 12 of them were fleeing directly toward Jai. Jai hadn't expected that, despite such treacherous weather and an attack by so many wolves, they managed to break through without losing a single man and seemingly with energy to spare, now charging straight toward him.
Trouble. That direction leads to the magic tree.
Once we're out of the magic's range, we need to veer off to the side immediately. Luke, who hadn't noticed during the breakout but suddenly realized it now, hurriedly said. Everyone nodded, but just as they were about to change direction, a massive boulder hurtled toward them. Fortunately, they had just turned, and the boulder crashed down beside them, kicking up a cloud of dust.
The attacker was none other than Alpha Bear.
He had intended to strike them directly in their path, but he hadn't expected them to react so quickly and suddenly change course, causing his attack to miss.
Can't we just not fight? Alpha Bear asked, sounding a bit awkward.
As a modern person, he was somewhat reluctant to battle humans, and he'd much rather integrate into human society than stay out in the wild. The group stopped in their tracks, bracing for battle as they watched Alpha Bear warily.
There is no point in negotiating with a cunning demon. Prepare to fight.
Red flames began to coil around Luke's longsword. He lowered his center of gravity slightly, ready to strike.
Another demon. Is this ever going to end?
Lucia's voice was full of resentment as she fired 3 fireballs in quick succession at Alpha Bear with her wand.
Chapter 16, Clash.
At this distance, Jai could now cast appraisal on them. To avoid being targeted while suspended 200 meters in the air, he had activated his stealth skill the moment the storm demon wolf was attacked, concealing his form and aura. Combined with the fact that he was essentially a motionless tree, the effect seemed even more effective. The others were all around level 20. The frail male mage, Gilad, was level 31 with fairly high mana around 2000, but he was now so weakened that he posed virtually no threat. However, the stats of the others were quite average, with most at a similar level. Yet 2 of them had notably higher stats and were highly dangerous.
Jai quickly warned Alpha Bear to be wary of these 2. One of them is Mark. Race, human. Level, 40. Health, 100. Mana, 400. Strength, 1200. Defense, 50. Speed, 270. The other is a hooded forest elf. Race, forest elf. Level, 39. Health, 100. Mana, 3000. Strength, 150. Defense, 20. Speed, 600.
Jai, Beta Bear's speed is the fastest here at 320, but this forest elf's speed is a whopping 600. If she decides to leave, Jai won't be able to stop her. The standoff didn't last long before the adventurers launched their attack on Alpha Bear, with one demon in front of them and another lurking in the chaotic forest behind, plus a pack of wolves closing in. A prolonged standoff would only work against them. Lucy fired 3 rapidly spinning fireballs at the Alpha Bear. The Alpha Bear wasn't about to take the hit head-on. It used wind control to lighten its load, quickly found a rock for cover, and dodged the 3 fireballs. Beta Bear, hiding in the woods, struck at this moment as well. Lightning coiled around its 2 front paws, and its movement was as swift and erratic as a bolt of lightning. The shield warrior couldn't block it at all, and in an instant, Beta Bear was right beside the 2 mages. The 2 rogues simultaneously grabbed the mages and pulled them back. A forest elf's arrow had already reached Beta Bear, and Luke lunged forward, swinging his sword at Beta Bear's body. However, whether it was the arrow or the slash, every attack passed right through it. Its form was like a phantom, vanishing into thin air. Beta Bear possessed exceptional talent. Even with just level 1 elven magic at its disposal, it had developed multiple ways to utilize it. It's an illusion created by elven magic. It seems I came to the right place this time. The forest elf's expression grew somber. Her purpose in coming here was also to investigate the magic trees. Her ancestral home, the Elven King Tree, was facing numerous problems and had begun to wither, while magic trees were sprouting up all over the land. Perhaps these magic trees held the key to saving the Elf King Tree. Gazing at the magic man before her, she decided she would hold nothing back any longer. Mark, too, wasted no time. He took a stride forward, closing the distance to Alpha Bear in an instant. Beams of light of various colors began to radiate from Marcus' body as the priest behind him finished his incantation, casting a buff spell upon him. A slashing strike flew toward Alpha Bear's head. The powerful slash instantly tore through Alpha Bear's hide. The dozen or so trees behind him were instantly split in 2, and 2 storm demon wolves within the slash's range were also cleaved in half. Alpha Bear's health plummeted from 1,800 to just 1 point. Covered in blood, he still stood before Mark. Alpha Bear landed a straight punch directly on Mark's chest. Taken by surprise, Mark swung his sword to block but was still knocked back over 10 meters. When Alpha Bear saw Mark appear before him as if by teleportation, he immediately activated Undeath, saving himself from being sliced in half. Undying could sustain Alpha Bear's life until his mana was depleted. However, Alpha Bear didn't have much mana to begin with, and a single use of Undying consumed 200 mana points. Jai immediately cast a healing spell on Alpha Bear, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. At that moment, Shone Body also appeared behind the adventurers. After casting the spell, Jai materialized before the group, a towering tree, 200 meters tall, that completely blocked the moonlight from the night sky. Jai simultaneously summoned fire elementals to handle long-range attacks. Facing the combined assault of Alpha Bear, Beta Bear, Shone Badian, and the fire elementals, along with a pack of storm wolves, Jai stood behind them, healing their wounds. Only then did the adventurers realize they had fallen into a trap. The 200-meter-tall giant tree was likely their true target, a situation completely different from what Luke had described at the start. Is this the magic tree? What an incredible growth rate! Mark stared at the suddenly appearing colossal tree, his eyes filled with horror. This can't be. Why? Forest Elf was suddenly at a loss. Why would an elf tree appear here? Not only could this tree cast high-level elf magic, but its healing spells were also of a very high level.
Combined with the fruit she saw in the alpha bear's hand, she was absolutely certain this was an elf tree. This isn't a demon tree, it's an elf tree. The forest elf looked at Jai, her eyes filled with longing. Impossible. This is a demon tree. It summons skeletons and even absorbs human souls. I saw it with my own eyes. This can't be an elf tree. This must be an illusion. Snap out of it, Leah. Luke roared at the forest elf, Leah. They were now in grave danger. Only by working together could they destroy this demon tree and escape. This is definitely not the spirit tree. It's all an illusion. Lucy didn't believe it was real either. The same spot, the same location, especially that Thunder Warbear left a deep impression on her. This was where the demon tree had been. Xiong Badian and his group wouldn't give them time to argue. Activating Berserkin stealth, they charged at Luke and the others. Luke and Jilid teamed up once more to hold off Xiong Badian. The two rogues, Lucy, and the two shield warriors began maneuvering against the wolf pack to fend off their attacks. The priest and Mark simultaneously faced off against Alpha Bear and Beta Bear, who were aided by fire elementals. Forest elf Leah was now feeling a bit lost, unsure of what to do. Elf trees should only grow in their homeland, but this tree felt exactly like an elf tree to her. She should be protecting it, right? Yet now, her teammates were fighting it. The battle was about to erupt. The fire elemental's explosive damage, combined with Alpha Bear's tanky constitution and undead blood, meant even the powerful Mark couldn't handle him for the time being. Beta Bear also pops up from time to time to harass Mark and the priest, preventing Mark from focusing on Alpha Bear. He is forced to circle around the priest, feeling frustrated. But Luke and Jilud are struggling. Xiong Badian is far stronger than before. Every punch leaves a mark on Jilud's shield, and Luke's attacks can't deal any significant damage to Xiong Badian. On top of that, Xiong Badian can turn invisible. If they let their guard down for even a moment, a single punch from him could wipe out both Luke and Jilud. As the saying goes, Xiong Badian has many chances, but Luke has only one. Without the Storm's Blessing buff, the Storm Wolf is completely unable to inflict any real damage on this group of adventurers. It can only prowl nearby, harassing them occasionally while the others rush to support their comrades. Jai was in charge of healing the supporters. His healing was key to maintaining the battle's balance. Every time Alpha Bear took critical damage, his healing spells would immediately catch up. However, if things continued this way, the stalemate would eventually be broken. Alpha Bear's undead skill required a massive amount of mana, and with Mark's every strike being lethal, his skills were quickly exhausted. No, I can't hold on much longer. Chindabai, if you're slacking off, I'm going to die. Alpha Bear suddenly shouted at Beta Bear. Beta Bear stopped creating illusions to distract Mark and instead unleashed streaks of white lightning from his paws. The lightning was far too fast for a human to dodge. Even faster than the lightning itself was the deafening roar that echoed through the area. Mark could only anticipate the strike by listening for the approaching roar and block accordingly. Although Beta Bear's lightning strikes consumed a massive amount of magic, they possessed immense destructive power and carried a paralyzing effect. Mark could rely on his enhanced physique to block the strikes with his sword, but the numbing sensation temporarily left him unable to move with full agility. Alpha Bear quickly put some distance between himself and Mark. Fighting Mark was an absolute ordeal for him. Mark's combat skills were far beyond what Alpha Bear, a modern-day person, could match. When his fists struck Mark, it often felt as if he hadn't put any force behind them. Mark's slashes, however, were like a truck barreling toward him, shocking and terrifying. He wouldn't die, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Every blow left him in excruciating pain. After creating some distance, Jai immediately healed him to restore his injuries. Jai had just faintly heard the name of his high school best friend, Chindabai. It seemed to have been Alpha Bear who called out it. But now the thunder was too loud to make out the words, and besides, there was no time to dwell on such things. After healing Alpha Bear and the others, he channeled even more magic to have the fire elementals unleash a barrage of fireballs, blanketing the area with fire. Wave after wave of fireballs streaked through the sky like meteors, crashing one after another into the midst of the adventurers. A pale blue hemispherical barrier enveloped the adventurers and the others. Fireballs struck the barrier one after another, generating waves of scorching heat. The group had barely caught their breath inside when cracks began to appear in the barrier. Immediately afterward, another massive wave of fireballs struck. Lucy hurriedly downed a bottle of blue potion and quickly increased her magic output. But Lucy's magic alone was clearly insufficient to sustain the barrier against so many fireballs. Amid a series of deafening booms, the barrier exploded, and countless fireballs rained down on the group. The shield warriors who still had their shields raised them to shield their teammates, but one shield warrior's shield had already fallen among the wolves. Amid the explosions, 2 rogues and a shield warrior were also blown away, hurled dozens of meters through the air before crashing violently to the ground. They rolled several times and lay unconscious. Seeing this, Mark was stunned that his group had ended up in such a sorry state. Not only had they been ambushed in the forest, but the lightning strike at the start had already rendered Jeluid unable to fight, and now a magical tree that had transformed into an elf tree had sapped Leah of all will to fight. Now, with 4 more casualties, escaping this encirclement was virtually impossible. But unless this threat was eliminated, how could the town ever find peace? Thinking of the desolate scene in neighboring Banya City, a city that had once been brimming with happiness, where residents now had to dig through the ruins to recover the bodies of their loved ones. According to Luke, this tree wasn't guarded by any demons before, but now that it has evolved into this form, even the magic beast that once guarded it has evolved into a demon. We must destroy the magic tree first. Luke, no matter what, you have to hold those demons off for me. Luke had lost all desire to fight, but he knew he couldn't escape on his own. However, with Mark's strength, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth, he channeled crimson magic into his longsword. I'll give it my all. One in front, one behind, the 2 burst out of the dust cloud raised by the fireball. The longsword in Mark's hand began to glow purple, and the gem set in it shone brilliantly against the night sky. Wielding the sword, Mark charged straight at Jai. Alpha Bear and Beta Bear had both exhausted their magic and were now incredibly weak, unable to stop Mark. On the other side, Xiong Badian was fighting the remaining adventurers alone. 2 shield warriors worked in coordination with Luke to block Xiong Badian's attacks. Lucy was now extremely weak, her magic depleted. She could only lie on the ground with Jeluid, unable to help fend off the magic beasts. Jai used his spirit magic to summon ice spirits, attempting to block Luke's charge. Ice walls 2 or 3 meters thick suddenly appeared in Mark's path. But Mark didn't slow down in the slightest, he continued to move as swiftly as ever. With every swing of his sword, the ice walls ahead were instantly shattered. Even when fireballs struck, they were obliterated in midair by his purple sword aura. Jai quickly employed wind control, mimicking the wind demon leopard leader by creating wind blades resembling sword energy to strike at Mark. But a distance of 50 meters took Mark only 3 seconds to cover. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped into the air and arrived before the giant tree that was Jai. In an instant, he raised his long sword, unleashing a 40-meter-long purple sword energy that shot straight into the sky. Without a moment's hesitation, Mark swung it directly at Jai. A blade of that length would have easily cleaved Jai in 2. But Jai wasn't about to let him attack unopposed. The wind blades he released earlier, along with the ice and fire spirits behind him, all struck at Mark simultaneously. Mark's sword energy tore directly through Jai's trunk, carving out a 10-meter-long, 3-meter-deep gash. Mark was also knocked flying by Jai's wind blades. It was precisely because Mark was knocked back that his 40-meter-long blade didn't cut too deeply, otherwise, Jai might have been finished in an instant. Mark spun as he landed, and a crack appeared in the purple gem set in the hilt of his longsword. I should be able to do this 2 more times. This time, I'll definitely succeed. Looking at the marks on Jai's trunk, Mark was convinced he had a chance. But just then, Mark felt a chill down his spine. Don't move, or you'll end up with a hole in your head. Leah, wielding her massive bow, appeared directly behind Mark. The tip of the arrow was pressed against the back of his head. The moment he moved, Leah would let go. At this distance, Mark would die without a doubt. Chapter 17, The Battle Ends. The forest elf's unexpected move caused everyone still in the midst of battle to turn and look. Leia, what are you doing? Come to your senses, don't let the demon tree deceive you. Elves hold their spirit trees in the highest regard, much like fanatical believers in a religion who regard their faith as their very life. The elven race is no different, they view the spirit tree as the root of their origin. Wherever the spirit tree stands is their homeland, the source of their birth, and the foundation of their existence. No, he is an elf tree. I will not tolerate any disrespectful behavior from you. Otherwise, prepare to be pierced by my arrows. Leia was already standing behind Mark, her face devoid of any expression, a cold, impassive mask. She looked at Mark as if he were already dead. Regardless of their conflict, Jai seized the opportunity to cast a healing spell on himself, quickly mending the wound inflicted by the giant sword moments ago. Seeing this, Mark's expression darkened. The all-out strike he had unleashed at the risk of his own life had been healed in an instant. The holy sword in his hand was incapable of unleashing such a technique repeatedly, and with his life threatened by Leia behind him, he was unable to make a move. Luke, seeing Mark subdued, was also intimidated by Leia's words. The resolve that had been sustaining his fight suddenly withered, compounded by Sean Badian's intensifying assault. Luke and Balder were soon knocked to the ground by Sean Badian, unable to resist any further. Sean Badian had intended to finish them off, but Jai immediately stopped her. Jai wasn't yet clear on the exact situation. It would be better to tie them up first and then negotiate properly. The crisis was temporarily over. The 11 adventurers were quickly bound together by Sean Badian using thick vines, and their weapons were confiscated by her. As for the forest elf, Leia, Jai sensed no hostility from her. She even helped Sean Badian tie the group up, and it was precisely because of her that the battle had ended so abruptly. Under her threat, Mark no longer put up any resistance. Leia acted as if she were one of their own, showing no regard for Mark and the others as teammates. She moved decisively and showed no mercy as she bound them, as if she were the one being invaded, not the invader. Upon hearing the battle had ended, Alpha Bear and Beta Bear plopped down onto the ground. The other Stormlords went to search for their companions trapped in the mud by magic, or to help the injured ones return to Jai for treatment. They were all excellent at digging, so Jai didn't have to worry about them being buried alive. By the end of the battle, Jai had lost 3 Storm Wolves, which was already a very good outcome. The other Storm Wolves had sustained injuries of varying severity, but none were life-threatening. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Protect Supporters mission. You currently have 61 supporters. You are rewarded with 6,000 system currency and 1,000 skill points. Normally, there should only be 60 supporters left, but it seems the system has counted the forest elf, Leia, as well. Jai truly hadn't expected Leia to pledge her allegiance so easily and to betray her teammates midway through the battle. Jai didn't intend to eliminate Mark and the others outright. Since he decaptured them alive, he should negotiate properly, otherwise, given how humans handle such situations, more teams would come to wipe them out. Jai couldn't negotiate with Mark and the others himself. He couldn't communicate directly with Mark, so he had no choice but to entrust this task to Alpha Bear. As for Sean Badian, she wasn't yet familiar with human languages, spoke very little normally, and couldn't yet converse with humans fluently. As for Alpha Bear, Jai was increasingly certain that he was a well-educated modern person, so negotiations would certainly pose no problem. I'll handle the negotiations? I was the runner-up in the school debate competition back in the day. Leave it to me. Upon hearing Lord Sacred Tree ask him to negotiate, Alpha Bear patted his chest to show he was up for the task. However, he likely hadn't realized that Jai was also from another world, so he spoke much more casually. Alpha Bear smoothed out his animal skin clothing. Despite looking every bit the savage, he still went through the motions of tidying his attire, using clean water and tree sap to style his hair into a distinctive center part. Jai had given him 2 tasks: first, to request a ceasefire and see if they could coexist peacefully; second, to gather intelligence. Any kind of intelligence would do, and the more the better. After all, Jai and his group were still unfamiliar with this world and needed the help of its natives to integrate into it. Although Leia had sided with Jai, she remained highly wary of Alpha Bear and her group. Moreover, she wasn't sure how this group of magic beasts viewed her. While she had followed her instincts to support the elf tree and trusted that its followers wouldn't harm her,
But she didn't want her teammates' lives to be in danger either. Before Alpha Bear could even speak, she expressed her hope that they would spare the adventurers. That's the despicable true face of a forest elf. She just betrayed us in a heartbeat, and now she is pretending to be merciful. Gelid spoke with a look of contempt, having recovered somewhat. Although he hadn't played much of a role in the recent battle, he felt that this forest elf had been even less useful and had betrayed them to boot.
I have no desire to become fertilizer for the magic tree. You man-woman with the staff, just go ahead and knock me out with one blow. Of course, if you've got the guts, let me go. I'll certainly lead an army to raze this place to the ground. Of course, even if I die, the army will still raze this place to the ground.
Gelid lay bound on the ground, covered in dust, yet still maintaining an air of superiority.
Mark shot him a glare, and Gelid fell silent instantly.
Mark felt that at least one person had to escape to inform the city lord of what was happening here, lest they misjudge the situation again and cause more men to perish here.
Actually, we have no ill will. Alpha Bear addressed the gathering crowd. You vile demon, and you dare claim you have no ill intent? How many humans have died at your hands?
Balder sneered. The memory of Jack being crushed by that giant bear's single swipe flooded his mind, filling him with rage. We were merely defending ourselves.
The first time you came, you tried to steal my sister.
Now, on your second visit, you've killed 4 storm demon wolves on patrol. To you, they may just be magic beasts, but to us, they are family.
Alpha Bear glared at Luke and Balder.
The two looked at Beta Bear standing behind Alpha Bear, too terrified to speak.
You two were those little cubs back then?
That human who tried to steal my child deserves to die. Shone Badian raised a mace with a hole in it and slammed it hard into the ground, leaving a crater from the impact.
Chapter 18, Divine Blessing.
Luke and Balder couldn't believe that in such a short time, they had evolved into magical beings and become so powerful.
Was all of this the doing of that magical tree?
Was it truly a magical tree? That forest elf must truly have been bewitched. Just moments ago, they had doubted whether it was really an elf tree, wondering if this was all a misunderstanding, but now there was no doubt. This was the very same magic beast, the very same demon tree from before. Mark and the others also wore expressions of despair.
What was the point of arguing now? Death was inevitable.
If only the forest elf could awaken, there might still be a chance. Leah, do you really think that as an elf tree, those magic beasts have all turned into demons?
This might just be an illusion. You're the only one who can go back immediately and report this to the city lord. No, this is the elf tree. I'm absolutely certain of it.
I can feel it. The elves are very active in this space, and my magic has become more vibrant too.
It feels just like being back home.
Leah raised her hands in prayer, as devout as a believer entering a temple of faith, her face radiant with happiness.
She has gone mad.
Luke watched the scene, unable to believe he'd been betrayed by the powerful ally he'd sought out himself.
It was too much to bear.
He shouldn't have been so greedy. Forest elves harbored deep hostility toward the demon tree. It seemed to involve their homeland, which was why he'd been able to hire such a powerful enforcer at such a low price. Yet the fruit-bearing enforcer had turned on them the moment he turned his back.
So how did you evolve into magic beasts in such a short time?
Leah struck up a conversation as if she were a close friend of Alpha Bear and the others, speaking with complete ease.
The divine blessing of the sacred tree, you know? We just got a name, and then we evolved. My mom evolved that way, too.
Alpha Bear explained with a matter-of-fact expression.
Divine blessing? Everyone looked stunned and gasped in disbelief.
That was a divine blessing, and it had blessed 2 magic beasts at once. What kind of divine tree was this, capable of bestowing a divine blessing?
What? That shouldn't be possible. How can an elf tree perform a divine blessing? Isn't that something only the elf king tree can do? Could you be the elf king tree? Leah was also shocked. A rare expression finally appeared on her usually icy face.
I never expected it. The elf king tree our clan has been searching for all this time has finally been found by me.
This is truly incredible luck. I am so incredibly lucky.
Great Elf King Tree, may we ask you to continue protecting us, bestow your divine blessing upon us,
and restore the glory of the elf clan? We will surely sacrifice our lives for you and become your guardians. Leah could no longer contain her emotions. She knelt at the foot of Jai, the giant tree, praising Jai fervently and singing his praises non-stop, making Jai feel a bit embarrassed. Jai felt that this forest elf must have mistaken him for another tree. He certainly wasn't as great as she claimed. However, since she had spoken such beautiful words, Jai felt it would be rude not to grant her at least a token of his favor. System, redeem 1 divine blessing. Ding! 1000 system credits consumed. Successfully redeemed 1 divine blessing. Jai cast divine blessing on Leah, who was kneeling on the ground in prayer, and simultaneously named her Leah. Jai had used appraisal to check this forest elf. Leah didn't have a name, but since everyone called her that, Jai decided to just name her Leah. A golden light shot out from the treetops and merged directly into Leah's forehead. Race, Forest Elf Leah. Level, 39. Health, 100. Mana, 4000. Strength, 200. Defense, 20. Speed, 750. Skills, Magic Arrow level 7, Gale level 3, Elven Magic level 3, Stealth level 1, Appraisal level 1, Teleport level 2, Magic Resistance level 2, Potion Brewing level 1, Agriculture level 2. Divine Blessing Bestower, Nameless. After receiving the Divine Blessing, Leah's strength improved slightly, and Jai could now see the skills she possessed. These skills were truly diverse, though generally low in level. They were rich in variety. Leah never expected that she would receive the Divine Blessing this way, nor that she would be given a true name. Among their Forest Elf clan, it had been a very long time since anyone had received the Divine Blessing. Ever since the incident involving the Elf King tree, spanning hundreds of years, no new generation of forest elves had received the Divine Blessing. Now, she was likely the first forest elf of her generation to receive it, a fact she could certainly boast about to many of her kind back home. Jai's consciousness was finally able to reach Leah, telling her that he was not the Elf King tree, but that he was delighted she had chosen to support him. Thank you for your divine blessing. As for your identity, I am absolutely certain you are the Elf King tree. Only the Elf King tree can bestow the divine blessing. Ordinary elf trees cannot do this. It must be that you have lost your memory for some reason, but we will definitely help you remember. Leah was still very excited, showering Jai with wild praise. Jai didn't want to say much either. Since everyone else was making excuses for him, he felt awkward about lowering his status, so he could only indulge in pretending to be a master. Mark and the others witnessed a divine blessing up close, leaving them so stunned they were speechless. Beings capable of bestowing divine blessings were usually legendary figures or deities. Now, right before their eyes, there were 3 such beings. This suggested that this tree might truly be the legendary Elf King tree. Beings of such high stature actually appearing here, and for those capable of divine blessings, wouldn't wiping out people like them be as easy as drinking water? The group couldn't help but wonder, were these beings truly sparing them out of mercy, rather than immediately exterminating them, and were they genuinely interested in discussing peaceful coexistence? Seeing how generously the divine tree had bestowed the divine blessing upon Leah, Alpha Bear glanced back at Beta Bear, then turned his attention back to Mark and the others. Now it was his turn to discuss the matter of peace with Mark and the others. Having witnessed the true power of the divine blessing, they had all become noticeably quieter and more subdued. They knew just how terrifying those capable of performing the divine blessing truly were. In human society, only archbishops or powerful mages could perform the divine blessing, and it was generally reserved for royal nobility or knights who had made outstanding contributions to the nation. Any being capable of bestowing the divine blessing was not someone ordinary people could afford to provoke. They were either gods or demigods. Compared to their initial belief in the demon tree, they now leaned more toward the theory that Jai was the Elf King tree. Moreover, Alpha Bear seemed intent on negotiating, showing no intention of wiping them out. Seeing their reaction, Alpha Bear was still somewhat puzzled. A single divine blessing had left this group of natives in such awe. Was the divine blessing really that powerful? Was this tree the legendary golden finger of another world? In truth, ever since Alpha Bear saw the humans, he wanted to leave this place. He longed to live in the human world and try to integrate into human society safely.
But he wanted to wait for Beta Bear, who hadn't yet evolved into human form, and since their mother, Xiong Body, seemed unwilling to leave, Alpha Bear had been hesitating. Now it appeared that this tree might be their opportunity. Chapter 19, Chen Dabai. Through Alpha Bear's account, Mark and the others also came to understand the full story. According to Alpha Bear's narrative, Luke and his group had clashed with them because they wanted to seize Beta Bear as a magic beast to command. Xiong Badian had killed Jack, but as for why the magic tree had turned into an elf tree, even Alpha Bear wasn't sure. However, he had never seen the sacred tree use any skeleton-based skills, and Alpha Bear felt that the sacred tree was indeed very kind to them. Every time they faced a crisis, the sacred tree would help them overcome it. As for the ambush on Mark and his group in the forest, it was entirely because they had killed 4 patrolling storm magic wolves, so the sacred tree decided to strike first, and that was exactly what happened. To prove the sacred tree's safety, Alpha Bear even asked Jai to produce several healing fruits, which he distributed to Mark and the others to eat. Golden apples. As soon as Mark and the others took a bite, they felt a sacred aura, a warm current blooming in their mouths, sweet and delicious. The fatigue and wounds on their bodies healed rapidly, in no way inferior to the holy light healing found inside the church. This effect. In truth, healing magic is quite rare. Those who master it are typically priests within the temple, as only they are qualified to learn it. It is generally not taught at the Mage Academy. In Alpha Bear's account, it seemed as though Mark and his group were in the wrong. If possible, we hope to cooperate amicably with humans and reduce unnecessary conflict. We have no intention of attacking humans, Alpha Bear said. Mark was skeptical, but since they were currently in the enemy's custody, he couldn't very well accuse them of spouting lies. Xiong Badian didn't understand why they should cooperate with the enemy. Humans were cunning and despicable, but she was willing to follow Jai's orders, so she stood by, keeping watch. Leia, however, was adamant that Jai must be on the side of justice. Jai was tempted to retort, "Hey, beautiful, what happened to your aloof persona?" When magic beasts can communicate, it's easy to develop a favorable impression of them. Mark was so swept up by their words that he agreed without thinking. When he returned to report to the city lord, he would tell him that these were benevolent magic beasts. Throughout human history, there have been instances of peaceful coexistence with magic beasts. While it would certainly be difficult to coexist with magic beasts on their own, those led by a magic human could certainly develop a friendly relationship. Moreover, the forest elves' symbols of peace had joined their ranks. Although their betrayal midway through had left everyone somewhat resentful, the forest elves were, by nature, a race unwilling to engage in war. "Alright, I understand, but I cannot respond on behalf of Banwang City. Achieving peaceful coexistence requires time and careful consideration," Mark and the others replied to Alpha Bear. "In that case, guests are welcome." With that, Alpha Bear untied everyone and signaled the storm magic wolves to continue their patrols. There was no need to worry about this place anymore. However, in this forest, Alpha Bear didn't have much to offer them, so he invited them to eat the smoked meat he prepared and even gathered some Jai fruit to give them. Alpha Bear must have been quite the social butterfly in the past. He quickly hit it off with the adventurers, telling them all about how hard life was in the forest and how poor the food was. Mark and the others gradually began to accept this cheerful young demon. Jai wasn't as talkative as he was, so at that moment, he was actually glad he was a tree. He didn't have to speak. He'd leave the socializing to the social butterfly. After all, he was just a tree. The storm demon wolves had sacrificed a great deal to defeat the adventurers this time, so Jai planned to bestow divine blessings on a few of them, and he also had to give one to Beta Bear. The system rewarded him with a total of 6,000 system currency. After granting the forest elf a divine blessing, he still had enough to bestow divine blessings on 5 magic beasts. He also received 1,000 skill points, just enough to level up his level 6 system or choose to level up his level 6 elf magic. Without hesitation, Shai chose to level up. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the upgrade. Level 6 grants you a 50% discount on purchases in the marketplace. A 50% discount at level 6. What kind of benefits would come with upgrading to higher levels? Shai grew increasingly curious. Meanwhile, upgrading to the next level 7 system required 2,000 skill points. If he relied solely on the skill points earned through normal leveling, he'd likely never have enough to upgrade to level 7 in his lifetime. Mark and the others had nearly finished their negotiations with Alpha Bear. Mark informed them that he would report to the City Lord, though he had no control over the City Lord's decision. Fortunately, for him, this expedition had resulted in no casualties. At the same time, Jai handed out various fruits with different effects, just in case they encountered danger in the forest. If they died, there would be no one left to convey Jai's goodwill. As a precaution, Leah also offered to accompany them back to Banwang City, bringing more of her kind to support Jai. Jai, of course, applauded the idea. Even though they'd mistaken him for the wrong tree, he had to earn those skill points in system currency, too. He wasn't about to pass up the opportunity. Actually, Alpha Bear also wanted to leave with them to check out the human city, but he was still a bit uneasy. He feared the human city lord might not want to coexist peacefully and might tie him up, so he decided to stay with Jai. After seeing Mark and the others off, Jai prepared to bestow the divine blessing upon Beta Bear. Jai called out to Alpha Bear to bring Beta Bear over. On the way, Beta Bear kept running deeper into the forest, but Xiong Body eventually caught him. Alpha Bear, grinning mischievously, dragged Beta Bear over to Jai's tree. "Chen Dai Bai, you can't escape. Just accept reality." Jai had been wondering about this just moments ago, but now that Alpha Bear spoke clearly, he confirmed that Beta Bear's real name was Chen Dai Bai. Although he didn't know if this was his good friend from high school, he was at least absolutely certain that both of them had traveled through time. After the system leveled up, a divine blessing now only required 500 system currency points. He could now bestow a divine blessing on 10 magic beasts. He decided to divine bless Beta Bear first. Since he'd already given Alpha Bear a name, Jai couldn't be bothered to think of another one. He'd simply call the divine blessed Beta Bear Beta Bear. Race, Thunder Holy Bear Beta Bear. Level, 21. Health, 2000. Mana, 3100. Strength, 450. Defense, 250. Speed, 320. Skills, Elf Magic Level 2, Wind Control Level 1, Thunder Coil Level 4, Wind and Thunder Summon Level 1, Appraisal Level 1, Thunder Strike Level 1. Divine Blessing Bestower, Anonymous. Beta Bear had already evolved once at level 20, so this divine blessing didn't bring any major changes, just an extra skill, a slight level boost, and a bit of attribute growth. Then, a golden holy light began to envelop Beta Bear, and Beta Bear started to evolve. Soon, the holy light faded, and a petite, delicate young woman appeared beneath the giant tree. "Ha ha ha, you really did turn into a girl." Alpha Bear, standing nearby, laughed hysterically, clutching his stomach as he rolled on the ground. "Tisk. Does it feel that great to turn into a guy?" Beta Bear looked at the young man rolling on the ground with a mix of exasperation and disdain. Unashamed, Beta Bear strode away from the giant tree and returned to the little hut Alpha Bear had built. "At least it's better than you turning into a girl." "Chen Dai Bai, no, wait, you're Beta Bear now, ha ha ha. Oh, right, I knitted you a pretty little dress inside the house. See if it fits, let me know if it doesn't. Ha 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 ha." Alpha Bear ran to the entrance of the cabin, laughing hysterically. Xiong Badian walked over, thinking her child had gone mad. She shook her head and went to help Jai find a storm wolf suitable for divine blessing. Chapter 20, He Xiao Xiao. From Alpha Bear and Beta Bear's conversation, Jai also vaguely pieced together what had happened. It turned out that before their reincarnation, Alpha Bear had been a girl and Beta Bear a boy, and the two had even been a couple. Now, the former lovers had become siblings, truly a cause for celebration. Just then, Beta Bear emerged from the small cabin, wearing a dress made from a mix of animal hide, fresh flowers, and green leaves. Paired with the little round bear ears on her head, she looked incredibly youthful, energetic, and adorable. "Ah, Chen Dai Bai, if your brother Jai were here, I'd definitely tell him all about it. That tough guy Chen Dai Bai has turned into a cute little girl. It's hilarious." Alpha Bear was still clutching his stomach, rolling around on the grass in a very exaggerated manner. "Damn it, I'm leaving this world. I'm going back. I want to see my adorable He Xiao Xiao, not you, you man named Alpha Bear." Beta Bear clutched her little head and howled in agony. "What are you talking about?
I am your adorable he xiao xiao. Alpha Bear suddenly sat up cross-legged, batting her eyelashes at Beta Bear with a coy, bashful expression. Beta Bear immediately started vomiting. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Damn it. I don't have a girlfriend like that at all. Good thing Jai isn't here, otherwise, with that keyboard warrior's big mouth, I'd lose my reputation sooner or later. Sorry, but your buddy is actually right here. Jai, in the form of a tree, silently took note of everything. If he ever got the chance, he'd definitely make fun of this good buddy mercilessly. Jai also remembered that Beta Bear had once wet himself out of fear when he was being surrounded by wind demon leopards. He hadn't expected that the ones who had traveled through time would be people he knew. Jai instantly felt a sense of familiarity toward Alpha Bear and Beta Bear, but he wanted to hide his identity even more. At least they still looked human, while he was just a tree. What right did he have to mock them? Besides, things were actually pretty good this way. At least they all respected him as the sacred tree. He Xiao Xiao was also Jai's high school classmate. She and Shen Daibai had both gotten into the same top-tier university, and he never expected that after all these years, they'd still be together. Unlike Jai, a long-time single guy, Shen Daibai was a muscular hunk with excellent grades and a wealthy family, the kind of person many people looked up to as a role model. As for Jai, he was just a long-time homebody who loved watching anime and playing video games since childhood. He'd barely ever gone out, and even in college, he'd often holed up in his dorm room. Now that he'd turned into a tree, he could cut back on socializing even more. It was practically bliss. If he were to turn back into a human now, or if the two of them found out that this tree was actually Jai, it would be even more awkward. He certainly didn't want to be the third wheel. Don't be fooled by how fiercely they're arguing right now. They still sleep together at night. That's just their way of flirting. Jai had no intention of striking up a conversation with them. He'd rather just stick to being a sacred tree, respected and worshipped by all. At this moment, Xiong Body also brought along 9 storm demon wolves, all between levels 18 and 20. They were all young with good innate talents, including the little second Ha that Jai had healed earlier. It seemed its father had died while on patrol. The names Jai had given them weren't exactly great, but the storm demon wolves had accepted them: Big Ha, Second Ha, Little Second Ha, Ha 3, and Ha 4. Jai paid special attention to Little Era and discovered that its innate talent was actually quite impressive. While the others had simply evolved into storm holy wolves, it had evolved into a holy spirit demon wolf. It also seemed to have a natural aptitude for hunting. Having risen from level 5 to level 20 in just 2 months, it must have defeated quite a few formidable magic beasts and possessed some impressive skills. Race: Holy Spirit Demon Wolf Little Second Ha. Level: 20. Health: 1000. Mana: 250. Strength: 500. Defense: 100. Speed: 450. Skills: Storm Resistance LV2, Gale LV3, Holy Spirit Transformation LV1, Mana Devour LV1, Magic Resistance LV1. Divine Blessing Bestower, Anonymous. Mana Devour seems to be a very rare skill. It allows the user to devour an opponent's magic and restore 1 point of mana to themselves, provided the magic cast by the opponent is within the limits of their own mana capacity. Even Jai found himself tempted by it. It really is a great spell. Ding, detected learnable skill, Mana Devour 50 points. Just as Jai was thinking this, the system beeped. It was like a godsend. However, Jai currently had no skill points to spare. He was still sorely lacking in followers and mana crystals. Without these, he couldn't grow stronger at his current level. He was still quite weak. What if that Ban Wancheng city lord lost his mind, refused to coexist peacefully, and attacked directly? Jai needed more races like the Storm Demon Wolves to join his ranks of followers. He sent a mental message directly to Xiong Badian. Are there any powerful tribes around here? I want to expand my influence. Jai spoke quite directly with Xiong Badian. After all, Xiong Badian was a straightforward, honest local. Communicating this way wouldn't lead to. Although the goblin race was extremely numerous, they simply couldn't serve as supporters, and Jai didn't want goblins as his supporters either. Jai also planned to select some decent gear for them from the system store once they completed this mission. After all,
They currently look like savages, running around in animal skins every day, which was not only unsightly but also quite unsafe. Shong Badian and his two companions rode 3 powerful storm holy wolves, all of which had been blessed by Zhai. Both their combat prowess and speed were top-notch. Even carrying a human form of a giant bear like Shong Badian posed no problem, and they could still move through the forest with the speed of the wind. Riding the storm holy wolves, they quickly reached the riverbank, a 20-meter-wide river dividing the two banks. Although the opposite shore was still densely forested, crossing the river gave everyone the illusion of having left their homeland. The storm holy wolves' stamina was extraordinary. Even while carrying Alpha Bear and the others, they could easily cross the 20-meter-wide river with energy to spare. After crossing the river, just as Alpha Bear was pondering how to track down the wind demon leopards, he heard the sounds of battle along with the whooshing of air being torn apart by wind blades. There must be wind demon leopards here. Let us follow them immediately. Alpha Bear led the way, charging into the jungle on his storm holy wolf, while Shong Badi and Beta Bear quickened their pace as well. On the other side of the woods, 30 goblins were besieging a dozen or so wind demons. The goblins wore animal skins, and their weapons were mostly sharpened tree trunks. The leader held a rusty iron sword and wore tattered human clothing, likely looted from human adventurers. As for the original owner, he had likely already perished under the goblins' assault. The garment was riddled with fist-sized holes of blood. The wind demons were clearly being overwhelmed by the goblins' numerical superiority. It was essentially 3 goblins against 1 wind demon. Although the wind demons relied on their wind control skill, they were still outnumbered. Shong Badian was a master of combat. Riding the storm holy wolf and wielding a wolf-tooth club, he charged straight into the goblin horde, raising his club to strike down one goblin with every swing. Before the goblin captain could even process what was happening, 7 or 8 goblins had already been smashed to a pulp by a single blow. No goblin could withstand a single strike from Shong Badian. Shong Badian showed no mercy, unleashing a killing spree. Before long, all 30 goblins had been instantly wiped out. The goblin captain tried to flee, but his speed was no match for the storm holy wolf. Riding the beast, Shong Badian was upon him in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought his mace crashing down on the captain's head. Alpha Bear and Beta Bear didn't even have a chance to intervene. "Don't be afraid, we're here to help you." Alpha Bear clapped his hands, snapping the wind demon leopard out of its stunned state at Shong Badian's instant kill, drawing its attention to him. Only then did the wind demon leopard realize that these demons were all wearing wind demon leopard skins, and it fled in terror. "Hey! Don't run! We really are here to help you," Alpha Bear shouted after the fleeing wind demon leopards. He urged his storm holy wolf to speed up and gave chase. "We're wearing their skins, of course they're going to run." Beta Bear shook his head in exasperation but quickly followed suit. "What's the big deal? When winter comes, they strip the hides off their dead kin to keep warm. What's the difference with us?" Alpha Bear was in high spirits. As he replied to Beta Bear, he caught up to the fleeing wind demon leopards, keeping pace with them without overtaking them. "We really don't mean to harm you. If you're willing to talk, we've even brought some fruit for you. Or you could take me to see your leader to discuss things." The wind demon leopards were dumbfounded. They were already running as fast as they could, yet this Tuha type of dog was keeping pace right beside them without even breaking a sweat, while the person on top kept taunting them. After running for about 10 miles, the group followed the wind demon leopards until they came to a massive boulder. The sprinting wind demon leopards stopped, turned simultaneously to face Alpha Bear and the others, glaring with wide eyes and snarling incessantly. Then, countless wind demon leopards appeared from all directions within the forest, all staring intently at Alpha Bear and his companions. "Looks like we've arrived at their lair." Alpha Bear and the others showed not a trace of fear. Although the number of wind demon leopards here far exceeded those that had previously surrounded them, they were no longer the same Alpha Bear they had been a month ago. With the speed of the storm holy wolf, escaping would be no problem at all. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared atop the boulder, a slender woman, even more petite than Beta Bear. She had a pair of furry, pointed ears on her head and a long white tail trailing behind her. Her white hair, paired with her red and blue eyes, gave her an otherworldly beauty. It's a cat. A cat girl.
Beta Bear blurted out excitedly. Chapter 22, The Giant Goblin. What's the matter? Can't move a muscle just because you see a beauty? Alpha Bear shot Beta Bear a look of utter contempt. None of your business. Beta Bear began frantically waving at the catgirl perched on the rock. The catgirl looked down at the group with an utterly cold expression. Upon spotting Alpha Bear and the other two, she immediately fired a wind blade at them from a distance. Beta Bear, terrified, quickly dragged Storm Holy Wolf behind Shongbatian for cover. Kill them! The catgirl pointed at the group, issuing her command with cold detachment. Kitty, why are you so heartless? Alpha Bear, dragging Shongbatian along, hurried back. With so many wind demon leopards, this won't be a fight they could handle easily if they stayed to battle. They'd either die or be left battered and bruised. From chasing the wind demon leopards to their lair at the start, to now being chased back into the forest by them. However, in terms of speed, the wind demon leopards were clearly no match for the Storm Holy Wolf. In no time at all, they were left in the dust. What are we going to do? We start fighting the moment we meet. There's no way to socialize like this. But that little kitty is so cute, I'd be happy to get beaten up by her. Beta Bear was somewhat captivated by the feline form mage from earlier. Although she was still worried about how to complete that endless divine tree quest, the catgirl's figure drew her attention even more. Chendai Bai, you're such a cad moving on so quickly. Alpha Bear, come on. If you were a woman, I'd be completely loyal to you. But unfortunately, I'm not into fencing. Alpha Bear paid no mind to Beta Bear's words, replying with a mischievous grin. You don't even have a sword right now. I'm the one with the sword of authority. Surrender now. Faced with Alpha Bear's teasing, Beta Bear was truly heartbroken. She never expected her little brother to vanish before even showing his true colors. Even her girlfriend had turned into a buddy. It was just too much for her to bear. Only Catgirl could ease the pain in his heart. They had only been running for a short while when Alpha Bear and the others heard the sound of a fight coming from behind them. It sounds like the kitties have run into enemies again. Let us hurry back and help them. At that moment, Beta Bear became very eager. He turned around immediately and sprinted back to where the wind demon leopards had been gathered earlier. Are you saying that the strange person from earlier didn't attack you, but actually helped you defeat the goblins? The white catgirl was listening to her subordinate's report, pondering some questions. But just then, she heard a piercing roar, the sound of the enemy launching another attack. Without a moment's hesitation, she led the wind demon leopards toward the battlefield to provide reinforcements. This time, the goblins had brought a massive force. Among them were 5 giant goblins matching her own strength, along with roughly 500 ordinary goblins. It seemed the goblins intended to wipe out this entire wind demon leopard pack today. But she had no choice. The goblin army had already surrounded the area, leaving her no option but to fight to the death. 2 giant goblins, their faces twisted with a lecherous, ravenous expression, charged at the catgirl. Wielding clubs as thick as tree trunks, they began taking turns swinging their massive clubs at the catgirl. Relying on her agile movements and nimble body, the catgirl dodged the giant goblins' attacks while seizing opportunities to launch wind blades in retaliation. Although a wind blade could leave a gruesome gash on a giant goblin, it was unable to inflict a fatal wound. In her battle against them, the catgirl could only rely on her agile movement to wear them down with wind blades or her claws. She had no way of defeating them quickly. But these 500 goblins, along with the 3 giant goblins, began a massacre among the leopard pack. Any wind demon leopard entangled by the goblins was met with the giant goblin's massive club. A single blow was enough to shatter the leopard's body. The wind demon leopard's screams and blood began to echo through the forest. Haphazardly flying wind blades, streaked with blood, left the surrounding woods splattered with crimson. The catgirl, fighting 2 giant goblins, began to waver inwardly. Too many of her comrades had fallen at the hands of the goblins. Their screams left her deeply unsettled. She had just dodged a blow when she saw blood from one of the wind demon leopards spatter in front of her. In that split second of hesitation, the wooden club of another giant goblin struck her hard in the back. The pain from the blow momentarily left her unable to think.
Her body was sent flying more than 10 meters, tumbling several times before coming to rest in the underbrush. A stream of blood spurted from the catgirl's mouth. She could no longer afford to slowly wear down the two giant goblins. If this continued, more of her companions would be slaughtered by the other three giant goblins. Wind demon leopards held an advantage against standard goblins, but against the higher-tier giant goblins, they were struggling to hold their ground. The catgirl wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and began to increase her speed. She now needed to seize the right opportunity to use a more powerful skill, quickly dispatch them, and rush to support the other wind demon leopards. Facing the enraged catgirl, the two giant goblins found it difficult to hold their ground. Claw marks appeared constantly on their bodies, and blood kept gushing out. The two giant goblins roared into the air, sending shockwaves that made blood gush from the catgirl's ears. At the same time, three other giant goblins turned their heads, preparing to gang up on this little catgirl. Facing the encirclement of 5 giant goblins, the catgirl found herself struggling to hold her ground. A look of despair crossed the catgirl's face. She feared she would meet her end here today. The despair in her eyes was unbearable. She had led her pack for so long. Was it all going to end today? If she lost this battle, she would surely be reduced to a breeding tool for the goblins. By then, with her limbs broken, she wouldn't even be able to die if she wanted to. With that thought, she realized she could no longer lead the wind demon leopards through this forest. Her duty was nearly over. The catgirl raised her claws, aiming them at her temple.
"Kitty, don't do anything rash."
A figure of a girl, even slimmer than the catgirl, appeared before her like a bolt of lightning. Beta Bear grabbed the catgirl's hands. Using wind control and thunder bind, along with an additional spell of elven magic to boost her speed, she yanked the catgirl into the grove. That lightning-like figure not only whisked the catgirl away in an instant but also left behind streaks of lightning that rained down furiously on the giant goblin. The giant goblin, which had been preparing to attack the catgirl, was instantly struck by 5 bolts of lightning. Its entire body was paralyzed, and it could not move, watching helplessly as the catgirl was snatched away by the others in the blink of an eye. The giant goblin's rage was etched on its face, a terrifying and hideous sight visible to the naked eye. "You go and play the hero, saving the damsel in distress and showing off, then leave these big brutes to us.
You've really got some nerve, Chendabai." Alpha Bear activated Berserk and swung his fists, landing blow after blow on the electrified giant goblin. Xiong Badian rushed over as well.
Her crimson muscles seemed to be on fire, with visible steam rising from her skin as she brought her club down on one of the giant goblins. The blow split the giant goblin's skull open like a watermelon, sending splatters of white and red flesh flying all over the ground.
Chapter 23, What's there to talk about?
Beta Bear cast appraisal on several giant goblins to check their stats, which also displayed the catgirl's interface.
Race, Giant Goblin Nameless. Level, 28. Health, 800. Mana, 10. The giant goblins were all around level 28.
They appeared to be physical attackers. Their mana was too low, so they likely wouldn't use any magic.
Race, Gale Wind Magic Leopard Nameless. Level, 31. Health, 246,500.
Mana, 420-1100. The catgirl's health was a bit low, so Beta Bear reached into his leather pouch and pulled out 3 small fruits, a healing fruit, a rage fruit, and a magic fruit, to restore her health.
"Eat these. Don't worry, they're not poisonous. Let us take on those despicable goblins together."
Beta Bear displayed excellent gentlemanly manners, though, unfortunately, she wasn't actually a gentleman. The catgirl looked at the berries in her hand, hesitating slightly. But then she thought, if he'd gone out of his way to save her in this situation, he wouldn't deliberately poison her. Besides, she'd heard a bit about the events happening near the territory. At that time, she had dispatched a powerful squad to scout the other side of the river and eliminate the forces there, while the main army remained here to fight the goblins. However, she hadn't anticipated that the forces on the other side would be so formidable. Moreover, the wind demon leopards, whose morale had been crushed by the giant goblins, began to see a glimmer of hope. They stopped running around in panic and chose to fight head-on. Without the giant goblins' attacks, the wind demon leopards held a significant advantage against the ordinary goblins.
The 4 giant goblins were quickly and brutally slain by Shongbatian and his group. Under the blows of Shongbatian's wolf-tooth club, not a single giant goblin could last even a minute.
After dispatching 2 giant goblins, they then helped Alpha Bear and Beta Bear take care of the others. The remaining giant goblin was finished off by Catgirl, whose wind blade pierced straight through its body, ending its life.
After dispatching these 4 giant goblins, the 4 of them turned their attention to the other ordinary goblins.
With Shongbatian and his 2 companions joining the fray, the goblins were quickly decimated. Normally, goblins wouldn't deploy such a large force all at once. They usually sent out small groups at a time, retreating when exhausted, only to return the next day. If there had been only 1 or 2 giant goblins, Catgirl could have held her own or even defeated them with the help of the other wind demon leopards. But today, the goblins seem to have lost their patience.
Man, this is exhausting.
Beta Bear sighed and began eating a healing fruit he held in his hand. Alpha Bear followed suit.
Man, I'm about to get killed. Shongbati looked at them with a mix of frustration and disappointment, glaring at them.
The remaining goblins were also pursued by the wind demon leopards, and not a single one escaped. Nearly 500 goblins were wiped out, while the wind demon leopards only lost about 70. It was a resounding victory.
Now then, little kitty, shouldn't you have a proper talk with us? Alpha Bear held out a healing fruit and handed it to the Catgirl. Talk about what?
After fighting side by side, the Catgirl's tone had softened considerably. At least she wasn't ready to start fighting again right away. The Catgirl took the healing fruit, bent down, and held it to the mouth of a severely wounded wind demon panther. The wind demon leopard, which had been teetering on the brink of death, took a bite of the healing fruit. The wounds on its body began to heal, and its internal organs seemed to be recovering as well. After coughing up another mouthful of blood, the severely injured wind demon leopard passed out, but its breathing was steady. It should be out of mortal danger now.
Of course, we're going to talk about romance.
Beta Bear joked casually, not taking it seriously.
Okay.
Unexpectedly, Catgirl agreed immediately, completely stunning both Alpha Bear and Beta Bear. She was surprisingly straightforward.
No, don't listen to that idiot. If you want me, that is fine with me, but I have one request: accept my people.
Especially those fruits from earlier. I hope every injured member of my clan can get one. The Catgirl fixed her gaze firmly on Alpha Bear and spoke with great seriousness. Actually, when we first came here, we intended to cooperate and coexist with you, to live together near the sacred tree and receive its protection. Alpha Bear felt a bit embarrassed under her intense gaze. He looked up at the sky and scratched the back of his head.
The sacred tree? As long as we can receive its protection, I'm willing to have children with you.
The Catgirl looked at Alpha Bear's face and replied with a serious expression.
Wait, that's not right. Not with Alpha Bear with me. I want to date me.
Beta Bear shoved Alpha Bear aside, pointed at her own face, and looked at the Catgirl with utter confusion. The Catgirl scrutinized Beta Bear closely, her face full of bewilderment.
Aren't you a female? Put. You're the female. I'm a male. Wait, no, I'm not a male anymore. Damn it.
Girls in this other world are so innocent, but I don't stand a chance.
Oh heavens, you're just so blind.
Beta Bear started pounding the ground nonstop, 2 streams of tears streaming down his face as he muttered something under his breath.
Chindai, you've really lost your mind.
Alpha Bear stared at him, utterly speechless. She really couldn't understand how she'd ever stayed with such a scumbag for so long.
What on earth did I ever see in you?
You're such a jerk, and such an idiot too. The Catgirl standing before them watched their little show with a puzzled expression, completely clueless about what they were talking about.
Chapter 24, Granted Sanctuary.
Although the Catgirl had agreed to coexist peacefully and drop the past conflicts, she demanded that Alpha Bear and the others first treat the injured wind magic leopards. Only after most of them were healed would she agree to lead her entire clan to join them. For wind magic leopards set out with the Catgirl, following Shongbatian and his 2 companions back to the sacred tree's south gathering place. After passing through a patch of jungle, they came upon a swift flowing river. While the storm wolves could carry Shone Badian and the others across the river, which was over 10 meters wide, the wind leopards could only cross by using wind control to propel themselves through the air. Catgirl, however, was much more agile. Her mastery of wind control had already reached a level where she could hover briefly in the air, allowing her to cross the river with grace. They pressed on immediately. Many of the wind magic leopards had sustained severe injuries, and with time running short, they could not afford to linger. They had to keep moving. As everyone raced at full speed, in less than a quarter of an hour, Catgirl spotted a towering tree. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering in patches across the ground, and a warm, gentle breeze seemed to caress her cheeks. Catgirl hadn't expected the so-called sacred tree to be such a colossal specimen, radiating an aura of holiness. Many storm wolves were joyfully chasing each other beneath its branches. "Great sacred tree, we have brought the leader of the wind demons," Alpha Bear shouted to Jai. Actually, he didn't need to shout, but Jai was so massive now that it seemed he wouldn't hear a whisper otherwise. Jai also noticed the Catgirl's arrival. At the same time, Jai cast appraisal on the group. Race, Gale Demon Leopard Nameless. Level, 32. Health, 600. Mana, 1200. Strength, 450. Defense, 120. Speed, 550. Alpha Bear and the others had also leveled up significantly. It seemed they'd just been through a fierce battle, which was why their levels had risen so much. It was a shame the battle hadn't happened near him. He could have leveled up quite a bit too. It had been a long time since Jai had leveled up. As a reward, Jai exchanged the remaining 100 system credits for 3 sets of clothing suitable for them. All 3 sets had been imbued by the system with defensive magic, capable of withstanding extreme heat and cold. They were also lightweight and featured the adventurous style common in this other world, mostly long sleeves and pants, designed for ease of movement. The 3 sets of clothing floated down into Alpha Bear's hands. Did the great sacred tree think we looked too shabby? Beta Bear accepted one of the outfits with a touch of emotion. She'd long since grown tired of running around in a skirt, and now she had long sleeves and pants to wear. You should talk to the divine tree yourself. It's actually quite kind. Alpha Bear patted the Catgirl on the shoulder and glanced at Jai. The Catgirl walked to the foot of Jai's tree, pressed her palms together, and prayed to Jai. Divine tree, please grant us fruits that can heal our wounds. If we may receive your protection, we are willing to support you forever. Jai certainly wouldn't refuse such a good deal. He had been hoping to gain more followers anyway, and trading a few fruits for the support of the wind demon leopards was well worth it. Her prayer seemed to be answered. The once lush green giant tree began to sprout clusters of vibrant flowers, which soon bore fruit. Countless golden fruits swelled visibly before their eyes. Golden patterns began to emerge on the fruits as well. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of golden fruits rained down from the sky. Jai skillfully employed his wind control to pile the fruits one by one in front of the Catgirl, forming a small golden mound. It's nothing short of a miracle. These fruits exuded a rich vitality, and the golden patterns seemed to tempt others to eat them. Alpha Bear also retrieved a mesh bag from the small cabin one previously used by adventurers. It had been given to him by a thief who had once tried to capture Beta Bear, and Alpha Bear had always kept such items. Here, use this to pack them up, then bring the wind demons back here. The sacred tree can heal even severe injuries, broken bones, or internal damage. These fruits have limited healing power, so we can bring them here and ask the sacred tree to provide the necessary treatment. Beta Bear ran over and patted her chest proudly. After all, time was of the essence to deliver them to the injured clan members. Without lingering to chat with the others, the Catgirl grabbed the mesh bag and dashed into the forest. Shone Badian and Beta Bear gave chase, while Alpha Bear, feeling his task was complete, decided to return to the cabin for a good night's sleep. Soon, the injured wind demon leopards saw their leader, Catgirl, rushing back, carrying a bag of fruit adorned with golden patterns. The fruit radiated not only the essence of life but also a sacred aura. Do not fight over them. Those who are uninjured, come forward to take some and help distribute them to the wounded. She quickly resumed her role as leader, directing the wind demon leopards. After consuming Jai's healing fruits,
The injured wind demon leopards showed clear signs of recovery.
Visibly severe wounds began to heal before their eyes, and those on the brink of death were given a chance to catch their breath. Those who are uninjured, carry all the fainted ones on your backs.
Those whose injuries have healed, get moving. We're moving to the other side of the river to live. We've gained the protection of the great sacred tree. We no longer need to fear those vile goblins.
Hearing the catgirless shout, a glimmer of hope seemed to flicker in the eyes of the wind demon leopards who had previously given up on life. Previously, when the pack leader had led a group of powerful wind demon leopards to the other side of the river, it seemed to have enraged the sacred tree of the forest. The sacred tree had begun to rain down fire and ice, causing severe injuries to many wind demon leopards. Even the clan leader had perished under the assault of ice and fire. This had made them deeply fearful of the sacred tree on the other side of the river. They never expected the sacred tree would now be willing to shelter them, leading the wind demon leopards to suspect it might be a trick. So when Catgirl left, many of them felt a sense of unease and anxiety. When Catgirl returned, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After receiving the healing fruits from the sacred tree, they were all amazed. These fruits were like a miracle. After eating them, wounds healed, and even damaged internal organs seemed to recover. Now, as they prepared to head to the sacred tree's sanctuary once more, they felt a mix of excitement, elation, and trepidation. They placed their complete trust in Catgirl's leadership. She was the only genius in their clan whose bloodline had awakened and evolved a leader personally designated by the elder chief. Only by fully obeying her commands could the entire clan grow strong. Indeed, it could be said that as long as she grew strong, the clan would grow strong. Chapter 25. The more they fought, the more addicted they became. A vast horde of wind demon leopards began their migration. Many were being carried by other wind demon leopards, while some carried food, chunks of goblin meat, fruits, and the like. Everyone began moving at top speed. This action would naturally attract the attention of the hostile goblins, but it was impossible to leave a squad behind to block them now. The goblins monitoring the wind demon leopards noticed the mass migration. Naturally, they wouldn't let this opportunity slip by and quickly returned to report the situation. Before long, 2 giant goblins, accompanied by over 100 smaller goblins, overran the forest where the wind demon leopards lived, sweeping away all the food that hadn't been carried off in time. Of course, they weren't about to let the wind demon leopards escape so easily. They rallied their forces and began giving chase. The wind demon leopards were relatively fast, but most of them were injured. Some were carrying severely wounded or unconscious companions, while others were hauling food, which slowed them down somewhat.
It looks like a goblin legion is chasing us.
A wind demon leopard ran up to Catgirl and let out a few howls.
Catgirl understood what it meant and immediately said to Beta Bear,
"Then Mom and I will stay behind to deal with them."
"You guys go ahead." Shone Badian didn't hesitate, leaping down from the storm holy wolf and patting its soft fur on the back. "Go tell the great tree and ask for some backup." The storm holy wolf let out a howl to show it understood, then turned and began to sprint. It was so fast that in no time, it vanished from sight. Shone Badian had already put on the clothes Shai had given her. Although they felt a bit unfamiliar, they didn't hinder her from swinging her wolf tooth club with wide, sweeping motions. "I'll stay and fight alongside you too." Feeling a bit guilty about leaving Beta Bear to face the enemy alone, Catgirl stepped forward and stood beside her. As soon as the Catgirl appeared, many of the wind demon leopards refused to leave, choosing to stay and fight alongside her. After all, she was the future hope of the wind demon leopard clan. "You go ahead first. If you don't leave, none of them will. Don't worry, we'll catch up soon." Beta Bear gave the Catgirl a gentle nudge on the back, pointing at the wind demon leopards preparing to return to the battle as she spoke. "All right, just be careful." With that, only Beta Bear, Shone Badian, and a storm holy wolf remained in the forest. Before long, 2 goblins emerged from the undergrowth, peeking their heads out. Shone Badian struck them both with his staff, sending them on a one-way trip to the underworld. No sooner had he dealt with those 2 than a never-ending stream of green-skinned little dwarves began emerging from the woods. There were too many goblins to count. Beta Bear immediately unleashed a lightning strike, delivering a massive electric shock. The roar echoed across the clear sky as goblins were repeatedly struck by lightning and reduced to charred remains. For a moment, even the goblins who feared neither life nor death began to take a few steps back. Such a massive lightning strike drained her mana rapidly. In no time, Beta Bear's mana was depleted. Fighting off drowsiness, she pulled out a mana fruit, ran onto the back of the storm holy wolf, and prepared to retreat. Wasn't he foolish enough to face so many goblins alone either? She began retreating rapidly as well. Whenever a goblin got close, she would strike it down with a single blow of her staff. Once her magic was restored, Beta Bear resumed unleashing lightning strikes from the back of the storm holy wolf. After each volley, she relied on the wolf's speed to retreat swiftly. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for just the two of them to stop hundreds or even thousands of goblins on their own, but they could manage a brief skirmish. A squad of goblins was instantly wiped out by Xiong Badian, and in her spare moments, she also retrieved the goblins' mana crystals. The giant goblins were considerably slower than their ordinary counterparts and couldn't keep up with Xiong Badi and Beta Bear as they moved nimbly and shifted positions. And so, in a back-and-forth game of chase and evasion, they dragged the fight all the way to the other side of the river. The two crossed the river and continued running toward Jai. Now that the goblins saw Beta Bear and Xiong Badian, they were desperate to tear them to pieces, and a horde of goblins charged straight into the river. The swift current swept away quite a few goblins, but this was no match for the goblin army. The goblins began piling on top of one another, clinging to each other's hands and feet, forming a human bridge that spanned the river. Countless goblins piled up to create a massive bridge. Immediately afterward, the goblins surged across to the other side, and the giant goblins were no exception. There were 7 of them this time, and the number of goblins was so vast it was impossible to count them all. The goblins who had crossed the river pressed on, continuing in the direction the wind demon leopards had migrated. Less than a quarter of an hour into their advance, the sky suddenly darkened with storm clouds. Without warning, torrential rain came crashing down. The howling wind, pounding rain, and rolling thunder continued unabated. The gale was so fierce that the smaller goblins could barely stay on their feet, forced to cling to larger trees to withstand the force of the wind. At that moment, dark shadows darted through the forest, seeming to merge with the storm as if they were the storm itself. The giant goblins immediately grew wary. Before they could react, black-gray stormwargs began emerging from the storm, biting directly into the goblins, all targeting vital points like the neck. In no time, over 100 goblins had perished. Even the powerful giant goblins were violently knocked to the ground by the storm holy wolves, with several storm demon wolves coordinating with a single storm holy wolf to attack each giant goblin. There were 9 storm holy wolves in total, more than enough to handle these giant goblins. Within the storm, their power was significantly amplified. Unlike the storm demonic wolves, not only were they unaffected by the storm, but the longer they remained within it, the more their resistance to all attributes increased, making them stronger as the battle raged on. Then there was Xiao Erha, who directly activated his Holy Spirit transformation. He was the only one to have evolved into a Holy Spirit demon wolf. The Holy Spirit transformation transformed him into a giant silver wolf nearly 5 meters tall. His massive size granted him immense strength, boosting his power by more than double if his level were to rise further. Doubling it again wouldn't be a problem. Its strength has reached a staggering 1,500, a figure even Xiong Badi cannot match. With a single swipe, it sent 2 giant goblins flying. Xiao Erha didn't let this opportunity go to waste, furiously tearing into a fallen giant goblin. Soon, one of the giant goblins fell to its attacks. The storm wolves grew bolder as the battle raged on. In the past, they had been at the mercy of the weather. Often, when they encountered enemies on clear days, they were too weak to fight. But now it was different. Whenever a fight broke out, it coincided with the arrival of a storm, and they found themselves getting more and more addicted to the battle. Chapter 26, The World. Due to the storm, Xiong Badi and the others had no intention of joining the battle. Instead, they stood beneath the great tree that was Jai, watching the goblins in the chaos below. Not only was there no storm on Jai's side, but the sun was also shining warmly, creating a stark contrast between him and the massive goblin army directly in front of him. Is this the power of the divine tree? It can even control the weather. The cat girl watched the chaotic scene in the forest with some astonishment. Although the number of storm magic wolves was small,
They had managed to hold back such a large number of goblins though, of course, this was also thanks to Jai's power. Jai was becoming increasingly proficient at controlling the power of the storm. While simply having the elves use water magic wouldn't be enough to create a downpour, applying some scientific principles made it quite simple and consumed far less mana. A downpour is typically formed when large amounts of water vapor are transported into the clouds to create cumulonimbus clouds. By combining water and wind magic through elven magic, water vapor is continuously transported upward. Fire magic is then used to raise the temperature, maintaining a high-pressure environment and creating a boundary between cold and warm air in a specific area. This creates a localized downpour environment within a specific area. Not only does this allow magical energy to be directed entirely where it's needed, significantly improving efficiency, but it also allows the storm wolf to operate within a designated zone. However, the goblins trapped within the storm are unaware of the downpour's boundaries and naturally cannot escape easily. There were many goblins, and occasionally a few particularly lucky ones managed to run outside the range of the downpour. But Xiong Badian, standing outside the storm, naturally rewarded them with a heavy blow, sending them back into the storm. The battle lasted about 2 hours. The downpour had become excessive. Many trees were washed away by the rain, leaving behind a network of small streams like a spider's web, and the ground was left uneven. Over 2,000 goblins were thus wiped out by Jai and his group. Thanks to Jai's healing, the storm wolves suffered not a single casualty, a complete and utter victory. The cat girl watched all this in disbelief. The goblin hordes that had plagued them for so long were, in this environment, as insignificant as ants, easily vanquished by the great sacred tree and his followers. Moreover, the healing magic released by the great tree was nothing short of a miracle. From hundreds of meters away, it could precisely heal the storm wolves on the battlefield. Those storm wolves, like weapons of war, relentlessly reaped the lives of the goblins amidst the storm. Having witnessed the immense power of the great tree, Catgirl's heart trembled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, a sense of relief from being protected by a powerful being; on the other, the constant tension of walking alongside a tiger. Her race was so weak, with nothing of value to offer. Relying solely on her words, how could she possibly deserve the great tree's protection? Under the shelter of a powerful being, she realized that only by becoming strong herself could she secure greater benefits. The cat girl led the wind demon leopards to the base of the giant tree, Jai, and prayed devoutly, hoping that the mighty divine tree would protect their race. Jai, of course, was not one to be stingy. He accepted them without hesitation and cast healing magic to tend to the severely wounded wind demon leopards. From this day forward, the number of his followers would see a significant increase. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained 479 followers. Current total followers, 540. Reward, 9,500 skill points and 9,500 system currency. Hearing the system's notification, Jai was ecstatic. 9,500 skill points. How long would it take to accumulate that amount just by leveling up? Moreover, leveling up had a cap. He would have to rely on evolution to continue advancing. After instructing Xiong Badian to have the wind demon leopards search for a suitable habitat nearby and settle them in, Jai began allocating his skill points. First, he used 2,000 skill points to upgrade the high-level system to level 7 to see what changes it would bring. If the changes were minimal, Jai planned to use the remaining points to upgrade other skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, on upgrading the high-level system to level 7. The high-level system will now gain consciousness and can provide any assistance within its capabilities. So you have your own thoughts now? Yes, Master. Jai had assumed the system was conscious from the start, but it turns out it only gained consciousness after reaching this level. No wonder his previous questions went unanswered. So, can you offer some discounts in the store? Jai figured that since the system could communicate now, he might as well try to haggle. He was going to drive a hard bargain. No. Then can you add more system quests? Or give better rewards next time? Like, say, 100 skill points for gaining a follower. No. Jai sneered inwardly at the system with a touch of contempt. It was like the AI in a smartphone, just a bunch of simple auto-replies. Not smart at all, and frankly, a bit retarded.
Note, this system was transformed from the Master S skill world and cannot perform tasks beyond the Master S own capabilities. What world? Isn't it supposed to be a high-level system? Jai instinctively opened the system panel to check. Race, Spirit Tree Nameless. Level, 26 3240 Spirit Energy required to level up. Health, 16,000. Mana, 8,000. Attack, 50. Defense, 2,400. Speed, 0. Current Spirit Energy, 6,760. Skill points, 7,540. Skills: World High Level System Level 7, Photosynthesis Level 3, Fruit Bearing Level 7, Appraisal Level 2, Healing Level 5, Elf Magic Level 5, Wind Control Level 6, Stealth Level 4. Upgradable skills: World High Level System Level 8 5,000 points, Photosynthesis Level 5 100 points, Wind Control Level 7 300 points, Fruit Bearing Level 8 800 points, Appraisal Level 3 100 points, Stealth Level 5 150 points, Healing Level 6 500 points, Spirit Magic Level 6 1000 points. It's actually called World. Why is the system named that? Shouldn't it be something like the Infinite Evolution System? Sensing Jai's confusion, the system began to explain. Listen, the World skill is a one-of-a-kind, unique skill, the pinnacle of the Imagination skill series. Wait, I'm a bit lost. What are imagination skills? What does unique skill mean? Imagination skills are abilities that allow the user to alter the world through imagination, capable of creating something from nothing and bringing life and death. Unique skills are essential for ascending to godhood. They cannot be detected by the appraisal skill and can only be held by a single being. They can be seized by killing the owner. Holy shit! Hearing the system's explanation, Jai couldn't help but lament his lack of knowledge, resorting to a classic Chinese exclamation. With such a powerful skill, wouldn't he be invincible? So, you mean I'm actually my own skill, and the system is just something I imagined? Since the system itself was transformed from a skill, if it's that powerful, couldn't I just imagine things like nuclear weapons and become invincible? Well, the system was indeed born from the Master S desires and imagination, but upon inspection, there is no relevant knowledge in the Master S memories. It is unable to conjure the technological items the Master mentioned. Chapter 27, The Fruit of the Spirit. I suppose so. After all, I'm just an ordinary third-rate college student. Can the World skill help me become human? Since the empty imagination skill can alter reality through imagination, creating something from nothing, doesn't that mean that as long as I imagine it vividly enough, I'll have everything I desire? Yes, it can. However, the World skill cannot operate on magic alone. It also requires 10,000 points of so-called system currency to construct a humanoid body capable of housing the Master S soul. Jai's question was quickly answered by the system AI. Hearing this, Jai was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't find the words to express it. He had been a tree for so many months. Finally, he saw hope of becoming human again. This was better than anything else. So, do I have to go through you every time I use the skill? Can't I just imagine it on my own? Yes, that is possible. However, the Master S brain initially resisted absorbing the knowledge of World. To ensure the skill functions properly, the Master imagined this intelligence system to learn and use the skill on his behalf. How could that be? He was a promising young man of the 21st century, a legitimate college student. A little magic knowledge would be a piece of cake for him. Besides, he was already full of longing for the fantasy world. Wouldn't learning new things be a breeze with that interest? As the saying goes, interest is the best teacher. I don't believe it. Let me learn now. At that moment, Jai's mind began to fill with text composed of strange symbols and countless magical formulas, so many that he couldn't see the end of them. The system was particularly considerate, presenting the information in a format Jai was familiar with, a web-like interface where he could click through pages. As he looked, a page number appeared in the corner. 1978245001. Jai couldn't help but marvel at how wise his brain had been to make this decision. Everyone knows that a person's brain is at its peak during high school. Once you reach college, it starts to atrophy and isn't suited for learning new things anymore. Ahem, there's a bit too much here. I'll study some other knowledge first and come back to this when I have time. Just put it away for now. At that moment, Jai distinctly felt the system give him a look of disdain. 10,000 system currency points is still a bit too expensive. It'd be great if it were cheaper. Now that I have more followers, I'm running out. Having gained so many followers, if he didn't distribute a few divine blessings to reward his customers, his future business would suffer. After all, the customer is king. His followers needed to grow stronger, only then could he attract even more people to support Jai. A stronger faction would also give him a greater sense of security. Alright, you can prioritize upgrading the fruit-bearing ability to level 10 to unlock the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit is the primordial embryo of a spirit and can be used as the master's physical body. However, the spirit fruit requires a 10-year gestation period before life can be born from it. However, the master's physical body is still somewhat lacking in quality. You can pay 5,000 system currency to accelerate its growth and evolution, transforming it into a vessel capable of supporting the master's soul. The system stepped in once again, offering Jai a better solution. That works. It saves half the system currency. Let us go with that. By the way, is my soul very heavy? Sir, the mass of your soul is calculated based on the quantity and quality of your skill points. A soul possessing a unique skill requires a body capable of bearing that unique skill. Jai secretly rejoiced inwardly. It seemed he was quite strong after all, a truly remarkable skill, it appeared. And to possess a humanoid body? The future looked bright indeed. Originally, Jai had planned to use his remaining skill points to level up the world system. Leveling up to level 8 required 5,000 skill points, a bit too steep a cost. Besides, he couldn't wait to have a physical body. Without further hesitation, he upgraded the fruit-bearing skill to level 10. Level 8 required 800 points. The fruit produced provided a feeling of fullness and balanced nutrition, keeping the eater satisfied for 3 days. The effect felt somewhat ordinary, not as miraculous as other fruits, but it should still be quite useful. Level 9 requires 1,500 points. It enhances the effects of all types of fruits and extends their shelf life. Depending on the amount of magic expended, the duration can be extended, lasting up to a week, a significant improvement over the previous 7 hours. This allows him to prepare more fruits at once. After all, he now has more followers, and the fruits are very helpful in getting them out of trouble. The longer shelf life also makes them easier to carry and use. Level 10 requires 2,500 points. As the system describes, this allows you to cultivate living spirit fruits. After about 10 years of cultivation, a pure blood spirit with its own will is born. However, before it matures, it is just an ordinary fruit, and consuming it will not produce any special effects. It can also be used for planting. Once grown, it becomes a spirit tree. This used up 4,800 of Jai's skill points, leaving him with 2,740. He plans to save these for future level-up system upgrades, learning magic in critical moments, or leveling up other skills when needed. Nurturing a spirit fruit requires a daily supply of 1,000 mana. Jai currently has only 8,000 mana, and he cannot use all of it to sustain the spirit fruit. He also needs to plan ahead. Sometimes, those storm demon wolves or other followers might return from hunting with serious injuries, requiring him to use his magic to heal them. He first used 4,000 mana to cultivate 4 spirit fruits. He ordered Shun Badian to take 2 of them and plant them 200 meters away, since the trees grow quite large. As for the remaining 2, he will use 1 to continuously supply mana, to see what kind of spirit it will become. As for the remaining 1, he naturally spent 5,000 system credits to have the system catalyze its rapid growth, evolving it into a physical body capable of housing Jai's soul. Do you wish to use 5,000 system credits to evolve the spirit fruit? Yes. Seeing that the system credits he had worked so hard to obtain could finally be used for himself and that he would soon possess a physical body, Jai was now incredibly excited. Not only was the currency in his system store draining away, but his magic power was beginning to fade as well, as if the tree's energy were being channeled into that emerald green fruit. The fruit started out the size of a fist and swelled continuously until it reached about half a meter in length, at which point it stopped growing. Jai could even sense a life force pulsing within it, a truly wondrous sensation. Why do I feel like I'm pregnant and with myself, no less? This is just too weird. Jai kept grumbling to himself, yet his eyes were filled with anticipation as he watched the growing spirit fruit. The crowd gathered beneath the tree was also drawn to the aura emanating from its crown, as if the flow of magic were converging toward the treetop. Gazing upward, they saw a slightly greenish fruit continuously absorbing all the surrounding energy, as if it were a bottomless pit. Silver patterns began to spread across the fruit's surface, which gradually shifted from a greenish hue to a creamy white, with a hint of pink at the tip. "What is this?" Alpha Bear asked Shongbatian with a touch of curiosity. "I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard a legend. According to the legend, the ancestor of the elves was born from a fruit on the Elf King tree. They were the most primordial of the elves, the origin of all magic and the pioneers who guided the evolution of all things." Though Shongbatian shook his head, as a native of this world, he seemed to possess his own unique insights. Chapter 28, Alpha Bear's Departure. Time flew by. Half a year had passed since Jai had been transported to this world. Yet, despite the system's catalysis and evolution, the spirit fruit had still not fully matured. If it weren't for the fact that Jai could already sense the sound of a heartbeat within the spirit fruit, he would have begun to suspect that the system had deceived him. After waiting so long, he no longer stared at the fruit every day as he had at the beginning. The two spirit fruits he had previously ordered Shongbatian to plant seemed to have sprouted, transforming into small saplings. After that, Jai would occasionally have Shongbatian plant a few more. He had lost track of exactly how many he had planted. According to the system, the spirit trees grown from the spirit fruits he had cultivated would grant him a degree of control. They would obey Jai's commands, allowing him to establish his own defensive force and rely on these trees to protect his followers within a certain radius. Then, a month ago, the human Mark arrived at Jai's location to announce the city lord's agreement to a proposal for peaceful coexistence. Mark, accompanied by a contingent of men and a formally dressed noble, was deeply shocked upon seeing the sight of hundreds of wind demon leopards and storm demon wolves living in harmony. However, their visit was merely to fully assess the friendliness and potential threat posed by Jai and his group. It did not constitute a formal alliance. The formally dressed noble, speaking on behalf of the city lord, proposed that they would only be willing to formally establish a cooperative relationship with Jai and his people if Shongbatian's forces could rule over the magic beasts in the area east of the Mesopotamian forest, near Banwang City. In the eyes of those nobles, Shongbatian, who conveyed Jai's orders, appeared more like the ruler of this region. Many magical beings possessed their own domain and controlled celestial treasures, such as the spirit tree behind Shongbatian. Humans were generally more receptive to magical beings like Shongbatian, who were willing to engage in dialogue and cooperation. Human cities were not lacking in half-breeds between magical beings and humans, a group commonly referred to as subhumans. Although the human side still harbors some apprehension toward Jai and his kind, Jai is eager to make an effort to demonstrate his side's goodwill. The human population is vast, and gaining human supporters could bring him significant benefits. Meanwhile, Alpha Bear seems to be growing restless in the forest's solitude and hopes to follow Mark and the others, leaving this forest to venture into human society. Mark and the others naturally view this as a positive development. As the son of Shongbatian and the future heir to the clan's leadership, Alpha Bear's exposure to human cities through interaction would only bring them greater benefits, or, one might say, serve as a trump card to leverage against Shongbatian. Given the region's proximity to Banwang City, establishing a partnership with Shongbatian could reduce annual military expenditure. After all, incidents of magic beasts harassing towns occur year after year, requiring significant funds to be allocated to this issue annually. Shongbatian naturally didn't want Alpha Bear to leave, but as an uneducated native, he was rendered speechless by the various theories Alpha Bear spouted at the drop of a hat. Jai didn't want Alpha Bear to leave either. After all, as fellow time travelers and high school classmates, he didn't want anything to happen to him. But in this strange world, who wouldn't want to go exploring? Jai himself was itching to leave this place and go explore. Moreover, after half a year of leveling up through battles with goblins, Jai felt Alpha Bear's strength was now on par with Luke and the others. At the very least, he should be able to survive in human society without starving to death. Still, Jai respected Alpha Bear's choice and selected a suitable set of gear from the system store to give him as his starter gear for leaving the beginner's village. In front of everyone, Jai conjured a set of gear out of thin air and placed it in Alpha Bear's hands. Mark and the others were utterly astonished. True to its reputation as the sacred tree capable of bestowing divine blessings, it could actually conjure equipment for a divine blessing recipient out of thin air. This godlike display filled Mark and the others not only with astonishment but also with deep respect. Moreover, anything capable of such divine miracles inevitably inspires a silent sense of awe in the nobleman's mind. The value of this sacred tree had risen even further. Alpha Bear gratefully accepted the gear bestowed by the sacred tree, an adventurer's outfit enhanced by elven magic. Though simple in design, it provided significant defensive bonuses. There was also a sharp short sword adorned with a golden gem. As for its effects, Alpha Bear would have to discover them for herself. Before leaving, Alpha Bear invited Beta Bear to come along, but Beta Bear refused, saying she would go wherever Chi-Chi went. Chi-Chi was the leader of the Wind Demon Leopards, a catgirl demon. When she joined the ranks of Jai's followers, Jai was not stingy. He bestowed a divine blessing upon her as well, and granted divine blessings to many Wind Demon Leopards. Some evolved into Swift Wind Demon Leopards but remained in leopard form, while others, the luckier ones, evolved into demon cats just like Chi-Chi. Beta Bear's rejection dealt a heavy blow to Alpha Bear, especially since they had been a couple in their previous life. The two spent the night in silence. Early the next morning, Alpha Bear got up, packed his bags, and left the forest with Mark's group without even saying goodbye to Beta Bear. As for Beta Bear, she stayed hidden inside the small cabin they had built together at the beginning. Jai couldn't begin to understand the complex emotions swirling within her. After all, he never experienced a situation where his girlfriend turned into a boy while he himself turned into a girl. Beta Bear, who used to follow Chi-Chi around everywhere, began locking herself in the cabin every day from that moment on. At first, Chi-Chi didn't pay much attention, but recently she has started showing concern for Beta Bear. Chi-Chi had grown accustomed to having a little sister who was always by her side. Now that her brother Beta Bear was gone, she felt sad and looked deeply troubled, unsure of what to do. Still, every day she would run out to get a few grilled fish and bring them to Beta Bear's cabin. As Beta Bear Chindabai's best friend from his previous life, Jai couldn't imagine that the once cheerful and sunny rich kid would now be stuck at home all day. All he could do was pray that his good friend would come out of this soon. As for the current state of the territory, thanks to the active efforts of Shiongbadi and the others, many magic beasts have begun to realize that a community centered around Jai has formed here. Some have joined the ranks because of Shiongbadi's strength, but they haven't become supporters. They're simply Shiongbadi's followers. However, occasionally when Jai heals them, they are converted into supporters. Or perhaps due to the precedent set by the divine blessing, many magic beasts have come seeking it out. The divine blessing not only allows them to break through level caps but also offers the possibility of evolution. Many magic beasts are stuck at a single level for their entire lives. Being unable to evolve means they cannot break through, making Jai's divine blessing highly attractive. Jai's followers are no longer limited to magic beasts. There are now quite a few demons as well. Much like a small village, various wooden and stone huts are clustered beneath Jai's massive tree. The layout of the structures is somewhat chaotic, and Jai isn't particularly skilled at managing such matters. If he could collaborate with humans, he could ask them to share their expertise with the magic beasts, or hire workers to assist with town planning and proper construction, making the environment look more aesthetically pleasing. A more attractive environment would also help Jai attract more followers. Chapter 29, Birth. A week has passed since Alpha Bear left the forest. Aside from Beta Bear, who stays cooped up at home every day refusing to go out, the other magic beasts are living their lives as usual. When goblins attacked, they followed Shiongbadi's orders to fight back if injured. They ate healing fruits if seriously wounded. They asked Jai for treatment. There was nothing particularly new or exciting about it, and Jai was starting to find it a bit tedious. She couldn't help but feel a touch of envy for the carefree Alpha Bear. However, before her reincarnation, Xiao had been a quiet girl, not as carefree as Alpha Bear was now, able to just pick up and leave on a whim. However, Jai's elf form was nearly complete, and the system sent her a notification at that moment. Notice, the elf form prepared for the master is now complete. Please prepare to adapt to your new body. As soon as the system spoke, Jai saw a mark resembling a book page begin to appear on the pale pink fruit hanging from the treetop, which was completely covered in silver patterns. These marks multiplied rapidly, and soon the fruit began to bloom. Petals unfurled one after another, silver and pink intertwining, while a faint, delicate fragrance filled the air, a scent reminiscent of a blend of jasmine and sandalwood. In an instant, the spherical fruit transformed into a massive flower, its petals forming a bed-like structure, and Jai's new body found itself nestled within the petals. A wave of dizziness followed. Jai felt as if the world had turned upside down. His senses began to fade, as if he were sinking into the depths of the ocean. Everything around him slowly darkened and vanished until, finally, Jai entered a pitch-black void. He didn't know how long this sensation lasted, but it was soon followed by the feeling of a vertical plunge, as if falling off a cliff, accompanied once again by dizziness and a sense of weightlessness. Ugh! A unique floral scent and the fresh air of the forest flooded Jai's nostrils simultaneously. The jarring sensation made Jai feel as if his insides were churning, and the dizziness caused him to retch uncontrollably. At the same time, he greedily took deep, ravenous breaths of the fresh air. The vast, unobstructed view he'd once enjoyed from high above had shrunk to just a small patch right before his eyes. A change Jai still wasn't used to. He raised his hands and looked at his own slender, pale arms. Overcome with emotion, tears began to stream down his face. Finally, he had become human. Jai tried to stand up, but to his surprise, he couldn't keep his balance. It was as if his legs had no strength at all, they simply couldn't support his body. He leaned forward and fell, his entire body leaving the giant flower and spinning through the air as he plummeted downward. System, I'm going to die. Why can't I use my skills? Wait, Master, your mana is too low right now. You can't use skills. Jai flailed his arms frantically in midair. Skills that he could once activate with a single thought while he was still a tree now seemed impossible to use, as if he had reverted to an ordinary human, leaving him to spin and fall helplessly. Just as Jai was about to crash into the ground, a nimble figure darted out from the tree, catching Jai and cradling him in its arms. The two seemed weightless in the air, drifting down like falling leaves until they landed gently on the ground. Jai opened his eyes and realized it was Chi-Chi, the leader of the wind demon leopards, who had saved him. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi gently set Jai down on the ground. Jai tried to stand up, but Fruit-Bearing plopped right back down onto the ground, feeling a bit of pain. Who are you? How did you fall out of that tree? Jai looked at Chi-Chi, who was leaning in to examine him, and suddenly felt a bit shy. After all, he wasn't wearing any clothes. System, hurry up and get me a cheap, suitable outfit from the store. As Jai's inner cry echoed, a white mass began to coalesce before him, and soon a simple outfit appeared in his hands. Usually, the clothes provided to Beta Bear and Alpha Bear by the system, which came with attribute bonuses, were rated blue, indicating excellent quality. However, to save system currency, Jai had exchanged for ordinary clothes without any bonuses, which cost only 1 system currency. Taking the clothes, Jai quickly slipped them on. It was a simple, one-piece white robe that covered his entire body the moment he put it on. After all, it wasn't exactly ideal to be stared at by a girl. Jai quickly finished dressing and was just thinking about how best to answer Chi-Chi when Fruit-Bearing noticed that Chi-Chi had been staring at the giant flower at the top of the tree, deep in thought, before suddenly speaking up. You must be the offspring of the great sacred tree. A month ago, I noticed that there seemed to be life inside the fruit up there. I never imagined that the great sacred tree would have a child. Especially since Jai had conjured clothes out of thin air, it was as if it were a gift from the divine tree itself, truly magical. And since she heard the divine tree was an elven tree, it didn't seem strange at all for an elf to be born from it. So elves are born from trees? That's a new piece of knowledge for me. Chi-Chi thought to herself as she crouched down and reached out to touch Jai's hair. Jai currently looked about 6 years old, with a petite frame and a slightly chubby face. He had slender, slightly downward pointing elven ears and long, blue-green hair. His hair fell roughly to his shoulders. The blue-green hue was on the darker side, with more blue than green,
and his naturally fair skin looked even more rosy against this hair color. He also had a pair of golden eyes, like yellow crystals, that seemed almost capable of speaking. Since the elven race tends to be more feminine or androgynous in appearance, Jai, in his current youthful state, had a truly endearing look. Jai thought to himself, I really was born from that tree, I really am a tree. Calling myself the son of the sacred tree is perfectly fine. Let us just go with that. After all, when you're out in the world, it's good to have an identity. I can't be bothered to explain too much. Yeah, I came out of that flower. Jai pointed at the giant flower at the top of the tree and nodded. Chi-Chi saw that Jai was still sitting on the grass, seemingly unable to walk yet, so she picked him up. I'm Sister Chi-Chi. Let me take you to see Aunt Shongbatian. Aunt Shongbatian. Hearing that title, Jai's face twisted slightly, but out of politeness, she responded to Chi-Chi with a well-behaved nod. Hearing that name, Jai started to grumble again. If she'd known, she would have chosen a more normal name. It sounded too strange now. Maybe she should find some time to give her a divine blessing again? Chapter 30, Soul. At first, Jai felt a bit awkward being held in Chi-Chi's arms. After all, he was a grown man and yet here he was, being cradled by a young girl. But then he thought about it, wasn't he essentially a child now? He'd just been born and could barely walk. Since she was holding him anyway, he might as well enjoy the simple pleasures of being a child. Of course, Jai didn't forget to check his current status. Lying in Chi-Chi's soft embrace, he opened the system panel. Race, Primordial Elf Nameless. Level, 1000 spirit energy required to level up. Health, 12,100. Mana, 142,000. Strength, 2. Defense, 1. Speed, 3. Available spirit energy, 0. Skill points, 2740. Skills, World High Level System Level 7, Photosynthesis Level 3, Fruit Bearing Level 10, Appraisal Level 2, Healing Level 5, Elven Magic Level 5, Wind Control Level 6, Stealth Level 4. Skills available for leveling up, World High Level System Level 8 5000 points, Photosynthesis Level 5 100 points, Wind Control Level 7 300 points, Appraisal Level 3 100 points, Stealth Level 5 150 points, Healing Level 6 500 points, Spirit Magic Level 61,000 points. What weak stats! Aside from having an exceptionally high amount of magic, the rest are really too weak. With stats at this level, Jai felt that except for magic he wasn't even as good as an ordinary person, there was simply no comparison. Even Jilud, who had been kicked unconscious by Lia, was several times better than Jai. If Chi-Chi hadn't caught me just now, wouldn't this body of mine have been toast? System, can you at least tell me these precautions? Jai kept complaining to himself. He'd spent so much system currency and energy on this, not to mention the 10 months of gestation, but even these past 2 months had been a real drag. Well, originally, the master was resting inside the spirit flower. It only takes 12 minutes to fully recover, there was no threat. So it's my fault for moving around? That cannot be denied. Jai ignored the system and continued checking his interface. He discovered his level had dropped to level 1, while his skills and skill points remained unchanged, still matching his status when he was inside the spirit tree. The system sensed Jai's confusion. As a derivative of Jai's skills, it could directly access his thoughts. In modern terms, the system was essentially Jai's external, super-level brain. Note, whether it's the spirit tree or the primordial elf's body, both are essentially vessels for the master's soul. Skills are carried by the soul, and the strength of the soul directly affects the strength of the skills. Leveling up helps strengthen the soul. Since Jai now possesses 2 bodies, doesn't that mean he has twice as many skill points as others? Although it's still far from the skill points gained through supporters, every little bit helps, it's better than nothing. If he could level up multiple bodies at once, wouldn't that be a game changer? So, can I create multiple bodies simultaneously to level up? Listen, while the soul's strength can be increased, there is only one soul. Excessive fragmentation will cause the soul to shatter, making it impossible to reunite. The souls controlling different bodies will then form independent entities.
It's basically like splitting off another version of myself. Would that version still be me?
Different selves might even become different people, with distinct consciousnesses and ways of thinking, like versions of myself from different parallel universes converging.
Just thinking about it is a bit terrifying. By then, I probably wouldn't even be able to tell which one is me. Then why can't I control the spirit tree right now? Is it because my soul is all in this body? What about the spirit tree? Jai was still a bit afraid.
The thought of a different version of himself, one possessing his memories, existing over there at the spirit tree was terrifying.
Master, your soul's strength is limited. For now, you cannot control two bodies simultaneously.
The spirit tree will temporarily fall into slumber, but a plant-based vessel will not die from a lack of a soul. Once your soul's strength is sufficient, the sliver of your soul within the spirit tree will reawaken, and you will then be able to control both bodies simultaneously.
As your original body, the spirit tree is the most suitable vessel for you.
This skill, world, can only exist within the spirit tree, other bodies cannot sustain it.
If you lose your original body, world will also be lost. Jai roughly understood how things worked now.
It seemed the spirit tree, as Jai's original body, was still of utmost importance. World was the skill upon which Jai's survival depended. With world, he could create as many bodies as he wished, but without it, he would lose the very foundation of his survival in this strange world. It seems he must build a powerful faction and establish a robust defense system to protect his bodies. Both are of
utmost importance.
In the central region of the Mesopotamian forest, a grotesque-looking demon stood in the air above a group of giant goblins. He possessed massive black bat wings, his skin a deep green, and the fangs in his mouth starkly emphasized the ferocity of his features. He pulled out a black hand mirror, and ripples like those on water's surface rippled across its surface. At that moment, a hoarse, aged voice echoed from within the mirror. In the eastern part of the forest, it seems a being with considerable magical power has appeared.
Capture them, they might be of use to my king.
With a face full of reverence, he raised the hand mirror above his head, listening devoutly to the voice within, then replied slowly.
For my king.
Waiting until the mirror showed no further ripples, he carefully tucked it into his pocket. He lowered his head and glared intently at the giant goblins at his feet, the fury in his eyes seeming to have materialized, as if it were tangible.
Why? Why has it taken so long? What on earth have these 20 giant goblins been eating?
They still haven't taken the eastern forest, and I hear they can't even cross that river in the east. As he spoke, he planted his foot on the head of a giant goblin.
The creature was crushed beneath his weight, its entire upper body forced into the mud, unable to move.
Seeing this, the other giant goblins immediately dropped to their knees. Not a single one dared to make a sound. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of them knelt trembling in the mud.
Forget it, you bunch of useless fools.
Put the offensive in the central region on hold for now and increase troop strength in the east. You lot, split into two groups. Half of you come with me to take a look around the east. I'm curious to see what's keeping you from even crossing the river. He kicked the giant goblin stuck in the mud to the ground once more, flapped his black bat wings, and vanished from the giant goblin's gathering place.
Chapter 31, Unhealthy Books.
Today, Xiong Badian had caught a particularly fierce black boar in the wild. Carrying the unconscious boar on her shoulder, she arrived beneath the sacred tree, tied it up, and tossed it to the other demons, leaving them to handle it. Chi-Chi, accompanied by Jai, also approached Xiong Badian.
Xiong Badian looked at the tiny Jai and scratched her chin. This is a little spirit born from the divine tree, one of the two fruits at the very top of the tree.
At first, Chi-Chi glanced at the black pig the demons were preparing, swallowed hard, suppressed her craving, reached up to wipe the drool that had escaped the corner of her mouth, and then looked at Xiong Badian. Seeing Xiong Badian's puzzled expression, Chi-Chi spoke up to explain for Jai, sparing Jai the trouble of having to explain it himself.
Is that so?
The great sacred tree hasn't given me any instructions, so you might as well stay at my place for now.
Alpha Bear's small cabin had been extensively remodeled into a massive structure, with many additional rooms added.
Xiong Badian no longer lived out in the wild. He had begun to follow Beta Bear in the other's example, lying comfortably on the straw mattress inside the cabin, which allowed him to sleep and rest much better at night.
Jai had no objections. Now that he had become human, his first priority was to solve the problems of food, drink, and shelter. He could no longer survive by photosynthesis like a tree. Although he still possessed that ability, it was of little use to this body. He couldn't rely on it entirely to survive like a tree. The cabin was simple, mostly constructed from logs split in half. Some of the logs were mismatched in length, and the interior was somewhat dim. The windows were merely covered with leaves. If it rained, water would likely seep inside, but this small cabin was already the largest and best house in the area. It just goes to show that magic beasts' architectural skills are rather poor. They struggle to build comfortable homes. Beta Bear's cabin, on the other hand, is quite nice. It was built by Alpha Bear and Beta Bear together. They chose logs that were relatively uniform in size and shape. The floor of the cabin is raised, with wood on top and stone below. The roof is a sloped structure made from a mixture of wood, leaves, soil, and stone, so it should be pretty waterproof. Apart from Beta Bear's room, the rest were all extensions built by Xiong Badian himself, and they were relatively crude by comparison. Beta Bear, the great sacred tree, has given birth. Could you help take care of the baby? Xiong Badian knocked on Beta Bear's door. She felt a bit exasperated with Beta Bear these days. The child had good potential, but she just loved staying cooped up at home. If she put in a little more effort, she could probably receive more blessings from the great sacred tree. Ha! I hate taking care of kids the most, especially my relatives' kids. Beta Bear opened the door barefoot, her hair a tangled mess. It looked like she hadn't bathed in days. She wore a simple gray short-sleeved shirt that covered most of her body, leaving only a pair of white legs exposed. The shirt was likely one of the base layers from the adventure gear set Jai had given her. Wait, Mom, whose child are you talking about? The great tree's child. It used to be a fruit up in the tree, and there is still one hanging there. Xiong Badian gave Beta Bear a very brief summary. Jai saw Beta Bear and waved at him. He finally had the chance to meet his old classmate in person. Perfect timing. Since you're not going hunting anyway, I'll leave this child in your care. You're always at home and refuse to go out anyway. Although Chi-Chi glanced at Jai in her arms and really wanted to take care of this newborn sprite, she had many wind demon leopards that needed her leadership to defend against the goblins, so she didn't have much free time. You have to listen to Beta Bear, okay? Stay close to her, and don't wander off. I'll come back to see you later. Hearing the title Beta Bear, Jai couldn't help but chuckle, letting out a little snort. Chi-Chi handed Jai over to Beta Bear. Just as Beta Bear was about to pick him up, Jai wriggled free and stood up on the floor. Okay, I got it. I'll stay with Beta Bear. Jai deliberately emphasized the syllables in Beta Bear. Beta Bear watched silently. She heard it all. That little rascal had been snickering just now. And he even stressed those two words on purpose. Damn it, she asked the sacred tree to change her name before, but the sacred tree hadn't paid her any mind, and now even a little brat was starting to mock her. The sacred tree's naming skills were truly terrible. Jai looked at the silent Beta Bear, walked over, and asked with a childless innocent expression in tone. Beta Bear, what's wrong? Nothing. Beta Bear's forehead was practically bulging from the pressure of those two words, and the fist in her hand clenched unnaturally tighter and tighter. Seeing that Beta Bear and Jai were getting along quite naturally, Xiong Badian took Chi-Chi and left the log cabin. They still had a lot of work to do. Leading this group of magic beasts wasn't easy, and completing the sacred tree's tasks was also their duty. Once Xiong Badian and Chi-Chi had left, Beta Bear led Jai into her room. The moment they entered, Jai was stunned. The room was crammed with books, all modern Earth publications, with an especially large number of comic books piled nearly as high as a small hill. Jai immediately spotted quite a few inappropriate titles among them, such as Asuna fan comics and Rem fan comics, with covers featuring images clearly unsuitable for minors. Just as Jai was about to pick one up to look at it. It wasn't until Beta Bear closed the door that he realized the room was full of such books, and he thought, oh no. Don't move! Jai shouted at him from behind, startling him. Beta Bear quickly snatched the Rem fan comic from Jai's hand and began frantically gathering similar comics off the floor.
Jai watched as Beta Bear frantically gathered the doujinshi, moved them to a corner, and covered them with a piece of animal hide. He then let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "All right, you can move." Before Beta Bear could finish her sentence, she saw Jai lying quite naturally on her bed, reading a doujin manga just as casually, one that Beta Bear must have missed in her haste. Kids aren't supposed to read that stuff. Beta Bear reached out nervously to grab it, but then she heard Jai's voice and froze. "Chindabai, I never would have guessed you spend all day cooped up at home reading this kind of stuff." Jai sat up, crossed her legs with ease, and waved the unsavory book in front of Beta Bear. "Who are you?" Beta Bear backed awkwardly toward the doorway, her appraisal ability activated, a faint glimmer of lightning flickering in her eyes. But then she saw Jai's appalling stats. Race, primordial elf nameless. Health, 42,100. Mana, 1342,000. Attack, 2. Defense, 1. Speed, 3. Weak. Though his mana is terrifying, at this distance, I can win. Besides, we're near the foot of the divine tree. Breaking down the door would likely draw Shiongbatian's attention. No need to act hastily. Friend or foe, let us see what it's up to first. Beta Bear had also raised her appraisal level to level 3, allowing her to clearly see the target's basic stats. But facing someone who knew her name from her past life, she dared not let her guard down. This was, after all, a different world. Chapter 32, Revealing the ID. Calm down, I mean no harm. Jai set down the fan comic he was holding and waved at Beta Bear. Beta Bear was now covered in flickering lightning, looking like a cat with its fur standing on end, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. "Who exactly are you?" Actually, Alpha Bear used to call her Chindabai all the time, but after the sacred tree named her Beta Bear, Alpha Bear never called her that again. And the only one who would call her that here was Alpha Bear. But Alpha Bear had already left this place, and according to Shiongbatian and the others, this spirit had just been created by the sacred tree. There was no reason for it to know her past life's name. Either something had happened to Alpha Bear, or for some other reason, this spirit had been staring at her for a long time, constantly observing her. Or perhaps she was also from another world and had some way of knowing her identity. I'm not sure if you're the Chindabai I know. My name is Jai." "Jai?" "Right." Jai stated his name bluntly. In truth, he was a bit worried if this secret got out. What if she just happened to share the same name as his brother? What if it was all just a coincidence? But he really wanted someone to talk to. He'd been so lonely these past 6 months as a tree. Watching Alpha Bear and Beta Bear laughing and chatting together every day, he felt truly envious. So he decided to take a small risk and confirm their identities with Beta Bear. "I don't believe you. Who are you, exactly?" Beta Bear remained on guard. The lightning surrounding her seemed ready to strike Jai at any moment, sparking wildly in the air. In Beta Bear's memories, she recalled Alpha Bear mentioning Jai's name while joking with her. There was a chance someone might have overheard that back then. In this forest, she had also encountered some strange magic and monsters, which forced her to be cautious. Moreover, her past life was one of her most important secrets. Jai was a bit speechless. When had Beta Bear become so rigid? How had Alpha Bear and Beta Bear verified each other's identities in the past? Was it always this stiff? We were high school classmates. Then what's your in-game ID? Jai paused for a moment, then decided to speak up and answer honestly. Sakurajima Mai is online for a duel. So what's your game ID? Any dog belonging to Kamuri Ayaka is definitely mine. The two exchanged a glance. Good buddies. Saying a real name is one, but using a screen name is even more likely to lead to social embarrassment. Jai took a huge risk by saying it out loud. If it really was his buddy Chindabai, he'd be all too familiar with that screen name. But if it wasn't Chindabai, then Jai would have to face the consequences of social embarrassment all by himself. Beta Bear let down his guard, walked over, and sat down next to Jai, letting out a long sigh. "I didn't expect you to be here too. I never expected you to turn into a girl, and a pretty one at that."
Back in high school, you'd have had no shortage of boyfriends looking like that. You're the one who never liked boyfriends. You've got the nerve to talk to me? You're a girl yourself now, I guess we're just two of a kind. Hey. Jai pulled back the wide collar of his robe to peek inside, double-checking that his brothers were still there, then gave Beta Bear a wry grin. Nope, my brothers are still here. I'm still a real man. Your eyesight must be failing you, TSK. Beta Bear stared at Jai's face in disbelief, her wide eyes darting back and forth as she scrutinized his appearance. Then she reached out and lifted the hem of Jai's robe. Staring in utter disbelief at that extra bit of anatomy she didn't have, she couldn't accept it. She slid off the bed and knelt on the floor, feeling as though the whole world was deceiving her and toying with her. Hey, don't get so worked up. At least you're a girl now. Jai got down and walked over to Beta Bear, patting her on the shoulder. Speaking in a mature tone, she paused for 2 seconds mid-sentence. Beta Bear looked up, puzzled, wondering what on earth he was about to say. Fruit-bearing Jai's tone shifted. He looked at her with a mocking expression and said bluntly, "You look way better than when you used to cross-dress, ha ha. I'll kill you." We agreed not to bring that up again. Beta Bear, overcome with anger, jumped up and knocked over Jai, who was clutching his stomach and laughing at her. Jai hadn't expected Beta Bear to be so strong, nor had he realized how weak he was himself. He rolled twice on the ground and even bit his own tongue. Beta Bear hadn't expected that a light shove would send Jai tumbling to the ground, looking like such a wimp. You just arrived in this world, so you must still be pretty weak. I advise you not to act so cocky in front of me. Your old man here is almost level 30 now. There aren't many around here who can beat me. Beta Bear hurried over to help Jai up. Joking aside, but she wouldn't risk her friend's life. As the one who crossed over first, she felt it was her duty to look out for her good brother and eldest son. Jai's magic had recovered quite a bit. Earlier, he'd been so focused on confirming Beta Bear's identity that he'd forgotten to cast a healing spell on himself. Although the spell could restore his health, his frail physical stats left no doubt about just how weak this body was. That hurt like hell, you little bastard. You're a girl, yet you act just like a man, so rough and clumsy. Jai was still smiling and joking around, and Beta Bear knew there was nothing to worry about, so she didn't bother bickering with him. Hey, I never expected you to look so much like a girl, yet you're still a guy, damn it. After I turned into a girl, even Xiao Xiao ran away. Do you know that Xiao Xiao turned into a guy? I really can't accept that. Jai stopped teasing her. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. Didn't you used to really want to come to this other world? Now that your wish has come true, some things are bound to change, and some things are bound to be lost. At least we can still see each other again, right? You're right. Let us not talk about that anymore. How did you recognize me? Oh, you mean that? I was hanging in the tree and overheard you and Xiao Xiao chatting. I just took a wild guess. It turned out to match your identity. Who knew that our game IDs would actually save us a lot of trouble? Beta Bear recalled that the fruit had indeed been hanging on the sacred tree for over a month. He often chatted with Alpha Bear about the past, never realizing his good buddy had been watching from the tree the whole time. He suddenly felt a bit awkward. Ahem. Since you've just arrived here, I should share some of the knowledge I've gathered about this other world. It should be quite helpful to you. As your senior, you should humbly accept your old man's good intentions. Jai thought to himself that this was true. In fact, he didn't really understand Beta Bear and the others' way of life, nor did he know much about how to survive in this world. After all, he used to be just a tree and never had to worry about such things. Alright, go ahead. Chapter 33, Discussing the Game-Changing Ability. First of all, you must not go to the northern part of this forest, nor to the area slightly northwest of it. Is it that dangerous? Yes. Beyond the northern mountains lies the Trolls' territory. I've heard that if you cross that mountain range, you might catch a glimpse of a dragon in the sky, but by the time you see it, you'll probably be as good as dead. Jai had just heard the word dragon and was blinking excitedly, but fruit-bearing Beta Bear immediately dashed his hopes. As for the Northwest, that's dangerous too. My mom told me it's the territory of the Black Bear clan. She was driven out of there, and the black bears are pretty brutal, you'd easily end up as their meal. As for why she was driven out, she wouldn't say. Jai nodded, signaling Beta Bear to continue. Also, in this world, you can level up. Generally, you gain spirit energy by defeating monsters, and once you have enough spirit energy, you can level up. After leveling up, you'll receive skill rewards. I suggest you learn the appraisal spell first. It'll make it easier for you to check your status. Without the appraisal spell, you won't be able to see your HP or the spirit energy required to level up, nor will you know what skills you can currently learn. You'll only have a vague sense that you can learn a certain skill, but you won't know what it is or how many skill points it requires. Next comes the most important aspect, skill points. When you level up, you gain 10 skill points, and this amount never changes. So be careful when choosing which skills to level up. Don't do it carelessly, or you'll regret it. This is indeed a serious issue. If the number of skill points is fixed, it's generally difficult to improve your skills. While leveling up boosts your physical stats, the skills themselves are far more powerful and useful. Jai, however, doesn't lack skill points thanks to his world skill. So, aside from leveling up, do you have any other ways to obtain skill points? Yes, through mana crystals. They're usually found inside the bodies of slain magic beasts, and we might even have them inside our own bodies. Absorbing a mana crystal gives you a chance to directly acquire the skill it contains. If the skill rejects you, or if you're completely incompatible with it, it will convert into skill points instead. But it's just a probability. Mana crystals usually only contain spirit energy. It's rare to find one that still holds a skill. I've absorbed quite a few mana crystals, but I think only 2 of them actually had skills. That really is inefficient. Yes. I'll take you hunting sometime. Maybe you'll get lucky and get one right away. Jai looked at the books on the ground and suddenly wondered where they had come from. Why were there so many modern books, and such a wide variety? There were even popular novels he'd read in high school. Where did these books come from? Well, these are also from my skill. You could call it a golden finger, but it's a bit of a mixed bag. Aside from getting a few books, it's pretty much useless. Beta Bear tucked a strand of hair behind his ear and sighed deeply. A golden finger? You say it's useless even though you have one. It must be pretty useful, right? No, it's just a special ability. It seems I've had it ever since I arrived in this world. It can materialize any book I've ever read, even if I've only read a third of it, and there is no limit to the number. I can bring books from my past life right here to read. Isn't that great? This ability is incredibly useful. We can rely on these books to bring Earth's technology to this world and help us survive better. Jai truly thought this ability was amazing. Being able to summon books from Earth was practically like possessing the power to replicate technology. No, you're wrong. You're overestimating me. I've been trying to summon useful books lately, but looking back on my life, I'd barely read any useful books at all. Beta Bear clutched his head and knelt on the ground, his expression one of deep anguish. Jai gazed at the mountain of fan fiction and trashy books, looking down on the kneeling Beta Bear with utter contempt. You're right. Giving you this skill is a disservice to the world. By the way, you must have a golden finger too. He Xiao Xiao has a special skill as well. Her special skill is obedience, a very domineering ability. As long as she wants it, anyone she negotiates with will obey her arrangements. That's why I didn't go with her to human society. Huh? What's wrong with that skill? Ever since I found out about that skill, I've been consciously or unconsciously trying to go in the opposite direction from him. Before, I didn't want to turn into human form, but because of his obedience skill, I unconsciously followed his arrangements. This time, I decided to make the opposite choice from him, to see if he'd use obedience to twist my thoughts, so I stayed here. Well, it seems Xiao Xiao still respects you quite a bit. This skill is indeed a bit twisted. However, when Alpha Bear previously asked him to help change his name, he never did so. Jai doesn't fully understand the practical application of this skill either. Perhaps only Alpha Bear himself knows. You haven't told me what your golden finger is yet. I've already laid all my cards on the table, hurry up and tell me. This skill is very special, it's been there from the start, and I can clearly feel its unique characteristics myself. Jai knew full well that his golden finger was the world skill one powerful enough to even materialize the system AI, but he didn't want to reveal it. It wasn't that he didn't trust Beta Bear, it was simply that this skill was too unique. As a unique skill, it could only be obtained through conquest. If it were discovered, it could invite trouble, and it wouldn't be safe for Beta Bear either. System, do I have any special skills? What exactly is a special skill? Report, Master currently does not possess any special skills. Special skills cannot be appraised or detected and share similar attributes to unique skills. What do I do then? How am I supposed to get by? Beta Bear watched Jai's pensive expression and spoke casually. Don't worry. You've just arrived in this world and haven't gotten used to it yet. You must have a golden finger. Don't lose heart, actually, I've already guessed what your golden finger is. What is it? Jai looked up, startled by Beta Bear's words. She'd been hesitating whether to mention it, but Beta Bear already knew. Did she have mind-reading abilities or something? That terrifying amount of mana. A total of 42,000 mana points. I've never seen anyone with that much mana before. You're practically a human mana reservoir, there's no way you'll ever use it all up. And you're only level 1, the future is bound to be even more terrifying. If Alpha Bear were here and saw your mana, he'd be crying with envy. That amount of mana combined with his immortality bloodlock might just make him truly immortal. Chapter 34, Bestowing a Divine Blessing on Oneself. Before they knew it, Jai and Beta Bear had chatted until nightfall. The area outside was already bustling, and the aroma of cooking meat wafted over from time to time. Looks like it's dinner time. Let us go, I'll take you somewhere delicious. Beta Bear motioned to Jai and led him outside, where a large gathering of magic beasts had already formed. Most were storm magic wolves and wind magic leopards, with a few scattered magic beasts and magic humans mixed in. Seated among the magic beasts was the leader of this group, Xiong Badi. She was directing the magic beasts to gather the food they had hunted that day, preparing to share it among themselves. Now that the group had grown, some magic beasts were needed for patrols and naturally couldn't focus on hunting, while others had to fend off the goblins that occasionally came to harass them. In short, the food now had to be shared among everyone, and every evening they held a feast that felt like a gathering. Back when Jai was still just a tree, he'd often watched them feast from above, his own mouth watering with envy. Now, he finally had the chance to indulge. Do you two prefer cooked food or raw? Xiong Badian spotted Jai and his companion approaching and naturally greeted the offspring of the divine tree. Cooked food, of course. Jai and Beta Bear replied in unison. Cooked food had become quite popular among the magic beasts. Originally, everyone ate raw food, but after evolving into magic beasts, their tastes had become much more refined, and gradually, two camps emerged, those who preferred cooked food and those who preferred raw meat. Beta Bear led Jai over to the campfire, where she often spent her time. Naturally, there were large chunks of grilled meat prepared by Xiong Badian for them, along with plenty of fruit. The grilled meat looked absolutely fantastic. Fat kept dripping into the fire, and the flames seemed to cheer, proclaiming its deliciousness. Beta Bear pulled a skewer of grilled meat from the ground and held it out to Jai. The piece of meat was bigger than Jai's head, she could barely hold it with both hands. The wooden skewer wasn't too hot, so it was manageable. Looking at the steaming grilled meat, Jai took a huge bite, burying his face in the meat without a care for his appearance, tears of emotion welling up in his eyes. Is it really that bad? How long has it been since you last ate? It's not even that good. Beta Bear, on the other hand, was getting a bit sick of it. Besides, there were no seasonings here, and the plain taste of the meat was getting old. He hadn't had much of an appetite lately. He might as well ask the sacred tree for some fruit to eat. It's mostly because I've been hanging up there for too long. Watching you guys eat meat every day has me so hungry I could cry. True. If I had to stay inside a little ball for a month, I might go crazy too. Jai had only eaten a tiny bit of the grilled meat in his hand, but he already felt full and couldn't eat anymore. It seemed his child's body just couldn't handle eating meat to his heart's content yet. If only he had a soda right now. By the way, don't you want to leave the forest? Staying in that little hut reading comics all day, is that really okay? Actually, Jai wanted to leave here and see the world too. He'd been stuck in this spot for far too long, he was desperate to get out. Now that you mention it, I just remembered there's one more thing I haven't told you. We've got a game-breaking advantage here. What? Another golden finger? Tell me more. Jai had thought there might be some hidden realm or treasure nearby, so fruit-bearing Beta Bear's words left him a bit disappointed. See that tree over there? That's a sacred tree. It can protect us, heal us, and most importantly, grant divine blessings. You get it? Jai shook his head in disappointment. I've heard the humans in this world talk about divine blessings, they're incredibly powerful. Usually, only those who are almost godlike possess the ability to grant them. In the so-called religions of this world, only the chosen one, whether a maiden or a son or members of the royal family, have a chance to receive a divine blessing. This means this sacred tree is our safe haven. In the game, this is called a fountain. With such a prime location, why would I run around aimlessly instead of staying put to level up? Am I stupid? I'll secretly level up here first, then go out and have some fun. Isn't that the classic plot where a reclusive master emerges from seclusion? That's the invincible storyline I've been waiting for. You're a genius. I can't call you Beta Bear anymore, I'll stick with Goshen. You're such a master at farming, you dog of Aya Kamaya. Jai gave Beta Bear a thumbs up. Listen to your brother, level up first, then go out and have some fun. After we eat, I'll ask the divine tree to grant you the divine blessing, and you'll see what a real game-breaking advantage looks like. Divine blessing lets us evolve instantly. Who knows, we might even get that skill called spirit magic, it's super practical. A lot of spells can be cast using spirit magic. Beta Bear suddenly gave Jai a sinister grin, the corners of her mouth curling up unnaturally. She suddenly remembered the divine tree's weird quirk for naming things, the names were awful, and he clearly had zero talent for it. He acted all innocent when they first met and deliberately stressed the syllables when calling her Beta Bear, but she never expected her chance for revenge to come so soon. Divine blessing? Jai had asked the system about divine blessing before. Although they were two different bodies, they shared the same soul. She couldn't bestow divine blessing upon herself, but she could use the power of divine blessing to name this body. Right, let us go. I'll talk to the sacred tree for you. Beta Bear took Jai's hand. Jai was reluctant to let go of the grilled meat he was holding, so he bit into it and walked toward the sacred tree with her. Beta Bear looked at the sacred tree with excitement and told Jai to pray to it, while she would handle explaining the situation to the sacred tree. Having been here for so long, Beta Bear had gradually figured out the great sacred tree's patterns. As long as enough newcomers joined, the great sacred tree would have her mother, Shionbadi, select a certain number of gifted magic beasts to bestow the divine blessing upon. Someone like Jai, with such extraordinary magical power and an elf born directly from the great sacred tree herself, should be able to receive the divine blessing quite easily. Although Jai didn't see much point in it, he still had to play along with the necessary charade. Since he was the divine tree himself, it was necessary to conceal that identity. After all, the divine tree was his true form and the vessel for the world skill, his soul ability. He instructed the system to attempt to awaken that portion of his soul belonging to the divine tree. Though it was somewhat of a stretch, as the highest tier world skill in the fantasy category, it could essentially turn the impossible into the possible, requiring only a small amount of system currency. Jai was overcome by a strange sensation. It felt as though both sides were him, yet neither was truly him. His consciousness began to slowly synchronize, and this feeling was indeed, as the system had warned, easy to lose control of. The elf's soul sensed the divine tree beginning to convey goodwill. But since the two were one and the same, Jai in his divine tree form had to cooperate with the frail elf beneath the tree to respond to Beta Bear's plea. He exchanged for a divine blessing in the system store. Naming it for himself felt like a bit of a waste, but there was no choice, he had to play the part to the fullest. Chapter 35, First Hunt.
A golden light streamed from the top of the sacred tree, slowly converging at the elf's brow before vanishing. Jai didn't feel any difference. It was as if an ordinary beam of light had simply shot over and left him with no sensation whatsoever.
How about it? Do you feel your power has grown? Does your whole body feel incredibly comfortable, as if you've been reborn, with an inexplicable sense of confidence in your heart?
Jai shook his head and gave it a wiggle, completely unable to sense the experience Beta Bear described. The only change was that during appraisal, he was no longer nameless. His own name now appeared on the screen.
Then let me run an appraisal to see if there are any changes. Race, Primordial Elf Jai. Level, 1000 spirit energy required to level up. Health, 100. Mana, 42,000. Strength, 2. Defense, 1. Speed, 3. Nothing has changed. It looks just the same as before. Wait a minute, why were you named Jai? How did that happen? The name?
I just told the sacred tree that my name was Jai, and it named me Jai. Beta Bear looked utterly incredulous. He recalled that when Leah had told the sacred tree her name was Leah, the tree had simply named her that. He hadn't even considered that you could choose your own name. It was just like a game's auto-naming system, where the default names were always weird and random, and the only solution was to edit the ID yourself.
Ugh. That is so annoying.
Jai shrugged, continuing to take big bites of the large piece of grilled meat in his hand, responding without a hint of guilt.
What can I say?
After all, I'm the biological child, and you're adopted. There's a difference.
After dinner, the night returned to its usual tranquility.
The campfire had been extinguished, and occasionally one could spot quite a few magic beasts patrolling the area. Xiong Badi and the other demons were also on night patrol. With so many magic beasts around, there was no shortage of manpower. Jai also spent a peaceful night at Beta Bear's home. Although he slept on a pile of books, there were some blankets made of wool and animal hides on top, so it was quite comfortable. Beta Bear had originally planned to sleep with Jai, but Xiong Badian came over and dragged Beta Bear away, apparently wanting Beta Bear to give the room to Jai. Jai felt a bit awkward about it, but since Beta Bear was being dragged away by Xiong Badian, there was nothing he could do. With no other choice, Beta Bear happily agreed and followed Xiong Badian to sleep in a pile of straw. Lying there, Beta Bear vowed to change his circumstances and make sleeping on a comfortable bed a common occurrence. The next day, Beta Bear came to wake Jai up to go hunting in the forest, saying he'd help Jai level up along the way so he could experience the cruelty of this other world. Beta Bear summoned the Storm Holy Wolves. Let these storm wolves lead us. They'll help us move through the forest faster.
Let us give it a try.
Beta Bear stroked the storm demon wolf beside him. It was considerably larger than Beta Bear himself, let alone the diminutive Jai, who was currently only about 1.3 meters tall and still had the physique of a child. Looking at the massive storm demon wolf, Jai suddenly felt a bit terrified.
Hey, it's okay. These magic wolves are our good friends. They'd even risk their lives to save us if we were in mortal danger.
This one has been with me for a long time. He is a great guy.
Don't be afraid.
Beta Bear sensed Jai's fear, and a protective instinct welled up inside him. He wasn't sure if it was because children naturally evoked this tendency in him, or if he had simply been influenced by this female body. The Storm Holy Wolf, upon seeing the tiny Jai, rushed over and stuck out its tongue to lick Jai's face. Jai tried to block its large tongue, but fruit-bearing ended up falling to the ground instead. It couldn't be helped after all, his strength stat was only 2.
The Storm Holy Wolf showed not a hint of malice, circling Jai endlessly and wagging its tail.
Beta Bear leaped up, mounting the Storm Holy Wolf's back mid-air, then grabbed Jai's arm and pulled him in front of him. Jai didn't yet have the ability to ride on his own. Not only was his size too small, but his strength wasn't up to it either. Under Beta Bear's command, the Storm Holy Wolf began galloping through the forest. The oncoming wind was so strong that Jai could barely keep his eyes open. If he'd been riding alone, he would likely have been blown away in no time. After riding for about 10 minutes, Jai gradually got used to the sensation. Much like riding a motorcycle back in the day, the Storm Holy Wolf's stride was swift yet steady. The ride was remarkably smooth, though the sheer speed made it impossible for Jai to make out the surrounding scenery. After some time, the storm holy wolf suddenly came to a halt and slowly crouched down, moving with remarkable quietness. Beta Bear leaped gracefully back to the ground and gestured for Jai to dismount. Jai leaped down as well, and Beta Bear caught him in his arms without making a sound. Beta Bear then pointed toward a spot in the forest. Jai scanned the area, searching intently for a while, until he finally spotted a goblin through a gap in the trees. It appeared to be hunting as well. In front of the goblin was a large hen pecking at the ground in search of insects. She was focused, occasionally pecking at the earth and occasionally lifting her head to survey her surroundings. Hiding in the woods, the goblin held a wooden stick and stared intently at the hen, completely unaware that giant Beta Bear had already crept up behind him. "Do you have any offensive spells? Want to give it a try? We don't have to worry about anything if we ambush it now," Beta Bear whispered in Jai's ear. Jai nodded, indicating he did. Although it was just a goblin, Jai had killed plenty of them back when he was a tree. The sensation was different in this body. Even his raised hand seemed to tremble slightly. Jai could feel a sense of unease welling up inside him. He found himself unconsciously wondering if he'd miss, or if the goblin might suddenly turn around and spot them. Even though the goblin was weak, Jai couldn't help but dwell on these thoughts. Before he knew it, more and more elven magic gathered in the palm of his hand. A golden orb of light materialized out of thin air in Jai's palm, aimed directly at the goblin's back. The orb grew larger and larger. The intense flow of magical energy caused the surrounding magic to become somewhat chaotic. Beta Bear already found it difficult to breathe. Staring at the orb, a sense of unease echoed constantly within him. A golden beam of light shot straight through the forest, instantly obliterating any solid objects in its path. The powerful surge of magic stunned every creature that witnessed this golden beam. After a long while, the light faded, revealing a wide clearing ahead over 100 meters long and 1 meter in radius. Everything in its path had vanished, as if a road had materialized out of thin air. It had cleanly sliced through over 100 meters of forest. Naturally, the goblin and the giant hen had disappeared, leaving not even a trace behind. "You're using your ultimate move on a minor mob." Beta Bear looked at the scene before her, her mouth twitching unnaturally. She opened the appraisal app to check Jai's stats. His mana had dropped by nearly 10,000 points in an instant, a figure several times her own mana pool. That was an outrageous amount of mana to use. Chapter 36, Demon Goblin. "Sorry, I'm still not to it." Jai gathered all that mana because he intended to unleash some powerful spell. He'd simply been distracted by the goblin's retreating figure, his mind racing with all sorts of thoughts. The gathered elemental magic hadn't been properly channeled into a corresponding spell, so it was released purely as raw energy. While the blast was massive, it wasn't very practical. It would have been better to convert it into a spell. "Ah! You've turned the mana crystal into dust. I can't even see a trace of it left. What a waste of that big hen. I was actually planning to have clay oven chicken for dinner tonight." Beta Bear ran over to the barren patch of land. The sand and stones on the ground were still scorching hot, and they contained a rich concentration of magical essence. He was confident that before long, this area would become even more lush than the rest. Jai scratched his head in embarrassment and gave Beta Bear an awkward smile. Although he hadn't obtained a mana crystal, by killing goblins, Jai could still absorb their spirits to gain spirit energy, something Beta Bear seemed unable to do. They could only rely on killing monsters themselves to obtain a certain amount of spirit energy, whereas Jai could freely absorb the spirits around him, even those slain by others. The slayer would only receive a portion, but he could take his own share as well. "Let us go. We made too much noise. It'll be hard to find prey around here now." Beta Bear lifted Jai onto the back of the storm holy wolf once more, and they continued racing through the forest. About 15 minutes later, a black figure descended from the sky, landing where Jai and Beta Bear had been moments before. He crouched down and reached out to sense the magical energy in the ground. What terrifying magic! This must be the creature the high priest spoke of. "I've finally found it." The black figure spread its massive bat-like wings, leaped into the air, and flew swiftly in the direction Jai and the others had left. Relying on its excellent hunting skills and formidable physical prowess, the storm holy wolf quickly led Jai and the others to a new prey, a massive lizard with a long, snake-like tail, a lion-like head, and a body resembling that of a four-legged reptile.
It's a low-level earth dragon. This is great, it's pretty rare and will provide decent experience.
You don't need to intervene this time, watch me. Beta Bear was starting to get a little wary of Jai. His attacks were all over the place.
He'd have to find a safe spot to practice more.
Having already experienced one failure, Jai now felt confident he could complete the hunt. Still, he decided to let his good friend take the lead. After all, he hadn't yet earned Beta Bear's full trust, and using magic felt too restrictive. It's powerful, sure, but forget about a mana crystal. He couldn't even preserve the monster's body intact.
He'd have to take it back tonight to cook for dinner.
Lightning began to coil around Beta Bear's body. The sparks generated by the swirling lightning caught the Earth Dragon's attention, but Beta Bear wasn't about to pass up the chance for a sneak attack.
Her entire body moved like a bolt of lightning. A massive roar echoed as the lightning struck the Earth Dragon's head.
Leveraging the physical advantage granted by the coiling lightning, Beta Bear showed no fear of the Earth Dragon, which was several times her size, and slammed a fist directly into its head. The Earth Dragon was sent flying by the force of the impact. With an agonized scream, it crashed into the woods, while Beta Bear landed gracefully from the air, turned to look at Jai, and rubbed her nose.
That's how a man should fight, punch for punch. You're a woman now. Act like a lady. Don't think you're so cool, people will just see you as a tomboy. And that Earth Dragon isn't dead yet.
Jai cheered Beta Bear on frantically from behind, while the Storm Holy Wolf sat obediently nearby, tongue hanging out, watching the battle between Beta Bear and the Earth Dragon with great interest. Beta Bear was already quite familiar with combat and had developed her own fighting style. She used lightning to wrap around her body, enhancing her overall physical attributes while creating a temporary invulnerability effect and stunning nearby creatures. She handled the elven magic and wind control spells, using her exceptional speed to keep the Earth Dragon from landing a hit on her. Meanwhile, Beta Bear relied on her formidable physical prowess to deal significant damage to the Earth Dragon. After all, she is a giant bear herself, relying on her formidable physical prowess to gain the upper hand.
Moreover, as a mutant, she possesses a certain degree of control over lightning.
Whenever the Earth Dragon had even the slightest chance to counterattack, Beta Bear would unleash a lightning strike, sending the Earth Dragon flying once again. The Earth Dragon's physical attributes were also quite impressive. Its strength, defense, and vitality all far surpassed Beta Bear's, yet it was completely helpless against her. The Earth Dragon was beginning to feel a sense of despair and tried to find a way to escape. However, as a low-tier Earth Dragon, its speed was no match for the Beta Bear. It had no chance of winning, whether it fought or fled. Just as Beta Bear was about to deliver the final blow, a black orb of light fell from the sky. Upon seeing it, Beta Bear felt the same unease he had experienced when Jai cast his spells. Realizing something was wrong, he used every spell at his disposal to boost his speed, quickly putting distance between himself and the black orb, and ran to Jai's side. Jai hadn't even seen what had happened when Beta Bear suddenly retreated and reappeared right beside him. Immediately, a ball of black flame engulfed the spot where Beta Bear had been standing.
The black flames burned relentlessly, even enveloping the Earth Dragon nearby.
The Earth Dragon rolled around inside, struggling desperately, but the black flames clung to it as if they were part of its body. Amid the Earth Dragon's agonized screams, it gradually vanished, and the flames died down. Its body turned to a pile of ashes, leaving only a single yellow mana crystal within the embers.
I didn't expect you to dodge that. Not bad reflexes for a demon. A monster with bat-like wings reappeared before Jai.
It planted a foot on the Earth Dragon's ashes, picked up the mana crystal from the ground, and looked down at Jai and his companion with a smug expression.
Appraisal. Race, Demon Goblin Sabi. Level, 41. Health, 500. Mana, 2000. Strength, 1000. Defense, 100. Speed, 360. Divine Blessing Bestower, Anonymous. A goblin? I've never seen a goblin in this form before, and it's even been given a name.
Its strength is nearly on par with Shiongbadius. This one be easy to handle.
Beta Bear had the same level of appraisal as Jai, but assuming Jai didn't tea, he spoke without thinking. Oh? You've even learned the appraisal spell. And I'm not some lowly goblin like an ant, I am Lord Shabi, blessed by the gods. If you're willing to become my minions, you too may receive a name bestowed by the Lord in the future. Though Shabi looked terrifying, he could communicate with humans just as normally as anyone. It says its name is Shabi. It really does seem like a Shabi. Ha ha ha. Shabi didn't understand what was so funny about his name, but he sensed a mocking tone in the word, which made him feel irritated. You lowly orcs, I've changed my mind, you're going to die after all. As for that elf, her magical essence is very high, she must be the one the priest spoke of. Shabi stuck out a long green tongue, swallowed the earth dragoness magic stone, and looked at Jai and the others with a look of disgust. Chapter 37, The Pursuit. It's angry. Let us run. Jai tried to climb onto the storm holy wolf, but he was a bit too slow. Beta Bear simply picked up Jai, leaped onto the storm holy wolf's back, and galloped straight into the forest. Think you can get away? Seeing the two of them completely ignore him, Shabi's face turned green, his already green complexion growing even darker. He spread his massive bat wings and gave chase. Jai wasn't confident his current physical condition could defeat such a monster, his stamina was too poor. As for magic, they were too close to the monster. Even if he managed to cast a spell, such a high-speed creature would likely dodge it. Its health and strength were both at a very high level. If it got close, Jai would be as good as dead. Therefore, Jai had no intention of engaging in a head-on battle. As for Beta Bear, she was capable of fighting, but she felt it was still a bit of a gamble. First, she didn't know what skills the opponent possessed. Second, there was a liability here that was a burden to her. Without a guarantee of victory, it was better to flee. Besides, this monster likely didn't appear out of nowhere. It might have been watching her battle with the earth dragon from afar, and her combat patterns have probably been analyzed to a large extent. Engaging this magic beast head-on was out of the question. Rushing back to the sacred tree was the safest course of action. Flying straight through the air, Shabi watched the storm holy wolf racing across the ground. It gathered black flames in its hands and hurled them directly at Jai and the others. The storm holy wolf, in full flight, came to an abrupt halt. Jai and the others on its back collided violently. With the path ahead blocked by a massive black flame, Beta Bear had no choice but to use wind control to force the storm holy wolf to change direction. But before long, another black fireball fell from the sky, blocking Jai and the others' path once more. Although the storm holy wolf traveled much faster than Shabi, Shabi could fly in a straight line through the air, ignoring obstacles entirely. Thus, Shabi was free to toy with Jai and his companions at will. Damn it, this Shabi doesn't seem to want us to leave. You ride it back first, I'll stay behind and block him. Beta Bear leapt straight into the air, lightning coiling around him as he lunged at the Shabi in the sky. The Shabi raised its fist and clashed head-on with the charging Beta Bear. The Shabi was far stronger than Beta Bear, but Beta Bear had used the ground to propel himself upward, while the Shabi, suspended in midair, had no such leverage. When they collided, the Shabi was sent flying dozens of meters backward, while Beta Bear was slammed into the ground. This didn't inflict any real damage on Shabi, but Beta Bear had achieved his goal. Jai, riding the storm holy wolf, had already left the area surrounded by flames, and Shabi, suspended in the air, had been halted by Beta Bear's intervention. Forget it. She won't get far anyway. Let us take care of you first, you so. Shabi flashed a lecherous grin, sticking out his long tongue to lick his lips. Beta Bear watched this and felt goosebumps break out all over his body. He felt as though Shabi was staring at every inch of him, which was extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, I never thought I'd catch the eye of a Shabi goblin. Beta Bear suddenly recalled the disturbing scenes from Goblin Slayer and realized she was now facing the same risk. She de-stalled it for a bit and tried to find a way to escape. Judging by its tone, its real target was Jai. With her massive magical power it wouldn't waste much time on her. I told you, I'm a demon goblin. The goblin seemed quite particular about the full name of its race. It immediately dove toward Beta Bear, black flames erupting from its hands and spreading directly across Beta Bear's body. Summon wind and thunder.
A blue-white bolt of lightning appeared before Shabi, blasting him directly through the air. With a thunderous roar, the black flames and lightning collided, triggering a massive explosion. Both were sent flying by the shockwave. Shabi spread his bat wings mid-air, while Beta Bear could only pull her knees up, curling into a ball as she rolled across the ground to minimize the damage. Before Beta Bear could recover, Shabi was already charging at her. His body had swollen by a full size. The clothes on his upper body had already been torn apart by his massive muscles. Like a bolt of black lightning, he landed a punch squarely on Beta Bear's abdomen. Although the lightning continued to coil around him, facing such overwhelming power, the surrounding lightning was utterly powerless to stop Shabi's punch. The sheer force of the impact made Beta Bear's face contort, and her body was sent flying once again. Phew, I hope I didn't kill her. Orcs may be filthy, but the bloodline they produce is actually quite superior. It would be a shame if she died like this. Shabi slowly descended to the ground. His bulging muscles began to relax as he smoothed out his clothes with the grace of a gentleman, though his face was so hideous that any sense of elegance was completely lost. Beta Bear leaned against a tree and struggled to his feet, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground. Looks like I underestimated you. If I'd known, I wouldn't have been such a show-off. Beta Bear hadn't expected that beneath its terrifying strength lay enhancement-type skills. It was like facing Xiong Body in berserk mode. With that level of physical prowess, Beta Bear stood no chance. Stop struggling in vain. I'll capture you and that fleeing elf together. Just as Shabi was about to approach Beta Bear, a wall of flames suddenly erupted between them, blocking his view. Shabi glanced behind him to see two elemental spirits materializing in the air, the fire spirit and ice spirit summoned by Jai. Jai ran to a suitable distance, then had the storm holy wolf set him down and sent it back to retrieve Beta Bear. He himself found a secluded patch of grass and ducked inside, simultaneously summoning the two elementals to aid Beta Bear. With his current magical power, maintaining the two elemental spirits remotely was no problem, and he would only grow stronger. His soul atop the sacred tree had already alerted Xiong Badian that Beta Bear and the others were in danger, urging him to send reinforcements immediately. With everything arranged, all he had to do was hold off this demonic goblin, Shabi, until Xiong Badian and the others arrived to finish it off. Oomph, get out of my way! Shabi roared, unleashing a swirling vortex of black fire that engulfed the two elemental spirits. The ice spirit continuously conjured massive icicles to attack the fiery vortex Shabi had unleashed, while the fire spirit kept firing fireballs or casting blazing cover at Shabi. Thick smoke billowed through the entire forest as ice and fire collided. Shabi's vision was obscured by the dense fog, and with the flames closing in from all sides, he had no choice but to take to the air and charge toward the ice spirit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the storm holy wolf had already reached Beta Bear and lifted her up. Did the sacred tree send them to save me? I was right to stay in the newbie village. These two spirits had witnessed the sacred tree summoning others before, so they instinctively assumed the sacred tree had intervened. As Beta Bear relaxed, she immediately passed out. Chapter 38, You Started It. Facing the soaring Shabi, the fire spirit accelerated to give chase. The fire spirit's speed was not much slower than Shabi's, but the ice spirit wasn't nearly as fast. Jai increased the magical energy supply to the ice spirit. With his current magical reserves, he wouldn't run out easily. If his divine tree form made him an all-rounder, his spirit form made him a specialist in magical power. Sabi's body swelled a second time, growing even larger than a giant goblin. With its bat wings and massive black body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a demon. It flew up beside the ice spirit, a smug grin on its face, and swung a fist ablaze with black flames, aiming straight for the ice spirit's crystal core. The ice spirit's body rapidly solidified and expanded. The spirit, which had been no bigger than an infant, instantly transformed into an ice doll with the figure of a young girl. Shabi's attacking fist was frozen in place before the ice spirit. A high-ranking spirit? The moment Shabi saw the ice spirit doll, his fist was already frozen solid, unable to pull back. The ice spirit reached out from the air, a slender ice sword appearing in her hand. Clenching it tightly, she slashed at Shabi's head with a speed that seemed to split the air.
Just then, the fire spirit crashed directly into Shabi's back, a scorching heat wave engulfing his entire body. With a single slash, only a severed hand remained in front of the ice spirit. The instant the ice sword struck him, Shabi snapped off one of his own hands. Surrounded by flames, he burst out of the attack's range, instantly appearing behind the fire spirit, where a surge of black fire erupted from his raised hand. The ice spirit swung her sword again, extinguishing the flames. Shabi now clutched the stump of his severed arm. The bat wings on his back had turned charred black, with even a layer of carbonization beginning to form. As he surveyed his own body, the murderous intent in Shabi's eyes had solidified into a tangible force. "Do you want to die?" He reached into his chest and pulled out a small black mirror, shining it toward the two elemental spirits. Jai suddenly felt a pang of dread. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he quickly ordered the two elementals to retreat. But Shabi's movement of the mirror happened in an instant. The fire elemental was swift. A terrifying explosion rang out, and by the time it subsided, the fire elemental had already retreated 100 meters. Meanwhile, the ice elemental had transformed its ice sword into an ice shield, holding it up before itself. A jet of black flame shot out from the mirror, piercing straight through the ice shield and the ice spirit. The flame seemed impossible to extinguish. Though it started as a tiny speck, it spread rapidly. The ice spirit, in its puppet form, was completely consumed by the fire, leaving not a trace behind. "Forget about that fire spirit for now. Bring that primordial elf back. That's exactly what the king needs." An aged voice echoed from the mirror, tinged with a hint of excitement. "Yes." The demon goblin Shabi respectfully tucked the mirror into his chest and, ignoring his injuries, began rushing in the direction Jai had fled. "Damn it, what the hell was that? How did it vaporize the ice spirit I spent so much mana raising? How am I supposed to fight now? And why is it even carrying a cheat weapon?" From the fire spirit's perspective, Jai saw Shabi charging straight toward him, completely ignoring the fire spirit pursuing him from behind. Just then, the storm holy wolf carrying Beta Bear returned. Jai quickly climbed aboard, urging the storm holy wolf to speed up, while frantically casting spirit magic from atop to grant the wolf buffs. At the same time, he increased the mana supply to the fire spirit, transforming it into a high-rank fire spirit to block the pursuing Shabi. However, Shabi's hand remained clutched around that small black mirror, forcing Jai to proceed with caution and avoid a direct confrontation. It would take some time to summon the ice spirit again, so he couldn't afford to lose the fire spirit now. Jai seized the moment to quickly heal Beta Bear. When he was still the sacred tree, he could cast healing magic from hundreds of meters away, but in his current spirit form, he could only cast spells within his line of sight. Supported by purer magical energy, the fire spirit instantly transformed into a massive humanoid form. A man with defined muscles materialized, resembling a fiery specter lacking legs and even more elemental in nature than the ice spirit. The fire spirit raised both hands and fired fireballs at Shabi without pause. Like a fighter jet in the sky, it unleashed a barrage of projectiles, creating two streams of fire that relentlessly attacked Shabi. Though Shabi kept dodging, fireballs still grazed past him, exploding on impact. Shabi generated black flames to block the explosive fire, but his body still took the brunt of the shock, significantly slowing his flight. Another high-ranking elf. "Priest, aid me." A stream of black energy flowed from the mirror, directly enveloping Shabi and forming a transparent black armor. "That fire elf is too fast, it's hard to hit. Hurry and capture that primordial elf." Shabi gritted his teeth against the pain, continuing to flap his damaged wings to accelerate. Ignoring the fireballs the fire elf was shooting at him, he charged straight toward Jai. The fire spirit's fireballs slammed one after another into Shabi's black armor, but the armor didn't even show a single scratch, blocking all of the fire spirit's damage. "Cheating. This is totally cheating. System, what should I do?" "Alright, hand over control of the fire elf to me." "Fine. And why didn't you mention the AI would be playing for you earlier?" "Little Sabi, you started this, hee. Although Jai didn't know how strong the system's AI was, it was certainly far more powerful than he was, so holding off Sabi shouldn't be a problem. A golden glow flickered in the fire spirit's eyes. Having been soaring through the air in a superhuman pose, it came to an abrupt halt.
Staring at Shabi flying in the distance, the fire spirit snapped its fingers. Flames instantly engulfed the fire spirit's body, and then a wall of fire appeared before Shabi. The fire spirit slowly emerged from within it. Seeing the fire spirit suddenly materialize before him, Shabi was startled and instinctively changed direction. But then he thought better of it. With the high priestess' defensive magic protecting him, this fire spirit was nothing to fear. It couldn't possibly harm him, so he didn't need to pay it any mind. Yet the fire spirit's gaze stirred a faint sense of dread within him. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. The fire spirit raised its hand, and a complex pattern appeared before them. The patterns automatically formed a circle, and a red glow burst forth. A massive fire dragon burst out of the formation. Accompanied by a dragoness roar, the dragon opened its jaws and swallowed Shabi whole in an instant. The fire dragon, having swallowed Shabi, shot straight up into the sky, carrying him far away. Before long, the fire dragoness body was suddenly engulfed by black flames, which then swallowed it whole. As the black flames began to contract, Shabi's form reappeared in the air. The fire spirit snapped its fingers again, flashing back in front of Shabi clearly. It had no intention of letting it off the hook. Chapter 39, Exploiting a Loophole. Seeing the fire elemental reappear before him, Shabi felt a twinge of fear this time. If the high priest hadn't intervened just now, that terrifying fire dragon would have left him half dead. High priest, what should we do now? This high-ranking fire elemental has suddenly grown much stronger. Shabi clutched the black mirror tightly in his hand, slowly backing away. His gaze shifted slightly, but his eyes remained fixed on the fire elemental. Oof. I'll hold it off for you. Reinforcements are on their way. That primordial elf must be secured. The old man's voice echoed from the mirror once more. Hearing this reply, Shabi finally felt somewhat reassured. If the high priest had abandoned him, he truly would have had no chance of survival. Black flames once again surged from the mirror and coalesced around Shabi. Compared to the defensive armor from before, this layer of flame could even corrode magical energy. The black flames completely absorbed the remaining fire dragons in the vicinity, and Shabi's wounds began to heal slowly. The fire spirit raised its hand, and strange symbols appeared once more, coalescing into countless circular magic circles, all directed at Shabi. Seeing this scene, Shabi felt as though he were facing off against tens of thousands of mages. The sheer number of these magic circles was terrifying. It was simply impossible for a single person to have cast them all. How is this possible? Over 100 spells cast simultaneously. Before Shabi could finish his muttered words, a terrifying red light was already bearing down on him. Explosions rang out continuously from the sky, but Shai no longer had the heart to check on the situation. Ever since he handed control of the fire spirit over to the system, he lost sight of it. However, the mana consumption was enormous. He suspected that even with the system controlling the fire spirit, defeating that mirror would be a struggle. The fire spirit must have been hit several times by now. It felt like the system wasn't handling it as well as he had, at least when he controlled it. Mana consumption was lower, and it wasn't as prone to taking damage. Uncertain of the situation, Jai began to speculate wildly about the battle. Although his mana was being depleted very quickly now, at least the system had managed to hold Shabi back. With no enemies in pursuit, they should be able to return to the vicinity of the sacred tree soon. Just as he was thinking this, the storm holy wolf beneath him suddenly swerved, dodging a wooden club that came crashing down. Before he knew it, 3 or 4 giant goblins had closed in on them. Though Shai, riding on the storm holy wolf's back, was jolted quite hard, he fought off the dizziness and unleashed dozens of wind blades, slicing the giant goblins in front of him into pieces, allowing the storm holy wolf to keep running. Under normal weather conditions, the storm holy wolf struggles to demonstrate its full potential. Only the gale skill is somewhat useful, allowing it to run a bit faster. He could summon a thunderstorm, but doing so at a time like this would affect Jai himself as well. His body was far too fragile. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was no different from that of a child. My mana is draining so fast. What on earth is the system doing? Jai's mana had already dropped to just over 7,000. At this rate, it would be depleted in no time, and with so many giant goblins still closing in on them, the situation was becoming dangerous.
System, you're consuming my magic too fast.
At this rate, I won't be able to hold out much longer. Note, Master can use the fruit-bearing skill to produce a magic recovery fruit, reducing consumption.
The system's sudden response made Jai's eyes light up. So that was possible? Didn't that mean he'd have unlimited magic? He'd managed to trigger this glitch. But he wasn't a tree, how could he possibly use fruit-bearing?
Never mind, he'd use it first and worry about the rest later. Without giving it another thought, he activated the fruit-bearing skill. A purple apple sprouted from the top of Jai's head, complete with a green leaf, a scene that was, to say the least, quite bizarre.
Jai reached up to pluck the apple from his head.
As he pulled it out, it felt just like plucking out a strand of hair. It didn't hurt, but it still felt strange. Looking at the fruit in his hand, it felt as bizarre as eating his own flesh, something he found hard to accept. He decided not to dwell on it. If he kept this up, his magic wouldn't hold out.
He took a bite. To his surprise, the fruit was delicious, sweet and refreshing.
His magic was also recovering, though at a rate of only about 2,000 points, which still seemed a bit low. Still, being able to restore 2,000 points with just a few points of magic was a steal. Jai conjured a wind blade with one hand while holding a purple apple in the other, gnawing on it constantly. After eating about 5 of them, he felt he couldn't eat anymore. It seemed 10,000 points of magic was his limit. He simply couldn't eat anymore. If it were Beta Bear, eating 20 wouldn't be a problem, but unfortunately, his stomach was full. He could even feel a dull ache from the bloating. With 10,000 points of magic, he should be able to hold out for a while longer.
The rumbling in the air ceased.
For a massive red fire dragon's sword encircled around the fire spirit, glaring intently at Shabi in the sky. The black mirror in Shabi's hand suddenly shattered, seemingly having reached its limit.
Yet the fire spirit ahead showed no signs of exhaustion. Its magical attacks continued unabated.
Mastering a spell that allowed it to leap through the flames, Shabi couldn't shake it off nor close in. Shabi had relied on the black mirror to hold out for a while, but the magic supplied by the priest's magical energy seemed to have reached the limit of what the black mirror could withstand. Without that support, Shabi's fighting spirit plummeted. An entity that even the high priest couldn't defeat was simply beyond his ability to resist. Shabi flung the black mirror from his hand and turned to flee in a panic, his composure completely gone. Looking like a cornered animal, he dove headlong into the depths of the forest without looking back. The fire elemental raised a hand and pointed. A massive fire dragon opened its gaping maw and swallowed the fleeing Shabi whole, leaving only a black mana crystal to return to the fire elemental's hand. Having accomplished all this, the fire elemental resumed its original form, conserved its magic, and flew toward Jai, carrying the black mana crystal.
Riding the storm Holy Wolf, Jai saw dark clouds gathering in the sky, as if a torrential downpour were brewing. Jai knew it was about to begin.
This was the storm summoned from the direction of his sacred tree, the farthest distance the sacred tree's magic could reach. A vast number of storm magic wolves were waiting inside to provide support, including Xiong Badian and the others. Jai alone could not stand against the giant goblins closing in from all sides.
Even Xiong Badian might perish under such a dense onslaught.
Clearing a path with wind blades had its limits. If he infused too little magic, he couldn't slice through the giant goblins' bodies. If he used too much, he'd run out of magic. Jai's head was already feeling heavy and dizzy, but fortunately, he could see Xiong Badian leading a group of magic beasts charging out of the jungle and engaging in a fierce melee with a horde of giant goblins. The storm Holy Wolf carrying the 2 of them surged past the fray, racing through the torrential rain toward the sacred tree.
Chapter 40, The Divine Blessing of the Demon God. Xiong Badian led the magic beasts into the fray amidst the storm.
The magic beasts under Jai's protection had grown accustomed to this environment. Whenever they faced a powerful enemy, a downpour would follow. Xiong Badian, usually taciturn, raised her wolf-tooth club, a weapon Jai had specifically purchased for her from the system store. According to the system, it was made of a special alloy, incorporating some knowledge brought from Earth, and possessed strong magical resistance.
Xiong Badian was very fond of it once she got her hands on it.
Xiong Badian activated Berserk Stealth, enhancing her physical strength while remaining invisible. She possessed relatively few skills aside from these two.
That's so powerful.
So that means the jerk has even more powerful backers behind him.
It's like hitting the son brings the father, hitting the father brings the grandfather, and hitting the grandfather brings the ancestors. A broken black magic mirror doesn't seem to be of much use, does it?
Just as Jai was thinking this, the system sent another notification.
Attention, this system is currently analyzing the black magic mirror. Items with identical functions will soon be available for purchase in the system store.
True to its reputation as the highest tier world in the fantasy skills system, it could even replicate treasures.
Jai's anticipation grew.
These magic mirrors were like modern cell phones. If he ever met someone he needed to stay in frequent contact with, he could give them one. Take Alpha Bear, for instance. He left the forest, and Jai hadn't even had a proper conversation with him yet, even though they were former high school classmates. There was also Shabi's mana crystal, a pitch-black crystal that seemed to harbor a hint of ominous magic, making Jai somewhat hesitant to absorb it.
System, how should I handle this? Report, the individual Sabi is a high-tier divine blessing entity.
The mana crystal contains a trace of divinity. A primordial elf's body is unsuitable for absorption. It can be absorbed by the spirit tree itself. This system will assist in purifying the divine link and converting it into pure energy.
Shall the spirit tree absorb Sabi's mana crystal?
Yes. The black mana crystal in Jai's hand slowly rose into the air and merged into the tree trunk. A stream of black light began to spread across the trunk, then the black gradually faded away. The stream of light transformed into pure, white energy and entered Jai's body, which had taken the form of the spirit tree. Gained 100,000 spirit energy, 400 skill points, and a portion of the demon goddess divine blessing power. 100,000 spirit energy would allow Jai's main body to level up by 10 levels. The 400 skill points likely came from the energy possessed by the Sabi's soul. While not a large amount for Jai, it was still his first real reward from a hunt in recent times. Normally, mana crystals rarely yield skill points. The probability is too low. As for the divine blessing of the demon god, Jai instantly sensed he'd bitten off more than he could chew. He hadn't expected this fool to be backed by this world's demon god. Though he didn't know exactly how powerful it was, the mere fact that it bore the name demon god made Jai feel he couldn't afford to provoke it. Notice, the divine blessing of the demon god can be used to bestow a divine blessing upon yourself. The system has converted it into the purest form of soul energy for you, severing any further soul-level connection to the demon god. Please use it as soon as possible, otherwise, the demon goddess soul will reconnect with this power.
Use it. Since he already fought, he might as well make use of it. If he could get even a little stronger, he would.
If he really couldn't win, he'd rely on his spirit form to escape, though that might mean losing the handy world skill.
Please bestow a name upon yourself.
As for the name, Jai didn't want others to know the connection between his spirit form and the tree's true form yet. He'd better come up with a different name, but after mulling it over, all that came to mind were Western-style advertising names.
Let us call it Sylph. This time, Jai truly felt the sensation of so-called evolution.
It was as if he were immersed in an ocean of magic, with a powerful energy constantly flowing into the giant tree's body. Even Jai's soul felt deeply nourished. The souls of both bodies were elevated. At this moment, Jai could feel the connection between the two halves of his soul even more keenly. As these two souls grew stronger and merged back into one, he could now directly control both of his bodies simultaneously, no longer needing the system's assistance for the transformation. The elf tree itself also saw rapid growth in all its attributes and began a new phase of evolution. Jai's level had reached 30, and while it seemed that level 40 was Jai's previous cap, that limit now appeared to have been lifted. During the battle with the giant goblin, Jai had gained a significant amount of spirit energy, which was perfect for leveling up. Jai opened the stats panel once more to check. Race, Elf King Tree Sylph. Level, 43 spirit energy required to level up, 1,230. Health, 100,000.
Mana, 80,000. Attack, 200. Defense, 6,000. Speed, 0. Current spirit energy, 8,770. Race, Primordial Elf Jai.
Level, 13 spirit energy required to level up, 1,000.
Health, 100. Mana, 52,000. Attack, 5. Defense, 7. Speed, 12. Current spirit energy, 9,000. Skill points, 3,440. Skills: World High Level System Level 7, Photosynthesis Level 4, Fruit Bearing Level 10, Appraisal Level 2, Healing Level 5, Elf Magic Level 5, Wind Control Level 6, Stealth Level 4. Skills available for leveling: World High Level System Level 8 5,000 points, Photosynthesis Level 5 100 points, Wind Control Level 7 300 points, Appraisal Level 3 100 points, Stealth Level 5 150 points, Healing Level 6 500 points, Spirit Magic Level 6 1000 points. Chapter 41, Terrifying Attack Power. As Jai's evolution was completed, the magic beasts that had received Jai's divine blessing also received significant enhancements at the same time. Although the improvements weren't as dramatic as those from the initial divine blessing, their strength had increased considerably. Xiong Body instantly felt the mace in his hands grow noticeably lighter, making it much easier to smash the giant goblins. The Storm Holy Wolves, relentlessly attacking in the downpour, grew even more ferocious. They could clearly feel their own attributes had improved significantly. My head hurts so much. Beta Bear clutched her head, forcing back the discomfort as she slowly sat up. You're awake? We're already in the underworld, you know. Jai leaned in close to her, smiling broadly. Damn it, are you trying to scare me to death? Did we manage to escape? She looked around at her surroundings, the familiar sacred tree and her own little house. But the torrential rain continued to pour down on the surrounding forest, and the roars of battling magic beasts or perhaps the screams of goblins echoed ceaselessly from within. She didn't need Jai to explain, she already understood their situation. Jai handed her a few magic fruits and healing fruits to help her recover. Now that you're awake and I've rested enough, we should head up to help. There are way too many giant goblins. Jai summoned the ice spirit once more. Currently, he could only summon a high-rank spirit. Instead of letting the system control it, he chose to control it himself. He needed to practice more, lest he end up fleeing in disarray again when facing a powerful enemy, just like last time. You can summon a spirit too, right? What level is your spirit magic? Looking at the doll-like ice spirit, Beta Bear wore an envious expression. Jai had no intention of hiding anything from Beta Bear and told him the truth. Just level 5. That's impressive. You really spent those skill points on it? My level 2 spirit magic alone requires 200 points, and I couldn't bring myself to level it up. No, it was level 5 from the start. Beta Bear couldn't take his eyes off the ice spirit's elegant, graceful, doll-like figure. That is so unfair. I didn't realize there was such a gap between us. Damn it, I want a movable action figure too. Starting today, I'm only leveling up my spirit magic. Jai commanded the ice spirit to charge into the forest, while he stayed behind. You better hurry up and help out too. We might be in trouble this time. Once we take care of these giant goblins closing in, I'll explain everything to you. Beta Bear quickly realized that the trouble Jai was talking about was no small matter. Although Jai had just arrived from another world, given their long-standing friendship, Beta Bear immediately understood what Jai meant. Alright, I didn't pull off that act in front of you earlier, but this time, you're going to see it. With that, Beta Bear turned confidently and set off in pursuit of the Ice Elf's retreating figure. Lightning flashed around him. Having been merely knocked unconscious by Sabi's punch earlier, Beta Bear was still in excellent condition. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Man, I'm so jealous you can run that fast. Jai looked at his frail body, then at the massive tree that couldn't move, and sighed deeply. As the rampaging umbrella approached the ice spirit, the cold air surrounding it had already frozen it into a block of ice. The ice spirit itself was hard enough to withstand the constant pounding of the ice blocks. Jai controlled the ice spirit, wielding an ice sword as he searched relentlessly for the giant goblin. Whenever he prepared to approach it, the cold aura surrounding him would strike first. With every step the ice spirit took, thick frost would form all around. The powerful cold air blanketed the area.
A storm holy wolf that had just been fighting the giant goblin shivered violently from the ice spirit's intense chill.
Jai commanded the ice spirit to make the storm holy wolf retreat immediately.
The giant goblin was about to turn and attack the ice spirit, but it was frozen solid by a blast of cold air, its entire body stiffening in place. Only its eyes darted back and forth, seemingly completely taken aback that such a thing could happen in the middle of summer. Jai didn't hesitate for a moment. He struck with a single blow, eliminating the giant goblin.
Jai thought it was too easy. The giant goblin was far too weak.
But then again, giant goblins were generally only around level 25 to 30, with health typically hovering around 1000 and low mana. They really weren't much of a threat. Chi-Chi, the cat girl who had received Jai's divine blessing, fought with great relish. Her people harbored a deep-seated hatred for goblins, having suffered years of their invasions. Now, armed with powerful strength and a formidable ally, she naturally felt no fear. Ding, gained 1000 spirit energy.
Hearing the system's notification, Jai stopped pondering. He decided to kill a few more to level up. Although the benefits of leveling up were minimal, reaching the level cap was essential for evolution, and that was crucial. The ice elf was like a god of death. No giant goblin could withstand a single swing of its blade. The powerful cold aura rendered them unable to move, let alone fight back. It was no different from crushing an ant. Beta Bear could also instantly kill giant goblins with his powerful lightning strikes, but those consumed too much mana. It was better to rely on lightning coil to slowly wear them down. Watching the ice spirit fight with such ferocity, slaying anything that stood in its way, Beta Bear immediately spent all his saved skill points on the spot, raising his spirit magic to level 3. At level 3, spirit magic could summon a lower tier spirit. A fist-sized ball of ice appeared in Beta Bear's palm. It wasn't even fully formed, just pure elemental energy. Glancing at Jai's elegant ice doll, she felt an even deeper pang of envy. No way. I need to kill a few more of these, absorb more mana crystals, and get my elemental magic up to level 5. A moving figurine that would be absolutely amazing. Just as she was marveling, Xiong Body struck down a giant goblin behind her with a single blow. Beta Bear, do you want to die? What has gotten into you on the battlefield?
Looking at his good-for-nothing daughter, then a Jai who had just been born and could already summon such a massive ice spirit, he couldn't help but sigh.
Truly, other people as children are a different story. The battle lasted about 2 hours.
Jai and her group had wiped out all the giant goblins, while the sacred tree sylph continuously cast healing spells from a distance, ensuring not a single supporter lost their life. Even though the giant goblins outnumbered Jai's group, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage in this downpour. The one who gained the most from this battle was Xiong Body. She had killed so many enemies that she looked as if she'd been soaked in blood. Her fur was a deep, almost blackish red. She had leveled up several times, and Jai's evolution had also brought about significant changes in her.
Race, Elf Holy Bear Xiong Body. Level, 52.
Health, 19,000.
Mana, 2,800. Attack, 7,200 plus 3,800. Defense, 3,200. Speed, 220. Skills, Berserk level 7, Stealth level 4, Elven Magic level 1. Divine Blessing recipient, Sylph.
Originally, Xiongbody's attack power was only 7,200, but when wielding the mace gifted by Jai, her attack power can soar to over 10,000. She is also the character with the highest attack power since Jai began using the appraisal spell. If she activates Berserk, this stat might even double. Chapter 42, Choosing to Stay or Leave. Normally, Xiong Badian should follow the Berserker path, but ever since she received Jai's secret after being granted divine blessing, she has taken to sneaking around and launching ambushes, playing the role of the back row support to corner her opponents. As for Beta Bear, Jai finds her a bit hard to figure out. She clearly has excellent innate skills. She has got speed and damage, yet she insists on spending so many skill points on elven magic. All one can say is that neither mother nor daughter plays by the book. The magic beasts began cleaning up the battlefield. Many of the beast form magic beasts still preferred raw meat, so they processed the giant goblins right there on the spot, a sight Jai wasn't particularly keen on seeing. As for the mana crystals, many magic beasts would choose to offer them to the sacred tree, Sylph. But Shai felt that skill points were easier for him to obtain, and he wasn't lacking the spirit energy provided by mana crystals. He'd rather use them to boost the strength of his followers, making it easier to face future enemies. Sylph used wind control magic to distribute the mana crystals evenly among everyone. The mana crystals Shai had obtained from his own kills were mixed in with those contributed by the magic beasts in this distribution. Next came the meeting. Shai felt it necessary to discuss with them the possibility of encountering powerful enemies in the future. Those summoned to the meeting were the principal leaders of each race. Sylph of the Sacred Tree was in charge of convening the gathering, while Jai provided the detailed explanation. All attendees were magical beings. Leading the Storm Magic Wolves was the Holy Spirit Magic Wolf, Shawer Ha. Race, Holy Spirit Magic Wolf Shawer Ha. Level, 39. Health, 3,900. Mana, 1,250. Strength, 800. Defense, 400. Speed, 850. Skills, Storm Resistance Level 2, Gale Level 3, Divine Spirit Transformation Level 4, Mana Devour Level 2, Mana Resistance Level 1. Divine Blessing Bestower, Sylph. Shawerha is also the second fastest creature here in Jai's group, surpassing the Forest Elflia who visited earlier by 100 points. It is the only mutated and evolved individual among the Storm Demon Wolves, possessing formidable strength. Jai had previously coveted its Mana Devour skill but kept forgetting to learn it. Standing next to Little Erha is the leader of the Wind Magic Leopards, Chi-Chi. Race, Wind Magic Leopard Chi-Chi. Level, 45. Health, 3,500. Mana, 2,400. Strength, 850. Defense, 210. Speed, 1,150. Skills, Gale 4, Wind Control 6, Stealth 6, Poison Resistance 1, Teleport 1. Divine Blessing Bestower, Sylph. And standing next to Xiong Body is the Beta Bear. Race, Thunder Holy Bear Beta Bear. Level, 37. Health, 4,500. Mana, 5,100. Strength, 600. Defense, 350. Speed, 420. Skills, Elven Magic Level 3, Wind Control Level 1, Thunder Coil Level 4, Wind and Thunder Summon Level 3, Appraisal Level 2. Divine Blessing Bestower, Sylph. These are Jai's top combat forces. Though the numbers are still somewhat limited, they have yet to encounter any formidable enemies in the nearby forest. Let me explain first. That demon goblin, Shabi, who has been hunting us down, seems to have the support of a demon lord. The black magic mirror in his possession is also connected to a powerful mage. Jai spoke up first. Although he could have let Sylph explain which would have carried more authority, he felt it was necessary to establish the image of the sacred tree as majestic and imposing, as this would make it easier to gain followers. How do you know that? Beta Bear, the cheerful young man online, immediately piped up with a question. The great sacred tree told me. That jerk has even been blessed by the demon god, and he has got quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Why doesn't the great sacred tree ever talk to me? Maybe because I'm his biological son, and you're just a foundling. The room suddenly fell silent. Most of the ancient magic beasts in the forest had at least heard of what a demon god was. Can the great sacred tree still protect us? An old wind demon leopard standing behind Chi-Chi spoke up, and Jai could only answer honestly. Probably not. We don't know how powerful the demon god is. The great sacred tree specializes in healing and can't move. It's not a being capable of bringing destruction. We'll have to rely on ourselves to fend off the demon goddess' retaliation. Everyone understood the great sacred tree's goodwill. This was essentially telling them they had to choose between fleeing or staying. Damn it, I haven't even left the newbie village yet, and the final boss is already coming to kill us. Is this even fair? Beta Bear spoke in terms the others couldn't understand, but they all roughly grasped her meaning. In short, they might have to face the demon goddess' retaliation. Are these giant goblins also the demon goddess minions? Chi-Chi asked Jai out of curiosity. Although Jai had only been born a day ago, as the divine tree's child, he was intrinsically connected to the divine tree.
Chi-Chi had long regarded Jai as the divine tree's representative. Probably. They're reinforcements brought by that demon goblin they were originally sent to hunt me down. Woof woof. Although the little husky couldn't communicate normally, its message was transmitted directly into everyone's minds. Our clan is willing to protect the great sacred tree. The great sacred tree has mercifully bestowed upon us the divine blessing, sparing us from pain and bringing us the storm. Wherever the storm is, that is where we will be. The little husky sat there sticking out its tongue, looking utterly silly. Jai reached out to stroke its fur. Big dogs are the best. It agreed to stay without asking a single question. I'm willing to stay too. I believe the great sacred tree can work miracles. Shone Badian remained as taciturn as ever, yet her stance was crystal clear. She had many magic beasts and demons following her because of her immense power and fiercely protective nature. She had earned the trust of countless magic beasts. Over at Chi-Chi's side, things were a bit chaotic. Some of the demons behind her were constantly chattering. Her clan was the one with the most supporters here among Jai's followers, and they had received a relatively large number of divine blessings. Many had evolved into Gale demon wolves just like Chi-Chi, so Chi-Chi was no longer considered their most precious prodigy. So her influence and leadership capabilities were relatively diminished. Chi-Chi turned to face Jai and the divine tree sylph, bowing with a look of shame on her face. I'm sorry, divine tree, our clan may need to discuss this. That is fine. We respect everyone's choice. Jai didn't expect everyone to stay and support him, but for those who chose to remain, Jai would stand with them through thick and thin. Jai, are you staying? Beta Bear still seemed hesitant. Seeing Shone Badian agree immediately left her deeply troubled. Although Shone Badian was the mother of this world, she didn't feel much affection for her and still regarded her as an outsider. Yes. Jai certainly had no reason to leave. He was both Sylph and Jai. He had originally planned to escape using his elf body, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon Shone Body and the others. After all, they had helped him so much. So he might as well fight it out to the end. Running away forever was pointless. Chapter 43, I'm staying. I need some time to think about it. As a reincarnated being, Beta Bear quickly grasped the situation. A powerful enemy like this couldn't be opposed by a mere rabble. She had heard of the demon goddess' formidable reputation. In this world, those who could be called gods were beings with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even their subordinates were incredibly powerful, not something someone like her, who had just arrived, could possibly contend with. The wisest choice was to flee, to leave this forest, or to hide within it. In any case, she couldn't stay near the sacred tree. By relying on slow growth, and with her own talent, she should be able to carve out a place for herself and fully enjoy the freedom and joy that life in this other world brought. Beta Bear couldn't quite figure out Jai's thinking. It seemed Jai cared deeply about the divine tree, and the divine tree trusted Jai immensely. In the past, it had sent messages through Shone Badian, but now it was reaching out to Jai directly. Truly the favored son. It's not certain the demon god will attack. It's just a possibility. After all, Shabi has already died here. Jai shook his head at Beta Bear. He wouldn't force his good brother to stay and fight the demon god, but he still hoped to have his brother by his side during difficult times. The discussion ended quickly. Let those who were still hesitating continue to think it over. Next, Jai needed to discuss preventive measures with Shone Badian and the others. The great sacred tree needs more believers to restore its power, and we need more companions to defend against the demon goddess attack. Does the divine tree need faith? Shone Badian recalled that every time a magic beast joined their ranks, the divine tree would grow stronger or bestow greater divine blessings. So, the divine tree did need more believers. Woof, then we need to gather the magic beasts in this area and invite them to join us. Xiao Ha seemed a bit excited, constantly sticking his tongue out, though perhaps that was just his nature. That's right. The great sacred tree previously asked Aunt Shone Badian about the nearby tribes. By now, we should have enough strength to win them over. The average level of Jai's followers had reached around level 30, and many of the magic beasts had even hit level 35.
Badian was already a staggering level 52, far surpassing most magic beasts, and with Jai's terrifying magical power, they should be able to help raise the group's overall strength. The Black Bear Clan's average level is also around 25, with elders at around 35. Their chieftain is a demon over level 50 who has led the clan for over 200 years. His strength is likely far superior to mine. Upon hearing this, Jai thought, no wonder they're a long-established clan here. They've got quite a bit of depth and are sufficiently powerful. If we can win them over, they make a solid ally. What about the trolls? The troll clan is even stronger than the Black Bear clan, and they live near the northern mountains, where dragons frequently roam. The trolls have always prided themselves on challenging the strong. Their entire clan is trying to hunt down dragons. They're a bunch of reckless madmen. Badian spoke with a touch of disdain as he described the trolls' nature. Have they succeeded? Never. Dragons are beings that ordinary demons can't even compare to. Every dragon possesses incredibly powerful attributes, not to mention adult dragons. They not only have formidable physiques but are also skilled in various forms of magic. Hearing this, Jai began to envy the dragon race. Unlike Jai, whose magical power was lopsided, with weak close combat abilities and poor overall stats. Are those trolls serving up a daily buffet to the dragons? They've never won a single battle, yet they keep challenging the dragons day after day. They're truly brave, but you can imagine just how difficult it would be to subdue them. After weighing the difficulties of both options, Jai decided to first try inviting the Black Bear clan to join them, and then figure out a way to deal with the Troll clan. The Black Bear clan also had Badian, who was quite familiar with them, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Alright, let us try inviting the Black Bear clan to join us first. What do you think, Aunt Badian? Badian looked a bit hesitant, as if pondering the matter. Her brows furrowed slightly, but soon smoothed out, and she nodded slowly. After briefly discussing the preparations for their departure, they concluded today's meeting. Having just gone through a major battle, everyone needed a good rest. The system store now also offers magic mirrors that allow for mutual communication. Once the system analysis is complete, they'll be available for exchange in the store. Jai currently has 4,300 system points. A single magic mirror costs 100 system points. As a tool that enables remote communication and remote magical support in this world, the price is well worth it. Jai plans to buy a few, one for Beta Bear, one for Alpha Bear, and one for Badian. Maybe there'll even be a chance to start a group for time travelers, bringing back the joy of those lively group chats from the past. Jai walked into Beta Bear's cabin. She was lying on the bed with her legs crossed, still engrossed in a sea of manga and novels, seemingly having completely forgotten the previous conversation. What do you decide? Where could I even run to? This forest is so huge I don't even know which direction Banwang City is in. I'll just stay here with you, so you can't say I'm not loyal. Jai walked over to her and punched her on the shoulder. Here. Jai tossed her a small white mirror. Beta Bear caught it and examined it, a plain, unremarkable little mirror with a lifelike tree engraved on the back. What's this? Even though I've turned into a girl, a real man never needs a mirror. It's a mirror for staying in touch. You can use it to chat remotely and cast some support spells from a distance. Jai had originally wanted to say it was the same kind of mirror Shabi had used, but remembering that Beta Bear had already passed out before Shabi could pull out the mirror, he decided to give a simple explanation instead. Where do you get this cool stuff? You don't have some kind of system, do you? Is this some prize from your system's lottery? A chill ran down Jai's spine. This guy really could read people. Ahem, why yeah, I really do have a system. Is there anything you want? I can go trade for it in the system store. I don't believe you. Come on, tell me the truth, how do you get it? Seeing Jai blurted out so bluntly, Beta Bear actually started to doubt him, leaving Jai at a loss for words. The sacred tree gave it to me. Come to think of it, his thing wasn't really a system either. It was just something he'd imagined using the world skill right after he'd been transported here. There were no so-called quests, it simply involved collecting faith, gaining followers, and keeping the skill running.
Why doesn't tea, the sacred tree, ever give me anything? Why is it so good to you? Just as Jai was about to speak, Beta Bear cut him off. Don't bother explaining. I know you're the favorite son, and I'm the foundling. That's not exactly it, but I'm glad you're aware of that. Actually, you should try completing the tasks given by the great sacred tree. You might get some nice rewards. Jai felt that since he had already separated himself from the sacred tree, Sylph, he should make better use of this distinction. Sometimes, when Jai's identity made it inconvenient to handle troublesome matters, he could have Sylph handle them, and when Sylph couldn't handle something, Jai could step in. Damn, there's such a good deal? Come to think of it, back when the great divine tree sent us to subdue the wind demon leopard, we got equipment as a reward after completing the task. Xiong often helped the great divine tree with all sorts of troublesome matters and ended up with an incredibly sturdy mace. Now that I think about it, I've been sitting at home reading comics every day. Opportunities were right under my nose, and I didn't even notice. So the great sacred tree is actually the system of this other world. Damn it, I'm about to hit the jackpot. I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. I'm sticking with the great sacred tree through thick and thin. Jai thought to himself, it's great that you can fill in the blanks like that. I can't even be bothered to explain it. That's pretty much it. The great sacred tree gave me a few mirrors to help us stay in touch and provide support. I'll go give one to Xiong tomorrow. Just as Jai was about to go to sleep, there was a knock at the door. Jai opened the door to find Xiong and Chi-Chi standing outside. He hadn't expected they were still awake. What's up? Jai thought Chi-Chi was about to leave, but Fruit Bearing had the opposite in mind. The divine tree has been kind to me. Those who wish to follow me will stay. But some of our kin have chosen to leave, and I can't stop them. A hint of sadness flickered in Chi-Chi's eyes, but it wasn't her fault. Though her power wasn't particularly great, she was deeply responsible. Even among the wind demon leopards, many magic beasts had split into several factions after evolving. Following Xiong lead, roughly 30 wind demon leopards chose to leave. Leading them was the wind demon leopard elder who had voiced opposition during the meeting. His name was likely Big Leopard, though Jai had given them rather casual names. Jai didn't really mind. Whether they chose to stay or go was none of his business. Those who stayed would be his companions. Goblins have been running rampant lately. Jai has even encountered the demon lord's minions in this area. He suspects the forest isn't exactly peaceful either. Chapter 44, So the Great Sacred Tree is actually a system. Jai picked up the magic mirror and demonstrated its use to Beta Bear right there on the spot. Although the mirror couldn't directly transmit physical objects, it could perform 3 distinct functions: image transmission, magic power conduction, and spell transmission. Image transmission works just like a video call on a cell phone. Beta Bear found it incredible that a mirror could do this, and the 2 modern Earthlings quickly mastered the feature. As for magic transmission, it functions like a magic recharge device. Through the magic mirror, it can provide remote magic replenishment to assist the user. This feature is great. You have such vast magic reserves, why not just serve as my personal magic recharge station? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Beta Bear raised an eyebrow at Jai with her delicate features, her face wearing a lecherous grin. I'm afraid your little frame couldn't handle Daddy's massive, waterfall-like magical power. Recalling Beta Bear's image as a muscle-bound otaku before her reincarnation, and comparing it to her current delicate, girlish appearance, Jai's skin crawled. As for the final function and the mirror's primary feature, magic transmission, this spell allows magic to be transferred between mirrors held by connected users. As long as the battle takes place within the mirror's capacity, fighting against a holder is equivalent to facing all the mirror's holders at once. This makes it possible for a single person to engage in a group brawl. However, Beta Bear's Thunder Coil couldn't be cast remotely on Jai, otherwise, Jai would have loved to experience that flash-like thrill. That said, Beta Bear's lightning strikes can be transmitted, and Jai's healing spells and elven magic can also be transmitted, which is quite convenient. Most importantly, Sylph can use the world spell to exchange items in the system shop, then transmit them via mana crystals, allowing shop items to be transferred through mana crystals. Some magical items are indeed very convenient.
You can also use the magic mirror to remotely seek the Great Tree's help.
If you ever find yourself in mortal danger, you should give it a try. Of course, the magic mirror assigned to Sylph is also controlled by Jai.
With the system's assistance, it automatically responds, helping the Great Tree project an image of being part of the system.
That's great. Now that's what I call a game-breaking ability. My ability to generate defective books? What kind of game-breaking ability is that?
It's practically the worst of the worst. Beta Bear cradled the magic mirror in his hands, lavishing it with praise until Jai felt a bit embarrassed.
Don't say that.
Look at how poorly developed this place is and how backward the knowledge here is. With our modern textbooks, you should be able to achieve quite a lot in this world.
Just come up with a few inventions, and you'll make a fortune.
You're right.
We can't keep summoning these trashy books in comics anymore.
We should summon all the books we read at school, instead develop technology, promote scientific progress, and monetize them sensibly.
But before that, Great Sacred Tree, could you give me a quest? I've been here this long, even if I haven't earned any merits, I've certainly put in the effort. I'm done reading comics at home, I'm off to run quests.
Mid-conversation, Beta Bear placed the magic mirror on the bookshelf and knelt on the floor, pleading incessantly.
What a money-grubbing creature.
System, please respond to her and have her assist us in recruiting nearby races. You can decide the reward, just don't make me bleed too much. There was still plenty of system currency left, and the mall had some decent gear and items. Surely there would be something Beta Bear liked.
Understood, Master.
The surface of the magic mirror in front of Beta Bear suddenly rippled like a lake, and a mechanical voice echoed out.
Individual Unit Beta Bear, do you accept the mission to assist Xiong Batian in winning over the Black Bear Clan and the Troll Clan? So it really is the system. Accept, I accept everything.
Hey, Great Sacred Tree, what is the reward? Beta Bear's face beamed with excitement as he stared wide-eyed at the magic mirror.
Upon mission success, you will receive 50 skill points and 1 blue quality magical item.
Upon mission failure, you must truthfully answer 1 question.
No problem, no problem.
Upon hearing this, 50 skill points and a blue quality magical item for success, and just 1 question for failure, Beta Bear realized it was a piece of cake.
He could take the mission without a second thought. It was practically a free gift. System, how come I'm getting skill points? What is going on?
Jai hadn't known about this perk. You couldn't even buy them in the shop.
Getting them for free was a total steal.
When you gain a follower, the world receives corresponding skill points. These can be used to help the master grow stronger, or converted into mana crystals to transfer skill points to others.
Jai nodded.
It was indeed a good deal.
Skill points could further boost the follower's strength and help establish the image of the sacred tree, Sylph.
After all, you have to spend money to make money to gain more followers. He needed to offer them more benefits.
Relying solely on the favors granted by healing magic was still quite limited.
Beta Bear, feeling somewhat excited, turned to ask Jai.
Have you accepted any quests from the Great Tree?
I can't believe I never thought of this before. The Great Tree is actually the system itself.
I've really missed out.
Since I arrived so early, I might have already completed quite a few quests and earned better rewards.
My quests are the same as yours. Let us not talk about it for now.
Tomorrow, let us go together to win over the Black Bear Clan and the Troll Clan. I hear both are tough nuts to crack. They're no pushover.
Jai waved his hand.
It was his first time doing this, and he felt a bit embarrassed, afraid Beta Bear would see right through him. He simply lay down on the bed, pulled the covers over himself, and fell asleep. Soon, it was the next morning. The air in the forest was incredibly refreshing. Xiao Erha dragged a large wooden basin filled with clean water over to Jai. The magic beasts on night patrol would bring clean water back here for everyone to use, but Xiao Erha went ahead and drew the water for Jai himself. Actually, conjuring water directly with magic wasn't a big deal, but everyone had grown accustomed to the routine of fetching water. Xiong Batian had already begun organizing the expedition party, directing the magic beasts from the front while commanding the storm magic wolves and wind magic leopards left behind to protect the sacred tree. With heightened vigilance in the near future, they also needed to stockpile food and prepare for a prolonged battle. Storm magic wolves aren't suited for expeditions. They can only unleash their full power within a storm.
The range of the sacred tree's magic is the optimal distance.
Although Shai can create a storm himself, the sacred tree itself is more important than an elf's body. After all, the skill world can only be cast by a sylph. The party consists of elite fighters, Xiong Tian, Beta Bear, Chi-Chi, Zhai, and several wind demon panthers. Each is mounted on a storm holy wolf, making a total of 9 people and 9 wolves. Although Xiao Ha really wanted to accompany Zhai on this journey, leaving him here to lead the storm demon wolves would be more effective. It was a bit of a sacrifice for him, but there was no other choice.
Chapter 45, Departure.
Zhai tried to climb onto the storm holy wolf's back on his own, but fruit-bearing was still a bit too tall. Chi-Chi walked over, picked Zhai up, and sat down with him on the storm holy wolf's back.
"I'll take you with me, little elf."
Chi-Chi pinched Zhai's cheek from behind, her gentle voice reaching Zhai's ears. Zhai, who had been trying to act tough, gave up immediately and leaned comfortably against Chi-Chi.
"Ha! Chi-Chi, I want to come too."
Beta Bear rode up on a magic wolf and joined Zhai and the others, speaking with a look of envy on her face.
"Get lost."
Normally, Chi-Chi didn't dislike cute girls, but she just found Beta Bear a bit off-putting. Before, Beta Bear had chased after her, constantly calling her kitty girl. Chi-Chi found Beta Bear's tastes a bit creepy and instinctively wanted to keep her at a distance. Beta Bear watched Zhai settle in comfortably for a nap and couldn't help but feel the world was a bit too unfair. Everyone mounted their storm holy wolves, leaving one unridden to carry the luggage, some provisions, and a large supply of sacred tree fruits, just in case. Although Zhai could temporarily use fruit-bearing, it wasn't as convenient as having the fruits ready to eat. Even if the group were forced to split up, they could rely on these fruits to get by for the time being. She handed the 2 prepared magic mirrors to Xiong Batian and Chi-Chi, explaining how to use them. These served as emergency communication tools in the wild. In case of danger, they could contact the Great Sacred Tree for help. Upon hearing that these items had been prepared for them by the Divine Tree, they all expressed their gratitude to the Divine Tree. After completing all preparations, the group was ready to set out. Zhai and the others planned to head first to the Black Bear Clan's territory to see if they could persuade and win them over. As for the Troll Clan, Zhai felt a battle was inevitable, so they needed to be thoroughly prepared. It seemed Xiong Batian had been expelled from the Black Bear Clan in the past. Beta Bear wanted to ask her about it, but she refused to say anything, acting like a complete enigma. However, since she didn't want to talk about it, Zhai and the others didn't press the matter further. They figured that during this journey, Xiong Batian would eventually open up if she was willing to do so. In this area, given the strength of this group, which was far superior to the adventurers Ban Wangcheng had brought before, even if they couldn't win a fight, escaping shouldn't be a problem. This was merely a small part of the Mesopotamian forest, still close to the human city-states. The closer they got to the forest's center, the more dangerous it became. Especially the area beyond the northern mountains that was the heart of the forest. The storm holy wolf was fast, carrying the group as they raced westward. Though the distance wasn't great, Zhai and the others hadn't reached their destination by nightfall. Xiong Batian had been clearing the path ahead the whole time. They hadn't encountered any powerful magic beasts along the way. Those reckless ones that suddenly darted out were usually flattened with a single swing of Xiong Batian's staff. Dinner was once again prepared by our workhorse, Xiong Batian. True to her reputation as Beta Bear's mother, she was quite skilled at cooking game. No one knew where she managed to get the goat, but in any case, it was already steaming hot in Zhai's hands. This is the first time I've seen an elf who loves meat so much. Chi-Chi watched as Zhai held a piece of leg of goat, eating with her mouth full, completely oblivious to her appearance. Maybe the other elves haven't tried it before. If they had, they'd definitely think it's delicious too. Eating the fragrant roasted meat while gazing at the star-studded sky for Zhai, a modern person, wasn't this a form of blissful living? No more university thesis to worry about, no more corporate oppression of workers, just lying here completely at ease under the sky, enjoying the most primal world. My great-grandfather was a forest elf. He'd throw up whenever he ate meat.
Ha! So elves really don't eat meat.
Jai hadn't expected Chi-Chi to be a descendant of the elves. This was truly something he hadn't anticipated, especially since Chi-Chi didn't possess a single elven trait.
Actually, I really envy the elves. I wish I could be an elf too, with a long lifespan, great power, and beautiful looks.
Although Jai was small in stature, his face was chubby and plump, looking incredibly soft to the touch. His appearance leaned slightly toward the feminine. If he hadn't known his gender, no one would have questioned that he was a girl. It should be said that the elf race as a whole is like this. Their features are relatively androgynous, even leaning slightly more feminine, and they are mostly handsome men and beautiful women. Even when they reach old age, their appearance remains that of their youth, as if they would never grow old.
I'm really envious of you guys, too.
You can run so fast, and your physical strength is incredible.
With my physical constitution, I'd probably be done for with just one slap from you.
Jai chewed on a piece of meat as he spoke leisurely to Chi-Chi.
I wouldn't dream of slapping you.
Chi-Chi ruffled Jai's head, stood up, and wagged her long tail, her two fluffy ears twitching on top of her head. She scanned her surroundings warily. She certainly didn't want this adorable elf to actually be killed by a single slap, as he declaimed.
Hee, thanks, Sister Chi-Chi.
You don't need to be so on guard. I've summoned a fire spirit to keep watch overhead.
If it spots any magic beasts approaching, I'll let everyone know right away.
Jai pointed at the fire spirit circling in the sky. Its flames were very dim, even fainter than the moonlight. Only a faint blue glow could be seen drifting through the air.
Don't you want to know about Great-Grandpa?
Chi-Chi crouched down in front of Jai, quietly gazing at the little gluttonous elf before her. If you want to share it with me, I'll listen carefully.
If you don't want to talk about it, I won't press you.
As a modern person, Jai had heard plenty of bizarre stories. He wasn't about to miss out on this one about a romance between an elf and a beast man. Besides, after several generations, the elven bloodline had become very diluted. At least, Jai couldn't sense any elven aura in Chi-Chi.
I want to know.
Beta Bear, who had been watching Jai and Chi-Chi the whole time, suddenly popped up from the side, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Jai was startled. The leg of lamb in his hand nearly fell to the ground. In his fluster, it was Chi-Chi who, with her nimble reflexes, caught it and handed it back to Jai with a look of doting affection.
I don't want to talk about it.
Chi-Chi stood up abruptly, glaring at Beta Bear with a hint of displeasure. Feeling awkward under her gaze, Beta Bear quickly tugged at Jai's arm, signaling for him to save the day. Jai looked at Beta Bear's dejected expression, then at Chi-Chi's face, and nodded helplessly.
Sister Chi-Chi, I'm curious too. Why don't you just tell us about it? Chapter 46, The Noble Forest Elf. Fine, I'll reluctantly tell you the story then. Chi-Chi kept one eye open and the other closed.
She seemed to realize that Jai was only willing to listen to help Beta Bear out of a tight spot, and she shot Jai a slightly annoyed look. Jai could only put on a cute act and give a silly smile.
It was about 200 years ago.
My great-grandmother was just an ordinary wind demon leopard, and she was still very young back then.
The forest was much more chaotic back then than it is now.
Many humans liked to come into the forest to hunt magic beasts for mana crystals. It was during that time that my great-grandmother, while fleeing from the humans, became separated from her family and was captured. The humans didn't kill her. Instead, they knocked her unconscious and locked her in a cage. She remained locked in that cage for who knows how many days. There was virtually no food, and no room to move. If she made a fuss inside the cage, the humans would knock her unconscious again.
By then, my great-grandmother had gradually given up hope of survival.
She accepted her fate and stopped resisting.
Whatever the humans ordered her to do, she did.
If she was lucky, she'd get a bite to eat. If not, she'd be beaten senseless.
After hearing my great-grandmother's story, I became terrified of encountering humans.
Even if I saw a weak human, I'd turn and run, afraid of suffering the same fate as my great-grandmother.
She was enslaved by humans like this for 3 years.
Her body gradually gave out, growing weaker day by day until she could no longer walk on the ground. When the human who enslaved her saw she was on her deathbed, he sent her to the magic beast market to squeeze out that last bit of profit. Once again, she lay in the cage, without a single morsel of food or a drop of water for 3 straight days. She could no longer hear the shouts of the humans around her. The flickering flames in the market had lost their color, and the entire world had turned a dull gray. This time, she could feel that her life had truly come to an end. At that moment, great-grandmother had only one thought in her mind: liberation. To die like this was the greatest mercy she could receive. But just as her consciousness was fading, she saw the most beautiful creature in the world. In that black and white world, he alone was in color. She had never seen anything so beautiful. Great-grandmother Kudanti described that feeling. She felt it was the final gift bestowed upon her by heaven before her death. Before losing consciousness, she felt that figure lift her up. When she awoke again, great-grandma found herself lying in a warm embrace. It was the forest elf who had saved her. This time, she could finally see clearly that angelic figure. His hair was silvery white, like an angel descended from the heavens, holy and noble. Though his appearance was that of a little girl, his demeanor was like that of a prince, dignified and commanding. "I thought all elves were like this, but you're just a little glutton." Chi-Chi puffed out her cheeks and poked Jai on the forehead. "I'm still young. When I grow up, I'll be just like your great-grandmother described." Jai covered his poked forehead and looked back at her with a pout. It wasn't he like he'd chosen to look this way. He was truly sorry to shatter her fantasies. The forest elf who rescued her didn't keep her by his side, because forest elves are often out and about, traveling all over the world. Bringing along a magic beast with such weak powers would be extremely dangerous in itself. The forest elf sent her to live with a human female mage. Although the forest elf had made it clear to great-grandma that this was a kind human who wouldn't harm her and would provide her with good food and shelter. The human mage, of course, had no objections. Helping a friend care for a guarding magic beast was something she was more than happy to do. But great-grandma was too afraid of humans. She kept her distance from the human mage and remained on constant guard. Gradually, the human mage gave up on trying to interact with her, letting her live freely in the house. She would go eat the leftovers from human meals on her own, and when she had nothing to do, she'd sleep by the door, waiting for the forest elf to return. For the first few years, the forest elf would still come back frequently to visit great-grandma, bringing her plenty of high-level mana crystals to help her grow stronger. He also told her that once she had gained enough strength, he would be willing to take her out with him. From then on, great-grandma trained daily in the mage's home. Sometimes, in her eagerness to grow stronger, she would even snatch mana crystals from the mage's hands, causing the mage to get angry and discipline her. Gradually, the human and the beast grew familiar with one another, and great-grandma learned a great deal from her. But the forest elf never returned. A few years later, the human female mage died at home, slumped over her desk, passing away without a single warning sign. Great-grandma had witnessed countless births and deaths at the magic beast market. Even being devoured on the spot was a common occurrence. But this was the first time she'd encountered a human dying suddenly, especially a human who had been kind to her. Great-grandma found it hard to accept this reality. This human had been her only support here. She didn't even dare step outside. She could only wait here, waiting for the forest elf to return. After burying the female mage's body in the garden, great-grandmother continued to live there. The mage had left behind many mana crystals, a vast collection of magical items, plenty of food, and a host of strange and mysterious books. Except for the mana crystals, she touched nothing else. And it was because of those mana crystals that she evolved into a magical being, gaining enough strength to travel alongside the forest elf. But decades passed in this way, and the forest elf still did not return. Bored to death over the years, great-grandma gradually began to learn about humans, poring over those books and teaching herself to read the script. The more she learned, the more terrifying she found humanity. That was how great-grandma described it at the time. Another 5 years passed. She had eaten all her food, even the grass and leaves in the courtyard, and was so famished that great-grandmother finally decided to leave and search for the forest elf outside. She donned the female mage's robes, pulled her hood over her head, and wrapped herself up tightly before daring to open the door and step outside. Outside was a bustling street, teeming with humans walking about freely. She huddled among the crowd, moving slowly, terrified of revealing her true identity and being captured by humans once more. Using the so-called money from the female mage's home, she bought a large quantity of food in the human district,
intending to hide in the mage's house again. There were simply too many humans. With so many people around, if even one of them spotted her, she was as good as dead. The thought of going out to search for the forest elf was instantly quashed by fear. Chapter 47, Arrival. Great-grandma clutched the food tightly, head bowed, and hurried through the crowd toward the mage's house. Even if others noticed her, she dared not have any contact with humans, pulling her hood down tightly over her face. But just then, great-grandmother spotted the forest elf, the elf she had waited decades for, right in the middle of the crowd of humans. The humans surrounding him were all clad in silver armor, each holding a spear and a massive shield. Leading the way were 8 humans mounted on war horses. Even the horses were covered in impenetrable armor. The horses were several times larger than an average person. As they led the procession, a relentless aura of intimidation caused the crowd to naturally part in two, making way for the column. Great-grandmother gazed intently toward the forest elf with joy, just as she was about to rush over, but then she noticed something on him that was all too familiar, something that filled her with overwhelming dread. A massive collar encircled his neck, chains bound his hands, and 3 enormous iron balls dragged behind him, their combined weight exceeding even his own bulk. He was confined within a cramped cage, which 2 warhorses dragged forcefully through the streets, the iron bars scraping against the pavement with a piercing screech. Even her great-grandmother was terrified at the sight, at a loss for what to do. That forest elf, who had once seemed so noble, was now locked away in that cramped cage, disheveled and filthy. It reminded her of the days when she herself had been imprisoned by humans and beaten relentlessly. Vaguely, she heard the onlookers around her murmuring, "That S-rank adventurer, Lean, has suddenly gone mad. He's killing anyone he sees. He's no different from a demon. Wasn't he a very kind forest elf? He cured my son's illness in an instant when he was sick. He's gone mad. He destroyed the eastern city walls." So many people were wailing there, it was terrifying. That when great-grandma found out his name was Lean. Chi-Chi stopped speaking abruptly at this point. Shy Beta Bear stared at her, his face full of curiosity, but Chi-Chi didn't continue. "What happened next? The rest is too long. I've already told you how they met me. It's too late now, and we need to get up early tomorrow to keep traveling. Let us get some rest." Chi-Chi stood up, stretched, then hopped onto a tree, leaning against the trunk to rest. She completely ignored Jai and the others. She's mad. "Jai, you're out of luck. Hey, it's all because of a certain clueless person who suddenly barged in and interrupted us. I'm going to sleep too. I have to get up early tomorrow." Jai waved at Beta Bear as well, then used elven magic to conjure a simple earthen hut and cast wind control to spread a thick layer of leaves across the ground. This made it a bit less cold. Though it was still far from comfortable, at least it would keep his slender frame from losing heat. The nights were bitterly cold, and he certainly didn't want to have to cast a healing spell on himself first thing in the morning. Although Beta Bear was a girl, she had a boyish temperament. She found a comfortable rock at random, sprawled out on it in a very unladylike manner, and lay down. Xiong Badian took the first watch of the night, and the other mages took turns keeping watch as well. Everyone had a turn. Jai was in charge of the early morning shift, so she could get a good night's sleep first. As natives of the forest, Xiong Badian and the others were skilled at concealing their scent and tracks. The night passed without incident, and when Jai woke up, the fire spirits in the sky hadn't issued any warnings. Early the next morning, everyone mounted the storm holy wolves again and set off without delay. It would take roughly a full day's journey to reach the Black Bear clan, but with the storm holy wolves traveling at full speed, they could arrive in 2 days. As for the situation on the Sylph side, while Xiao Era was keeping watch on the opposite bank of the eastern river, he discovered that the goblins had already begun assembling their forces. Just as Jai had suspected, it seemed the forces behind Shabi were about to take action and were preparing to strike against him. The large number of giant goblins they had encountered earlier seemed insignificant in comparison. Across the river, the giant goblins had already gathered in numbers exceeding 1,000, a truly terrifying figure. With that many giant goblins, they could probably chase the wind demon leopards around for hundreds of rounds. He never expected them to gather such a massive force just to deal with him. Even if they claimed they were preparing to march north into the mountains to slay a dragon, Jai would believe it. It seems the forces behind Shabi take him very seriously. If they were only targeting the primordial elves, that would be one thing, but if they discovered the existence of the world, Jai would be doomed. His unique skill was likely something every powerful being in this world coveted. Unfortunately, his elven body couldn't yet withstand it, otherwise, he would have taken Xiong Batian and the others with him on the migration. If he couldn't win, surely he could outrun them. If all else failed, he'd have fight them head on. With her thick health pool, long mana bar, and the world system as backup, allowing Beta Bear and the others to escape in their elven forms shouldn't be a problem. Whether Sylph survives or Jai survives, it counts as survival. Sometimes, if you don't let go of things you can't hold on to, you simply can't move forward. Have Xiao Ha and the others increase patrols of the magic beasts. They must report back immediately if anything happens. They must not engage those goblins lightly. If the goblins attack before Jai and the others have managed to bring their allies back, abandon Self, abandon world, and have Xiao Ha and the others follow Jai and the others in their escape. Under Xiong Batian's leadership, Jai and the others made it through the 2-day journey safely. Occasionally they encountered some reckless magic beasts, but Xiong Batian with over 10,000 attack points quickly taught them a lesson in what it means to be a magic beast. This is the territory of the Black Bear clan. It's been a long time since I've been back. For Xiong Batian, this was her hometown as well. Beta Bear, did you used to live here? I don't recall. Throughout the journey, Beta Bear had been eager to hear the story of Chi-Chi's great-grandmother, but Chi-Chi was sulking and refused to tell Beta Bear. Since Jai often favored Beta Bear, Chi-Chi wouldn't tell Jai either, leaving Jai with no choice but to shake his head helplessly. Forests all look pretty much the same. Aside from the many bear claw marks on the trees here, there's basically no difference. Beta Bear waved his hand dismissively, as if he no longer cared. But just then, the storm holy wolf beneath Jai began to growl menacingly, baring its teeth a warning to everyone. They all turned to stare at the pitch-black forest. Xiong Bati pulled the wolf tooth club from his side and held it up, blocking the group's view. Chapter 48, Bloody Battle. A tall, burly man emerged from the forest directly ahead, clutching an enormous wooden club. His massive frame seemed brimming with strength, and with his thick eyebrows and large ears, it was clear at a glance that he was no friend. Apart from the pair of small bear ears on his head, just like Beta Bear and the others, he looked no different from a human. The two tiny ears twitched slightly. Several black giant bears emerged from the forest once more, their bodies far larger than even Xiong Batian's bear form. The black giant bears surrounded Jai and his group, looking extremely wary. Jai instinctively used appraisal to check the leader's stats. Race, Berserker War Bear Nameless. Level, 59. Health, 11,420. Mana, 150. Strength, 7,300. Defense, 2,900. Speed, 200. Its overall stats were similar to Xiong Batian's, but its mana was extremely low. It was likely the type that relied purely on physical strength and battle. The race name differed slightly from Berserk Black Bear, suggesting it was an evolved form. A normal Berserk Black Bear typically stops leveling up at level 20 to gain further strength, it must evolve. Yet this demon has reached level 59, indicating immense power. As for the surrounding black bears, they are all level 20 Berserk Black Bears. Had they had the chance to evolve, their strength likely wouldn't have stopped here. The man leading the group froze for a moment when he saw the small barriers on Xiong Batian and Beta Bear's heads. He raised his hand to stop the surrounding black bears from approaching Jai and his group, then stepped forward himself. "Who are you, and why have you come to my black bear territory?" Normally, when these black bears go out hunting, they don't engage in lengthy conversations with their prey. If a problem can be solved with fists, they prefer to keep the chatter to a minimum. But the man saw Xiong Batian's powerful physique and imposing stature, the iron staff held horizontally between the group. It was clear at a glance that he possessed extraordinary martial prowess and those small bear ears. He was certain that this beautiful demon must be one of their own. He had led the Black Bear clan for decades. Ever since he had evolved into a demon, he had looked down on the female black bears of his clan and remained single, but now, by the grace of heaven, he had finally found his match. "Don't you remember me?" "I suppose not. No one has seen me like this before.
I become just as powerful as you, chieftain. As Shongbatian spoke, the Black Bear Clan chieftain stared at her face in confusion. He still couldn't place her. Back then, you tried to send my child away and drove us out. Even my husband died. Have you forgotten all that so quickly? At this point, Shongbatian's emotions began to run high. Jai was stunned. Shongbatian had refused to speak of it before, but now that she'd seen the Black Bear Clan, she poured it all out. It was you. I didn't want it to be that way back then, but there was no other choice.
Mom, what exactly happened?
Right now, Shai and the others still don't quite understand what they're talking about, and they can't interrupt, so they can only wait for Shongbatian to continue his story.
Back then, the clan wanted to send you to a demon.
That demon had taken a liking to you. He was extremely powerful and had protected our Black Bear Clan for many years. I refused, so I took you and the others and fled. Fruit Bearing and his men pursued us relentlessly, and your father died at their hands.
That's why I didn't want to bring you back here.
Shongbatian wasn't a man of many words. He rarely spoke to begin with, but he did his best to summarize the situation. It seems a powerful demon had long protected the Black Bear Clan. He had set his sights on the rare mutant Beta Bear, intending to make her his own. But Shongbatian certainly wouldn't have agreed to hand over his newborn child so easily, so he resisted and fled. This, in turn, led to them being hunted down, and the Beta Bear's father lost his life as a result. From this perspective, Shongbatian harbors a deep grudge against the Black Bear Clan.
Jai still wants to win over the Black Bear Clan. Why didn't he make that clear sooner? Showing up unannounced to seek revenge while trying to recruit others, does he expect to win them over with reason? Beat them into submission? And settle the score while he's at it?
After explaining everything to Beta Bear and the others, Shongbatian once again raised his wolf tooth club toward the Black Bear Clan chieftain and shouted a challenge.
What do you mean you didn't want to? He must have promised you plenty of benefits.
That's why you've been working your ass off for him, selling out your own clan.
Pfft, you're slandering me.
Shongbatian's words seemed to hit a nerve with the Black Bear Clan chief. Both of their faces instantly flushed red and swelled up. After spitting, the Black Bear Clan chief swung his massive wooden club, clashing it against Shongbatian's spike mace. The surrounding berserk black bears listened quietly to their exchange. It seemed they all recognized Shongbatian and showed no intention of intervening, simply watching as the two men fought.
Shongbatian's spiked club wasn't just some random stick picked up in the forest. It was made of solid alloy.
It had no other merits. Its sole advantage was its sheer hardness. As the two clubs collided, the Black Bear Clan chief's wooden staff snapped instantly. Shongbatian's spiked club, as always, sliced through the air and slammed toward the Black Bear Clan chief's face. The Black Bear Clan chief raised his hand to block, but was still sent flying by the blow, crashing deep into the dark forest. Jai raised his hand to cast a spell and summon an elf. After all, he was too close now, and initiating a fight would put him at a severe disadvantage. The black bears surrounding him were now ready for battle as well, their bodies turning red as their berserk mode quietly activated. Chieftain of the Black Bears, I've returned to seek my revenge. Let us fight to the death. It's either you die or I die. The Black Bear Clan chieftain emerged from the woods looking disheveled. Although he had been hurled so far that he smashed through several giant trees, not a single scratch marred his body. He waved his hand again, signaling the surrounding black bears not to intervene. All right, I accept. What is a blood fight? Jai turned to ask Beta Bear. Jai felt that if Shongbatian wanted revenge, he would certainly side with her. The failure to win him over this time was unavoidable. The forest was so vast, there would always be another chance. But Shongbatian was his partner. She had protected him for so long, and there was no reason not to help her. I understand. I see how Shongbatian intends to win over the Black Bear Clan to join us. So what exactly is this blood battle? Beta Bear grinned, turned his head, and leaned close to Jai's ear, gesturing for him to come closer. Jai lowered his head and pressed his long elven ear against Beta Bear's. The blood battle is a ritual within the Black Bear Clan used to prove one's status. It can be used to seize leadership. The magic beast who loses must submit to the victor.
This is the blood battle for the Black Bear Clan chieftain. Sheung Batian must be planning to use the blood duel to topple the Black Bear Clan chieftain and take his place herself. That way, she can not only settle past grudges but also become the rightful chieftain of the Black Bear Clan. I see. Jai nodded. He hadn't expected Sheung Batian to be so clever. Looking at her terrifyingly massive muscles, he realized you really can't judge a book by its cover. She was tough on the outside but shrewd on the inside. Chapter 49, The Cave. After the Black Bear Clan chief accepted Sheung Batian's challenge, he ordered the surrounding black bears to clear a path, allowing Sheung Batian and her group to enter. Once we're inside, they won't attack us, will they? Chi-Chi, walking at the back, muttered under her breath. No, the blood battle is a sacred contest among the black bears. It's also the battle that determines the chieftain. There shouldn't be any issues. Beta Bear paused to think, recalling what Sheung Batian had told her, before Nan Nan spoke up. More than that, I'm worried about that powerful demon who has been aiding the black bears and who once sought to capture you. As long as he is around, even if we win the blood battle, these black bears might not necessarily submit to Sheung Batian. Jai had checked the Black Bear Clan as stats. Aside from the clan leader, there was no one else worth worrying about. Plus, with the Storm Holy Wolf's speed, if they really got surrounded by the Black Bear Clan, they could just run the black bears. Wouldn't be able to catch them even if they ran for their lives. You're right. Since it's someone even a clan leader level demon wouldn't dare defy, we should be even more on guard against that guy. Beta Bear agreed with Jai's assessment. After a brief exchange, they all quickened their pace to catch up with the Black Bear Clan chieftain leading the way. Chi-Chi sat behind Jai, resting her hands on his shoulders. At times she played with his long ears. At others, she kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. As they passed through the forest, a massive cave came into view. The entrance was littered with animal skeletons, and the interior was pitch black, its depths unfathomable. Upon seeing this cave, which looked like a black curtain, Beta Bear stopped and glanced at Jai with a hint of fear. Jai pointed at Sheung Batian, who was walking straight inside, and said, "Isn't this your home? What are you afraid of?" I'm just scared. My buddy loves cramped, pitch-black little rooms. It's so cozy to stay cooped up in there." Beta Bear snorted, closed her eyes, and followed suit. After all, the Storm Holy Wolf beneath her would carry her. She could walk with her eyes shut. Although Jai was a little scared too, he had someone by his side. Chi-Chi was sitting right behind him, close enough that he didn't feel quite as afraid. Entering a pitch-black cave, Jai couldn't see a thing. He used his elven magic to summon a few tiny light elves, letting them float in the air to help illuminate his path. With his vision restored, Jai could make out the scene inside the cave. The passages rose and fell, narrowing and widening, and at times they had to follow the current of the water to proceed. The passages were winding and full of forks, and the ground was littered with human equipment likely left behind by those who had met their end here. A cave like this was practically a natural trap. Sheung Batian and the Black Bear Clan chief leading the way hardly needed any light at all. They knew exactly where to go without even looking. If they were to fight in this territory without a local guide, they'd be in for a rough time. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, Jai finally spotted a glimmer of white light. Although he couldn't make out the view from inside, it must be the exit. Sheung Batian and the others ducked their heads and crawled out. Jai and his group were shorter, so they could walk through normally. Once outside, Jai finally understood what a hidden paradise truly meant. The small streams from inside the cave had converged here to form a lake. The area was surrounded by towering trees and rock walls, enclosing it like a natural fortress, while inside lay a whole new world. Many little black bears were playing by the lake's edge. Everyone was stunned by the sight. It was simply too beautiful and so secluded. With the Black Bear Clan living here, Jai couldn't think of any better conditions to entice them. Compared to this place, the little wooden huts under the trees back home were practically shacks. This was a natural, grand villa. Upon entering, many of the berserk black bears that had been sleeping raised their heads to watch Jai and his group. The bears that followed them in began spreading the story of Sheung Batian among the others. This woman, who had been driven out by the Black Bear Clan, had returned with her wolf tooth club to engage in a bloody battle with the clan chief.
The fact that she had grown to human form in such a short time outside the clan was enough to demonstrate Xiongbatin's astonishing talent. There aren't many rules or formalities among magic beasts. When a duel is called, it happens immediately. Under the gaze of countless black bears, Xiongbatin and the clan chief made their way to the small island in the center of the lake. The crowd gathered on the opposite bank of the river to watch Xiongbatin's bloody battle. Do you think Xiongbatin can win? Judging by stats alone, Xiongbatin is a shoo-in. The clan chief hasn't even received a divine blessing. He is just a bit higher in level. You know how it is in this world, it's all about skill. Strength levels are just fluff. Beta Bear stated his opinion with great confidence. Jai nodded. That was certainly true. Xiongbatin possessed overwhelming stats, and she was highly specialized, having invested all her skill points into Berserk. With a level 7 Berserk, once the skill was activated, Jai had never seen a monster she couldn't kill with a single blow. Are you ready? The Black Bear clan chieftain wasn't carrying any weapons this time. He cracked his neck and wrists, preparing for hand-to-hand combat with Xiongbatin. Any time. Xiongbatin didn't want to take advantage of him either. She planted her wolf's tooth club into the ground, ready to fight the Black Bear clan chieftain bare-handed. That club of yours is impressive. I've never seen anything so hard. It's yours if you win. Then I'll take it. The Black Bear clan chief lunged directly at Xiongbatin. Xiongbatin raised his fist to smash into the chief's face. Having witnessed Xiongbatin's strength earlier in the forest, the chief knew he wasn't much weaker. A direct hit would certainly inflict significant damage. The chieftain sidestepped, then quickly crouched down, using his leg like a whip to sweep at Xiongbatin's lower body. Xiongbatin leaped backward, then raised his hand to strike the chieftain's chest. Naturally, the chieftain wasn't going to let Xiongbatin attack unchecked. He raised his hand to block. The two continued to attack and defend, engaged in pure close-quarters combat. They didn't even use any skills. The thunderous clashes of their fists sent ripples across the lake's surface. The Black Bear clan members watched in awe as Xiongbatin traded blows with the clan chief. Back then, she had been nothing more than an outcast, yet now she was fighting the clan chief on equal terms. It was truly terrifying. In terms of close-quarters combat alone, Xiongbatin was the absolute top dog on Jai's side. Just look at Beta Bear cheering him on from the sidelines, the vigilant Chi-Chi, and himself, who was practically indistinguishable from a mascot. Xiongbatin was essentially carrying the entire team on his own. Their fists connected with brutal force, and soon both their bodies and faces were covered in red fist marks. Yet they carried on as if nothing had happened, continuing to clash fist against fist. It seemed this way, too, it would be hard to determine a winner. The clan chief was the first to activate Berserk. His entire body swelled to immense proportions, his muscle contours as solid as metal, his form transforming into a colossal black bear. He raised his massive bear paw and brought it crashing down on Xiongbatin. Chapter 50, Emerald. The Black Bear clan chief had indeed grown significantly stronger after activating Berserk. Xiongbatin was sent reeling several meters backward by the blow, but she refused to be outdone and activated Berserk herself. With level 7 Berserk, Xiongbatin's abilities were amplified exponentially beyond her baseline. Though her physical form remained unchanged, the aura of power radiating from her seemed to have taken on a tangible presence. Feeling the pressure Xiongbatin exerted, the Black Bear clan chief couldn't help but waver inwardly. She was far too powerful. What kind of opportunity had allowed her to grow to this level in just 2 short years? Xiongbatin had no patience for him to react. She unleashed a direct punch. The immense force seemed capable of compressing the air itself, accompanied by a terrifying roar. The Black Bear clan chief didn't even have time to react. It was too fast, impossible to dodge. He could only raise his hands to block, but the massive impact sent him flying. His body bounced across the lake's surface like a stone skipping water before plummeting to the bottom. Once this fury was unleashed, Xiongbatin's victory was a foregone conclusion. The boost from his skill was simply too overwhelming. The black bears surrounding them began to roar incessantly, as if celebrating the birth of a new king. Such were the rules of the bloodbath. Whoever won became the new chieftain, a world where strength reigned supreme. Xiongbatin picked up his wolf tooth club and addressed the former Black Bear clan chieftain, who had just crawled out of the lake, in a cold tone.
Either follow me, or die. Shone Badian remembered what the divine tree had said: it needed more followers to restore its power, and every additional believer counted.
The former chieftain's hands had been shattered by Shone Badian's punch. Lying on the lakeshore, he looked up at the towering Shone Badian. What a powerful yet merciful creature he was.
I choose to follow you.
Hearing these words, Jai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and together with the surrounding black bears, they cheered in unison. Shone Badian raised her mace and stated her purpose directly to the assembly of magic beasts.
I need you to follow me and protect the great sacred tree. It will shelter you, grant you divine blessings, and make you as powerful as I am. Hold on. A deafening voice echoed relentlessly through the valley. Jai's worst fears had come true. A dragon with enormous blue wings descended from the sky.
Surrounded on all sides by sheer cliffs, the only way in was through the air.
This dragon wasn't large. In fact, it was quite small.
Its wings were unique, resembling those of a butterfly, with intricate, ornate patterns on the blue surface that gave it an air of nobility.
The little dragon landed beside Shone Badian and instantly shrank again, transforming into the form of a human teenager. Though he lacked Shone Badian's exaggerated muscles, Shone Badian could sense that his strength was undoubtedly immense.
Jai immediately used appraisal, but for the first time, appraisal failed. He couldn't detect any of this magical being's attributes.
My appraisal can't view this guy's stats. This doesn't look good.
Beta Bear tugged at Jai's sleeve, warning the group.
We'll have to play it by ear.
If things get bad, we run. Jai could only reply to Beta Bear like that, and Chi-Chi nodded in agreement.
It was only then that the system issued a prompt.
Master's appraisal level is too low to appraise high-level creatures. Please upgrade to level 4 appraisal. Level 3 appraisal costs 100 skill points, level 4 appraisal costs 200. Not a huge amount, so Jai used them to level up immediately.
Race, Elf Dragon Emerald. Level, 67.
Health, 40,000.
Mana, 20,000. Strength, 3,000. Defense, 2,200. Speed, 420. The level 4 appraisal wasn't much more detailed than before.
This was another creature blessed by divine blessing. Lately, Jai had grown wary of creatures with names. They almost always had powerful backers.
Who are you?
Shone Badian didn't possess the appraisal skill, so he had no idea how strong this creature was. Besides, this was likely the same demon who had previously tried to take the Beta Bear. At this point, Shone Badian wasn't afraid of trouble. If trouble came, he'd just fight. I am Faitsue, master of this gorge. I have protected your clan for over a century. You are free to choose your clan leader however you like. But now, a demon who worships another cannot lead you.
Why?
Blood battles have always been our way of deciding the clan leader. Shone Badian had absolutely no idea what this guy was talking about, and Jai was a bit confused too, though he had a vague hunch.
What I mean is, since you've gone off to worship someone else, why are you coming here to steal my people?
After all, I've been protecting this clan for over 100 years.
You all have been given names. It seems you must worship a very powerful being. There is no need to steal even my few people. Faitsue was starting to get a bit impatient. A powerful hurricane sent Shone Badian flying through the air. He spun around and around, stabilizing himself before landing firmly on Jai's side.
Just as Jai had guessed. He hadn't expected to encounter someone with the exact same needs as Jai, but it seemed his followers weren't exactly backing him up either. Upon seeing Shone Badian get knocked away, the black bears all turned hostile toward Faitsue.
I don't want to provoke you. Don't take these magic beasts away. Do whatever you want, but leave this place quickly.
Jai raised his hand to heal Shone Badian, simultaneously casting several magical buffs on her. Chi-Chi and the others had also assumed battle stances. If Faitsue made any further moves, they would join Shone Badian in attacking her. Lord Faitsue, I have lost. The position of clan chief should be handed over to this powerful warrior. Let us handle the affairs of the Black Bear clan ourselves. Dragging his broken hands, the Black Bear clan chief bowed his head and pleaded with the youth.
I spent so much time training you I was even ready to bestow a name upon you. Why are you black bears so stubborn? The youth, Fetsue, clutched his head and shouted, glaring furiously at Xiong. If a normal enemy had come here, he could have acted as a protector to shield these black bears. But this woman, a member of the Black Bear clan herself, had gone out into the world, embraced another's faith, and now dared to return to compete with him for his people. It was utterly despicable. Are you leaving or not? Lord Sacred Tree desperately needs these allies. There is no way we're leaving. Xiong brandished his wolf tooth club, unleashing his berserk mode once more. With an air of sheer dominance, he snapped back at Fetsue. Even Jai thought she looked incredibly cool. How could there be such a wonderful woman who always put him first? Then I'll just have to force you out. This time, Fetsue showed no mercy, summoning a gale to sweep over the group. Jai, however, had strong countermeasures against magic. He summoned his own wind elementals to redirect the gale, gradually dissipating its force. Elementals? Chapter 51, Intelligence. That hooded forest elf, don't you recognize me? No? Facing Fetsue's question, Jai shook his head helplessly. However, the fact that Jade was asking him this question meant he hadn't learned the appraisal skill. Jai couldn't figure out why he was so confident when he didn't even know the combat strength of either side. Put, just another greenhorn, huh? Listen up, I'm one of the 72 guardians of the spirit tree. Got it? If you got it, get lost. If you don't, go ask your mom. Fei Chui planted her hands on her hips, tilted her head back with a smug look, and waved dismissively at Jai and his group. Do you get it? Beta Bear turned to ask Jai, who could only shake his head and give a wry smile in response. Not really. Seriously, haven't you ever heard of the spirit tree? I'm practically your ancestor. Fei Chui's wings fluttered, and he instantly teleported to the other side of the lake, appearing right in front of Jai and his group. Xiong Batian held his wolf tooth club horizontally in front of them with a guarded expression, ready to respond to Fei Chui's next move at any moment. Don't be nervous. If I'd really used my full strength, I would have sent you all packing ages ago. You forest elves over there, answer a few of my questions, and I'll spare your lives. Jai glanced at Fetsue's stats. If it came down to a fight, it was anyone's guess who would win. Fetsue had mentioned earlier that he could cast Divine Blessing, which suggested he was incredibly powerful. Judging strength solely by stats was difficult, since skills weren't visible. Plus, he seemed to have quite a reputation apparently linked to the higher-ups of his race. Since Shai now belonged to the Elf King tree, did that mean the higher-ups were the Elf Sacred Trees? Ask away. As long as it's within my knowledge, I'll answer. Unless absolutely necessary, Shai didn't want to make an enemy of him. Resolving this through conversation would be best. Do you have a name? Yes. If you have a name, then your father or mother must be of a high tier. I wonder whose child you are. Give me your parents' names so I can figure out which family you belong to. Jai thought for a moment. Strictly speaking, in this body, he was his own parent. How should he put this? Perhaps Emerald really did have deep ties to the elf clan, but it certainly had nothing to do with him after all. This body had been forcibly manifested by the world. Don't all elves grow from trees? Beta Bear blurted out what he'd seen and heard. Huh? Yeah, I grew out of a tree. Fetsue looked utterly incredulous, so Jai quickly nodded, confirming Beta Bear's answer. What's the name of your race? Primordial Elf, of course. Oh, Primordial Elf? Pfft, no way. Jade looked at Jai in disbelief and reached out to tug at his hood. Xiong Batian still held his wolf tooth club horizontally in front of him, blocking Jade's outstretched hand. Take off that hood. Why are you wearing a hood in this big forest? Who's going to look at you? Jade seemed very impatient, and her tone was a bit harsh, but Jai still obediently did as he was told. It wasn't that he liked wearing a hood, it was simply the cheapest item in the system store. He'd put it on as soon as he'd taken over this body and had been wearing it ever since. Although it had no special functions, it was self-cleaning, saving him the trouble of washing his own clothes. Pulling down the hood, Jaya's face was revealed to Fatesue. You don't look like one. Aside from being a bit more handsome, I can't tell you apart from an ordinary forest elf. Thanks for the compliment, but could you just use the appraisal skill? It'd save us a lot of trouble. Jai was at a loss for words with Fatesue. She insisted on looking, yet couldn't tell anything. That's impossible. All the primordial elves should be extinct, and the divine tree couldn't possibly give birth to another one now. Or has the divine tree recovered? But why haven't I sensed anything? Hearing Fateseu's words, Shai suddenly perked up. He'd heard from Leah before that her clan had been searching for the Elf King tree. Back when Jai was still an ordinary elf tree, he'd felt a bit embarrassed when Leah mistook him for it. Now that he'd become a king tree himself, it seemed there might actually be a divine elf tree out there. I was born from the Elf King tree, not the divine tree you're talking about. Jai decided to reveal a bit about his true form, hoping to learn more details from Emerald. The king tree? Can a king tree give birth to a primordial elf? Impossible. No, wait, this might be our turning point. Where is that elf king tree? Emerald, overcome with excitement, reached out to grab Jaya's shoulders, but was abruptly shoved aside by Shongbatian, causing her to stumble backward. He shot Shongbatian a glare before fixing his gaze back on Jai. Well, we were just planning to bring the Black Bear clan over to the Elf King tree to help protect it. Alright, let us head out now. I'm coming back with you guys. Fatesue spread the massive wings on his back and soared into the air, seemingly unable to wait to return with Shai and the others. No way. You asked me so many questions, I want to ask you a few too. You little brat, you're such a pain. Go ahead. Fatesue, who had already taken flight, could only land with a sigh of impatience. She planted her hands on her hips, shifted her weight slightly onto one foot, and tapped the ground with her forepaw, as if urging Jai to hurry up with his question. Why do you say it's impossible for the royal tree to give birth to a primordial elf? Are you stupid? You really have no common sense at all. Primordial elves are the very symbol of magical power. As the original elf race, only the gods can create them, specifically, the elf god tree, the origin of all magic. Although the king tree can also bear elf fruits, it merely nurtures them, it cannot give birth to life. They lack souls, they're just ordinary fruits. Jade's attitude was downright terrible, but her explanation was fairly clear. Jai looked at her impatient face and steeled himself to speak again. Could you tell me about the divine elf tree? And why do you say all the primordial elves are extinct? TSK. It's been over a century, how can an elf still be asking questions like that? Ahem, is it possible that I was just born and don't know yet? To be honest, encountering a primordial elf at a time like this is truly a wonderful thing. Perhaps you are a turning point, but you will most likely repeat the fate of those primordial elves before you dying at the feet of the elven sacred tree. How should I put this? The elven sacred tree, it has gone mad. Virtually every elven tree connected to it has been corrupted. There shouldn't be any elven trees left in this world. I never imagined a single elven king tree still existed. If those forest elves searching the entire continent for elven trees found out, they'd surely swarm over here. There probably aren't many forest elves left who survived that era. The remaining ones are likely all newborns like you. Chapter 52, about primordial elves. Jai was aware that the forest elves were scouring the streets for spirit trees. Leah was one of them. Leah had said she'd go back and bring the forest elves here, but so far there's been no word from her. Jai could only hope nothing had happened to her. As for the spirit tree actually going mad, he suddenly recalled the story Chi-Chi had mentioned earlier about her great-grandfather. If he had time later, he'd have to find her and ask for the details. Jai thought for a moment, then looked up at the impatient-looking Fatesue. One last question, how did those primordial elves die? Jai was currently just using this body, though it wasn't his true form, it had come at a great cost. If he could convert that system currency into divine blessings, it would significantly strengthen his forces. If this primordial elf body carried a high risk, then he should cherish his true form all the more. Although it couldn't move, both its defense and magical power were at an extremely high level,
and its body could be regenerated again using the elf fruit in the world, it would just cost him a bit. Because right now, only primordial elves can touch the elven world tree, other creatures simply can't get near it. But all the primordial elves who touched the elven world tree are dead.
That's why I said it's quite rare to see one. Get near it? Why would I want to touch the elven world tree? Do I want to die?
Fei Chui shrugged inside at Jai. Everyone wants to save their own kind, especially an elven race that once enjoyed glory and longevity.
Everyone wants to reclaim what they once had. Back then, even if you didn't want to go, you'd be forced to.
Just pray you don't get spotted by some fanatical forest elves, otherwise, you won't have a choice.
Jai thought back to Leah and realized she was pretty fanatical herself, almost to the point of being reckless. Alright, I've asked all I needed to. Let us go meet your elven sacred tree. Aren't you also a guardian of the elven sacred tree? Why aren't you forcing me to interact with it right now? Jai felt that as soon as he asked one question, another would pop up. Because I know it's impossible to succeed.
If it were possible, the primordial elves who are several times stronger than you would have succeeded long ago. The divine tree has nurtured so many primordial elves, every single one of them is stronger than a newborn like you. It's impossible to succeed. A primordial elf's body is too weak to withstand the power of the divine tree. This time, however, Emerald didn't seem impatient. Instead, she looked somewhat melancholy as she spoke slowly to Jai.
Then let us go back.
Just as Jai was thinking of leading the Black Bear clan back to the main body, news arrived from the fruit-bearing main body. According to Xiao Erha's report, the goblins on the other side of the river had stopped gathering.
Instead, they had bypassed the sacred tree's territory and set off westward, heading straight toward Jai and his group.
Perhaps from the previous battle, they had figured out the range of Sylph's magical aura and were deliberately staying at a safe distance. Without the environmental buffs, the storm magic wolves couldn't function as effective combatants, leaving them powerless to do anything but watch as the goblins advanced toward them. Naturally, this news couldn't come from Jai's mouth. It had to be relayed to Jai and his group by the main body, Sylph, through the magic mirror. As the magical fluctuations from the mirror spread, everyone immediately realized what was happening. Beta Bear was the first to pull it out to check. Xiong Badian still held his wolf tooth club, keeping a watchful eye on Faitsue. Chi-Chi, like Xiong Badian, did not take out the mirror but remained vigilant of their surroundings.
Wait, no, the great tree says that the goblin army is shifting toward us. Jai's expression darkened slightly. These goblins were strange. Why had they suddenly changed course? Instead of attacking the main force, they were heading this way. Was it a coincidence, or could they actually track their location? Goblins? Just crush those ants. Stop dawdling, let us get moving.
Fei Chui glanced at the magic mirror in Beta Bear's hand, raised an eyebrow in curiosity, and said dismissively,
"They're not ordinary goblins. Most of them are giant goblins, and there's someone leading them from behind."
If it were just a bunch of goblins and giant goblins, Jai wouldn't have found them particularly scary. They were nothing but experience points. The more that came, the better. In fact, Jai even hoped there'd be more of them. Xiong Batian and the others had grown significantly thanks to these goblins. What Jai feared were the mage behind the Shabi magic mirror earlier and the demon god who had bestowed divine blessing upon Shabi. He had no idea how strong they were. Now that they've shifted their focus away from the main body, that's a good thing. The main body is far more important than this physical form. After all, the world can only exist within the main body.
Goblins under someone's command? That must be the Demon King's army.
Goblins are the best expendable troops in war. They grow fast, reproduce quickly, and have low intelligence. They're born to be soldiers, but you don't need to worry too much.
Goblins are still just goblins. Even when ants gather together, they're still just ants.
As for the Demon King's elite forces, they probably won't come here anyway. The depths of this forest are the dragon's habitat generally. The really powerful ones only dare to lurk around the edges and won't dare to come in.
So, what exactly did you do?
Beta Bear suddenly let out a snort of laughter when Jade mentioned they won't dare come in, but then puffed out her cheeks and stifled it. Jai knew she was a bit off her rocker, so he ignored her and answered Emerald honestly. Although Emerald seemed annoying on the surface, she was actually quite cheerful. She spoke her mind when she needed to, and crucially, she knew a lot. It seemed she no longer harbored any hostility toward Jai and his group. Even when she attacked them at first, she only intended to chase them away. Jai briefly described how he and Beta Bear had encountered Shabi, as well as the incident with the magic mirror. As for the system manipulating the fire elementals to stall Shabi, he attributed it to the Great Spirit Tree stepping in to help, allowing them to barely escape. He also told Fatesue about Shabi receiving the divine blessing from the demon god, wanting to hear his take on it before deciding how to proceed.
That's a bit of a problem. I think I understand what they're up to. Ultimately, it's all because of you, primordial elf. Me? Why?
Jai had never considered that he might be the reason. A skirmish in the forest was nothing out of the ordinary. Hunting powerful magical creatures to obtain mana crystals for growth and evolution was a perfectly normal occurrence in the forest. It was just that Jai's side had emerged victorious in the battle against Shabi, so it was only natural for the forces behind it to seek revenge.
But why would it be because of his identity as a primordial elf?
As I just said, only a primordial elf can interact with the elven sacred tree. If you were just an ordinary forest elf with powerful magic who killed Shabi, the demon god would simply blame bad luck and wouldn't send anyone to the Mesopotamian forest to cause you trouble. But since you're something the demon god needs, the situation is different.
Chapter 53, Teleportation.
Jai began to grasp what Emerald meant. If that was the case, the Demon King's target was this primordial elf body, not the original host.
Actually, this was a very fortunate turn of events.
The original host was far more valuable than this body. The Demon King really lacked foresight. In that case, you all should head back first. I'll go alone to lure the Demon King's forces away.
That way, the Elf King tree will be safer.
The Demon King's powerful minions wouldn't dare enter this forest, so it should be safer for you to return now.
Jai said to Beta Bear and the others with a sense of relief.
They would lead the Black Bear clan back, allowing his true form to gain more supporters. This would also earn him more skill points, granting divine blessings to more magic beasts, a path that would only make him grow stronger over time. He would use this body as bait, stalling for as long as possible.
Even if he couldn't shake them off, he would strike back at them. Are you out of your mind?
With all those giant goblins and the Demon King's minions, they're bound to be even stronger than that idiot.
Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Beta Bear stepped in front of Jai, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him vigorously.
Yeah, I don't approve of this either. It's way too dangerous.
Chi-Chi walked over as well, crouching down to look at Jai, which made him feel a bit embarrassed.
Right, I'm here. I can protect you. Shone Badian spun his mace in a circle, slamming it hard into the ground.
Resting his hands on it, he stood in a Nile-like stance and spoke with authority. Jai was somewhat moved, but he also felt terribly sorry for deceiving everyone. It wasn't that he wanted to play with their emotions, it was simply that his status as the Elf King tree wouldn't allow him to tell the truth.
They're after me. As long as I run away and they can't find me, they won't be able to do anything to you guys. The forest is so vast, there is always a chance to survive. Trust me, you should go back first. Then I'll go with you. We can look out for each other.
Beta Bear seemed to have made a major decision in his heart, his face wearing the look of someone ready to die for a cause.
Jai's eyelids twitched unnaturally. He thought to himself, what has gotten into this guy?
You're not usually this brave. When we play games, you just test the waters from the sidelines.
You've been here so long you won't even leave the newbie village. What has gotten into you today? Hey, you guys are really dragging your feet. If the Demon Lord really decides to go all out, no matter how many of us come, we're all just walking into a death trap. I'll send this little elf away as far as possible and then it's up to his luck. How about that? Jade had thought they were ready to go, but Fruit Bearing and the others started dithering again, going on and on about this and that. It was so annoying she had no choice but to speak up. Fine. Jai agreed immediately. As long as he could get away, that was fine by him. He wasn't picky, he just wanted to make sure Shone Body and the others didn't follow.
Where should we send him?
Beta Bear was still a bit worried. He hadn't expected his good buddy to be on the run just a few days after arriving in this world. What a hard life. Take them to the center of the northern forest. It's a bit closer to the dragon clan. They usually don't attack elves, and the dragons are active there more often. If there are any regular forces from the Demon King, they wouldn't dare go too deep. And if giant goblins invade on a large scale, they'll be stopped by the local magic beast factions. Jai thought this was perfect. He was still a bit worried that the guys chasing him might not be able to pinpoint his exact location. If they lost track of him as their target, he wondered if they'd turn around and come after his original body instead. No problem. You guys should head back right away. I have no idea how those guys found out where I was. They reacted in just 2 days. They probably have powerful tracking skills or magical artifacts. The moment they encountered you, they marked you through a magic mirror. You'll just have to keep running. If you stay in one place too long, your location will be pinpointed. I'm only responsible for teleporting you there with magic. The rest is up to you. Jade raised her hand to gather magic, and a multitude of symbols began to appear on the ground, gradually forming a circle. The symbols spun continuously within it as vast amounts of magic poured in. Jai and Beta Bear's eyes lit up. This kind of magic array was truly amazing, but neither of them possessed this type of knowledge. They could only rely on their skills to have elemental spirits perform simple spells. Doing it themselves was difficult. Beta Bear took out the magic mirror and quietly asked the Spirit King tree for guidance, wondering if sending Jai away was the right thing to do. Beta Bear felt that since the Spirit King tree had nurtured Jai, he must regard him as his own child. If the Spirit King tree thought it wasn't right, he would either stop her or accompany them. Jai's true form, Sylph, immediately picked up Beta Bear's plea. Jai chuckled to herself inwardly. This also resolved Beta Bear's lingering concerns about her. She happily had the system send Beta Bear a mission. Escort the Black Bear clan. Reward, 50 skill points. Note, Jai has a separate mission. Beta Bear glanced at Jai and raised his hand, waving the magic mirror in his grasp toward Jai. Don't worry, we'll stay in constant contact via the magic mirror. After replying to Beta Bear, Jai turned to look at Fatesue. It would take a little more time for the magic circle to form, so he stepped forward, passing by Shone Badian. Taking advantage of this moment, he spoke up again. I have one last question for you. Which is more valuable, a living primordial elf or an elf king tree? That's a good question. You've hit the nail on the head. Actually, you're asking me if, as a demon king, it would be better to get my hands on a primordial elf or an elf king tree, right? If I were the demon king and knew a primordial elf existed, I'd definitely go and capture it. An elf king tree is just a tree of slightly higher status, no different from a guardian like me and of little use. But that elf king tree is different. An elf king tree capable of nurturing a primordial elf is far more valuable than you. I know the difference between a single opportunity and multiple opportunities. Good luck, then. Take care. Jade flipped her palm and, without warning Jai to brace himself, infused the last wisp of her magic into the teleportation array. The runes on the magic circle began to spin and swirl. A pitch-black fissure suddenly appeared in the air, and a powerful suction began to pull at Jai within the array. Jai instinctively resisted for a moment. Jai looked at Fatsue's strange grin, unsure what this guy was up to, whether it was for good or ill. But whatever. He wouldn't really die anyway. Maybe being teleported away would offer a chance for a turnaround. Jai stopped resisting, letting the system help him control the magic to envelop himself. Following the pull, wind control soared into the air and flew into the rift. Before long, Jai felt himself enter a weightless void. The space was empty, pitch black. Before he had a chance to take a closer look, a sudden sensation of freefall hit him. Jai opened his eyes to find the sky upside down. He was lying on a snowy ground. All around him was pristine white snow, and a towering forest blocked most of his view, making it impossible to see what was happening nearby. Chapter 54, Equipment. Achoo! It's freezing out here. Jai raised his hand and summoned a fire spirit, instructing it to come closer,
But he had to be careful not to let the flames get too intense. He couldn't handle that himself. Jai slowly stood up and brushed the snow off his body.
In this environment, the primordial elf's constitution seemed to be struggling. It was simply too cold.
The Demon King's forces hadn't caught up yet, but he was about to freeze to death on his own.
Earlier, wanting to save some system currency, he hadn't been willing to buy decent gear.
It seemed he needed to make a careful selection now.
He now had only 3,900 system currency left.
He had previously purchased 4 magic mirrors and distributed them for everyone to use. Before setting out to find the Black Bear clan, Jai had promised Beta Bear a blue quality piece of equipment as a reward.
He'd have to set some aside for that.
Once the Black Bear clan reached the main body, he'd also need to give them some divine blessings as a token of appreciation. The expenses were mounting.
Blue quality equipment generally cost between 100 and 500 system currency.
They all came with some attribute bonuses or specific advantages, though not comprehensive. They were sufficient.
For example, the Wolf Tooth Club he gave to Xiong Badian is also blue quality, offering a significant attack power bonus. Most importantly, it's sturdy and durable. The white hooded robe he wears himself is just a very ordinary white quality piece of gear. Although it has a self-cleaning effect, it offers no attribute bonuses. Now that he has a body capable of movement, it's become a huge hassle and a massive expense.
His original form didn't need or use any gear at all, but now he has no choice but to buy it. After all, he spent 5,000 system currency points to acquire this body, so Jai didn't want to die so easily. Blue quality clothing generally provides a single attribute bonus and has a rather plain design. Adding a scattered 200 or 300 points of defense here and there seems decent enough. But take a look at the purple quality gear. The contrast is stark. Not only do they continuously restore mana and provide over 1,000 points of defense, but they also come with various elemental resistances, impact absorption, and some even have built-in counterattacks. But the price? Jai found it simply prohibitive. Even the cheapest item he glanced at cost 3,000 system currency points. System, is there any way to get this cheaper? Report, all items in the system store are world-s imaginary creations. Using skills requires energy. Please acquire more followers, master. Jai still couldn't quite wrap his head around why his skills didn't use mana, but instead required followers to function. Why do I have to have followers? Report, unique skills and special skills belong to the realm of the gods. They cannot be used by relying solely on mana. The power of the follower's faith can effectively provide a certain amount of energy to sustain the skill's operation. Faith? Then I'll just have those magic beasts burn incense for me every day, worship the trees, and say a few prayers. That should do the trick. Master, the initial power of faith is the purest and most substantial. While subsequent faith will continue to be provided, the amounts are fragmented. The faith of a few hundred people won't even amount to a single unit of energy. These fragmented energy units will be converted into operational energy for this system, eliminating the need to draw on the Master's energy. Wow, so basically you're just gobbling it all up. Little by little, you must be swallowing quite a bit every day. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. If you want the sheep to run, you can't deny them grass. For now, I'll just pick out a couple of cheaper pieces of gear and make do. A chill breeze swept past, and Jai shivered as he wrapped his arms around his shoulders. His body was still so young he couldn't go on like this. He chose an adventurer's set with relatively high defense, spending 300 system credits. The set included an undershirt, long pants, and a rather large windbreaker. The belt around the waist was still a bit too big for Jai at the moment. 2 purple gems hung from it. By infusing them with mana, one could alter the outfit's size. If the gear was damaged, mana could also be infused to repair it, though this required a considerable amount of time. The 2 purple gems were likely processed mana crystals, classified as consumables. Once depleted, they could be repurchased from the system store for 30 system currency or crafted by an artisan. The trench coat has a modern design. The fabric is comfortable, and the style is simple. Aside from faint magical patterns visible on the surface, it is essentially plain white. It provides Jai with up to 500 points of defense and also has a self-cleaning function, but it doesn't keep him warm. It's too thin.
That's not a problem, though.
After spending another 10 system currency points to exchange for a white quality fur coat to wear over it, and with the help of the fire spirit he summoned, the issue of staying warm was solved.
Once dressed, Jai looked around at the mirror like surroundings nothing but pristine white snow and towering forests. It seemed like going in any direction would be much the same if only he had brought a storm wolf with him. His movement speed was slow, and his stamina was lacking. However, Jai was very light, and with wind control, he could glide low to the ground though his speed wasn't much faster. Having experienced the speed of a storm holy wolf, he couldn't help but despise his current stats. Why were forest elves so well-rounded, while primordial elves were so one-dimensional? Even if he didn't have elven wings, that was one thing, but aside from magic, what was the difference between these stats and being completely useless? To make his travels easier, Jai decided he needed to spend a little more system currency to solve his mobility issue. It was easy to lose one's way in the forest, so he'd better choose an item that allowed him to fly. Jai spent another 200 system currency points to purchase a flying wand. The wand resembled a European gentleman's walking stick, a slender piece of hardwood with a silver metal grip at the top, inlaid with a blue gemstone. The wand itself wasn't very long, only about a meter, but Jai was still relatively short and young, with some room to grow. He couldn't reach the handle at the top of the wand, so he had to awkwardly grip the shaft instead. It didn't matter, it worked just fine anyway. It allowed the wielder to fly long distances. As long as a steady supply of magic was maintained, it could carry Jai through the air at high speeds. Though it was slightly slower than the Storm Holy Wolf, it was more than sufficient. Another advantage is that this staff can carry others as well. As long as they touch it simultaneously, they can fly together. All he could do now was pray that Shun Body and the others would safely bring the Black Bear clan back, so that he might gain something from this. Jai tried channeling magic into the gem at the top of the staff. With the magic flowing in, the blue gem emitted a faint glow, and Jai felt as if something were lifting him up, carrying him effortlessly into the air. He could control the direction and speed of flight with his mind, though increasing speed required greater magical output. This wasn't a problem for Jai. Anything that could be solved with magic wasn't a problem at all. Chapter 55, The Dragon.
Jai maneuvered the flying staff. After getting slightly accustomed to it, he began to ascend to a higher altitude. In truth, he felt somewhat lost. This forest was vast and fraught with danger. While enemies could track his location, he had no way of pinpointing their positions at any given moment. When he reached an altitude of about 2,000 meters, the staff seemed to struggle. The ascent slowed to a crawl. This height was likely the staff's limit. Fortunately, from 2,000 meters up, one could usually see the entire landscape at a glance. But not this forest. It was simply too vast, seemingly boundless. Even where the horizon met the sky, there was still nothing but forest. Jai could only rely on the connection between his soul and his physical body to roughly determine his location. He had heard earlier that there was a mountain range to the north, with trolls dwelling near it. Jai was now positioned just beyond that range, having just crossed over it. If he continued northward, he would reach the very heart of the forest of Mesopotamia. Originally, Jai had planned to stop at the mountain range to try to win over the trolls, but now that he was already on the other side, there was no need to go back and make contact with them. To avoid running into the Demon King's forces that were hot on his trail, he decided to keep heading north and enter the heart of the forest. Looking north, the forest stretched endlessly before him. Aside from being blanketed in snow, it looked no different from the southern section. However, compared to the southern forest, this area felt much quieter, as if no magic beasts existed here. But Jai knew this place would be even more dangerous than the area beyond the mountain range. Fei Chui must have mentioned that there are local magic beasts here too. Perhaps they could even help block some of the giant goblins. Take the trolls, for instance. If the giant goblins cross the mountains, they're bound to encounter the trolls living there, which would be perfect for helping Jai hold them off. Jai muttered under his breath, wishing he could use teleportation magic just like Fei Chui. Notice, the teleportation array has been fully learned and can be purchased and used in the marketplace with system currency. Jai glanced at the marketplace. 300 system currency points, and it only takes you to places you've been before. That's so expensive. You've already learned it, so why do I have to buy it with system currency?
Couldn't you just conjure it with your magic?
Note, the teleportation magic Fatesue uses is based on level 7 Elven magic. Constructing the array is merely an auxiliary function.
Level 7 Elven magic.
Jihen T expected that Fatesue, at only level 67, had already raised her Elven magic to level 7 or higher.
How many skill points must that have cost?
Level 6 alone takes 2000, let alone level 7.
No wonder Fatesue hadn't even learned appraisal.
Although he still had over 3000 skill points unallocated, Jihen T even bothered to upgrade to level 6, wanting to save them for the leveling system.
It seemed he'd have to allocate them more wisely. Controlling the magic in his wand, Jai was just about to descend. Since sustained high-altitude flight consumed a lot of magic, flying at a lower altitude would be more efficient.
Just then, a piercing screech rang out from above Jai's head. Instinctively, Jai activated his stealth spell, masking his aura and rendering his form invisible. Jai's stealth wasn't particularly high level, only level 4, but it was still sufficient to make him appear completely invisible to the naked eye. If it had been only level 2 or 3, it would have been more like camouflage. Any sudden movements would have easily given him away.
3 enormous dragons glided past Jai's head.
The air currents generated by their speed created a powerful shockwave that sent Jai, who was floating in the air, flying dozens of meters away. The dragons were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, their silhouettes had shrunk into 3 tiny black dots on the horizon. All 3 were heading toward the mountains. In the blink of an eye, they were out of sight. They were moving too fast. Jai had barely regained his balance and hadn't even had time to use appraisal before the dragons vanished.
It seemed they hadn't even noticed Jai's small frame. Although the elf dragon Emerald had said that dragons generally don't attack elves, what if they did?
Jai wasn't about to take that chance. Better to just keep running and hiding. Watching the dragons fly toward the mountains, Jai was a bit puzzled.
Why did those dragons always seem to head for the mountains? The whole forest knew dragons roamed the mountains. Was it just a snack on a troll? Or were they heading to the docks for some fries, as the legends say? Never mind, that's none of my business.
Jai kept his stealth active to minimize the chance of clashing with magic beasts, flying as efficiently as possible deeper into the northern forest. As for Jai's true form, Sylph, although Xiao Erha had gone to follow the giant goblin army, the moment Jai teleported away, the giant goblins scattered and never regrouped into an army. Instead, groups of 5 to 8 giant goblins had gathered and were moving northward. He could even spot a few demon goblins. As for other types of monsters or demonic beings, Xiao Erha hadn't detected any. With them so scattered, Xiao Erha couldn't track them effectively and had no choice but to return and report to the Elf King tree.
Jai silently sighed to himself.
They had indeed pinpointed his location. Escaping wouldn't be so simple that he could only use the primordial elf to stall them for a while longer, while he made the most of the time to level up. It would take Xiong Body and the others another 2 days to return. As for the giant goblin's speed, crossing the northern mountains would likely take at least a month and a half. As for the demon goblins, they were probably the main force pursuing Jai. But relying solely on these forces, it would be difficult to capture Jai in this vast forest. There might be other powerful beings hunting him from the shadows, so he had to remain cautious and he needed to strengthen his defenses near his main body as well. In the territory of the trolls in the northern mountains, 3 silver dragons descended. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up and swirled through the air.
As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged from within.
2 men and a woman. All 3 wore loose-sleeved robes resembling Taoist robes. One of the men had pulled back one side of his collar, revealing a thick arm covered in dragon markings.
Though he was strikingly handsome, he appeared somewhat unkempt, with coarse hair and a rugged beard.
The other man appeared refined and scholarly, dressed neatly and tidily, though his build was relatively slender. The 2 men bore a striking resemblance to one another, standing one in front of the other like brothers. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and a tall, slender figure. Her demeanor was as elegant and aloof as an iceberg, her long silver hair cascading down like a silver waterfall. With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind swept away the remaining dust in the air. The man dressed more neatly brushed off his clothes with a hint of annoyance and said to the other man,
"Brother Yang, how many times have I told you not to descend so fast? Now I'm covered in dust, and it's such a hassle to take a bath right now. Chapter 56, The Eye of the Divine Dragon. Suitsai, why do you always have to take such long showers? You spend ages picking at those 2 or 3 scales by the little river. I've been waiting for you so long I almost ate all the grass on the ground. Just roll around in the river a couple of times, isn't that enough? Haven't you gotten used to it yet?
Yang Jingtian scratched his exposed belly and complained impatiently to the neatly dressed man beside him.
Every time I come here, I get hungry. Since we're already here, why not grab a bite? Big sis, how about we go hunt some trolls for a snack? Last time we got lucky and ran into a pretty big one charging at the front. I swallowed it whole. I didn't expect it to give me 200 skill points.
These trolls are always fighting and killing.
They level up fast, and once they do, they come right to our doorstep. The best part is, they're always in combat and well exercised, so their meat is delicious. How could there be such a kind race? Damn it, I'm drooling just thinking about it.
Yang Jingtian picked up the unbuttoned sleeve of his shirt and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his lips still curling upward involuntarily. Suitsai carefully adjusted his collar, looked down to inspect the hem of his shirt, smoothed out the wrinkles, and spoke slowly. Those trolls look just like lizards, and they reek of a foul odor. There's no way I could eat them raw. Mana crystals are fine, though I can't bring myself to eat them raw, but I recently learned a household spell that can perfectly remove the stains.
If we take them back to cook, they should taste good.
As the two chatted and laughed, Xiao Zhiro, standing in front of them, watched them with some displeasure.
The elder said not to waste skill points on useless magic. Besides, we're not here to feast. Let us finish the task the elder entrusted to us first. We can always go hunt for something later. Hey, ever since you two got here, I've been getting hungry too.
Xiao Zhiro glanced at her stomach to make sure her figure hadn't changed, then looked seriously at the two behind her.
You haven't forgotten what the elder told us to do, have you? No way.
Yang might have forgotten, but I certainly haven't. Didn't the elder say there's this guy, one of the so-called 8 demon generals who has been lurking outside the forest? He sneaks in and then vanishes without a trace. We're in charge of patrolling the mountain range. If we run into him, we're supposed to stop him from entering the inner circle of the forest.
Right, class leader Qiao? Who cares about the 8 demon generals? If we run into him, we just chase him away.
The Demon King's minions have been getting more and more brazen lately. They've turned the forest's outskirts into a complete mess.
Those goblins are all over the streets on the outskirts.
Weak goblins are low level and tasteless. Killing 100 or so of them didn't even give me a single skill point.
It's killed my motivation to hunt them. If I don't bother clearing them out for a bit, they just overrun the place. A golden light flashed in Yang Jingtian's eyes.
Upon seeing his gaze, Xiao Zhiro and Suitsai quickly averted their eyes and retreated behind him. This was Yang Jingtian's special skill, the Eye of the Divine Dragon. The Divine Dragon's eye allows him to peer directly into the soul of all things, ignoring all obstacles and stealth abilities. It can analyze and see through the true nature of everything, making it an advanced version of the appraisal skill. Activating this special skill requires not only mana but also soul power. It takes a massive toll on Yang Jingtian with his current abilities. He can only use it once every 2 or 3 days, and for no more than 10 minutes. Once, he foolishly used this skill to glance at the soul form of a clan elder and suffered a backlash. A terrifying soul pressure caused his eyeballs to explode. Fortunately, the elder intervened to save him. Now he intended to use this skill to locate the powerful beings within the forest and pinpoint the whereabouts of the 8 demon generals, the high-ranking officers of the demon god. Anyone caught in the gaze of this skill would feel a sense of unease in their soul, which is why Xiao Zhiro and Suitsai were hiding behind him. It wasn't a problem when Yang Jingtian didn't activate it, but the moment he did, he was stunned. A terrifying soul extended from the forest's outskirts all the way to where they stood, connecting directly to the depths of the forest within the mountain range behind them. The terrifying quality of this soul was on par with that of a dragon clan chieftain. However, this soul had been split into 2 parts. The higher quality one remained at the forest's edge, while the one within the forest was equally terrifying.
How could someone of such power have entered the inner forest without the clan detecting it?
Crucially, near the soul at the forest's edge, there were also a large number of units blessed by divine blessing, all possessing exceptionally high soul quality. Near these mountains, there is another soul of remarkably high quality.
In less than 10 seconds, Yang Jingtian's eyeballs burst, and he fell backward onto the ground.
2 streams of blood tears flowed from the slits of his tightly shut eyes, a sight of utter despair. Suai Cai and Xiao Zhiro were both stunned. Yang Jingtian had only ended up like this once before when he foolishly used this skill to impress the clan leader.
Now it had happened again. What did this mean? Is the Demon King invading the forest on all fronts?
We need to hurry back and report to the clan chief. Let us go.
Right.
Without asking any further questions, the two quickly lifted the fallen Yang Jingtian, transformed back into a giant dragon, and sped back toward their home.
Don't go this way, take the left path to bypass it.
Yang Jingtian remembered that the terrifying soul had split into 2 forms, one of which lay directly on their original route. They had to go around it. Beneath the northern mountains, a man wielding a long sword raised his hand slightly. In an instant, he sliced the 2 trolls charging at him in half, then slowly sheathed his sword. Mana crystals floated out from the fallen trolls and landed in his hand. He weighed the crystals in his palm before speaking slowly. I was just wondering how to get past those 3 little dragons, but they actually ran off on their own.
How convenient.
Jai continued his stealthy low-altitude flight when he suddenly felt a gut-wrenching sensation, as if something had seen right through him.
Goosebumps broke out all over his body.
But when he turned to look, he saw nothing. It was very strange.
It can't be that demon god spying on me again, can it?
What a pervert. I'd better pick up the pace. Just as he was puzzling over this, 2 massive figures flew overhead once more, stirring up a powerful gust of wind that sent him flying dozens of meters away. This time, Jai was flying lower, and he was flung right into the snow, nearly losing his staff in the process. He struggled to pull his head out of the snow.
Damn it, is this ever going to end? It's only been a few minutes, are they already heading back?
And there's 1 dragon missing.
Did the troll really take it out? Never mind, I'm not going to worry about it. I'd better get out of here.
Struggling to crawl out of the snow, he gripped his staff tightly and soared back into the air, muttering curses under his breath as he wished those 2 speeding dragons a miserable death. Feeling a bit hungry, he cast fruit bearing, causing a filling fruit to grow from the top of his head. He took a huge bite, venting all his anger on the fruit. If I weren't afraid I couldn't beat you, I'd definitely blast you down and ban you from flying.
Crawl for me.
Chapter 57, Rewards. Over on Xiong-Batian's side, after Jai was teleported away, they also needed to prepare to set off, returning to the Great Tree's side. The former Black Bear clan chief's arms had both been fractured due to his bloody battle with Xiong-Batian, but through the magic mirror, Xiong-Batian requested the Divine Tree's intervention, and the Divine Tree successfully healed him. Among the Black Bear clan, healing magic was a rare thing. Usually, wounds were simply licked with the tongue and left at that. If there were healing items left behind by human adventurers, they might be used when a clan member was critically ill, but such a fracture was beyond the reach of any healing item. Yet the mirror in Xiong-Batian's hands had actually restored his arms to their original state, as if by a divine blessing. Watching his hands miraculously heal, the former Black Bear clan chieftain looked at Xiong-Batian with gratitude. This woman, who was clearly so powerful, had shown him such kindness that he began to wonder if his own charm was perhaps a bit too overwhelming. Fei Chui watched the magic flowing from the mirror and silently marveled at it, though he regretted that he wasn't skilled in healing magic. After completing the healing, Xiong-Batian paid no further attention to the former Black Bear clan chieftain. She put away the magic mirror, picked up her wolf tooth club, and led the group in preparation to depart. Concerned for the safety of the great sacred tree, Xiong-Batian had no intention of lingering on the journey. She instructed the black bears to return and pack up, then prepared to set out. Less than a few minutes after Jai was teleported away, Beta Bear used the magic mirror to contact him, ensuring he was safe. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Beta Bear put his mind at ease and followed Xiong-Batian back. Berserk black bears are a race skilled in combat. Though not particularly agile in battle, their top speed is nothing to be taken lightly.
This time, the berserk black bears mobilized their entire force. Like a tidal wave of beasts, over 100 massive black bears raced through the forest.
The ground seemed to tremble as deafening footsteps echoed endlessly through the woods. Most monsters, upon witnessing this spectacle, would choose to give it a wide berth. But there were always exceptions, namely, the goblin army marching toward Jai. Although they had spread out, they were all turning from the west toward the northern mountains, and inevitably, a few unlucky ones would happen to cross paths with Xiong Badian's returning group of magic beasts. Xiong Badian, of course, Wen Ti let them get away. He eliminated every single one he encountered. Since the goblins were so scattered, he'd come across a small squad every 15 minutes or so, each led by 2 giant goblins and consisting of a dozen or so smaller ones. Chi-Chi alone was capable of wiping out the entire squad. In the past, she likely Wen Ti have been able to do this. With these experience points practically handed to him on a silver platter, Xiong Badian had no reason to pass them up.
Even after encountering so many goblins, he still hadn't come across a single powerful demon. Xiong Badian guessed they had all gone to track down Jai.
Once he successfully returned to the sacred tree with this group of berserk black bears, he would go back to support Jai, who had been teleported away. The berserk black bears' stamina certainly couldn't match that of the storm holy wolves. A journey that should have taken 2 days took Xiong Badian and her group a full 4 days, including 1 night of non-stop travel before they finally brought the black bears within the great sacred tree's protective sphere. Jade had constantly urged Xiong Badian and the others along the way, which was why they ended up traveling through the night. He no longer had the heart to look after those berserk black bears. In the past, he might have tried to be more accommodating. Upon reaching their destination, Emerald gazed at the Elven King tree, which stood as tall as a colossal giant. Images of life under the protection of the great elven tree flashed through his mind, bearing a striking resemblance to the scene before him. The moment they arrived, Beta Bear and Chi-Chi both breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear they placed great trust in the protection offered by the Elf King tree.
It truly is an Elf King tree. May I ask, are you the contingency plan left behind by the divine tree?
The only response was a gentle breeze. In truth, Sylph didn't know how best to reply to him, nor could she actually respond to Fatesue that he could only communicate with the magic beasts he had blessed with his divine blessing. He had no way to interact directly with the outside world. Moreover, he feared that excessive communication with Fatesue might reveal the fact that he was Jai. He chose to remain silent and play the part of a master, letting him figure it out for himself. Ignoring Fatesue, Sylph now needed to demonstrate his strength and show these newly arrived black bears what he was capable of. She wanted them to know just how excellent the benefits were at the company she joined. First up were the skill points to be awarded to Xiong Badian and the others. As the system stated, she would extract her own skill points and transfer them directly to them. In reality, skill points were the power of the soul and could only be granted to units that had been blessed by Jai. They were all connected to Jai's soul. She extracted 300 skill points and distributed them among Beta Bear, Chi-Chi, and Xiong Badian. Although the berserk black bears didn't notice, Fatesue could sense it. The Elf King tree had actually divided its soul energy among Xiong Badian and the others. Could this Elf King tree really perform such an extraordinary feat? After all, the soul is the most mysterious energy in this world. Virtually no one can manipulate it with complete precision. Not even the former Spirit God tree could achieve such accuracy. Yet this Spirit King tree was able to divide the soul energy into 3 identical portions, not a drop more, not a drop less, and even helped Xiong Badian and the other 2 quickly fuse that energy. The precision was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Of course, all these operations were carried out by the system. Sylph herself did not possess this ability. Next was the distribution of blue-quality weapons. Since Xiong Badian already had a weapon, she could be given another piece of suitable equipment. Chi-Chi and Beta Bear would each receive a weapon. Beta Bear received a dagger. She moves quickly and excels at close-quarters combat, though her attack power is still lacking, making this close-range weapon a perfect fit. The powerful lightning entwining also provides a significant boost to the weapon. Chi-Chi already uses claws as her weapon. Human weapons don't seem to suit her well. Instead, a set of gear was selected for her to provide some defensive bonuses and reduce the risk of sudden death. The same goes for Xiong Badian. She has been wearing that animal skin outfit for far too long.
It's a bit of a letdown for her image. As the main powerhouse here, Xiong Badian deserves a stylish new outfit.
She is a strength-type fighter with solid defense but lacks speed, so I've selected a piece of gear that boosts her speed to bestow upon her. 3 sets of blue quality gear materialized out of thin air and floated slowly into the hands of the 3. Xiong Badi and the others had already witnessed the divine tree bestowing gear before, so they didn't make a big deal out of it. Fate Sui, however, was quite surprised. This Elf King tree was rather special. How could it generate gear out of thin air? Moreover, the quality of this gear was excellent in human society. It would be nearly impossible to craft without the skill of a master-level artisan. Whether it was Beta Barrett's dagger or the gear for Xiong Badian and Chi-Chi, each piece offered impressive attribute bonuses. Moreover, they were specifically tailored to address their individual weaknesses. Even the clothing fit them perfectly.
It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 58, The Master of Naming.
For Fate Sui, this was a situation he had never encountered before. If this were just an ordinary Elf King tree, it would be impossible for it to create equipment. But now, this tree not only nurtures primordial elves but can also bestow weapons and items upon its followers.
This is simply not something an Elf King tree could accomplish.
He was becoming increasingly convinced that this was a contingency plan left behind by the divine elf tree. This ability to create equipment out of thin air is hard to explain unless it's a divine miracle. Fei Chui was so stunned by this scene that he was speechless, but what followed was an even more astonishing revelation from Xiong Badian. The divine tree is about to select 3 berserk black bears with exceptional talent from among you to receive the divine blessing. Xiong Badian didn't bother explaining the details to the Black Bear clan. Everyone understood the significance of the divine blessing. The former Black Bear clan chieftain had spent decades currying favor with Fate Sui and helping him establish his authority, yet he still hadn't received Fate Sui's divine blessing. It wasn't that Fate Sui was stingy, rather, he simply didn't possess the vast soul energy required for a divine blessing. He needed the Black Bear clan's complete allegiance and genuine, unwavering faith. But this is no easy feat. Perhaps these black bears could treat Jade as their leader and obey him in every way. Yet they do not support him from the heart, nor do they regard him as a deity. They merely view him as an ordinary demigod. Relying solely on the black bear's simple devotion was insufficient to strengthen his own soul power, and naturally, he couldn't perform a divine blessing. Forcing a divine blessing would only harm his own soul. But this Elf King tree was just like the true Elf God tree itself. It granted a divine blessing the moment it was asked. Without a moment's hesitation, these black bears were merely following Xiong Badi to make a living, yet to grant 3 divine blessings just like that truly left Fate Sui speechless. Upon hearing the words divine blessing, the vast horde of berserk black bears was collectively shaken. They never expected to encounter such a sacred event, let alone receive 3 divine blessings. After all, the berserk black bear clan could only advance to level 20 before reaching a limit on their evolution. If they were to evolve after receiving the divine blessing, their descendants would possess even more powerful innate abilities. Just like the former clan leader born of a berserk warbear that had been evolved by the divine blessing, they would be berserk warbears from birth, free from the level 20 cap. Upon hearing the words divine blessing, the former Black Bear clan chieftain's face trembled slightly as he looked at Xiong Badian. This woman, whom they had once driven away, had encountered an opportunity in the outside world and actually thought to return to them. She constantly kept the future of the Black Bear clan in mind. She was truly an exceptional woman. Losing that bloody battle had been well worth it. He was the first to kneel, bowing devoutly toward the giant tree ahead. A divine blessing was no trivial matter. For the Elf King tree to bestow divine blessings upon 3 people at once was already an extraordinary gift. The Black Bear clan had lived in this forest for hundreds of years, yet only one ancestor had ever received a divine blessing from a demigod, a blessing that had allowed their lineage to endure in this forest until now. The black bears behind him followed the former clan leader's example, kneeling one after another on the ground to worship the towering tree before them. Sylph hadn't expected them to be so solemn. Wasn't it just a matter of picking a few with good potential, giving them a name, and strengthening them? Was all this really necessary? The task of selecting recipients for the divine blessing was left to the system, which would choose black bears with natural talent or those possessing rare skills. This way, Shai could have the system help him steal skills.
For instance, he'd been coveting Little Era's Magic Devour for ages but had never had the chance to learn it. However, special skills seemed impossible to steal. Jai couldn't even see the names of the special skills possessed by the beta bear linked to his soul, let alone steal them. Still, having some rare skills wouldn't be bad. The system selected 3 ordinary level 20 berserk black bears. It didn't choose to bestow names on the former Black Bear Clan chieftain, but Jai figured that was fine for now. The ones the system picked either had excellent innate talents or possessed rare skills. As for names, she could just pick something random. Bear 3, Bear 4, and Bear 5 would do. Jai had named her brother Chandai by Beta Bear, so everyone else had to follow the same standard. She couldn't break the rules. Beta Bear opened the appraisal interface and saw the names displayed on the Divine Blessing Enhanced Berserk Black Bears. Her face darkened with frustration. As for the former Black Bear Clan chieftain, Jai felt he needed further evaluation. He'd grant him Divine Blessing later. Jai's wallet was now running a bit low. His system currency had plummeted from 3,390 to 990. The Divine Blessings, combined with the equipment he'd gifted, had completely drained his funds. It was breaking his heart. He'd been scrimping and saving, yet when it came to his subordinates, he was incredibly generous. He couldn't help but marvel at what a conscientious boss he truly was. After receiving the Divine Blessing, the 3 massive black bears successfully evolved into spirit holy bears, becoming magical beings just like Xiong Body. Moreover, upon evolving, their levels shot up to around 38 to 40, an incredibly dramatic leap. As they joyfully shouted their names, Bear 3, Bear 4, Bear 5, the surrounding black bears cast envious glances their way. Only Beta Bear left the area immediately, returning to his little cabin. Among them was one lucky fellow who possessed a rare skill, Spirit Taming Physique. This skill allows him to use magic to strengthen his body. By digesting magic, he can temporarily boost various physical attributes or choose to enhance a single attribute. Jai's Elven Physique desperately needed this skill. While he had no shortage of magic, temporarily converting it into other attributes could briefly compensate for his own weaknesses. Announcement: 340 supporters detected. Reward: 6,800 skill points, 6,800 system currency. Hearing the system's notification, Jai felt it had been incredibly difficult, but he was satisfied just to have gained something. These newly joined Black Bear Clan members could significantly elevate Jai's faction to a whole new level. They were the true backbone of the fighting force, far surpassing both the Wind Demon Leopards and the Storm Demon Wolves. With the Divine Blessing concluded, the remaining tasks were no longer Jai's responsibility alone. He could entrust them entirely to Xiong Badian to handle. Though she wasn't particularly articulate, she would see everything through to completion, integrating the Black Bear Clan with the Storm Wolves and Wind Leopards, allocating combat power wisely, organizing perimeter defenses, and dispatching monsters on hunting expeditions. All of these tasks were in good hands. Now, Jai turned his attention to distributing skill points. These points were incredibly precious. They could be used as corporate benefits to enhance the overall strength of his employees, which was of utmost importance to him. First and foremost, the priority is upgrading the world skill. It is the skill that benefits Jai the most. Leveling world to level 8 requires 5,000 skill points. Jai has been hoarding skill points specifically to level it up, so he didn't hesitate for a moment. Congratulations, Master, on upgrading world to level 8. The entire shop is now 50% off, and white quality equipment no longer requires system currency. As a fantasy skill, World's greatest ability is to conjure things out of thin air. Now that it can significantly reduce the amount of food he needs to consume, this is fantastic news for Jai. If only those black bears had become his followers sooner, he could have rewarded Xiong Badi and the others himself. That would have saved him quite a bit. You really don't know the cost of daily necessities until you're the one running the household. Chapter 59, Don't Run. There are still 4,640 skill points left to allocate. Jai checked how many skill points it would take to level up World to level 9. It turned out to be a staggering 50,000 points, a tenfold increase. Jai felt that he would be stuck at level 8 World for the rest of his life. He'd better use the remaining skill points to level up other skills, or save them to distribute as rewards later to attract followers. He'd put World on hold for now. The resource requirements were simply too daunting.
First up was the spirit-taming body. He had the system help him steal the skill. It only took 100 skill points to easily acquire level 1 spirit-taming body. Level 1 spirit-binding body converts 300 mana into 100 strength, but it can't be upgraded further. The conversion rate is capped at 20 points, which falls far short of Jai's current needs. Rare skills require significantly more skill points to level up than ordinary ones. Leveling up the spirit body to level 6 consumes 1,500 skill points, but it provides a substantial boost. Using 3,000 mana can increase strength to 2,000 points and speed to 300 points, though the defense boost is somewhat limited, reaching only 150 points. The effect lasts for about 20 minutes. Of course, the effect can be renewed once it wears off. However, with Jai's current elven physique, he can only use spirit body 3 times a day. After that, he immediately enters a weakened state. That said, given Jai's current single-digit stats, there isn't much difference between his normal state and the weakened one. Flying high above the snowy forest beyond the northern mountains, Jai halted his flight and descended into the woods. He wanted to test the effectiveness of this new skill. As he activated the skill, Jai felt an overwhelming sense of lightness throughout his body. His previous physical attributes had felt no different from those of a frail old man. He felt that if he could land a single punch on Beta Barra's face right now, it would likely make her cry for a long time. Without further ado, Jai swung his fist and slammed it hard into a giant tree. Since Jai's true form was a tree himself, he understood the hardness of such wood all too well. A solid giant tree like this likely had a defense rating of around 800, but even so, his single punch sent the giant tree before him flying. The wood shattered like crumbled earth, blown apart by the sheer force of Jai's blow. Jai marveled at his own strength. It had already surpassed Chi-Chi's. Even in close quarters combat with an enemy, the current Jai was capable of mounting a decent counterattack. Looking at the giant tree shattered by a single punch, Jai couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. As an elf, and with forest spirits under his command who cherished the woods, destroying nature like this was indeed rather unethical. Jai picked up the flying tree trunk with one hand and aimed it directly at the shattered stump. Using healing magic, he managed to patch it up, though it was a bit lopsided. Still, that was for the best. It accentuated its curves, giving it a shapely figure. Satisfied with his handiwork, Jai nodded. He released his magic spirit form, picked up his flying staff, and continued his search for magic beasts deep within the forest. Over the past few days, Jai hadn't encountered a single thing in this snowy wilderness, not even a goblin, let alone any of the Demon King's minions. The deeper he ventured, the fewer monsters there were. Earlier, fearing that his pursuers might catch up, he hadn't stopped to hunt magic beasts, instead flying at full speed while using stealth. But now that so many days had passed without incident, Jai had stopped taking it seriously and felt much more relaxed. As for why he was looking for a magic beast, it was simply because Jai had a craving. Although the satiating fruit kept him full, he wasn't actually hungry, he just had a craving. Having finally obtained a physical body, he couldn't accept the fact that he couldn't indulge in delicious food to his heart's content. He hadn't been flying for long when his patience finally paid off. Jai heard a crack coming from the jungle. Looking down, he saw a massive, ferocious wild boar stuck in a hole at the base of a tree trunk. It was struggling desperately but couldn't escape. Jai was ecstatic. It was exactly what he'd been hoping for. How perfect! Just as Jai was about to step forward to finish off the boar, his mind already filled with visions of roasted suckling pig, a voice rang out, startling him. Got it! Pull the net! As the voice echoed, the boar, along with Jai who had just approached it, was suddenly enveloped by a massive black net that had appeared out of nowhere. It felt as if 10,000 alpacas were trampling over his intelligence in Jai's mind. I can't possibly have been captured by the Demon King's men just like this. All because of a wild boar? Jai immediately activated his demon-resisting spirit body, summoning a white-quality dagger into his hand. Now, white-quality weapons no longer required system currency. He could simply summon them whenever he wanted. With 2,000 strength points and the sharp dagger, he slashed a cross-shaped cut through the net enveloping him. Jai had expected it to take some effort, but Fruit-Bearing's net was sliced open in an instant, as easily as cutting through tofu. Having escaped, Jai had no intention of fighting the enemy, he simply sprinted off in one direction.
What SA kid doing here? Damn it, my boar. Don't run.
Jai always kept his stealth active and Wound T normally deactivated. However, whenever he attacked or was attacked, his form would be revealed, and the skill would be deactivated. To others, though, Jai appeared as if he dematerialized out of thin air. What followed was a surreal scene: a child running ahead, a massive black boar chasing after him, and a tall man in hot pursuit, the two men and the boar racing frantically through the snowy landscape.
After escaping the giant net, Jai's mind was momentarily in disarray. Before he could turn to look behind him, he heard a voice shout, "Don't run!" It startled him, and the footsteps approaching from behind sounded particularly heavy. He quickly pulled out a flying staff from his system inventory, gripping the staff that materialized out of thin air tightly. Jai pulled himself upward and soared into the air. Only then did he turn to assess the situation. The man hot on Jai's heels gaped, his eyes nearly popping out of his head as he stared fixedly at the child soaring into the air, no longer paying any attention to the wild boar that had darted into the jungle. Appraisal. Race, Draconic Nameless. Level, 19. Health, 300. Mana, 420. Strength, 230. Defense, 180. Speed, 140. What a weakling! To think I've been chased all this way by such a weakling. And to be caught in his net, it's utterly humiliating. If there were a trash can nearby, Jai would have stuffed himself inside. Thankfully, Beta Bear isn't around, otherwise, he'd be mocked for the rest of his life. Chapter 60, A Village. Jai never expected to encounter a subhuman in a place like this, especially one so weak. Not knowing his identity, Jai had no intention of getting too involved with him. Fearing he might be a minion of the Demon King, Jai decided to make a quick getaway. The man on the ground, still reeling from the shock, hadn't even had time to recover when he saw the child in the sky about to turn and leave. He immediately shouted out, "Don't run! You let my wild boar escape, you owe me. I've been crouching in this snow all day, my face is frozen purple. Get down here. Are you some kind of beast? You let my boar get away and then just fly off into the sky? Is that polite?" Jai listened as the man below cursed his ancestors for 18 generations, starting all the way back to his mother's side. His lack of manners was truly appalling. But what he said made perfect sense, and Jai couldn't argue with it. He had no choice but to control his flying staff, descending slowly until he was directly in front of the man, hovering in midair at eye level. "So how do you want me to make it up to you?" Seeing how weak the man was, Jai figured a simple negotiation would suffice. After all, he had set his sights on the man's wild boar and torn his hunting net. The man had accidentally caught him in the net, but that was partly because Jai had kept his invisibility spell active and hadn't revealed himself. This accidental misunderstanding meant Jai should apologize. The man saw the child floating before him, a delicate little face framed by long ears, soft, flowing blue-green hair, and a fair complexion. A faint blush graced her cheeks from the cold, making her look incredibly cute. He had never seen such a beautiful little girl in this forest. Her childlike voice reached his ears, and only then did he snap out of it to respond to Jai. "Oh, of course, you have to make up for the wild boar. Alright, fine. I'll go help you find it." Jai thought to himself that if he had to pay compensation, he could simply generate some white quality gear from the system store to use as restitution. He had previously checked Luke and Mark's equipment, most of it was white quality. Mark's sword was slightly better blue peak quality, bordering on purple quality, that meant white quality gear should be worth something. Fortunately, the boar hadn't run far. By using elven magic to consult the elemental spirits in the air, he could pinpoint its location immediately. In this environment, the faint elemental spirits lacked their own intelligence. With a little magical communication, they would respond to Jai's request right away and help him find the boar, though it couldn't be too far away. "Found it. Follow me." "Oh, okay." The man nodded somewhat blankly and followed closely behind Jai. "Are you a forest elf? I've never seen a race like yours before. Isn't that obvious at a glance?"
Jai didn't dare claim to be a primordial elf now, for fear of attracting trouble. He noticed that very few people in this world studied appraisal magic. It was already quite a feat for anyone to have even a few dozen skill points. People generally used their points to learn skills that ensured their livelihood or provided strong combat capabilities. The level of proficiency in appraisal magic was very low. It really is a different world. There are such beautiful races here. The man muttered softly behind Jai, a radiant smile on his face, as if he had high hopes for the future.
HM? What did you say? Nothing. I'm just jealous that you can fly. If I could fly, I'd leave this forest right away.
Jai had clearly heard him whisper the word another world.
It was highly likely he was a transmigrator too.
Fearing he might give himself away, Jai didn't dare ask directly. He only felt at ease revealing his identity to Beta Bear because he knew Beta Bear was Chindai Bai, his close friend from his previous life. As for this stranger he just met, he needed to observe him more closely.
Even fellow countrymen weren't necessarily trustworthy.
Back on Earth, there were plenty of bad people, and the internet was full of examples of people being scammed by so-called close friends into going to Myanmar to have their kidneys harvested.
Have you always lived in this forest?
In Jai's mind, the area beyond the northern mountains was a dangerous part of the forest. Near the center of the great forest, many dangerous magical beasts, demons, and even dragons made their homes.
But how had this man before him, who looked so frail, managed to survive? That's right. You're an adventurer, aren't you? My village isn't far from here.
If you help me catch that wild boar, I wouldn't mind inviting you over to my place for a visit. I'll treat you to some pork knuckles.
A village? There's actually a village in a place like this? But aren't you afraid I might do something dangerous, inviting me over like this without any precautions?
Jai raised the staff in his hand. With his demon spirit body activated, even a single blow from the staff to the man's head would make his skull explode like a watermelon.
A cute little girl like you, how could you possibly do anything dangerous?
Although you can't judge a forest elf's age by their appearance, you must still be very young. The man rubbed the bridge of his nose and said to Jai with a smile.
Veins bulged on Jai's forehead.
Calling him a girl was one thing, but calling him little was another.
He fought the urge to turn around and smash his staff into the man's forehead.
If it weren't for the fact that he might be a fellow villager, Jai really wouldn't want to have anything more to do with him.
Haven't you heard that the prettier the girl, the more dangerous she is? Besides, I'm a guy.
Huh?
You're a guy?
I know the books say forest elves tend to have androgynous features, but I didn't expect you to look like this, eh? He suddenly let out a mysterious sigh, as if he were disappointed that Jai was male.
Jai didn't bother with him anymore.
People like him made Jai feel uneasy from the very first encounter. There was something off about his gaze.
The elemental spirit told Jai that the wild boar was nearby.
Following its guidance, he used wind control to part a thicket of bushes. He saw the massive wild boar lying motionless in the snow. Its leg appeared to be injured, likely from a trap, and it was now resting hidden in the thicket. Jai pointed in the direction of the boar. The man responded by giving Jai a thumbs up.
He reached behind his back for his bow, drew it back with a steady pull, and in the dead of silence, an arrow flew through the thicket, striking the boar squarely in the hindquarters.
The boar was sent flying by the pain of the arrow, letting out a piercing scream. It rolled repeatedly on the ground before finally coming to a stop, lying motionless.
Ha, finally some meat to eat. What do you say, want to come visit my village?
Faced with the invitation from the man carrying the boar, Jai looked at the thick cut of meat and swallowed hard. He reluctantly agreed to the man's offer, not because he wanted to eat meat, but simply to find out if the man had traveled here from Earth.
Chapter 61, Luke.
This time, it was the turn of this nameless sub-dragon to lead the way. Jai also deactivated the effect of his spirit-controlling body and flew behind him.
My name is Luke. What's your name? It's a bit inconvenient not knowing your name.
Jai prided himself on his sincerity. Since the other had so warmly invited him to eat, offering his own name was a sign of respect. Besides, it was a chance to draw out the guy's real name. After all, in this world, a modern person without a name would naturally think of the name they had before crossing over.
Luke? You're named Luke too? I don't seem to have a name. But the villagers all call me Layden the 82nd, or 82 Layden. Luke doesn't sound very good. It doesn't suit your appearance at all. I suggest you ask your parents to change it. 82 Layden? I'm called 82 Lafite. How dare he mock the name of the great adventurer Luke?
Since Luke was the first human Jai had encountered, borrowing his name shouldn't be a problem. Luke probably wouldn't mind. Still, it's a bit of a shame I didn't manage to find out what 82 Layden was called before he crossed over. After following Layden for about 2 kilometers, they arrived at the base of a cliff. Layden strapped the wild boar to his back, grabbed the rope hanging down from the cliff, and prepared to climb up. Jai hovered in the air, watching him climb for about 10 minutes. He only made it a few dozen meters, and Jai felt a pang of sympathy.
Grab the bottom of my staff. I'll pull you up. Damn it! If you can fly, people, why didn't you say so sooner?
I've been carrying this heavy boar on my back for ages, and you only mention it now. Layden's hands were bright red, and he was drenched in sweat from carrying the boar. Hearing Jai's words, he nearly lost his grip on the rope. His feet slipped, and he almost fell.
You didn't ask?
Layden looked at Jai's small frame and honestly didn't think he could lift him, a full-grown adult carrying a wild boar, up to such a high cliff. Layden gripped the rope tightly with one hand while trying to touch Jai's staff with the other. He was still a bit afraid, given his own weight. Besides, coming from this scrawny forest elf, Layden still couldn't quite believe his words. But the moment Layden made even the slightest contact with the staff, he felt as if he'd lost all sense of gravity. His entire body began to float upward slowly, and the rope he was clutching was pulled taut as he rose.
Layden watched the scene in disbelief. He was actually flying.
Don't let go of the staff, or if you fall, I won't have the strength to catch you.
Layden quickly let go of the rope and gripped Jai's staff with both hands.
Falling from this height would leave him crippled, if not dead. Carrying Layden through the air, the staff was barely able to hold up. It was mainly because Jai was so light. He increased his magical output, boosting their speed, and in less than a minute, Jai had carried Layden to the top of the cliff. Sure enough, at the top of the cliff, Jai spotted a tiny village. The cliff's summit was a surprisingly flat, orderly plain, as if the cliff had been deliberately carved out of the earth to create a platform for the village, isolating it from the forest. Aside from a few houses, the view stretched as far as the eye could see. Nothing else in sight.
We're here.
Thanks a lot. If it weren't for you, I'd have had to climb for hours.
Come with me.
Layden naturally let go of his staff, jumped down to the ground, waved at Jai, and motioned for him to follow. By then, quite a few villagers had spotted Layden's return and came out to greet him. Seeing the wild boar he'd brought back, everyone congratulated Layden on his successful hunt. There weren't many people in the village, and most were around Layden's level, not particularly strong. If the village weren't perched so high up, it would likely have been wiped out by the magic beasts below long ago.
You've brought another little girl back this time, haven't you?
The old man at the village entrance saw Jai following behind Layden and greeted her warmly. Jai looked exactly as she did, and since explaining it would be a hassle, she just smiled and let it go.
A forest elf I met along the way.
If it weren't for his help, I wouldn't have been able to bag such a fine boar. Layden patted the boar on his shoulder and replied with a smile. Soon, Layden led Jai to the door of a small wooden cabin.
He knocked and called out. I'm back. Someone open the door, please.
A commotion came from inside the house. Jai thought he heard something get knocked over. After a long while, the door opened, but the person who answered was someone Jai knew.
It was that human adventurer, Luke. But Luke seemed different now.
He'd lost that confident smile he used to have. He looked completely dejected and listless.
Jai instantly felt doomed.
He'd been using someone else's name, and now he'd run into the real person. How embarrassing.
Fortunately, Luke hadn't seen Jai's elf form.
He couldn't figure out why Luke was here either. Layden noticed Jai staring blankly and asked,
Do you two know each other? No, we don't.
Jai quickly shook his head in denial, and Luke shook his head as well, indicating he didn't know him either.
The two walked into the small hut. It was quite cramped. Right inside the door was a makeshift living room with nothing but a small wooden table, not even a chair. But lying on the floor were two of Jai's old acquaintances, the shield warrior Balder and the mage Lucy.
Balder was covered in bandages and appeared to have suffered severe injuries. Lucy's head was also wrapped in thick bandages.
Both lay unconscious on the floor. What's going on with them?
Jai had to pretend not to recognize them and ask why Luke and his group had ended up deep in the forest.
It was simply too much of a coincidence that they just happened to run into them here on this cliff.
Oh, those 3 adventurers are the ones I rescued from the forest earlier.
Well, these two are on their last legs now.
Food is pretty scarce around here, so I went down to hunt to get them some nourishment.
Luke hadn't said a single word the whole time. His eyes were lifeless, and he hadn't even glanced at Jai once. It's no use. They can't even eat right now. They're beyond saving.
Luke shook his head in despair. Although he was grateful to Layton for his help, it seemed his little adventuring party was about to vanish completely today, leaving him all alone.
I can save them.
Jai used appraisal to check their injuries. Balder appeared to have lost too much blood and was now unconscious, but that was relatively easy to treat. As for Lucy, she appeared to have exhausted her mana, and her soul had suffered some damage, likely from forcing the use of magic. She also sustained a fairly severe injury to her forehead. Even if she survived, she'd probably be left with some lasting complications.
What? Can you really save them? You're not lying to me, are you?
Luke jerked his head up and grabbed Jai's arms, gripping them a bit too tightly. Fortunately, the armor he wore provided 300 points of defense, so it didn't hurt that much.
Chapter 62, The Siege.
Jai tried to force his way out of Luke's grip, but failed. He had no choice but to activate his spirit-defending body once more. Although he deactivated it many times today, he mostly turned it on and off immediately, never using it for its full 20-minute limit, so Jai could still use it.
Feeling his strength surge, Jai gave a powerful shove. Luke was sent flying by the force, landing with a thud on the ground and staring blankly at Jai. I can save you, but it depends on what kind of reward you can offer me.
Jai did have the intention of saving them, but if a stranger suddenly offered help for no reason, it would only arouse Luke's suspicion. It would be better to ask for a small reward and grant them a favor, thereby earning their trust.
A reward? We have a property in Banwang City worth 200,000 gold coins. We'll give it all to you.
I also have some gold coins on me, and this sword, though it's a bit broken, it's still worth something. I'll give you all of that too. Luke hurriedly pulled a few gold coins from his pocket, along with the long sword hanging at his waist. He glanced at it twice, clearly reluctant to part with it, but eventually placed it at Jai's feet.
A property in Banwang City? He'd never even been to Banwang City, let alone own a house there.
And this sword was just a very ordinary white-quality weapon. If Jai wanted one, he could basically craft as many as he wanted. As for the gold coins, there was no currency system in the forest, so they were naturally useless to him.
I don't need money.
Tell me why you've come deep into this forest.
With your strength, you shouldn't be here. Jai shook his head.
Rather than these material possessions that were of no use to him, he was more interested in building a good relationship with Luke, a local native, and gaining his trust. The fact that they crossed paths multiple times was, after all, a kind of fate.
We were just hunting magic beasts on the forest's outskirts to make some extra cash. But Fruit Bearing ran into a massive goblin army. They actually surrounded the entire outer perimeter of the forest. We wanted to go back and report it, but we couldn't get out.
We had no choice but to stay inside the forest and wait for an opportunity to escape. However, there were still plenty of giant goblins roaming the forest. They forced us into a corner, so we had to keep moving deeper in. Those goblins seemed to be relentlessly chasing us, and before we knew it, they'd driven us all the way to the northern mountains. We had no choice but to grit our teeth and keep fleeing northward, where we encountered trolls.
We all sustained severe injuries, but we managed to escape.
Although there are fewer magic beasts deep within the forest, they are far stronger than those on the outskirts. We encountered a powerful magic beast and barely managed to drive it away, but Bandel and Lucy were both seriously injured. They collapsed in the snow, and just as I was at a loss for what to do, we were saved by Lord Layton the 82nd. Please, save them. According to him, they had actually been put in this dire situation because of me. I hadn't realized the forest's perimeter had already been sealed off. The Demon King's determination to capture me was truly formidable. But I still hadn't encountered the Demon King's forces myself. Luke and the others really were unlucky. Jai raised his hand and cast a healing spell on Bander and Lucy. A level 5 healing spell could cure most injuries. However, Lucy's soul had been so severely drained that she couldn't be saved. She would have to recover on her own. Luke watched as Jai used magic to heal his teammates. Although Bander and Lucy hadn't woken up yet, their breathing had become much more steady, and their physical injuries were visibly beginning to heal.
That's amazing. You're a total badass.
Layton, standing nearby, exclaimed in admiration before hoisting the wild boar and heading toward the kitchen.
After all, hadn't he worked so hard to bring it back just to eat it?
Jai pretended not to hear Layton's words and ignored him.
Finishing the healing, he turned to Luke and said, "Ban, this guy should be fine. He'll wake up soon."
But as for the woman, she has suffered from excessive magic absorption, which has damaged her soul. She might be left with lasting health issues. You'll have to decide what to do about that.
Here, this is your payment.
Jai picked up the 2 gold coins from the ground. Though they were of little use to him, he wanted to make a symbolic gesture. After all, free things are the most expensive.
What he needed now wasn't money, but supporters.
Luke was deeply moved and thanked Jai countless times, but Jai simply waved his hand. The fact that they encountered such danger was, frankly, his fault. Jai still felt a bit guilty toward them. After all, their previous conflict had been resolved, and now he was the one who owed them. Jai hadn't realized that the forest's perimeter had already been sealed off by the Goblin Legion, yet there was still no sign of trouble at the main body.
The Goblin army hadn't even come within a kilometer of the main body.
Jai's followers were mostly native magic beasts who had no intention of leaving the forest, so naturally, they hadn't gone to the forest's edge to investigate. I wonder how Alpha Bear, who left the forest earlier to go to Banwang City, has been faring lately. If he wanted to return to the forest now, he'd likely have to fight his way through a bloody battle. Alpha Bear was also brought here through a dimensional transfer by Jai's classmate, He Xiao Xiao. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried about his safety. I should send some magic beasts to stand guard at the forest entrance. If they encounter anyone connected to the sacred tree, they'll be able to provide support. Xiong Body needs to command the vast majority of the magic beasts and demons. If she were to leave her physical form, the magic beasts' combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. Chi-Chi, as the leader of the Wind Demon Leopards, has always been engaged in reconnaissance work, so neither of them is suitable for this task. Faitsue is a newcomer who is just tagging along. She is not currently under Jai's jurisdiction, but since he seems intent on protecting his physical form, there is no need to worry about him for now. Jai plans to assign this task to Beta Bear and Xiao Erha.
Beta Bear is just sitting around anyway, so why not give her a mission?
She is fast enough, and with Xiao Erha's help, self-defense shouldn't be a problem. Plus, she has the magic mirror, so she can call for help immediately. Lying in bed, Beta Bear had originally planned to head north to find Jai, but she was forbidden from doing so by the Great Sacred Tree, leaving her with nothing to do again. All she could do was lie in bed reading comics and browsing some inappropriate books. Earlier, she had discussed with Jai the idea of opening a school, replicating some Earth textbooks to teach these magical beings. But she was just too lazy. Her friend who had promised to help wasn't around, and she didn't want to do it all by herself, so she chose to just lie back and relax. Just then, the magic mirror by her bed emitted a faint magical fluctuation. Beta Bear picked it up to take a look. It was written in the language of this world.
Mission: patrol the forest's edge, assist and aid companions.
Reward: 50 skill points. Whoa, the Great Sacred Tree has issued another mission. Beta Bear stood up and stretched her arms. Her youthful figure looked quite striking in the sunlight, not exactly curvy, but certainly shapely. She didn't care much about her appearance, though, so she just grabbed an adventurer's outfit off the floor, slipped it on, grabbed her dagger, and headed straight out the door. Chapter 63, Alpha Bear Returns. Night fell quickly, and Layden had prepared the wild boar into a delicious dinner. The boar was enormous, so he shared the extra portions with his neighbors. Balder had woken up from the aroma of the meat, but Lucy remained unconscious. After Layden set aside a portion for Lucy, everyone sat on the stone slabs and began to feast heartily. I didn't expect an elf like you to love meat so much. If you haven't seen it before, this will be an eye-opener for you. Actually, I'm more curious about how such a village came to be up here. Layden, munching on his meat, began to tell the story of the village without a hint of caution. According to him, the ancestors of this village were a true dragon, the original Layden I. After taking human form, he adventured into human society, and the people of this village were his descendants with humans. However, since the descendants born of human-dragon unions generally had diminished powers, and as descendants of the dragon clan, they were unable to return to the main dragon clan. They could only establish a village here, and the dragon clan would occasionally offer them protection, which is why they've been able to survive all this time. When Layden spoke of himself, he mentioned that he had lost his memory a year ago. From that point on, he wanted to leave the village and see the outside world, so he was delighted to meet adventurers like Luke. Jai suspected he had traveled through time a year ago. But as a time traveler, even Beta Bear had his own special abilities, so by convention, he likely had them too. If that's the case, Jai can't judge him based on his level alone. After all, some special abilities are downright overpowered, like Alpha Bear's obedience, that insane mind control skill. It's best to stay cautious. When Balder woke up and realized Jai had saved his life, he expressed his deep gratitude, promising to repay him if the opportunity ever arose. At the end of dinner, Luke made a request to Jai, hoping he could lead them out of the forest. As long as they could return alive to Banwang City, they were willing to follow whatever instructions Jai gave. But Jai was helpless. He was currently being tracked by enemies, and since they were lurking in the shadows and could appear at any moment, he simply didn't have the time or energy to lead them out of the forest. I'd love to take you out of here, but I'm being hunted by powerful foes myself. If you come along, you'll only be in greater danger. Once we finish this meal, I'll have to leave. In truth, Jai's very presence here was already dangerous. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. After finishing the meal, Jai planned to activate his stealth and leave immediately. Layden stood up then, walking somewhat awkwardly into the room. With his back to Jai and the others, he seemed to be flipping through something in his hands, but when he turned back around, his hands were empty. Though it was only for an instant, Jai was absolutely certain that a book had appeared in his hands just now, yet now they were completely empty. Tonight, danger will come. Layden said to Jai with absolute certainty. What danger? What are you talking about? Jai tilted his head, looking at Layden in utter confusion. There is a powerful demon right now, just below this cliff. Although Layden's words seemed baffling, Jai felt he was telling the truth, because as a transmigrator, he surely had his own advantages. The thing that had just appeared in his hand must have been his golden finger. Knowing the demon's location, perhaps Layden's motives for approaching him weren't entirely pure either. We don't have time to discuss this further. Let us hurry to the village chief's house. It's protected by a magical array left by our ancestors and is very safe. Layden pushed open the door and waved to Jai and the others. It was highly likely that the demon was after Jai. Jai could simply fly away. The demon would probably give chase, as capturing him was the priority, and it was unlikely the demon would attack the village. If he and Layden's group hid at the village chief's house, it might actually be more dangerous. If the magic array proved unreliable, they'd all be in real trouble. He wouldn't be able to escape either, and then they'd have no choice but to fight. Hurry up! Luke hoisted Lucy onto his back, while Balder, fighting off his weakness, picked up the battered shield lying on the ground and followed suit, with Layden urging them on constantly. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Jai figured that as a fellow Earthling, Layden must have a trump card up his sleeve. Since he said it was safe, there must be a reason. If it came down to it, she'd step in to fight. Running away wasn't a solution either. the scene shifts to Beta Bear, far away at the edge of the forest. Riding her little husky, she weaves through the trees, using the appraisal spell to scout ahead. Whenever a target's stats appeared in her field of view, she veered away from that direction. Using this method, she managed to evade a large number of giant goblins and finally reached the edge of the forest safely. Although the great tree had instructed her to assist and protect her companions, she had no idea when they would arrive. Besides, the forest edge was so vast, how was she supposed to help them? Relying on her agility, Beta Bear quickly scaled a tall tree to get a better view of her surroundings. But at a single glance, she spotted Alpha Bear in the distance. Alpha Bear was talking to an unfamiliar little green old man at the edge of the forest. The old man tossed a small object to Alpha Bear, who caught it with one hand and seemed to be thinking intently with his head bowed. The distance was too great for Beta Bear to make out what the object was, and it was beyond the range of her appraisal ability, which she found a bit disappointing. But just then, the little old man actually turned and glanced in Beta Bear's direction. Startled, Beta Bear quickly hid behind the tree trunk, breaking out in a cold sweat. She couldn't help but feel that the little old man was terrifying. Seeing Alpha Bear return made Beta Bear overjoyed. She wanted to meet him right away. She quickly jumped down from the tree, mounted Little Ha, and directed him to rush toward Alpha Bear. Although she didn't know who the little old man was, seeing him talking to Alpha Bear, she figured it must be fine. The thought of Alpha Bear being back filled her heart with joy. Riding the little husky, Beta Bear raced at full speed. Finally, at the edge of the forest, she spotted Alpha Bear standing alone on the grassy plain. This was already outside the forest, a vast, open grassland stretching as far as the eye could see. Apart from Alpha Bear, there was not a single living creature in sight. Even the little old man from earlier had vanished. It was as if Alpha Bear had known Beta Bear would come looking for her. She hadn't moved an inch from where she stood, as if she'd been waiting for Beta Bear all along. Beta Bear scratched his head, looking at Alpha Bear with some confusion, and asked, "Where's the little old man you were chatting with just now?" "I don't know. He told me you'd seen me from the tree, and then he vanished." "Who was that little old man? How did he end up with you just now?" "He said he was a subordinate of the Demon King. He wanted me to join them." Chapter 64, Employment Contract. Jai followed Layden and the others, and once again encountered the old man who had been standing at the village entrance earlier. Layden explained their purpose to him. After the old man understood, he nodded and shuffled unsteadily toward the house. Immediately, magical arrays began appearing in the sky, swirling endlessly around the entire village. A massive transparent barrier began to envelop the entire settlement, its size and scope truly staggering. And there wasn't just one barrier, there were three in total. The innermost barrier was brimming with magic, appearing virtually impenetrable. Jai hadn't expected such a rundown little village to possess such a powerful defensive barrier. It was truly a bit over the top. It was like having no money but still installing a safe at home to protect the mere dozen or so dollars you had on you. Due to the activation of the magic circles, everyone in the village came out to investigate. Upon seeing the barrier go up, they all gathered their belongings and rushed toward the village center to the village chief's house. The barrier consisted of 3 layers. The deeper one went, the stronger the defense became. The ability to wield such a powerful barrier was proof enough of just how formidable Layden's ancestors had been to have maintained such depth of power through 82 generations. Just then, an arm reached up from the base of the cliff, grabbed the edge, and pushed off with all its might. The figure leaped upward, landing smoothly on the cliff's edge. It was a red demon with a single horn on his head. His skin was a deep crimson, his hair jet black, and he wore a magnificent longsword at his waist. His clothes were caked in mud and soot, likely from scraping against the cliff face during his climb. He clearly couldn't fly, having expended considerable effort to reach the top. Appraisal. Race, Red Blade. Level, 69. Health, 4,000. Mana, 20,000. Strength, 9,000. Defense, 1,200. Speed, 320. Judging by his stats alone, aside from strength, the rest were nothing to write home about. In fact, they were quite average. Given that he couldn't fly, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against Jai.
Since that was the case, Jai wanted to see how he planned to deal with this magical formation. By observing his reaction when he casts his defensive barrier, Jai should be able to gauge his overall strength. If he is not strong, Jai plans to strike immediately and eliminate him. Red Blade didn't attack the defensive barrier right away. Instead, he brushed the dust off his clothes and straightened the tie around his neck. He picked up the long sword at his waist, placed it steadily on the floor with both hands, and then knelt gracefully on the ground. What does this mean? Does he intend to block me in here indefinitely, refusing to let me out? But I have my satiety fruit. I could stay in here for the rest of my life. Greetings, noble primordial elf. I'm glad you've stopped running. Please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Red Blade, and I am one of the 8 commanders of the Great Demon King. Jai hadn't expected Red Blade to be so polite. Judging by his attitude and tone, he even seemed quite friendly. But Jai dared not let his guard down and paid no heed to his words. He remained constantly vigilant of his movements, even summoning a high-ranking fire spirit to ensure he was fully prepared. I come here with no ill intent. Our king is in great need of talented individuals like you, so he has sent me to invite you to join us. You've been chasing me all this way, and you still claim you have no ill intent. After all, Jai had just killed Shabi, and now giant goblins had surrounded the outskirts of the forest. How could that be called no ill intent? Jai didn't buy it. Red Blade shook his head and spoke in a gentle tone. You started running away before you'd even had a chance to get to know us. How could you possibly know of our goodwill? Your army has me surrounded, and you've locked me in with magic. Every single one of those actions is malicious. If I didn't run, wouldn't I be an idiot? Jai gripped his flying staff tightly and went back inside the mall to exchange for some free high-explosive mana crystals. Although he never used them himself, they were labeled high explosive, so they must be meant to be used as grenades. The reason we deployed our army to surround the outskirts of the forest is because our people were harmed. This was simply a necessary measure. Right, we've been at odds for a long time. So why are you sitting here telling me all this? Jade had said he might be the only primordial elf left. And for a powerful demon lord, he should be extremely useful, so the demon lord wouldn't let him go that easily. Red Blade must have some ulterior motive. Because you're important. As I said, our king desperately needs talented individuals like you. In human society, when benefits outweigh conflicts, those conflicts cease to exist. You're worth more than a demon goblin who has received a divine blessing, perhaps even countless times more. Take a look at this and familiarize yourself with the benefits offered by our Demon King's army. Red Blade pulled a scroll from his wide sleeve, tossed it in front of the defensive magic array, and stepped back to the edge of the cliff, raising both hands in a harmless gesture. Even the long sword on the ground remained where it was, still a considerable distance from Red Blade. Jai hesitated for a moment, then asked Layden to lift a small section of the barrier so he could summon an ice spirit to retrieve and examine the scroll. Of course, Jai had already performed an appraisal on the scroll within the formation. It was just an ordinary contract scroll, posing no threat. Although Layden felt something was amiss, he trusted Jai's judgment and instructed the clan chief to assist in controlling the formation, opening a breach. The ice spirit drifted slowly out of the barrier. Jai kept his eyes fixed on Red Blade the entire time. Only after the ice spirit retrieved the scroll and returned to the first layer of the barrier did he check the ice spirit's field of view. But it could only go as far as the first layer of the barrier to be on the safe side. He didn't let the ice spirit bring the scroll into the inner part of the barrier. Jai controlled the ice elf to open the magical scroll, and he was startled by the text on it. Employment contract? Jai hadn't expected this, and not just any contract, but an employment contract imbued with a magical pact. Such pacts carried significant binding power, and on the scroll, Jai also saw the Demon King's true name. Party A, Demon King Mephisto. The document contained incredibly detailed employment terms, including social insurance and housing fund benefits, with exceptionally thorough provisions even extending to family benefits. For instance, family members of the Employee of the Year would also be eligible for the Demon King's noble divine blessing. As a powerful and influential figure, the Demon King could not only bestow divine blessings but also offered compensation in the form of skill points, just like Jai's.
There was no base salary, but compensation was based on performance and a merit-based evaluation system. However, the contract promised that as soon as Jai joined, he would be promoted to a leadership position, with a status equivalent to that of the 8 demon generals. He would receive over 1,000 skill points, custom purple quality gear crafted by the masters of Demon City, and a property at the foot of the Demon King's castle in Demon City complete with space for his family to live. He would even be entitled to paid vacation. It all looked incredibly tempting. Even Jai himself was tempted to defect. These perks were simply too good. In comparison, the benefits he provided to Xiong Body, Beta Bear, and the others were rather mediocre. They were all still using blue quality weapons and living in small wooden cabins. This only strengthened Jai's resolve to expand his operations. The Demon King was poaching talent right from under his nose. It was outrageous. If even he, the boss, were lured away, who would lead the magic beasts of the forest to survive? However, as Jai looked over the various perks listed above, he fell into a long period of deep contemplation and inner conflict. Chapter 65, Lilith. The person who drafted this contract, someone capable of transplanting modern society's 996 work-life balance system into another world, was quite a talent. If the Demon King happened to be a fellow countryman, Jai wouldn't mind taking a risk to give it a try. He might even gain some protection. Plus, there was the incredibly tempting benefits package, protection from a powerful fellow countryman, combined with the 996 blessings of the other world. Theoretically, it was a perfect proposal, but Jai still felt a nagging unease. Did your Demon King come up with this contract? Seeing Jai's hesitant expression, Red Blade thought to himself, could it be that he finds the compensation insufficient? According to His Majesty the Demon King's instructions, even doubling the contract's reward would be acceptable, but they must keep costs to a minimum. This contract wasn't His Majesty's idea, but the terms are accurate. Even His Majesty wouldn't violate the contract's provisions. Is there something about the contract's compensation that you're not satisfied with? We can negotiate. Luke, standing beside Jai, was completely baffled. Was the Demon King's army really this easy to negotiate with these days? Surrendering their weapons upon meeting, then respectfully raising their hands and kneeling to hold a recruitment fair? His own group had been routed by the Demon King's army. Where had they ever had such an opportunity to talk things out? Those giant goblins would be lucky not to whack you with a club, let alone a Demon King's officer, and here they're talking about compensation? Meanwhile, Layden next to him kept squinting, trying to make out the contract in the ice elf's hand. He craned his neck in curiosity, but the text was too small, and the icy mist emanating from the ice elf obscured it, making it impossible to see clearly. Although, given his status, he had no idea what was going on right in front of him. The fact that a Demon King's officer would personally come to recruit the forest elf next to him, no, wait, a primordial elf, made it clear this was no ordinary affair. Layden was now wondering how he could latch on to this opportunity. He'd been trapped here for a year already, surrounded by powerful magic beasts. There was nothing on the cliff's edge, and going on a hunt meant climbing up and down. It was simply too grueling. He'd tried to leave on his own, but the forest was too vast. He couldn't remember the way. Without spending years mapping it out, there was no way out. If only a powerful adventurer could take him away from this hellhole, that would be the best outcome imaginable. Jai was very satisfied with the reward listed on the employment contract. In fact, he thought it was too much. Did he really deserve such a high payment? His current body was only level 13, and his only skill was tied to his original form. He didn't even have any special abilities. How could he be on par with the Demon King's officers? He truly felt unworthy of such a high salary. Moreover, the employment contract wasn't even the Demon King's idea. Who, then, had drafted it? This was crucial. If the Demon King was a transmigrator, Jai wouldn't mind taking the risk to test the waters. But if the contract wasn't the Demon King's doing, this place might just be a trap. I'm more curious about who drafted this contract. It's truly unique. Jai deliberately feigned curiosity as he asked Red Blade. Red Blade didn't hesitate for a moment and replied directly to Jai. It was only natural to inquire about the author of this employment contract. A document that elevated the traditional master-servant relationship to an employment contract would be difficult to popularize in this era. Red Blade deeply admired anyone capable of devising such a method. Following a powerful figure was, after all, the most natural thing in the world. But this document allowed more people to voluntarily pledge their loyalty to the Demon King, significantly boosting morale and attracting many powerful individuals to join his ranks. The person who drafted this contract is the Demon King's seventh princess, Her Highness Lilith. Upon hearing the name of the person behind it, Jai felt a twinge of regret. If only the Demon King were a fellow countryman, then pledging allegiance to him would have been a fine option. But since this contract was proposed and implemented by the Demon King's daughter, its safety could not be guaranteed. This princess named Lilith was likely a transmigrator, while the Demon King remained a native of this land. He had simply accepted his daughter's proposal and adopted a more advanced and proactive method of employment. Although the compensation in this employment contract was extremely tempting, Jai couldn't yet gauge Lilith's power or standing within the Demon King's army. If she held little influence, it would be difficult for him to establish himself there. He needed more time to gather information about Lilith before making a rash decision. The terms are very tempting, but I need some time to consider them. Jai didn't refuse outright. Instead, he chose to play it cool with Red Blade. If the Demon King truly wanted his loyalty, he likely wouldn't resort to violence to force compliance. He should at least grant him some time to consider. Of course, that is fine. We won't pressure you. Here is a magic mirror. When you've made up your mind, use it to contact me, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Red Blade once again pulled a small black mirror from his sleeve identical to the one Shabi had held earlier. Its functions were likely the same as Jai's homemade version, communication and magic transmission, and it probably served some surveillance purpose as well. The fact that they didn't demand an immediate answer was already a sign of great magnanimity. Jai couldn't be petty either, so he naturally sent the elf out to retrieve it while he hid behind the barrier. Are you still surrounding the Elf King tree? This was Jai's primary concern. If those giant goblins were to attack the tree directly, Jai wouldn't actually find it troublesome. At worst, he'd just have to fight them, and it would mean more experience points. But his followers needed to fetch water from the river every day for drinking, and for their daily hunting. Relying solely on satiety fruits would hardly satisfy their appetites. While the fruits could stave off hunger, they only deepened the craving for food and couldn't be consumed long term. If those magic beasts encountered giant goblins while hunting, a battle would be inevitable, and most magic beasts weren't strong enough to defeat them. The storm magic wolves also required environmental support if the distance was too great. Jai's main body couldn't provide precise coverage, so resolving the issue of the goblin army's encirclement was crucial. As a sign of respect, we have ordered those goblins to lower their guard naturally. They will pose no threat to your Elf King tree. Elf King trees are extremely rare in this era. Were it not for the fact that they cannot be moved, the Demon King himself would be very eager to possess one. If you have any questions regarding the contract, you may contact me at any time through the magic mirror. Please be sure to join us. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Red Blade slowly rose to his feet, retrieved his long sword from the ground, and waved politely at Jai and the others before turning and leaping off the cliff. Though his movements were gentlemanly, the polite smile of a red-skinned unicorn demon was, by any measure, somewhat unsettling. Chapter 66, Hunting the Gods. Red Blade landed vertically. He made no effort to slow his descent in midair. The sheer force of his momentum, combined with his weight, slammed into the ground, leaving a terrifying crater. Yet he moved as if walking on flat ground, completely unfazed by the height. After landing, he began to swiftly leave the area. A terrifying roar accompanied his every step, and wherever he passed, the ground cracked open with horrifying fissures. How did it go? Red Blade pulled the black mirror from his chest. A green-skinned old man appeared on its surface and addressed Red Blade. He accepted both the magic mirror and the contract. Judging by his expression, he seems to have some thoughts about it. Just then, Red Blade sensed powerful magical fluctuations in the distance. He accelerated his pace once more, racing toward the northern mountains without a moment's hesitation. Are the Dragon Clan chasing us again? The aged voice sounded once more from the magic mirror. Red Blade furrowed his brow slightly and replied with a hint of displeasure.
His Majesty the Demon King signed a non-aggression pact with the Dragon Clan long ago. Crossing the border this time was a violation of the treaty to begin with. If it weren't for His Majesty's reputation, I wouldn't have risked my life to come here. It can't be helped. According to the Demon King's detection, that primordial elf tree may possess a trace of divine power. Once we received the news, we knew we couldn't rely on sheer numbers to force a confrontation. With only the two of us demigods on this mission to capture the primordial elf, success is unlikely. A plus, that primordial elf might wield teleportation magic. On Dragon Clan territory, completing the pursuit will be even more difficult, so I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to venture deep into the heart of the forest. However, as long as you don't reveal your demigod level power, the Dragon Clan won't give you any trouble. Before you're intercepted, make your way to the northern mountains as quickly as possible. I'll be here to meet you. In truth, given Red Blade's power, ordinary dragons wouldn't stand a chance against him. But this is, after all, the ancestral homeland of the dragons, where all non-native forest forces are strictly forbidden. This is the domain of the true dragon god, a power no mere demigod like him could possibly oppose. As for the Elf King tree, it was most likely a contingency left behind by the divine elf tree, which is why it possessed a sliver of divine power. Red Blade and his men didn't dare risk attacking it, which is why this awkward situation had arisen. When the two sides were evenly matched, Red Blade and his men had planned to launch a full-scale assault, relying on their superior strength and numbers to crush the enemy, but the warning sent by the Demon King at the last minute caused them to change their course of action. Plus, since their target was the primordial elf, there was no need to go head-to-head with the Elf King tree. In fact, before the Goblin Legion had even gathered, Red Blade had been stationed near the northern mountains to prevent the primordial elf from fleeing into the Dragon Clan's ancestral lands, thereby avoiding putting himself at a disadvantage. But Jai teleported straight in, rendering all their preparations useless. Now, Red Blade had no choice but to risk entering himself and dangle a tempting carrot to lure the primordial elf. What if that primordial elf doesn't trust our pact? Are we really just going to leave him be? Then wouldn't my life-risking venture have been for nothing? Although Red Blade felt there was a chance, the Elf King tree was right here. The primordial elf had no reason to follow the Demon Lord. Both the primordial elf and the Elf King tree might be contingency plans left behind by the Elf God tree. If he doesn't accept our invitation, I have a backup plan. We'll discuss it when you return. To be honest, Red Blade didn't quite understand why the Demon King valued that primordial elf so highly. Aside from being rare, he wasn't particularly powerful. Although he hadn't studied appraisal magic, he could tell just by observing that this elf wasn't very strong, and his level was likely quite low. Apart from having a high total mana pool, he had no other special talents. If he were facing a mage of that caliber, Red Blade could guarantee a clean decapitation with a single stroke within 100 meters. But why does His Majesty the Demon King place such high value on this primordial elf? It took me over 100 years to become one of His Majesty's officers. I paid a heavy price and accumulated countless military achievements and honors along the way. Why should this weak primordial elf be made an officer outright, on the same level as me? Red Blade had actually been suppressing his inner emotions all along. He didn't want to take action deep within dragon territory. If he were to die at the hands of the dragon god while on this mission to deliver a message, he would feel utterly frustrated. Do you know why most of us are stuck at the level 70 demigod tier, while the Demon Lord has reached the level 90 bottleneck? Because a demigod is always just a demigod. Without an ultimate skill, the soul can never break free from the bonds of mortality, and even the Demon Lord can't help us with that. Ultimate skill? This was the first time Red Blade had heard of the concept of an ultimate skill. The old man in the mirror had fought alongside the Demon King for thousands of years. He knew far more than a newly promoted officer like Red Blade. Moreover, having spent his time charging into battle, Red Blade hadn't had the chance to learn much about such matters. While strength was certainly important, growth had its limits. The closer he got to the level 70 bottleneck, the more hopeless his progress seemed. Naturally, he cut back significantly on martial training and began prioritizing cultural enrichment. Half a year ago, the holistic education proposed by Her Highness Lilith had been of great help to him. That's right. If one can break through the level 60 bottleneck, any being will enter the demigod tier and acquire a special skill.
But only by raising that special skill to level 10 can it evolve into an ultimate skill. With an ultimate skill, we can break through the demigod bottleneck and raise the level cap to 80. As for reaching the same level as the Demon King, one must elevate the ultimate skill to level 10, but even then, one has merely touched the threshold of divinity. This tier represents the level of a half-demigod. The Demon Lord has been in this state of being a half-demigod for over 1,000 years, unable to break through.
Do you know why?
Red Blade was naturally unaware of these details, but he understood all too well that skill equaled soul strength. He knew that relying solely on his own level up was not enough to grow stronger. Only by aligning himself with a powerful figure, constantly hunting magic beasts of the same tier, and obtaining mana crystals could he continue to improve.
I know what you're thinking, you want to advance to the tier of the gods. But relying solely on ultimate skills won't do it.
Even if you hunt down nearly all life on the continent, amassing tens of thousands of skill points and maxing out several ultimate skills, you'll still never become a true god. This is a conclusion His Majesty the Demon King reached through personal experimentation, which is why all creatures on the continent now fear him. The human race is especially at loggerheads with us, waging war year after year. As for the gods, they possess a skill capable of altering the rules of the world.
The Demon King refers to it as the unique skill. Only by obtaining the unique skill is it possible to become a god.
As Red Blade listened to the old man's tale, his eyes brimmed with greed, and he grew more and more engrossed. He had thought his martial prowess had reached its limit, but he never imagined there was such an extraordinary path to take. Slaughtering half the continent, becoming a demi-demon god indeed, only through battle and devouring can one grow stronger and stronger.
How can one obtain the unique skill?
The old man's voice echoed from the black mirror once more. Upon hearing the answer, Red Blade felt a chill run down his spine, as if something strange were truly watching him.
There is only one way: hunt down a god. At the end of this path, there can only be one god. Chapter 67, Departure.
Red Blade never expected this method, it was so blasphemous.
How could a mere mortal possibly hunt down a god?
It was simply impossible. Red Blade suddenly thought of that maddened elven sacred tree. Now, most of the elven trees had been corrupted, constantly posing a threat across the world.
What is the role of that primordial elf?
He has only one purpose: to make contact with the elven sacred tree and help His Majesty the Demon King seize its sole ability. That is why His Majesty the Demon King places such importance on this pursuit. Even with the army of human heroes closing in on the city walls, he still dispatched the two of us to leave our posts and carry out this mission. Red Blade had also heard a legend: the once incredibly prosperous elven kingdom had now turned into a wasteland of death. Any creature that approached would go mad, their desires infinitely amplified, consumed by a thirst for slaughter. Even the naturally peaceful forest elves were no exception. Those who managed to survive back then were mostly demigods or forest elves with diluted bloodlines.
The rest had all gone mad.
A deity gone mad, no one could predict the scale of the threat it might pose. Fortunately, this deity has remained stationary, limiting the damage to a small area, which is why no other deities have intervened to deal with it. There were once countless pure-blooded primordial elves. Only this race, personally created by the deity, could touch the elven sacred tree without being affected. Yet, almost all of them never returned.
How would the Demon Lord use this primordial elf to acquire that unique skill?
Red Blade racked his brain but couldn't figure out the fruit bearing. He could only speed up and meet up with the old man first. If he slowed down any further, getting tangled up with those Dragon Clan members would be trouble. Jai saw that Red Blade had truly left, and his tense nerves instantly relaxed. He turned to ask Layden, wanting to confirm whether Red Blade had really departed after all. The fact that Layden could issue an early warning meant he possessed this special ability.
Layden waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to display his ability in public.
He said he didn't know for sure if Red Blade had actually left, and as for whether it was safe, he couldn't guarantee it.
However, the goblins surrounding the edge of the forest did indeed appear to be retreating.
Over a Jai's true form, Sylph, Beta Bear had returned with Alpha Bear, and she was happily reporting the situation to the great sacred tree. Jai hadn't expected her to complete the mission so easily. He assumed it would take a long time.
After all, he didn't know when the goblins would retreat or when Alpha Bear would return. Beta Bear had simply been very lucky. Since the goblin army had retreated, it could only mean the threat was temporarily averted. Red Blade hadn't deceived him. But if Jai refused this invitation, the matter likely wouldn't be resolved properly. Yet if he accepted, this body would face significant risks. However, for Jai, this was merely a primordial elf avatar. Since the world had been upgraded to level 8, the amount of system currency required in the shop had been halved, and the amount needed to create a primordial elf had also been cut in half. It would only take 2,500 points of system currency to conjure it again. In that case, the loss Jai would have to bear wouldn't be particularly great. However, if he were to create a new body, the Demon King would likely detect something amiss with his main body. After all, according to Fatesue, the Elf King tree capable of giving birth to a primordial elf was even more precious. He certainly didn't want his main body to be targeted by the Demon King again. It would be better to keep a low profile and develop quietly. He'd take a risk with this body, try joining the Demon King's army, and take the opportunity to study the Demon King's excellent corporate system. By learning from it and applying it to his own faction, if he could secure a few reliable subordinates like Red Blade, Jai could contentedly live as a mascot, basking in the sun's blessings of photosynthesis every day, just lying back and relaxing. He must have left. I should head back too. What are your plans? Jai turned to ask Layden and the others. He was deeply grateful that Layden was willing to help him activate the defensive spell. Regardless of whether the spell actually worked, at least if trouble arose, others were willing to stand up and share the burden. If Layden wanted to leave the forest, Jai didn't mind giving him a hand. Please escort us out of here. As long as we can leave the forest, we're willing to. Luke had originally intended to offer Jai some sort of payment, but then he remembered that Jai hadn't asked for anything in return for his earlier healing, just those 2 gold coins, which weren't even enough to cover the cost of a single treatment at the church. A primordial elf capable of casting such high-level healing magic, one whom even Red Blade, one of the 8 great generals of the Demon King's army, was willing to go out of his way to recruit, must be incredibly powerful. To be honest, he'd never even heard of a primordial elf, but such a powerful being must surely have the ability to take them back. In Luke's party's current state, let alone crossing the northern mountains, even walking through this frozen wasteland was a difficult task. They also had to carry the unconscious Lucy, and their equipment and remaining supplies were insufficient, let alone defeating those dangerous magic beasts. I want to leave here too, but I don't have anything of value on me. However, if you can transport everyone from our village to the outside world, I'll lend you that ancestral magic array for a year. As you saw, its defensive capabilities are second to none. Layden scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly. Their village was poor and weak, populated by dragon-human hybrids with low abilities who were trapped there. Some of the elderly, infirm, and disabled struggled even to hunt from the cliff's edge, and some had never even left the cliff in their entire lives. Jai glanced at the number of people in the village. There were roughly 200. Though they were weak, they were all potential supporters, and as demi-humans, they were a sure source of labor. Why pass up such an opportunity? The little old man who had been operating the formation seemed to be Layden's grandfather, and Layden appeared to be the heir to the village chieftain. The village's daily operations relied almost entirely on Layden and a few other young, capable workers. They couldn't grow crops on the cliff, and venturing into the forest meant they lacked the strength to fight the magic beasts there. That's why they lived here, growing weaker and weaker over time. Alright, but I can only take you as far as the protective range of my master, the Elf King tree. Of course, I can't just take you out for free. I'll have to take your magic array as payment. But you needn't worry about danger. I'll ask the Elf King tree to protect you, and you can live and farm there in peace. Jai decided to start by asking for the moon to see if he could keep their ancestral magic array for a few more years. That way, deprived of the array's protection, they'd have no choice but to accept his shelter and pledge their allegiance to him. Wouldn't that secure his followers? Alright, we agree. Fruit-bearing, the old man who liked to stand at the village entrance, didn't even haggle with Jai. He simply went inside his house, brought out a golden compass, and handed the golden defensive compass to Jai. Jai took it without hesitation and gave it a quick appraisal. The Jade Dragon Formation, a golden quality dragon clan formation, featured 3 layers of barriers, each stronger than the last. The third layer could even block all damage below 50,000 attack power, while the second layer could withstand up to 20,000. Although the first layer could only handle 10,000 attack power, its range was immense, covering a diameter of 700 meters. In other words, it would have been virtually impossible for the Red Blade to attack them earlier. Unless he possessed some ability to multiply his attack power several times over, it would have been a complete waste of effort. So Layden really hadn't lied to me. After all, it really is absolutely safe. After a quick scan, the system began analyzing the Formation S structure. Soon, a Jade Dragon formation valued at 30,000 system currency points appeared in the golden quality section of the system store. Chapter 68, Ascending to the Dominant Tier. Looking at the value of the Jade Dragon formation in his hand, Jai now found these demi-humans incredibly endearing. He felt a bit embarrassed. Not only had they offered to work for free, but they'd even given him a gift. They were truly too kind. After stowing the Jade Dragon formation in his system inventory, Jai now had to figure out how to get them all back. Luke was also looking at Jai with eager anticipation. Jai hadn't asked for any payment, and since this primordial elf had agreed to bring so many people back, the 3 of them should be able to hitch a ride as well. If it were just Jai alone, he could have simply flown back using his stealth ability and likely wouldn't have encountered any magic beasts in the forest. But with such a large group, traveling on foot would take an incredibly long time, and Jai wasn't confident he could protect them all within the forest. He would need to learn teleportation magic, raise his elven magic to level 7, or simply purchase a teleportation array from the marketplace. There was a difference between the two methods. Exchanging for a teleportation array in the shop relies on the world system and consumes system currency, whereas raising elf magic to level 7 allows for teleportation using only mana. However, regardless of the method, a single teleportation spell can only transport a maximum of 3 people. With over 200 people in the entire village, this would take a considerable amount of time. Of course, exchanging system shop currency for a teleportation array is extremely uneconomical, so he dismissed that idea outright. That said, the system shop does offer teleportation arrays with unlimited uses, but these are all at least purple tier, costing several thousand. Besides, this cliff has nothing on it and isn't a strategic location, so it's best not to waste the money. Jai consumed 3,000 skill points. Level 6 spirit magic requires 1,000, and level 7 requires 2,000, a significant drain, but now he only needs to expend mana. With his elven magic upgraded, he can now not only summon elemental spirits but also perform earth-shattering spells using elven magic. Previously, his ability to create a downpour was merely a matter of applying physical knowledge, but now he can conjure thunderstorms out of thin air, manipulate the weather, or use spirits to alter the course of mountains and rivers. He can even instantly freeze everything in sight. In short, his offensive capabilities are no longer as limited as they once were. He can also summon 3 high-rank elves simultaneously. As for their strength, it depends on the user's magical awareness and combat aptitude, though such matters can be left to the system to handle. His pitiful skill points are down to just 1,540. He just rewarded Beta Bear with 50 points, so Jai has to use them sparingly now. Having to be so picky about which skills to learn is truly frustrating. Jai couldn't cast teleportation magic on his own. He still needed the system to help draw the complex magical arrays. He had to line up the villagers to enter the array and wait for teleportation. It took about 2 minutes to draw one array. Previously, Fei Chui had needed even longer. Such a tedious and monotonous task. After finding it novel at first and watching it twice, Jai didn't want to bother with it anymore. He handed control of his body over to the system to handle, letting it mechanically repeat the teleportation tasks, while his consciousness returned to his main body, Sylph. Jai sensed that the system was a bit annoyed with him, but there was nothing to be done about it. The little system was born to be bossed around by him. After all, he was the master. Just do your job, corporate drone. No resistance allowed. Back in his main body, Jai felt he needed to get his priorities in order. There was no escaping his duties as the spirit form. He'd basically have to accept the Demon King's invitation, but he needed to accelerate development on the main body front. He needed more followers. It would be great if someone could help with proselytizing actually. Luke would be a good candidate, they'd gotten to know each other a bit by now. Since he saved them this time, he asked Luke to spread the word in human society about the kindness of Sylph, the Elf King tree. Plus, with room and board provided here, along with the chance to receive a divine blessing, the perks might not match the Demon King's, but they weren't half bad. Of course, when it came to education and infrastructure, Jai hoped his main body's forces could accelerate their development. Take Xiong Badian, for example. She just reached level 60. Her rapid progression is largely due to her frequent hunting expeditions, which have yielded a massive amount of mana crystals. When she simply couldn't absorb them all, she would offer them to the divine tree. But Jai felt that absorbing just a bit of spirit energy wasn't particularly useful, so he told her to allocate them as she saw fit. After all, overall strength is crucial. After Xiong Badian reached level 60, she reported to Jai that she couldn't level up any further and needed to evolve again to advance. Upon consulting the system, the answer was that she must either hunt a demigod-level magic beast, absorb its mana crystal, acquire special skills, and advance to the demigod tier, or spend 2,000 system currency to exchange for a high-level divine blessing. Killing a demigod-level magic beast was no easy feat, just finding one was a challenge in itself. However, Jai did have one such demigod-level magic beast on his side, Fatesaway. Xiong Badi had worked tirelessly day in and day out and had even shed blood to protect Jai. A mere 2,000 system currency points was no big deal, it just stung a little. Now that the system store had halved its prices, 2,000 points could buy 8 divine blessings. Jai gritted his teeth inwardly. As a newly formed team, they should offer some perks to Xiong Badian, a founding member. Only by providing such benefits can they attract more people to join. Xiong Badian had just stood beneath the sacred tree, reflecting on her growth. After reaching level 60, she realized her soul could no longer devour mana crystals. If this continued, she would be stuck at this level. After all, the 10 skill points gained from leveling up alone were nowhere near enough to upgrade those skills. Only by continuously hunting powerful magic beasts and devouring mana crystals could she continue to grow. But now, the mana crystals from these low-level magic beasts could no longer provide her with growth. In fact, even devouring them caused her soul to feel saturated, unable to handle the influx. But after confiding in the great sacred tree, it seemed to bestow another golden divine blessing upon her. The energy of this divine blessing was purer than any she had received before. The soul power within was immense, and that energy merged perfectly with her own soul without the slightest resistance. Lying on the grass and gazing at the emeralds of the elven fruits atop the tree, she was suddenly startled by a commotion at the base of the tree. Is this a demigod ascending a tier? A divine blessing capable of directly allowing one to break through the level 60 barrier undoubtedly came at a tremendous cost. Even the spirit tree, a true deity, had only selected 72 demigod positions, and I was fortunate enough to be one of them. He had assumed this elf king tree was on the same tier as himself, but judging by the current situation, its tier was far beyond that. As for the tier levels beyond demigod, the ranks that followed were beyond his reach. As for the claim that this elf king tree had absolutely no connection to the divine elf tree, he no longer believed it for a second. Chapter 69, The Realm of Frenzy. Terrifying soul energy continuously overflowed from Xiong Badian's body, nourishing his physique as his previously bulging muscles began to contract. Standing at 2.5 meters tall, Xiong Badian began to shrink, his build returning to normal. His once massive muscles became refined and supple. Though they appeared smaller in volume, the strength within them had been elevated to a higher level. Xiong Badian had transformed into a tall, statuesque woman, resembling the exaggeratedly proportioned fashion models of Earth, a classic 9 head-to-body ratio, still clutching that massive wolf tooth club in her hand. Xiong Badian felt the wolf tooth club in her hand had become even lighter. Although the club seemed to have grown larger in comparison to her frame, when held, it felt like a feather-light toy, with no sense of weight at all. The evolution of her soul had also manifested in her physical form. Though her figure had become slender, her strength had grown even more formidable. Xiong Badian's ascension drew the attention of a large number of magic beasts. The terrifying aura emanating from her soul filled them with deep-seated fear. Beta Bear looked up at the towering Elf King tree, her heart filled with awe. This was truly a great deity. She felt she'd chosen the right side to align with. Now that her mother had also evolved, she instantly felt her future was bright. She wondered how Jai was doing now. As the only demon here who had visited human society, Alpha Bear had gained significant insight and learned a great deal about this world. In human society, obtaining a divine blessing from a deity is an incredibly difficult feat. Even the most ordinary divine blessing is reserved exclusively for the church and the royal family. Although the church does select outstanding human prodigies from the general populace, such cases are truly rare as hen's teeth. Without a certain family background or powerful connections, one has virtually no chance. Every divine blessing comes at an immense cost to a demigod and is bestowed only upon their most trusted successors. For ordinary people to obtain one is nothing short of a pipe dream. Now, Xiong Badi's blessing was clearly no ordinary divine blessing, but rather a tier-advancing divine blessing reaching the demigod level. Alpha Bear could not even begin to imagine the price required for this, nor did he know what tier the great god tree belonged to. Was it truly the legendary god tier? Alpha Bear ran his fingers over the magic mirror in his hand, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Luke, who had just been teleported here, happened to witness this astonishing scene. That giant bear, who had once fought Baldur and himself to a standstill, had now ascended to the demigod tier, a growth rate that was truly jaw-dropping. They were just nameless adventurers who had never dared to hope for something like a divine blessing. Yet now, it was a common sight before their eyes. Even a divine blessing of the demigod tier could appear at a moment's notice. How many people in human society are stuck at this level, unable to progress for their entire lives? It would be a lie to say they weren't envious. Most of the Draconians had also been teleported here and happened to witness the scene. If they too could have received the protection of the Elf King tree, their village wouldn't have fallen into such a state of decline. The village chief instantly felt that the opportunity gained by risking the Jade Dragon formation was well worth it. During the divine blessing, Jai asked Xiong Badian if she wanted to change her name. After all, she'd come up with it on a whim, just for a laugh. Back then, she'd assumed it referred to a giant bear, but it turned out to be a bear maiden, a name that was simply too inappropriate. Besides, Xiong Badian was no longer that muscular tomboy. She now had perfect proportions, a striking appearance, and an indescribable, mature charm. Jai worried that continuing to call her Xiong Badian might have a negative impact on her. Fruit-bearing Xiong Badian flatly refused, seemingly quite fond of the name and unable to part with it. Jai had no choice but to conclude the blessing, briefly explaining the situation regarding the Yalong people to her, essentially entrusting her with managing the matter and ensuring everyone was properly settled. Xiong Badian was used to the Divine Tree's hands-off attitude and felt it was only natural they lived under the Divine Tree's protection, and serving the Divine Tree was her honor. Jai performed a simple appraisal on Xiong Badian. It seemed that appraisals below level 4 couldn't be used on demigods or stronger beings, so Beta Bear couldn't see Xiong Badian's stats either. Race, Elven Holy Bear Xiong Body. Level, 60. Health, 30,000. Mana, 6,000. Strength, 11,000. Defense, 4,500. Speed, 280. Skills, Berserk level 8, Stealth level 4, Elven Magic level 1, Berserk Domain level 1. Divine Blessing recipient, Sylph. After advancing to the demigod tier, in addition to some basic attribute boosts, Xiong Badi also gained a special skill. Normally, Shai wouldn't be able to see special skills. However, since Xiong Badi's connection to his soul has grown even stronger, he can see the skill. Of course, as long as he can see a patron's skills, he can use Whirl to steal them. After all, Alpha Bear and Beta Bear both have their own special skills, while he has only a single unique skill, which feels a bit unfair. To maintain balance, it's not unreasonable for him to steal one. This Rage Field skill is also very straightforward and powerful. It enhances physical strength and has an area of effect. It grants the rage buff to friendly units within the area, with the magnitude of the boost calculated based on Xiong Badian's own stats. It's roughly 30%. Perhaps for Xiong Badian, a 30% boost isn't even as significant as the boost she gets from her own level 8 Berserk. But for someone like Jai's spirit form whose physical strength is rather weak, this boost is incredibly helpful. 30% of 11,000 is a whopping 3,300 points of strength, and it's a wide area effect.
It truly lives up to being a special skill. It's incredibly powerful. For a magic beast like the wind demon leopard, which has relatively low strength, this undoubtedly addresses a major weakness.
With this skill, the overall combat effectiveness of Jai's followers would see a significant boost.
Although Jai was tempted, the cost of learning it was still quite high. He couldn't quite afford it at the moment. His skill points and system currency were both running low. Just in case, it was better to save some for emergencies. The Draconians had just been teleported here and were still struggling to adapt to the environment. They were surrounded by powerful demons and a vast number of magic beasts. After Xiong Beixiang had settled them in, he distributed the jerky made from beta bear for them to eat, along with the satiating fruits from the divine tree.
To be honest, there was nothing up on that cliff. Most people were gaunt and emaciated.
If they were lucky, the able-bodied men managed to secure some meat. If not, they could only eat whatever they foraged in the forest. In truth, as descendants of dragons, they were originally extremely powerful.
But after so many generations, their strength had dwindled.
The more they failed to hunt high-level magic beasts, the less they grew, trapping them in this vicious cycle. Jai exchanged some seeds for crops from the system store. As long as he imagined it, the world would generate it for him. For seeds like these that lack magical power, he basically didn't need to spend any system currency. However, if he generated a large quantity in a single day, he would still need to spend some system currency. After all, energy doesn't come out of thin air. Although the forest is vast, the number of animals is still limited. Demons like Xiong Body wouldn't raise cattle or sheep, let alone grow crops, which really doesn't bode well for the forest as sustainable development. To achieve harmonious growth, they have to sow their own seeds, till the land themselves, and support themselves. The elf fruits he planted in the ground earlier seemed to have sprouted. Once they grew into elf trees, he wouldn't have to bother healing others or gathering fruit himself every time.
Chapter 70, It's a Beast Girl. He.
If these spirit trees can grow to maturity, they become a combat asset. Once they're nearly fully grown, Jai will bestow a divine blessing upon them. That way, they inherit some fruit-bearing and healing levels from Jai, along with a certain level of spirit magic, allowing them to quickly become a force capable of guarding this place. But all that is for later. These spirit trees still require a great deal of care, so naturally, Jai left it to Xiong Badian to arrange the necessary personnel to handle the task. Jai himself would not be involved in managing them. In addition to developing agriculture, Jai hoped to develop housing construction. To be honest, the architectural skills of these demon folk were truly abysmal. Their houses were practically just piles of stones. In the past, when Jai didn't have a physical body, he naturally didn't think much of it, but things were different now. Of course, he wanted his city to develop well, and since the Demon King could use real estate as a tangible benefit to offer, Jai wanted to be able to do the same. Let us not talk about surpassing others, but at the very least, he couldn't let his supporters be lured away by the Demon King just because his city's infrastructure was subpar. Especially since the Demon King had already managed to recruit his own elf form. If other supporters were lured away as well, he would be at a significant disadvantage. The system controlled Jai's elf form and successfully transported all the Draconians away. Just as the system prepared to teleport away itself, it turned and looked toward the distant north, the heart of the forest, the dragon's habitat, the land under the dragon goddess protection. Controlling Jai's elf form, the system stepped directly into the magic circle and teleported back to the eastern edge of the Mesopotamian forest, the area where Jai's true body resided. In the northern mountains, which separated the central and eastern parts of the forest, a massive circular fissure had now appeared at the heart of this endless range. The edges of the fissure looked as if they were covered in magma. A colossal black dragon circled above the mountains. It watched as Red Blade and a small, green-skinned old man walked into a black spatial fissure and vanished. A bunch of wretched rats. Why on earth did they risk venturing into the territory of my dragon clan, only to leave so hastily now? Those young upstarts claim to have seen a being with soul energy as vast as that of the dragon god. Who on earth could that be? Have they already entered the ancestral lands? The black dragon did not pursue Red Blade and his companions further, but turned and flew swiftly toward the northern forest. Jai watched as the system guided his elven form out of the air fissure and immediately transferred his consciousness into it. Looking at the draconians who had been teleported over, Jai couldn't simply make them supporters right away, even though some had witnessed the divine blessing bestowed by his true form. After all, it was merely a glimpse. Convincing them to fully pledge their allegiance to the Elven King tree would likely take some time. Since they were here, Jai naturally had to treat them with kindness and courtesy. Beta Bear saw Jai teleport in and dragged Alpha Bear over. "Jai, are you okay?" Beta Bear called Jai by his real name. That big mouth of hers had already spilled the beans to Alpha Bear about the whole reincarnation business. She simply couldn't keep her mouth shut, and since they'd all been good buddies in the past and Alpha Bear was her ex-girlfriend, there was nothing to hold back. But there was another unfamiliar reincarnated soul here, Ladong. Jai hadn't had a chance to tell Beta Bear and the others about this yet, and now, with fruit bearing present, Beta Bear's big mouth had already let the cat out of the bag. "Aren't you called Luke?" Ladong looked on in confusion at the bare-eared girl and boy running toward them. Looking at the lively, spirited bare-eared girl, Radon felt as though he had finally witnessed true spring in this world. He was even more excited than those draconians who had always lived in the snowy north, seeing the warm, blooming earth caressed by gentle breezes. The corners of Radon's mouth kept curling upward. Seeing his expression, Jai was reminded of the first time Radon had met her. He had the same lecherous look on his face then. "It's a beast girl." He. Beta Bear heard Layden's words and stopped immediately. Watching Jai's rapid blinking and Layden's lecherous expression, he repeated Layden's words. "Luke? A beast girl?" Luke heard someone call his name and turned to look at Jai and the others. They had received a favor from this person. He never expected to see the spirit tree again in such a state. Just moments ago, the Spirit King tree had given them quite a few strange fruits to eat. They tasted excellent, and after eating them, all their fatigue had vanished. He now harbored an extraordinary fondness for the elves. If Jai had any requests, he would certainly respond immediately. After all, they were his saviors. "It's fine, Luke. You go rest over there for now." Jai waved at Luke and pointed to the magic mirror in his hand, signaling Beta Bear to read it. The volume of the magic mirror could be adjusted with magic, and it could also convert speech to text. Using the power of the world, Jai had configured it to function as much like modern communication devices as possible for their convenience. I suspect he is a time traveler too. There is something off about his behavior. As soon as Beta Bear heard Jai's words, she realized she'd said the wrong thing. She shouldn't have called Jai by his name just now. Normally, people's names in this world lean more toward Western styles. A Chinese name like Jai's sounded too awkward. So what do we do now? There is no other way. You two shouldn't reveal your identities yet. Just play along for now. If my identity can't be covered up, then so be it. The Demon King had already set his sights on Jai's elf body. If Layden turned out to be a malicious individual, it wouldn't matter if trouble came his way as long as it didn't affect his true form. By the way, didn't you say your name was Luke? What is the deal with Jai? Layden saw Beta Bear walking toward Jai and turned to speak to him. Because I don't trust you. The name Luke was just a lie. Jai wasn't afraid of a little trouble like this anymore. If he could pry Layden's true identity out of him, that would be even better. It made him wonder if there weren't just too many time travelers around. I knew it. How could I run into two Lukes at once? You said your name is Jai? Yeah, so what? Is there a problem? Your name sounds a lot like a buddy of mine. Have you ever heard of the word Earth? Jai thought Layden spoke very bluntly. Come to think of it, he seemed to have no filter. He kept using the way he spoke before he traveled through time, constantly giving away his true identity. I've heard of it. That is where I'm from. What was your name before? Jai raised an eyebrow, while the high-ranking fire spirit hovering above him remained on constant alert. Holy crap, you really are Jai. I'm Duzhuang Wang Duzhuang. I was the sports committee head in high school. Remember me? No wonder your personality is just like that idiotess, always acting so underhanded. I was halfway up the mountain before you even mentioned you could give me a ride. If you just said so earlier, would I have had to climb all the way up like that?
Chapter 71, Cultivating Farmland. Wang Dazhuan? I don't really remember him. In Jai's memory, Wang Dazhuan was a dark-skinned kid from the countryside who'd come to the city to study. He spent every day playing ball on the court. Jai wasn't very close with sports-loving types like that, and they hardly ever spoken. Still, he heard the guy was pretty honest whenever a classmate asked him for a favor. He'd always agree without hesitation. Before he'd been transported to this world, he'd spent every day holed up at home playing video games and watching anime. He rarely interacted with others, and the only reason he'd gotten close to Chen Dabai was because Chen also played games and watched anime all the time. With shared interests, they naturally hit it off. You don't remember me? We were high school classmates. La Dong was getting a bit anxious. He'd finally run into a fellow townsman who seemed to be doing pretty well in this other world. If he didn't latch onto this big leg as tightly as possible, he'd be an idiot. He suddenly remembered how he'd let his mouth run away with him earlier and had even cursed at Jai offhand, which made him feel a little nervous inside. Jai mused to himself, counting this Wang Dazhuan. It seemed like every time traveler he'd encountered was a classmate from his high school. Lilith, the Demon King's daughter, was most likely a time traveler too. Could she be one of his high school classmates as well? Truth be told, he wasn't particularly keen on getting involved with someone of the Demon King's caliber, but circumstances left him with no choice. If Lilith turned out to be one of his former classmates, Jai found himself looking forward to meeting her. As for La Dong, that guy had just called him an idiot. Do I look like an idiot? Jai quickly jotted that down in his mental notebook. Although Jai wasn't very close with him, since they were classmates, he naturally had to look out for him a little. Besides, La Dong likely possessed a special ability that could provide excellent combat power here. After all, special abilities were the key to breaking through the demigod tier, skills one only acquired after ascending to demigod status. Both Alpha Bear and Beta Bear possess their own special skills, meaning they don't face the barrier of the demigod tier. In other words, they're essentially walking materials for advancing to the demigod tier. If a powerful figure seeking to break through the demigod tier were to discover their special skills, they might even go so far as to kill them to gain that advancement. I'll have to find a time to remind them not to reveal their special skills to outsiders. In fact, Leighton's decision to reveal his identity was partly to gain Jai's favor. Anyone capable of being recruited by the Demon King must possess undeniable strength. However, if he were to learn appraisal, he would surely discover that Jai, an elf, is only level 13, with stats inferior to Leighton's at level 19. Moreover, Jai's choice of name was rather careless, as it directly exposed his original identity. Any other transmigrator could instantly recognize him as one of their own, which was extremely dangerous. If someone with ill intentions were to take advantage of the situation, Jai would be in grave danger, and that transmigrator named Lilith might very well be just such a person. Although Leighton was delighted to meet a fellow countryman, his gaze remained fixed on Beta Bear. Alpha Bear abruptly pulled Beta Bear behind him and shot Leighton a hostile look. Beta Bear didn't seem to mind, and La Dong, realizing his rudeness, scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Jai noticed this as well. To help conceal Beta Bear and her companion's identities as time travelers, he stepped in to introduce them. He essentially stated that they were the children of Xiong Badian, the local boss of this territory. He warned anyone with designs on them to go test their strength against Xiong Badian's Wolf Tooth Club and see if they could withstand it. As it happened, Xiong Badian had just entered the demigod tier and was still getting used to his newfound power. With Berserk activated, he stood in the distance, repeatedly smashing the mountain with his mace. Wielding both Berserk and the Berserk domain, Xiong Badian's attack power had reached a terrifying 30,000 points. With every swing of his mace, the mountain's shape shifted, and terrifying booms echoed continuously. Watching this, Leighton felt a chill run down his spine. It was only then that Beta Bear began chatting with Jai, asking how he made it back and discussing various trivial matters from the forest. Jai also told Beta Bear and the others about his efforts to win over the Demon King. As for his speculations regarding Lilith and the employment contract, Jai shared these details with Beta Bear through the magic mirror. Leighton also learned some history from Beta Bear and the others, such as the wondrous adventures that this great sacred tree could bring.
Shai handed a magic mirror to Layden and told him that he could obtain skill points, divine blessings, and various equipment and items from the sacred tree. For instance, the flying staff he held in his own hands had been granted by the Elf King tree. Furthermore, if he encountered any problems, he could seek their help through the magic mirror. When Ladong learned of this windfall, he clutched the magic mirror in his palm, constantly praying for the great sacred tree to assign him a quest. Having lived in the snow all this time, or even finding food was a struggle, he had begun to doubt whether he had truly been transported to another world. Wasn't this great sacred tree exactly the legendary system he'd heard of? Finally, things were starting to feel like a proper fantasy world. Beta Bear looked at Radon and saw a dead ringer for himself when he first received the magic mirror. It was both comical and amusing. However, he decided to pretend not to notice and ignore Radon for now. Of course, Alpha Bear had received a magic mirror as well, secretly given to him by Shai. If more transmigrants appeared in the future, Shai could use the magic mirror to create a group chat for them. He had a strong feeling they weren't the only ones who had been transported to this world. Shai had the system assign Layden the task of clearing farmland, with the reward being some basic adventure gear, all white quality items. Shai felt he shouldn't offer such high rewards so quickly. He needed to give things gradually, not hand out the best stuff all at once. Besides, Layden's level was still very low, so giving him top-tier items would be a waste. While white-quality weapons didn't have any special effects, they were generally very practical. Upon seeing the task assigned on the magic mirror, Ladong happily grabbed a hoe and joined the other Draconians to clear the farmland. He felt his future was bright. Those Draconians had come to clear the farmland on their own initiative. They were fed up with the harsh life of hunting on the cliffs now that the environment here was so favorable and they had the protection of a powerful figure. It was undoubtedly the best place to settle. Upon hearing that the Elf King tree could answer the prayers of its followers, the village chief led the villagers there to pray that the sacred tree would allow them to farm and settle there. Jai was only too happy for them to do so. He immediately materialized a large number of farming tools for them, letting them get to work on their own. The village chief, watching the tools appear out of thin air, called it a miracle and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the great sacred tree. As for making Ladong go along to help with the farming, it was simply because Jai wanted to keep him out of the way. He really didn't have much of an impression of Wang Dezhuang. He didn't trust him very much yet, and his appearance had been far too coincidental. Jai wasn't sure what his special ability was either, so it was better to err on the side of caution. Chapter 72, Leah's Situation. After resolving Layden's issue, Jai shared his understanding of the demigods and his recent theories with Alpha Bear and Beta Bear. He warned them never to reveal that they possessed special abilities, as doing so would be extremely dangerous. He also told Beta Bear about Lilith and the employment contract. Although it was Alpha Bear's first time seeing Jai in this form, he had known Jai well in his previous life. He and Jai had been friends since elementary school, thanks to Chindabai. The three of them were quite close, and with Beta Bear having warned him in advance, Alpha Bear accepted Jai's appearance quite naturally. Even though he knew Jai was a boy, he looked a bit too cute. Alpha Bear couldn't resist the urge to play with cute things, but he managed to hold back. Isn't this a bit dangerous? That person named Lilith might not even be one of our classmates. Although there are already 4 time travelers in our class, you never know with these things. And even if she is a high school classmate, we have no idea what her personality is like now. Beta Bear voiced her concerns. She didn't want Jai to go, but if he didn't the Demon King wouldn't let him off the hook. It was truly a no-win situation, and she didn't know if the great sacred tree could withstand the Demon King's assault. Beta Bear pinned her hopes on the Elf King tree, Sylph, but Jai clearly couldn't take on the Demon King head-on. That was his true form, and he knew exactly how much he was worth. As one of the 8 demon generals, Red Blade was part of a force where 7 others shared his level of power, not to mention the vast army at their disposal. On their side, there were only 2 demigods, Emerald and Xiong Badian had only just entered the tier. Jai had no choice but to agree to Red Blade's request and join the Demon King's army. His mind was made up. He was merely informing his close friend, Beta Bear. At that moment, Alpha Bear spoke up. Actually, there is another very important matter regarding my return. What is it? Beta Bear was also a bit puzzled.
This guy had ventured out of the forest with Mark and the others to live in a human city. He hadn't expected him to return so soon. I ran into Leah in the city. She should be in the prison in Banwang City right now. Jai still remembered who Leah was. She was one of the adventurers who had come with Mark and the others to defeat his original form back then. He had even bestowed a divine blessing upon her. But at that time, his elf form hadn't been born yet, so for now, he had to pretend not to recognize her. Beta Bear knew Jai didn't recognize her, so he explained the situation. Back then, Leah had discovered the elf tree and, full of excitement, had followed Mark and the others back to town, saying she wanted to bring other forest elves there. Who would have thought that after all this time, she herself would end up in prison? What on earth is going on? Beta Bear was now completely baffled, and Jai felt the same way. She was one of his most valuable supporters. How had she ended up in the dungeon? Actually, during my time living in human society, I've come to understand the current plight of the forest elves. Most of their kind have lost their sense of self. The majority are in a state of madness. Forest elves like Leia, with a weaker bloodline, don't go mad as easily. But most forest elves are in a state of frenzy. Their behavior is no different from that of beasts. A few days ago, the human city-states banned forest elves from entering or leaving. Banwang City is a border town of the kingdom. When the news reached here, Leah probably didn't know about it yet, but most of the forest elves around her were in a semi-comatose state, and the majority had lost their minds. The guards took them away. Although Leah hadn't gone mad, she broke into the dungeon and was imprisoned as well. No wonder there had been no word from Leah for so long. I never imagined she'd been imprisoned by the humans. A group of forest elves prone to madness. I could only see this as yet another major headache. So what do we do? Go to Banwang City to rescue them? Beta Bear voiced her thoughts directly, without overthinking it. She actually had quite a soft spot for Leah. After all, she was pretty. To hell with the details. The priority was to get her back. We definitely have to rescue them, but it'd be better if we could avoid a conflict. Jai really didn't want to clash with humans. If he could talk his way out of it, that would be ideal. If we avoid conflict, we'll have to make a deal with the humans. Actually, most captured forest elves end up in the slave market. As long as we pay enough, we can buy them back. It's quite common to sell prisoners as slave commodities. These prisoners are branded with a magical slave mark and put up for sale. Selling these slave prisoners also brings a certain economic benefit to the city. Jai could only say, typical humans. As long as the profit is high enough, they'll work for you even if it means risking their lives. But we don't have human society's money. Beta Bear thought buying them back with money was a good idea, but they were just a group of magic beasts. Where would they get the money? We don't have any money, but the Demon King's army does. Jai smiled. He couldn't run away now anyway. The Demon King's men would be chasing him relentlessly. He might as well stop overthinking it and focus on negotiating better benefits and pay from them. Don't worry about the money for now. We'll send a team to make contact with human society. Perfect timing. The group he rescued, including Luke, could finally be put to use. As humans, they should help Jai and the others communicate better with the people of Banwang City and minimize conflict. Even when Alpha Bear went alone to a human town, nothing dangerous happened. Humans seem to have a high degree of tolerance toward magic beasts, so negotiation shouldn't be a problem. What if those people refuse to release them? Beta Bear had little confidence in the negotiations. Having been beaten by humans twice already, she wasn't feeling very optimistic. If Banwang City doesn't have anyone particularly powerful, we'll just take them by force. If they do, we'll infiltrate and sneak them out. Jai certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to gain a supporter. Every extra one counted, and he absolutely loved how devout the forest elf appeared. I've looked into it. Demigods are extremely rare in human society, and they're usually loyal to the royal nobility. In a city on the fringes of the kingdom like Banwang City, there aren't any powerful demigods. At least, I haven't heard of any there. Alpha Bear hadn't studied appraisal, but he lived in human society for a while. From the city lord taking on a few new concubines today to the disappearance of Luke's adventuring party, he gathered nearly all the relevant information. With Alpha Bear's confirmation, Shai felt even more confident. If soft tactics didn't work, they'd resort to force. Their current strength was already considerable. If they couldn't even reclaim their followers, it would be difficult for him to continue expanding his sphere of influence. If his influence remained too small, he wouldn't be able to keep growing. After all, the Demon King was already eyeing him. If he didn't grow quickly, he'd be waiting to die. Looking at the 50,000 skill points required to level up to level 9 world, Shai felt the road ahead was long and arduous. Chapter 73, Finalizing the Plan. Next was deciding on the team composition. Sending those two weak would be a waste of effort. Species like the storm demon wolf, which require a specific combat environment, could be used as foot soldiers, but under normal circumstances, they should stay behind to guard the base. Alpha Bear, having had contact with human society, was the top candidate and would definitely be joining the expedition. Moreover, his special ability would be very useful. Although Shai wasn't entirely sure of its specific effects, he'd never seen Alpha Bear use it. The name obedience alone suggested it was no simple matter. It should be a skill highly beneficial for negotiations. While Alpha Bear was quite willing, Beta Bear wasn't very keen on interacting with humans. Shai couldn't figure out when this cheerful young man had turned into a socially anxious girl, but he had no intention of forcing her. If she didn't want to go, he'd let her stay here and guard the home. Beta Bear also has a new task recently, taking on educational duties. Although most of the books she can materialize aren't very practical, she does have a foundation in basic cultural subjects from elementary to high school, and those textbooks can be materialized. But these aren't needed yet. Once a school is built in the future, they'll organize the learning then. To Shai's surprise, Beta Bear could actually materialize agricultural books like Postpartum Care for Sows, Soil Quality Development and Management, and the complete agricultural setting of Tenho no Saki Inaheim. Since Shai usually saw Beta Bear reading nothing but trashy books, he hadn't held much hope for her. Yet there was an unexpected bonus when he asked her why she suddenly started reading such books. She explained that while playing the hardcore farming sim Tenshu no Saki Inaheim, she discovered the game actually required her to consider the entire farming process. Starting with seed selection, you have to mix mud and salt in a bucket and stir it. This makes low-quality rice grains float to the surface so you can remove them. However, removing too many reduces the harvest yield. After selecting the seeds, you sow the chosen ones in a seedling tray and wait until they grow into seedlings before transplanting them. When transplanting, you also need to consider planting spacing. Spacing that is too close or too far apart will adversely affect the rice's growth. There is also the task of adjusting and mixing fertilizers, and using a plow to harvest the rice. Draining the water before harvesting helps the rice dry more easily when hung on racks. Next come the processes of sun drying, threshing, and milling, all with a level of detail that is truly astonishing. To master this game, Beta Bear read a vast number of agriculture-related books and even visited the Department of Agriculture's official website to look up guides. This level of dedication left Shai in awe. If she had worked this hard in high school, her grades wouldn't have been so dismal. Now, she can't even grasp some elementary school math textbooks. Focusing solely on agriculture isn't a bad thing. It's exactly what Shai and her group need right now. By imparting this knowledge to the Yalon people in a practical way, they can increase food production. Shai now has quite a few followers. With one satiating fruit per person, plus the daily consumption of other fruits, especially healing fruits, and healing magic usage is extremely frequent. All in all, they consume about 20,000 mana per day. If the group grows any larger, her 80,000 mana might not be enough. And the recovery from photosynthesis is barely a drop in the bucket. Ultimately, the skill level is too low, but he is also severely short on skill points. If he could solve the food problem through farming and livestock raising, Shai could save a lot of unnecessary mana usage and preserve enough mana for emergencies. Beta Bear will stay here to serve as Minister of Agriculture, providing agricultural guidance to the demi-humans. Chi-Chi, due to her ancestral ties, is extremely fearful of humans, so naturally she can only remain in the forest, continuing her patrol duties. Jade currently shows concern only for the Elf King tree. It seems the other forest elves are nothing but worthless trash to him. He even seems to look down on half-blood forest elves. If Jai's elf form weren't that of a primordial elf, he probably wouldn't care much about him either.
Jai was overjoyed that Faitsue, this demigod, was willing to stay and protect his physical form.
Who wouldn't love a free bodyguard, especially one he found on the street?
In front of the Elf King tree, he acted like a sycophant, asking his divine tree majesty daily if there were any needs. He'd even go to the river to fetch water to water Jai's physical form, clean the surrounding dust, or tend to the elf trees planted in the soil. Fei Chui would even go out of his way to hunt magic beasts and feed them with mana crystals. If not for his care, those elf fruits wouldn't have sprouted so quickly. However, Jai simply ignored him. He acted aloof toward his elf form, and his physical body acted aloof toward him as well, neither responding nor acknowledging him, leaving him to fend for himself. Relying solely on Jai and Alpha Bear, of course, isn't enough, they also need a powerful combat unit, and that's where Xiong Batian comes in. Jai has complete faith in her strength. The fact that he has managed to survive this long is entirely thanks to Xiong Batian's tireless, self-sacrificing care.
As for Xiong Batian leaving the forest, Jai does have some concerns about the safety of his physical body.
After all, who knows where that red blade guy is hiding in the forest?
However, the forest elves were just as important.
They were not only vital allies but also the skill points Jai needed to progress on his journey. He had to bring them all back safely, making Xiong Batian's presence absolutely essential. Since he was worried that Red Blade and his crew might cause trouble, he might as well bring them along. After all, Jai had decided to join their ranks. He was showing his sincerity, so naturally, he needed to see theirs as well. After discussing things with Alpha Bear, Beta Bear, and the others for the entire afternoon, they finalized many details. Jai also handed over the Jade Dragon formation in his possession to Beta Bear for her use. After all, if his elven form were to separate from his main body, it would be difficult for the main body to communicate clearly with Beta Bear and the others.
To them, the main body was already perceived as an all-powerful deity.
He'd already established a rather lofty persona. He couldn't lower his status and blow his cover. Since he'd built up so much prestige, he had to keep up the act.
That night, Jai didn't waste any time.
He took out the black magic mirror given to him by Red Blade. Previously, Jai had kept it wrapped in a magical barrier. Now that his elven magic had reached level 7, he'd barely managed to achieve a certain level of spatial control. Preventing the magic mirror from normally observing the outside world was well within his capabilities. The moment he gripped the mirror, ripples began to spread across its surface like a lake, and a voice emerged from within.
"Esteemed primordial elf, how have you been considering our proposal for you to join the Demon King's army?"
The voice belonged to Red Blade, a rough, gruff tone. To be honest, Jai really didn't think he was the right fit for an interviewer. It felt too awkward. He gave Jai the impression of a simple warrior, and that stiff, stilted way of speaking was so odd. Who knows if he'd picked it up from the Transmigrator. "I can agree to join your Demon King's army, but I still think the compensation in the contract is too low. You'll need to add a bit more. There is also another condition: help me bring the forest elves imprisoned in Banwang City back to the forest, safe and sound." Actually, the terms the Demon King had offered were already quite generous. Even Jai himself felt they were a bit too generous, but he just wanted to test the Demon King's limits. If it really didn't work out, he'd simply back down and cut his losses. Fruit-bearing Red Blade didn't hesitate for a single second. Without a second thought, he agreed to all of Jai's demands.
Chapter 74, Rest.
In the final negotiations, Fruit-bearing agreed to cultivate Jai's elf form to the demigod tier level and grant him 2,000 skill points as an induction bonus. He would also provide full assistance to Jai and his group in rescuing the forest elves from Banwang City. If these terms are acceptable, please wait for us at the edge of the forest for 3 days.
We are currently near the northern mountains. We don't possess teleportation magic like you do.
Red Blade treated Jai with great courtesy, treating him as one of their own, and naturally revealed his location. He didn't seem worried that Jai might betray them. However, Jai had heard from Alpha Bear that, aside from humans, the other races in this world were very trustworthy. Especially magic beasts and demons. They meant what they said. That said, demons rarely beat around the bush. If they could fight, they'd fight, never wasting words. Xiong Bati was exactly like that. He'd hit you with a club the moment he saw you, never wasting a word. In any case, the terms offered by the Demon King's army were inexplicably favorable,
and Red Blade accepted them without a moment's hesitation. This made Jai a bit worried. What exactly were they paying such a high price for? Was it simply because he was rare? Jai didn't buy that nonsense. In any case, he'd just have to be careful. If he ever met that person named Lilith, Jai really wanted to talk to her and ask. Red Blade also understood Jai's desire to rescue the imprisoned forest elves. Only the Elf King tree could soothe the forest elves' frenzy, which was why they were searching for it so desperately. However, the forest elves hadn't had contact with the Elf King tree in a very long time, so their knowledge and understanding had become somewhat fragmented. That's why, when Leah first saw Jai in his form as an elf tree, she mistook him for the Elf King tree. Moreover, most elf trees have been corrupted by magic, let alone the Elf King tree. There are only a handful of elf trees left in the world, making them even harder to find. Once some time has passed and those elf fruits have fully ripened, many more elf trees will emerge from the main body. Whenever Jai has excess magical energy, he uses it to cultivate the elf fruits. Since elf trees require tending, he hasn't planted many, only about 20, and Emerald takes care of most of them. As for the elf fruits hanging above the main body, they require a constant supply of magical energy every day. If necessary, Jai doesn't mind using system currency to make them mature early and transform into primordial elves. Before they develop sentience, Jai can use them as avatars. But once they gain sentience, they become fully fledged lifeforms with their own consciousness, true primordial elves, and Jai can no longer use them as avatars. All that is a story for another time. 10 years isn't a short span, and Jai doesn't have enough system currency to hasten their maturation anyway. Besides, he wouldn't be able to control that many avatars. Jai's main body was only level 43. He rarely intervened to help his followers hunt magic beasts, and the surrounding area was largely under the control of his followers. Not a single goblin was to be seen, and the rewards from a few small giraffes were less than what photosynthesis provided. The mana crystals Xiong body had procured were mostly distributed, the main body did not absorb them. Therefore, Jai's main body hadn't actually reached the level of a demigod and possessed no special skills. Jai always kept in mind that he was just a lowly newbie. He still needed to keep a low profile and develop quietly. Since Red Blade still needed 3 days to travel from the northern mountains to the edge of the forest, Jai decided to take a break and make some basic preparations. In fact, traveling from the northern mountains to the edge of the forest in 3 days is already quite fast. At least ordinary storm wolves couldn't manage it. Only a storm holy wolf running at full speed could achieve such a feat. However, if it were a little bear, the speed could be even faster. In truth, the dragon humans are a very hard-working race. They work quickly, and under Beta Bear's theoretical guidance, they managed to clear a large tract of land in just 1 day. They once again marveled at the excellent quality of the tools bestowed by the Great Sacred Tree. Many of these farming implements were made of metal. Moreover, they were modeled after the modern tools in Jai's memories, so naturally, they were far more user-friendly and practical compared to the farming tools of this era. Layden, who had come from a rural family before his transmigration, had done his fair share of farm work. At first, he was somewhat skeptical of the tools crafted by the Great Sacred Tree. How could they resemble modern tools so closely? But then he thought to himself, well, he'd been transported to another world. It was only natural. Nothing, no matter how strange, would surprise him anymore. The only thing he couldn't figure out was why this girl named Beta Bear possessed such extensive knowledge of agriculture. He hadn't expected the level of agricultural knowledge in this other world to be so high. Even a beastman, a magic beast in human form, knew so much. It was a bit different from the other world he'd imagined. Layden began pondering again how he could make a name for himself in this other world and live a life of luxury, surrounded by women. He wondered if working even harder in the fields might win the heart of the tribal chieftain's daughter, just like in the novels. Beta Bear watched Wang Dezhuang toiling in the fields with a silly grin on his face and thought he was just as clueless as ever. Back when they used to play ball together on the court, Wang Dezhuang had always loved showing off in front of girls. As soon as a girl looked his way, he'd dribble with all his might, trying to look cool. Beta Bear couldn't help but chuckle to herself at the thought that, now that she looked like a girl, Layden must think she looked handsome plowing the fields. She was glad the Great Tree hadn't named her using her real name, thus hiding her true identity. It was definitely the right move to keep a low profile. Just look at Jai now with a name like that, anyone could tell at a glance that he was a time traveler. Now that he has caught the Demon King's attention, if someone tries to kill him to steal his special ability, Jai will be in even greater danger. Actually, Beta Bear didn't know for sure if Jai really didn't have a special ability after all. He hadn't said so, but after yesterday's discussion, she realized that special abilities were also valuable assets that could be stolen, and revealing them would be dangerous. Who wouldn't he want to reach tier demigod? If he were surrounded by a bunch of guys stuck at level 60, he'd be as good as dead. After 2 days of care, all these draconians had finally become Jai's supporters, a total of 210 people. This brought Jai a reward of 4,200 system currency and 4,200 skill points. With this reward, he naturally had to grant a divine blessing in return. Jai chose Layden and 2 other draconians to receive the divine blessing. It wasn't that Jai was being stingy, rather, there were still many supporters in need of the divine blessing, and everything must follow the principle of first come, first served. As for names, Jai couldn't be bothered to think of them. Layden would just be called Layden I, and the rest would be numbered in sequence, Layden 2, Layden 3. Beta Bear glanced at Layden's stats and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Layden himself was a bit speechless, gradually realizing why there were names like Alpha Bear, Beta Bear, and Bear 3. So the Great Sacred Tree's naming sense was this low-level and childish? These were names etched into their souls. How could they be so casual? Surely they should be names like Diablo or the war god Otosuan, the kind of otherworldly protagonist names that sound incredibly powerful just by hearing them. Jai didn't care how dissatisfied Layden was. After all, he had to treat everyone equally. Still, it was a relief to finally see Layden's stats, though it was a shame he couldn't view his special skills. Race, Dragonkin Layden I. Level, 20. Health, 300. Mana, 600. Strength, 430. Defense, 180. Speed, 180. Skills, Fortune level 2, Treasure Hunting level 3, Jade Dragon Transformation level 1, Elven Magic level 1. Divine Blessing Bestower, Sylph. Chapter 75, Green Chi. Although Layden complained about the name, the boost granted by the divine blessing was undeniably substantial. Not only did he gain an elf magic skill, but his overall stats had also seen a significant boost. Moreover, the name elf magic sounded incredibly powerful just by itself. He truly lived up to being the chosen one. His future was indeed bright. At that moment, Layden noticed the name Sylph listed as the divine blessing bestower below his stats panel. That name looked like a girl's name no matter how he looked at it. Could it be that the Great Sacred Tree was actually a girl? Layden believed that as long as she was a girl, he had a chance to win her over. As a traveler from another world, he had always held fast to one principle. No matter what her status, he could pursue her. This was the courage his status as a traveler had given him. As long as he was bold enough, even a deity could be made to fall for him. This stemmed from his long-standing, lifelong thirst for romance. Though he hadn't found true love before his journey, in this life he was determined to find it. Beta Bear saw Ladong grinning like an idiot again. With a look of disgust, he tossed the hoe to him and told him to hurry up and help out. Ladong caught the hoe, whistled cheerfully, and headed into the fields to work hard. Jai thought his future looked a bit bleak, but seeing Ladong's skills, he found it somewhat amusing. Skills like luck and treasure hunting are relatively rare. He wondered what kind of treasures Ladong's treasure hunting might uncover, and what kind of benefit his luck skill might offer. With these thoughts in mind, Jai decided to observe him for a while longer. Fruit bearing. After a whole afternoon, Jai realized that Ladong was the man who dug up the most rocks while tilling the soil, and he was frequently splattered with bird droppings on his face. With such bad luck, this fortune skill really wasn't reliable. As for the stones he dug up, they weren't any special ores, just ordinary rocks. Jai had thought it might be a useful skill, but was that all fruit bearing amounted to? He originally planned to have the system help him secretly learn it, but now it seemed unnecessary. Unlike magic beasts, the dragonfolk still have housing needs. They likely wouldn't survive long if they slept out in the wilderness. So while they were cultivating the fields, they also began building houses, with the magic beasts responsible for hauling the lumber while the dragonfolk handled the construction.
It really does take people to make things work. A faction composed solely of magic beasts is just too rudimentary.
Everything proceeded smoothly and orderly.
Jai's true form also spared no effort in providing them with the tools they needed whenever a request was made. Jai did everything in his power to fulfill it. At the same time, he would occasionally select outstanding magic beasts or dragonfolk to bestow with divine blessings, ensuring their motivation while enhancing the overall strength of his forces and improving the infrastructure. Before long, the time had come to meet up with Red Blade and his group. When Red Blade spoke through the magic mirror, he used the pronoun we, so there were indeed other Demon King's officers present. Jai, Alpha Bear, and Xiong Body mounted 3 storm holy wolves and set off toward the edge of the forest. Jai bestowed the blessing of the wind spirits upon them, further increasing their speed. Had it not been for Alpha Bear's familiarity with the location and route to Banwang City, the journey to the forest's edge would have taken at least several days. They didn't bring many magic beasts this time, as Jai's teleportation spell could only transport a maximum of 3 people at once. If they encountered enemies they couldn't defeat, they would simply use the spell to teleport the 3 of them back immediately. As for the storm holy wolves beneath them, they would drop them off at the forest's edge and return on their own. These beasts were better suited for team combat and required environmental cover, so they would continue the rest of the journey on foot. As for Luke and his 2 companions, Jai had already sent them out of the forest 3 days earlier via the storm magic wolves, allowing them to return ahead of schedule. He had also asked them to help rescue the forest elf and return early to make preparations. Both Alpha Bear and Xiong Badian possessed formidable physical strength. Though their movement speed wasn't fast, their stamina was exceptional. They could run continuously for hours without breaking a sweat. As for Jai himself, with his flying staff, he naturally had no concerns about mobility. It was merely a matter of speed. After a full day's journey, Jai and his 2 companions finally reached the edge of the forest. Red Blade and a green-skinned old man were already waiting outside. To their surprise, beyond the forest lay an endless grassland. The scenery was unexpectedly beautiful. Jai, of course, remained on high alert. As soon as they met, he cast appraisal on the green-skinned old man. Once again, the appraisal spell failed. Jai hadn't expected that even a level 4 appraisal couldn't reveal anything. If that was the case, the old man's level must be over 70. He was incredibly powerful. But Jai had to find out, so he immediately spent 500 skill points to upgrade appraisal to level 5. Appraisal, a spell that no normal person would ever bother to learn, was forcibly raised to level 5 for Jai. Since the appraisal spell can only reveal another person's stats panel, it really is a bit of a useless skill. No wonder people in this world don't like to learn it. After all, what good does it do to see someone else's stats? If you're outmatched, you're still outmatched. Moreover, experienced powerhouses can gauge a person's strength simply by observing their words and actions, making the appraisal spell seem rather obsolete. But Jai has always believed that the appraisal spell is a god-tier skill, and Beta Bear shares this view. However, none of the natives of this world would let their descendants learn appraisal, all claiming the spell is useless. After leveling up to appraisal level 5, the green-skinned old man's stats panel appeared before Jai's eyes. Race, Priest Goblin Green Goblin. Level, 74. Health, 500. Mana, 100,000. Strength, 80. Defense, 60. Speed, 20. Divine Blessing Bestower, Mephisto. Priest Goblin? Jai felt that the goblin race might be a bit too powerful. Even having priests among them was truly terrifying. That terrifying mana pool had reached a staggering 100,000 points, far beyond what Jai had imagined. After all, his own main body only had 80,000 mana. But his main body was only level 43, so he still had plenty of room to grow. However, Green Chi's other stats were weak. Even a weakling like Layden could probably win in a melee fight against him. Still, a mage this powerful wouldn't let a physically strong magic beast get close to him easily. Sure enough, the moment Jai and his group approached, a grayish-brown cloak appeared in Lucia's hands. Although the cloak looked unremarkable, under Jai's level 5 appraisal spell, its attributes were laid bare. It was a purple-quality defensive magical item capable of absorbing damage equal to the user's maximum mana. It also possessed a certain degree of damage reflection, converting the absorbed damage into actual damage dealt to the enemy. For someone like Lucci, whose mana was off the charts, this magical item was practically tailor-made for him.
To be honest, Jai was feeling a bit tempted. He recalled that upon joining the ranks, he should also receive a purple quality piece of equipment exclusively crafted by an outstanding artisan from the Demon King's castle, which made him look forward to reaching the Demon King's castle even more. Chapter 76, Warhorse Goblin. But for now, the priority was to rescue those forest elves. As long as he could maintain prolonged contact with them, Jai could have the system cast a teleportation spell to send them back. When Lucci saw Jai and his group approaching, his eyes lit up as if he'd spotted a treasure, and he flashed a truly unsettling grin.
"I'm glad you kept your promise and came."
Lucci's aged voice echoed out.
It sounded familiar to Jai. He felt as though he'd heard it somewhere before. It seemed very similar to the voice from the magic mirror in Shabi's hands, but Jai couldn't be certain. Fighting the black flames emanating from the magic mirror had drained a massive amount of his energy. If the magic mirror hadn't shattered from the strain, Jai might not have been able to kill Shabi. No, wait, it must have been the system. So it was highly likely that this guy named Lucci was the one casting spells from behind the magic mirror. Jai had directly exchanged a one-time teleportation item in the system store, clutching it tightly in his palm. The moment anything went wrong, he would immediately teleport away with Alpha Bear and Xiong Badian.
"I've always kept my word.
As long as you can help us rescue the forest elf trapped in Banwang City unharmed, I'll agree to join you."
"That's what we agreed on, right?"
Jai confirmed this with Red Blade once more, while signaling Alpha Bear and Xiong Badian to leave the Storm Holy Wolves, instructing them to return to their main group first. After all, a single-use teleportation item could only transport 3 people. If something went wrong, there'd be no way to carry these 3 huskies.
Of course.
Whether you need money or manpower, the Demon King's army will provide ample assistance. Even wiping out the entire city of Banwang wouldn't be a problem. Red Blade placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist, his eyes fixed intently on Xiong Badian. Although this demoness muscles weren't particularly well developed, Red Blade could sense the power contained within her body. It certainly wouldn't be weaker than his own. Moreover, the strange staff in her hand was covered in sharp spikes. This metal was extremely rare and should be quite heavy, yet in her hands, it looked as light as a small wooden stick. This level of power suggests a warrior who has reached the demigod tier.
He hadn't expected such a powerful demon to be living on the outskirts of the forest. Was it because of that Elf King tree?
The Demon King had surmised that it was a contingency left behind by the Elf God tree. It likely wasn't the tree itself, but it probably possessed a trace of divinity. That was why he had warned them to be cautious in their interactions and ideally, to avoid contact altogether. In hindsight, this was indeed the right call. An entity supported by a demigod is certainly no ordinary being. On their journey from the northern mountains to this location, the two of them had deliberately bypassed the Elf King tree's sphere of influence. This was primarily due to the Demon King's warning, which made them both too cautious to venture into that area, lest they suffer any harm. After all, cultivating a single demigod requires a massive investment of resources.
Even a powerful Demon King would feel the pain of losing a single demigod.
Especially if the loss occurs within another faction's territory, recovering the mana crystal would be utterly impossible.
The faction referred to here isn't the Elf King tree's domain, but rather the Dragon Clan, the masters of the Mesopotamian forest.
That's why they're being extra cautious here. Demigods generally don't venture into this area. There's no need to destroy Banwang City. Just help me spend some money to buy back the forest elves. Far from wanting to destroy it, Jai was actually hoping to see if he could expand human influence here. Mark and his group had previously come to scout the area and expressed a willingness to cooperate with Xiong Badian. This could develop into a relationship with supporters if peaceful talks were possible. Why resort to violence? As for the money, Jai had initially considered trading white quality gear from the marketplace.
But that would be too time-consuming.
Whether it was transportation costs or transaction time, it would require a significant investment of time to manage, and it wouldn't immediately turn into cash. Just because you're willing to sell doesn't mean someone is willing to buy. The market pie in every city is limited. Even if you have goods in hand, you still need good sales channels, have to compete with others, and build a strong brand reputation.
Expecting to instantly convert that into usable cash is clearly unrealistic. Still, Jai intends to move in this direction. Once the forest elf matter is settled, he plans to ask Alpha Bear to break into the human equipment market.
Alpha Bear loves mingling in bustling human environments, and he has openly admitted he loves money, perhaps a bad habit carried over from his previous life.
Who didn't he love money back then?
Chen Daibai once mentioned that he Xiao went into live streaming sales right after graduation. This has led Alpha Bear to harbor a particularly strong desire for money. Jai, however, isn't so materialistic. All he wants right now is people. He even covets every living creature that isn't one of his followers.
That works for us. We don't want to stir up trouble everywhere. Lu Qi nodded.
Humans and the Demon King had been locked in a long-standing war. Wiping out another human city-state wouldn't be a big deal, but humans held a deep grudge.
Demigods might come chasing after them from the imperial capital at any moment, which would be a huge headache.
Human heroes had just laid siege to the Demon King's castle, and Lu Qi didn't want to stir up any trouble at a time like this. In reality, human forces were incredibly powerful, but they were terribly disunited. They were divided into numerous nations that rarely helped one another and often fought amongst themselves. Lu Qi considered it a miracle that such a species could survive in such large numbers on the continent. Since the nation to which Banwang City belonged was not aligned with the Heroes faction, Lu Qi had no desire to invite further trouble. After all, even Lu Qi with his millennia of experience had to admit that the power of humans when united was truly terrifying. Lu Qi snapped his fingers, and a massive magic circle instantly appeared on the ground. The speed at which it formed was extraordinarily faster than any magic Jai had ever seen. It took barely a second for the magic circle to be fully constructed. Jai gripped the teleportation item in his hand, keeping a close eye on Lu Qi's movements, while Xiong Badi also drew his Wolf's Tooth Club.
Don't be nervous.
Black flames ignited atop the magic circle, and a massive, ornate carriage emerged from within. Leading the carriage were two green monsters.
Their bodies resembled four-legged horses, but they were, in fact, genuine giant goblins.
Race, Warhorse Goblin Nameless.
Level, 20. Health, 200. Mana, 0. Strength, 450. Defense, 6. Speed, 780.
Another strange goblin. Its overall stats are quite lopsided, but its speed and strength are both impressive. These creatures look utterly repulsive, though.
I wonder how the goblins have managed to breed so many different varieties. Don't they have reproductive isolation?
Green She opened the carriage door and stepped inside slowly, while Red Blade stood in front of the carriage, gesturing for Jai and the others to enter. Jai and Alpha Bear shot the Warhorse Goblin a somewhat disdainful glance, but the interior of the carriage appeared quite tidy. Gritting his teeth, Jai leaped right in, while Xiong Badi shielded Alpha Bear and followed suit. Red Blade finally boarded the carriage as well. The Warhorse Goblin would run on its own, requiring no human control.
Chapter 77, Amtat.
The interior of the carriage was very spacious and comfortable, likely designed to accommodate the massive stature of the demigods. Even someone as tall as Xiong Badi and Wun Ti find it cramped. Red Blade and Lu Qi sat across from Jai, while Jai and his two companions sat together.
The atmosphere grew somewhat silent. Red Blade kept his gaze fixed on Xiong Badi, watching her every move.
He was well aware of the power of a demigod. Though her frame wasn't particularly massive, her strength was staggering enough to destroy anything. However, this very power was the source of Red Blade's wariness. He couldn't fully trust Xiong Badi's intentions, so he remained constantly on guard against her. This made the atmosphere rather awkward. Jai had been thinking that soon, he and Red Blade would be colleagues, but under these circumstances, getting along with them wasn't as easy as he'd imagined. Still, this was essentially a deal he'd struck with them. Only by helping them rescue the forest elf would he officially join their ranks. Their wariness toward Xiong Badi was understandable, and he, too, was keeping a close eye on her every move. The carriage moved swiftly, the scenery outside the window constantly receding as the boundless grasslands stretched out endlessly. The two goblin warhorses, renowned for their speed and strength, galloped relentlessly, and Jai began to wonder if stormwards could also serve as a means of transportation. Although they possessed great speed and strength, their endurance was not as formidable as that of horses. To establish a connection between the forest and human towns, a reliable means of transportation was essential. Urban development was indispensable, and relying solely on physical labor was clearly far too inefficient. Inside the silent carriage, without a single warning, a piercing screech rang out, and the glass window beside him shattered instantly. The carriage rolled violently amid the screech, completely losing its stability. Jai gripped his staff tightly, channeling magic to levitate himself in the air, avoiding the impact of the carriage's tumble. He tried to reach Alpha Bear with the tip of his staff, but the carriage was rolling too fast. Alpha Bear had already spun to the other side of the carriage. Fortunately, Xiong Badian quickly reached out and grabbed Alpha Bear, shielding him from harm.
That hurt.
Alpha Bear clutched his head, muttering in frustration. Green Chi and Red Blade had already leaped out of the carriage through the window and quickly found stable footing. Jai and Xiong Badian followed closely behind, also exiting the carriage. The scene before them left them speechless. The carriage had been hurled dozens of meters away, and the two goblin warhorses had been smashed to pieces. A deep crimson trail stretched across the ground, extending vertically for dozens of meters. Blood flowed ceaselessly, and chunks of flesh littered the ground. The carriage itself was splattered with blood and debris, and a pungent, metallic stench hung in the air. Red Blade and Lucci immediately surveyed their surroundings, their expressions turning grave. The sudden attack put them on high alert, making them realize the threat they faced might be greater than they had imagined. Jai rubbed his forehead, trying to gather his thoughts.
He scanned the surrounding grasslands and could faintly make out a dark shadow rapidly approaching in the distance.
These massive, ferocious shadows were the very culprits responsible for the earlier attack on the carriage. It was a massive black dragon. Every flap of its enormous wings sent a violent gust of wind sweeping through the air. Jai gripped his staff tightly, continuously increasing the magical power flowing into his flight spell to resist the powerful air currents generated by the dragon's wings. He clearly remembered his previous experience, when he had nearly been swept away by the currents. This time, he was determined not to make the same mistake again. The dragon held its head high, its gaze piercing, as if fully aware of its own majesty and power. It opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar as the sound wave spread. Fragments of rock flew into the air and the ground began to tremble.
Jai instinctively cast an appraisal spell. Race, Black Jade Holy Dragon Amtat. Level, 79.
Health, 50,000.
Mana, 30,000. Strength, 15,000. Defense, 6,000. Speed, 5,000. Divine Blessing Bestower, Dragon God Laden.
It's actually a real dragon, and the dragon's stats are incredibly well balanced.
There doesn't seem to be a single weak point. Comparing this to Laden, the dragon-human hybrid, Jai began to wonder, are they really related to the dragon race? The gap between them is just too vast.
Moreover, the name of the Divine Blessing recipient actually includes the title Dragon God. This is different from ordinary Divine Blessing recipients. Even the Demon King Mephisto doesn't have the title of Demon God in his name. This Laden, the Dragon God, is definitely no ordinary being.
The massive black dragon Amtat didn't immediately launch an attack on them.
Instead, it descended slowly, its colossal form touching the ground with a thud so powerful that Jai could feel the earth tremble beneath him.
Another little mouse from Mephisto's household. What exactly brings you here this time?
The dragon began to shrink. As the mist dispersed, it transformed into a tall man dressed in a black tailcoat. A black dragon pattern coiled around his eye sockets, giving him an air of mystery and eeriness.
Green Chi and Red Blade didn't answer him.
Red Blade, however, drew his long sword immediately. The black and red blade radiated a hint of savagery.
Or have you already obtained what you came for?
Amtart's gaze shifted to Jai and his two companions, quickly moving away from Alpha Bear and lingering for a moment on Xiong Badian. A look of surprise flashed across Amtart's face when he looked at Jai again. A hint of confusion appeared, followed by an even more astonished expression.
A living primordial elf?
So that kid had his sights set on the elven sacred tree.
No wonder. Amtat's words caught Jai's attention. So the Demon King really wanted him to approach the elven sacred tree? At least it wasn't he simply because of his rarity, but wasn't he approaching the elven sacred tree a suicide mission? Jai had heard from Faitsue how the primordial elves had gone extinct. Things were indeed not as simple as he'd imagined. Red Blade, you three go ahead. I'll hold it off. Lucci raised her hand and snapped her fingers again. Countless magic circles began to appear on the ground, summoning all manner of demons, goblins, giant goblins, and berserker goblins. The goblin army that had originally surrounded the forest now materialized silently on the grassland. You've been on the run this whole time. Now that you're out of the forest, what gives you the right to be so cocky? Red Blade swung his sword down, and a massive sword aura materialized out of thin air right in front of Amtat. But Amtat didn't dodge. Instead, a defensive barrier appeared before him. Jai saw that he was holding a compass resembling the Jade Dragon formation, a golden quality defensive item. The sword aura struck the shield. The immense force flattened the grassland on both sides of the shield, leaving 2 gashes over 100 meters long carved into the earth. You there, primordial elf. Just say the word, and I'll take you away from them. There is no need to approach the elven sacred tree, otherwise, you'll surely die. Amtat stood there calmly, showing no fear of the goblin army before him or Red Blade's sword energy. His air of absolute confidence seemed to confirm the truth of his words. Chapter 78, Are there some among the Dragon Clan too? Jai didn't think Amtat had any reason to lie. Looking at his stats, Jai knew he had the strength to back it up. Even if he were to fight 2 opponents at once, he could still carry Jai away, and Jai didn't find that surprising. Moreover, Xiong Body was here as well. Combined with his own magical prowess, if they joined forces with Amtat, it was entirely possible to ensure that Red Blade and Green Shi would remain on this land forever. Moreover, judging by the reason Red Blade and Green Shi dared not act within the forest, Jai had a rough idea of what was going on. They must be afraid of that fellow called the Dragon God Laden. Fei Chui had also mentioned that the depths of the forest were the Dragon Clan's territory, a place even a Demon King wouldn't dare to meddle with. If he followed Amtat, his safety would be guaranteed. But that wasn't what Jai wanted. This elven body was merely an avatar. He wasn't particularly afraid of death. It was just a pity about the system currency. He'd much rather ensure the safety of his true form. Does my contact with the elven sacred tree really harm you? Are you not planning to take advantage of me? It might even benefit me. Although the Demon King did have ulterior motives, the benefits he offered were simply too great. Moreover, it would resolve the issue of the Demon King targeting his main body, and there was even a chance for them to join forces. After all, he had no intention of saving the elven sacred tree. Since the Demon King was already eyeing it, why shouldn't he reap the benefits? It was simply a matter of mutual exploitation. Keeping this avatar in the forest would only bring more harm to his main body. If even the Demon King coveted the primordial elf, Jai couldn't believe that other powerful beings from mighty races wouldn't covet him as well. It would be better to throw himself into the Demon King's embrace of his own accord. This is the first time I've met such an opportunistic primordial elf. The Dragon God and the Elven Sacred Tree have always been on good terms. I have no ulterior motives toward you. It's just that if that Mephisto fellow truly becomes a demon god, we'll be in a real bind. While Amtat and Jai were conversing, the demon goblins and giant goblins had already surrounded the barrier. Amtat simply raised his hand and slapped the air, as if swatting a mosquito. Yet even this seemingly ordinary palm strike caused the air to tremble, and the entire space seemed to compress. The hordes of goblins outside the barrier were instantly reduced to mincemeat. Hundreds of them turned into pools of blood in the blink of an eye. Yet no mana crystals fell. Instead, they transformed into streams of black flame that flew toward Lucci and merged into his body. Then, an endless stream of various goblins began crawling out of the black flames within the magic circle, seemingly without end. Worried that Amtat might persuade Jai, Lucci kept urging Red Blade to take Jai and leave. Although Red Blade was eager to fight a powerful opponent, he managed to restrain himself. Thanks to the character building training provided by Her Highness Lilith, he was no longer just a brute who knew only how to fight, and Lucci had also explained to him the current importance of the primordial elf. Red Blade tried to drag Jai away, but Jai rose into the air,
and Xiong Batian blocked Redblade with a single strike of his staff.
You're planning to run?
Looking down at the somewhat furious Redblade on the ground, Jai shook his head.
Don't worry. I promised to join you, and I'll keep my word. As long as you give me what you promised, I won't run.
Jai had some questions he wanted to ask Amtat, and he didn't like being dragged around. At the very least, without his spirit-controlling body activated, this physical form of his was still extremely vulnerable. A demon with tens of thousands of power points could probably inflict serious injuries on him with just a casual tug. The dragon god and the elven sacred tree have such a close relationship. Why doesn't the dragon god intervene to save the elven sacred tree? And what is your stance toward the elves? Will you protect us? Although Amtat hadn't shown any hostility toward him, Jai wanted to know the dragon's attitude toward the elves. After all, his true form was in that forest, on dragon territory. If the dragons were willing to actively protect the elves, Jai would feel a bit more at ease, but if there was a threat, he could always team up with Redblade and the others first, slay the dragons outright, and strike first. Although Fei Chui had said the dragons wouldn't actively attack the elves, that merely meant they wouldn't initiate hostilities. It didn't imply a close relationship. Besides, he didn't fully trust what Fei Chui had said. What a opportunistic bastard. Why doesn't the dragon god intervene? How am I supposed to know that? As for protection, if you don't go help that Mephisto guy, I suppose I could protect you for a while. Redblade on the ground grew impatient upon hearing Amtat's words. He spun around and unleashed dozens of slashes, a relentless barrage of powerful sword energy pounding against the barrier. The surface of the barrier began to show signs of strain, as if it could no longer hold. Seeing this, Amtat stopped using the Jade Dragon formation in his hand. After all, it wasn't a single-target defensive formation. Without the barrier's protection, he could no longer converse with Jai so calmly and began to focus entirely on fending off Lucci's black flame attacks. Just as Redblade was about to go help Lucci and join forces against Amtat, Jai's voice came from behind fruit-bearing. Redblade, let us go. Jai didn't need Amtat to protect him for much longer. Confirming that the dragons had no intention of attacking the elves was sufficient for him. For now, he would honor his promise to Redblade and go rescue the forest elf trapped in the dungeon first. Amtat had to face Green Chi, a rival of equal strength, and needed to devote all his energy to the battle. The goblin horde had begun devouring one another, transforming into a massive, black and green monster. Not only did it possess formidable vitality and considerable strength, but crucially, it couldn't be killed in a single blow. Even if it were killed, it wouldn't cause Green Chi any harm. Wait. Your name is strange. It sounds a lot like the names of my younger disciples. Perhaps you know them. On the surface, Amtat didn't seem to care much about Jai, but when he saw Jai preparing to leave with Redblade, he grew anxious. In truth, he didn't believe the Demon King Mephisto had the ability to obtain the unique skill from the elven sacred tree. No deity is one that mortals should provoke. Even if they've gone mad, it's still the same. Even the mighty dragon god dared not approach the elven sacred tree lightly. For Mephisto, who was merely a half-demon god, it was utterly out of the question. Yet he feared the what if Mephisto truly possessed some special artifact that allowed him to access the elven sacred tree through the primordial elf? That would be far too dangerous. As a subordinate of the dragon god, he naturally had the opportunity to learn about certain transmigrators. Clearly, this primordial elf must be a transmigrator as well. The name was far too conspicuous. Very similar? Amtat recognized Jai as the primordial elf immediately, even faster than Jade. Jai knew he possessed the appraisal spell. Now, based on his name, it was entirely possible he discovered Jai was a transmigrator. But what he hadn't expected was that there were also transmitters within the Dragon Clan. Chapter 79, The Alternate Dimension. What are their names? Although Amtat hadn't brought up the matter of transmitters, Jai had no intention of denying that he was one. This body was already beyond repair. No amount of danger mattered anymore. Upon hearing Amtat's words, Alpha Bear was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be other time travelers in the forest. It was too much of a coincidence. There was Lilith, a suspected time traveler on the Demon King's side, and now several more within the Dragon Clan.
Alpha Bear also noticed Amtat's choice of words. A few young ones, wasn't he that a bit too many? If they turned out to be his high school classmates, that would be too much of a coincidence. He'd start to wonder if the entire class had traveled through time. Alpha Bear's suspicion was the same as Jai's, so he was eager to know the names of those Dragon Clan time travelers. If the names matched, he was confident that Lilith was most likely one of his classmates as well. Come back with me. I'll introduce you to them. Amtat had no intention of revealing the names of his 3 juniors. They were still very weak. Moreover, they all possessed special abilities, and with 2 powerful demon army officers present here, it would undoubtedly invite trouble. I don't know if what you're saying is true or not. Take this magic mirror and pass it on to them. We'll use it to confirm via conversation. We have other matters to attend to afterward. We can't go back with you. Red Blade, let us get moving. Jai exchanged for a magic mirror inside the mall and tossed it directly to Amtat, instructing him to pass it on to the time travelers within the Dragon Clan. Amtat's physical prowess was truly extraordinary. While simultaneously facing Green Chi's flames and the attacks of the monstrous goblin hybrid, he still managed to seize an opening, dodge several offensive spells, and catch the magic mirror. Green Chi was using every ounce of his strength to hold Amtat back. Jai had no intention of helping him after all. The Dragon Clan wasn't his enemy either. Jai used his flying staff to soar overhead, while Xiongba Tian and Alpha Bear raced across the ground. Red Blade didn't go to help Lu Chi either. Instead, he followed Jai and turned to leave immediately, which was exactly what Lu Chi wanted. Lu Chi had originally intended to use Amtat as a test to see if Jai was truly committed to joining the Demon King's army. From the looks of it, Fruit Bearing was holding his own. Perhaps, just as Amtat had said, Jai really was a shrewd elf. Lu Chi, do you think you can beat Amtat? Jai asked Red Blade. He wasn't actually worried about Lu Chi's safety. He was merely paying lip service to show concern, hoping to build rapport with the other Demon King's officers. I don't know, but you don't need to worry about that old man. He has a dimensional pocket. If he really can't win, he can just hide in it. Red Blade spoke very directly and showed little caution. The moment he saw Jai say he would definitely join the Demon King's army, his trust in Jai grew even more, so he revealed the secret of Green Chi's dimensional pocket without any reservations. As a warrior, he had always been straightforward. Only then did Jai realize that the speed at which Lu Chi's magic circle had formed was clearly excessive. It seemed those goblins might not be summoned creatures after all, but rather an army Lu Chi had stored in his alternate dimension. The carriage had also been retrieved from there. An alternate dimension capable of housing living creatures was truly miraculous. But why didn't those goblins leave behind mana crystals upon death? Instead, their energy returned to Lu Chi's body. This was something Jai didn't understand. For Jai, knowing as much information as possible gave him a greater sense of security. Someone capable of carrying an army with them was simply too dangerous. But could this be considered a rather powerful means of transportation? If only Lu Chi were also one of his divine blessing recipients, he could just steal the technique. But that was clearly unlikely. He couldn't even see the special skills of Layden, who had been blessed by him, let alone steal them. Moreover, he had too few skill points. There were many skills he wanted to learn but couldn't, such as Alpha Bear's Undeath. He had plenty of mana, so this skill should have been a better fit for him. But if the level of this life-preserving skill was too low, its duration would be too short, and it would consume an enormous amount of mana, making it less cost-effective than the more efficient spirit exorcism. It's like being slashed by an enemy, taking 10,000 damage. Jai would need to expend a massive amount of mana to activate the Undeath skill to withstand that damage. The mana drain is excessive. It's better to use skills that boost his own attributes instead. If his defense, speed, and attack are all improved, he can still hold his own even with only 100 HP. Moreover, the mana cost to level up Undeath is enormous. It's useless at low levels and unaffordable at high levels. That's why Jai didn't bother learning skills that caught his eye. It's more effective to max out a single skill. Take Appraisal, for instance. If its level is too low, it's practically useless. Just like how Beta Bear can't even see the stats of demigods or higher tier opponents now,
and leveling up would drain her of massive amounts of skill points. To survive, she'd definitely choose to level up her special skills in spirit magic instead. It's a bit of a shame he couldn't confirm the transmigrator's identity from Amtat, but he has already handed over the magic mirror. He can verify it with that later. Jai is now actually looking forward to the possibility that they might be his high school classmates. If that's the case, a group chat formed using the magic mirror would definitely be a lot of fun. It's been a long time since he has run into any of his high school classmates, and he never attends those class reunions anyway. Jai just stays home alone playing video games, speaking his mind freely online, yet acting timid and submissive in real life. If they can meet in this other world, that's a kind of fate, isn't it? Red Blade and Xiong Badian moved very quickly, but Alpha Bear wasn't in such good shape, so Jai had him grab one end of the flying staff and fly along with them. This thing is actually pretty useful, though it's a real drain on mana. Alpha Bear had seen Jai use the flying staff before and had always been a bit envious. After all, who among modern people hasn't fantasized about flying one day? Jai told him he could ask the Elf King Tree about it, and if Alpha Bear needed one, Jai would be more than happy to give him one. But seeing the wand's mana consumption, he could only sigh. He didn't possess Jai's terrifying reserves of mana. Like Xiong Badian, he was a strength-type magic beast, and unlike Beta Bear, he wasn't a rare species. He simply couldn't afford such a mana drain. Come to think of it, he hadn't given Alpha Bear any blue quality gear yet. Once they successfully rescued the forest elf, he found a suitable weapon for Alpha Bear. Along the way, Red Blade kept striking up conversations with Xiong Badian, often with a provocative edge. It seemed he enjoyed sparring with powerful magical beings. This was tied to his racial nature. Like the troll race, the ghost race was born with a love for combat. They were natural war maniacs. Thankfully, Red Blade had managed to restrain himself from fighting Amtat earlier. Jai could still see the longing in his eyes. Chapter 80, Banwang City. True to their status as officers selected by the Demon King, reason generally prevailed among them. This was a good thing for Jai. It was certainly better than starting a fight the moment they met. On this grassland, some humans were already visible. Some were villagers tending their herds, while others were adventurers preparing to head into the forest. As for the human strength, their base stats weren't very good. One could even describe them as poor. Seeing the two demigods racing across the ground, creating a terrifying roar, they naturally dared not approach. Some, upon spotting them from afar, immediately turned and fled. If Xiong Badian and Red Blade were placed in the modern world, they'd be like superheroes. Even Jai would choose to run if he saw them. It was completely beyond the realm of science. The villagers' attribute scores were mostly in the single digits, not much different from Jai's own stats except for mana. It seemed that Luke and his group were indeed among the more exceptional humans. Jai hadn't expected humans to be so weak. However, Jai didn't dare to underestimate humans. He was well aware of their potential. Although the majority were weak, there were likely many strong ones as well. Human society is essentially a pyramid, with a vast number of ordinary people supporting a small elite. Drawing on the collective strength of countless commoners, humans are no less formidable than any other race, whether in knowledge or power. Red Blade had also donned a cloak, as his red skin and demon horns were likely to cause unnecessary panic. As for a demon like Xiong Badi, things were still manageable. According to Alpha Bear, humans were quite tolerant since there were many half-breed subhumans in the city. No ban had been imposed on demons, though they might be subject to surveillance and restrictions once inside. There were numerous villages near the outskirts of Banwang City, most of which were made of thatched roofs and were rather rudimentary. It said that if a magic beast attacks, they'll need to seek refuge in the city. As for how many of these houses will remain standing during a magic beast assault, that's a matter of luck. Once they reached the outskirts of Banwang City, Jai stopped flying to avoid drawing too much attention. Besides, there were quite a few humans here, and Jai's appearance was rather striking, so he put on a cloak. At the city gates of Banwang, a large crowd of humans was queuing to enter, with numerous vendors hawking their wares nearby. Looking at the line of people, it seemed there were soldiers conducting checks at the entrance. Alpha Bear, how are we going to get in? It was Jai's first time in a human city in this other world, and he was still a bit nervous. Since Alpha Bear was a regular here, Jai had to ask for advice. We'll go through the back door and find Mark. To Alpha Bear, Banwang City was no different from coming home.
"Excuse me, let us through." Alpha Bear led the way, repeatedly calling out "excuse me." Whether the humans were in the middle of a transaction or an argument, upon hearing Alpha Bear's words, they would immediately fall silent, step aside, and make way for Jai and the others to pass. This clearly wasn't the kind of behavior one would expect from people in another world, was it? It was obvious that Alpha Bear had activated his special skill, obedience. Being able to control others simply through words was indeed a magical skill. But was it a good idea to reveal it at a time like this? Jai glanced back at Red Blade. Red Blade still had his hood up. He seemed a bit puzzled as to why Jai had turned to look at him, completely oblivious to the unusual activity on Alpha Bear's side. Come to think of it, if Jai hadn't known in advance that Alpha Bear possessed this ability, he likely wouldn't have even noticed its effects. A skill that makes people obey commands without even realizing it is indeed a bit over the top. The question is where its limits lie, who it can be used on, the range, the number of people affected, and the required strength. Jai wasn't entirely sure about any of that. But given how much Alpha Bear loves human society, it's highly likely that this ability provides him with significant convenience. Jai couldn't very well ask about something so closely tied to Alpha Bear's trump card. Even if he did, Alpha Bear might not tell him. After all, everyone has secrets, just like his world. It took Alpha Bear a little while to communicate with the guard. He had a pass issued by Mark in his hand, as well as his own ID badge. The badge was made of a special metal and contained a trace of magic, seemingly capable of being scanned and recorded. Jai took a look at the ID badge. The system indicated that the metal itself could be replicated at will, but the magical records within seemed impossible to duplicate or modify. Altering them would apparently require a special magical artifact. Since he could only replicate the physical form of Alpha Bear's ID badge, there didn't seem to be much point in doing so. Mark didn't appear to be at the city gate, but the soldiers still let Jai and his group pass. As for Red Blade, his disguise was thorough. Only a pair of red eyes were visible. Although the soldiers found him somewhat suspicious, they didn't inspect Red Blade and simply let him through. The scene inside the city was far more bustling than outside. Most of the buildings here resembled the small European houses Jai had in his mind. The city had a well-planned road layout, with separate sidewalks and carriage lanes, and the streets were relatively clean. However, there was a distinct foul odor, likely the smell of human waste, suggesting the city's sewage system was poorly developed. In many alleys, nobles who had alighted from their carriages seemed to relieve themselves right there on the spot. Afterward, they would return to their carriages without covering up their waste. It stank even worse here than outside the city. Come to think of it, though, it makes perfect sense. Medieval Europeans weren't particularly skilled at farming, and the technological level of this alternate world is roughly on par with that of medieval Europe. Sewage is a difficult problem to solve, and Jai really admired Alpha Bear for actually enjoying life in a city like this. Don't look at me like that. I usually live in the city lord's mansion. It's nowhere near as dirty as this. Seeing Jai cover his nose and stare at him, Alpha Bear instantly knew what the little guy was thinking. Who would want to live in such a filthy, stinking environment? It was just that the beds at the city lord's mansion were big and soft, and the food was delicious, so he wasn't exactly eager to go back. Jai felt that if they gained more followers in the future, urban development would be essential, but the city's sewage system would have to be properly managed, and public defecation and urination would have to be banned. Otherwise, given this kind of environment, he'd rather sleep in a tree. Jai used wind control magic to blow the foul air away. Just like the noble who had just relieved himself in public, Jai blew all that stench into his carriage, punishing him for his behavior. A sudden wave of wailing erupted from inside the nobleman's carriage. The window seemed to have broken. It wouldn't close, and strong winds kept forcing the stench into the carriage. The obese nobleman clutched a handkerchief to his nose, jumped out of the carriage, shoved the coachman aside, and took the reins himself to make a hasty escape. After casting the wind control spell, everyone's expressions eased considerably. Although Shom Badian said nothing, for someone who had always lived in the forest, this environment was truly unbearable. Chapter 81, Lucy. In these conditions, everyone quickened their pace to keep up with Alpha Bear. Although they had already reached the inner part of Banwang City, it seemed the city was divided into an inner and outer city.
the soldiers' control over the outer city wasn't particularly strict. Most demi-humans and ordinary adventurers operated there, while entry into the inner city required a certain level of status and standing. To formally communicate with the city lord, they would need Mark as an intermediary. Alpha Bear had already asked a soldier to make the necessary arrangements upon entering the city. For now, Alpha Bear was simply bringing Jai inside to experience the atmosphere of Banwang City's outer city. Led by Alpha Bear, Jai and the others arrived at the Adventurers Guild. These guilds are established in cities all over the world, typically co-managed by taverns and the guild itself to serve adventurers from every corner of the globe. Because of its tavern-like nature, a wealth of intelligence can be gathered here, and one can also accept nearby commissions to earn a profit. Generally speaking, the city lord doesn't negotiate with us directly. Trying to rescue the forest elves through negotiations will likely be extremely difficult. Alpha Bear was well aware of this. To supplement the city's finances, prisoners were usually sold as slave commodities. If family members wanted to redeem a prisoner, they might even be extorted for a huge sum. Without sufficient financial resources, it would be nearly impossible to rescue hundreds of forest elves. This city lord was also very shrewd. He wouldn't send prisoners directly to the slave market, to prevent families from buying them back at low prices. Instead, he chose to sell them through regular auctions, especially those demi-humans with higher attributes, which were highly sought-after commodities. Clearly, the forest elves with their beautiful appearances were also among the rarest commodities among the nobility. Normally, Leia wouldn't have known about the recent regulations enacted by humans, so she brought most of the forest elves to Banwang City to rest and recuperate. A momentary lapse in judgment led to them being surrounded by human troops. Compounded by the fact that many forest elves were in a semi-delirious state and uncontrollable, they were easily rounded up by the humans. The reason Alpha Bear had come here now was to confirm whether the forest elves had been auctioned off or taken away from Banwang City. After all, the mass capture of the forest elves was a hotly debated topic here. Who wouldn't love the charming forest elves? Their usually haughty demeanor was truly tantalizing, and now that they'd been captured and were being auctioned off as slaves, it was a rare opportunity that everyone was eager to seize. Xiong Badian led the way, pushing open the bar's door. Once his terrifying muscles had subsided, his figure was quite striking. Not only was he tall with a curvaceous figure, but he was also quite handsome. If he were to wear a standard business suit, he'd be a total urban beauty. Even in his current adventurer-esque gear, he exuded a unique, wild charm. Women were a rarity among adventurers, so the moment Xiong Badian walked in, she immediately drew the stares of all the burly men. What a hot half-breed! Since when did our class in Wancheng have someone like that? She's definitely hot, but I prefer the girl in the back with the white hood and the staff. I just caught a glimpse of her profile. That fair, delicate skin is just unreal. Hey, you girls who just walked in, wanna let us big brothers take you out to make some money? These adventurers didn't bother whispering, they just whistled directly at Xiong Badi and Jai. Jai's body was once again mistaken for a girl. There was nothing to be done about it. There was no point arguing with them. Even if she explained, they wouldn't believe her. She certainly wasn't going to drop her pants to compare sizes with them. That would be far too indecent. Xiong Badian was a woman of great patience. Just look at how she raised her stealth skill to level 4. She'd never engage in a direct confrontation if she could avoid it. Jai had witnessed her in battle. Even when facing an opponent she could kill with a single blow, she'd use stealth to sneak up from behind and take them out without making a sound. The victim probably wouldn't even realize how they died. The moment Jai walked in, she cast the appraisal spell to scan everyone. Most were around level 10, equipped mostly with white quality gear, nobody worth paying attention to. If Xiong Badian swung her staff at them, a whole bunch would probably die. But the bar's hostess was quite interesting, a beautiful young woman with black hair. She answered the adventurers' questions at the front desk with grace and professionalism. Those rough-and-tumble adventurers all seemed to treat her with great respect. Race, human. Lucy. Level, 49. Health, 100. Mana, 3,500. Strength, 420. Defense, 30. Speed, 170. Divine Blessing Bestower, Sophia. For a barmaid at an adventurer's tavern to reach level 49 and possess a divine blessing, she is already considered a high-tier combatant in human society. Plus, this young woman looks very young. She likely has the potential to grow into a demigod.
I'm back, Lucy.
As soon as Alpha Bear walked in, he rushed to the bar counter and gave Lucy a big hug. Lucy, caught in his embrace, blushed bright red on both cheeks. Lucy, who was usually incredibly cold toward those adventurers, was like a docile little kitten in Alpha Bear's arms. This scene left Jai speechless. He never expected Alpha Bear to be so carefree out there. He even had a girlfriend now. Jai felt sorry for his brother, Beta Bear. Beta Bear couldn't accept he Xiao becoming a man, but Alpha Bear, having transformed into a man, was out there enjoying the life of a playboy, completely abandoning Beta Bear.
Lucy, this is my mom, Xiong Badian.
We're here because of that forest elf incident last time.
How's the situation now?
Alpha Bear took Lucy's small hand, but instead of introducing Jai, he simply introduced Xiong Badian. After all, Jai's current name was a bit inconvenient, so he wanted to avoid any trouble. Alpha Bear was a tall, handsome young man himself, and judging by his demeanor, he had absolutely no idea that Lucy was already head over heels for him.
Ah, hello, Auntie. I'm Lulu, Lucy.
Lucy seemed completely overwhelmed, her head still spinning. She bore no resemblance to the confident young woman who had just dealt with those adventurers.
Lulu? Lucy? What a strange name, but Xiong Badian nodded anyway. This human girl didn't look very bright, and she was somewhat dissatisfied with her son's choice of partner. After all, she preferred a daughter-in-law who was strong and fertile. She couldn't stand this human's frail build, but then she thought of her own daughter, Beta Bear, who had been cooped up at home all this time. How was she ever going to find a mate? At least Alpha Bear had taken the initiative. That was something, at least. So she set her face stern and glared at Lucy. If it weren't for Xiong Badian, it wouldn't be so bad, but when Xiong Badian glared at her, Lucy seemed on the verge of fainting. Hey! Lucy, what's wrong with you? Quick, healing magic!
Alpha Bear shook Lucy's shoulders and hurriedly called on Jai to help heal her.
Chapter 82, The Demigod's Strike. Who is this half-human? He has actually got Sister Lucy so spellbound. You don't get it, do you?
I heard he is the representative of the King Tree's faction in the forest of Mesopotamia. There are at least a dozen named magic beasts over there, and plenty of demigods too.
Your info must be wrong.
I heard hundreds of magic beasts have been granted names, and demigods are a dime a dozen.
The forest of Mesopotamia is practically ruled by them now. Your info is the one that's wrong. There's only one demigod there, the Elf King Tree. If it were really that terrifying, how could Mark and the others have come back? Demigods struggle even to bestow a divine blessing. The Elf King Tree must have more than just one demigod. The chatter in the bar continued unabated.
Jai hadn't expected news of his adventures in the forest to have reached the human city. Still, it was for the best. At least no negative rumors had spread. This would make future negotiations much easier. He was planning to recruit some human supporters anyway. After all, with the human population being so large, offering a few perks should attract quite a few to his side.
I'm fine, no need to heal me. Lucy quickly waved her hand at Jai.
Only then did she notice that this little girl in the hooded cloak was standing quite close to Alpha Bear.
What was their relationship?
Lucy seemed a bit displeased as she shot Alpha Bear a glare.
As long as you're okay. I forgot to introduce you.
Her name is Lucy. She is a good friend of mine.
If it weren't for her, I'd have a hard time fitting in here.
Alpha Bear scratched the back of his head and introduced Lucy to Jai.
Lucy took a couple of deep breaths to calm herself down.
She glanced at Aunt Xiong Badian and the little girl in the hood standing next to Alpha Bear.
Although Aunt Xiong Badian had a stern expression, Lucy knew she couldn't keep treating her that way.
She had to show her full enthusiasm, though she hadn't expected Alpha Bear to bring his parents over so quickly. She wasn't quite ready for this. However, as the star face of the Adventurers Guild, she had no shortage of such intelligence, especially since Alpha Bear had specifically asked her to gather it. Lucy had already done a great deal of analysis on this front, and the local adventurers generally gave her some leeway. After all, she was the guildmaster of Banwang City's Adventurers Guild. They all sought to profit under her watch, so they certainly weren't stingy with information.
The city lord has already announced the auction for the forest elf.
He has not only notified the nobles of neighboring city-states, but many nearby nobles have rushed here upon hearing the news. I've heard he even sent messengers into the forest to notify you. It's likely the city lord intends to use this method to restrict the activities of the Elf King tree. After all, according to rumors, the Elf King tree is quite peace-loving and won't easily start a war, so it will probably be very difficult for you to redeem the forest elf through the auction. Jai hadn't expected the situation to be so unexpectedly complicated. It seemed his own gestures of goodwill had even been exploited. He had spared the lives of the invading humans once or twice, yet they had grown increasingly bold, actually attempting to use the captured forest elf to restrict his actions.
What a nuisance!
With just a word from you, Banwang City 1T exist on this continent by tomorrow.
Red Blade had no patience for humans' hypocrisy, saying one thing while meaning another.
True strength was the only language that mattered, and yet this group of weak humans dared to act so brazenly. Red Blade spoke neither loudly nor in a hushed tone, but the palpable killing intent radiating from him caused Lucy to break out in a cold sweat. She hadn't studied appraisal herself and couldn't gauge the strength of this bandaged figure. But that tone, and that level of killing intent, made him seem like a battle-hardened general, leaving no room for argument. Lucy glanced at Xiong-Batian and Alpha Bear. They both seemed to be waiting for Jai to make a decision, as if Banwang City would truly vanish from the continent tomorrow the moment this little girl gave her word.
Who exactly was this girl?
Jai also felt she'd been too soft in handling matters. Now that she had the Demon King's army as her enforcers and possessed some strength of her own, if she didn't show them what she was capable of, humans would only think she was easy to bully. But senseless slaughter was indeed pointless. The disappearance of Banwang City wouldn't benefit her in any way, and would instead brand her as an enemy to human forces.
Negotiate first. If that fails, strike first to prevent 100 blows.
Negotiation was necessary. It was like a pre-war declaration. Inform them first, then strike, to prevent humans from accusing her of violating the code of chivalry. Considering she used to be human herself, Jai felt she had already given humans plenty of face. Being any kinder would be impolite.
Lucy's pupils contracted slightly upon hearing Jai's words. Strike first to prevent 100 blows. Wasn't that a famous saying by Chairman Mao? Could it be?
In truth, she didn't have much regard for the nobles here either. Dealing with humans was less straightforward than dealing with honest, open-hearted demons. At least demons were straightforward and didn't beat around the bush like humans did. But as a member of the Adventurers Guild, Lucy had a duty to protect humans.
Besides, if this city were destroyed, she'd be out of a job.
Her current position paid well, and her superiors held her in high regard. Yet, as she looked at Alpha Bear's face, she found herself caught in a dilemma, silently cursing her own love-struck mind. Alpha Bear also thought Jai made a valid point, but if something could be solved with money, it was best to solve it with money. After all, Red Blade had already agreed that the Demon King's army would cover all expenses for rescuing the forest elves, so money wasn't something they needed to worry about. The issue now was how to rescue the forest elves with minimal friction between the two sides. Although Lucy hadn't shown any hostility toward Jai, the other adventurers didn't see it that way. This demonic boy had just arrived and already claimed their goddess as his own, and that guy with the bandage actually had the nerve to say he'd destroyed Banwang City within a day. What kind of a jerk was he? Most of the adventurers grabbed their weapons and surrounded Jai and his group, seemingly intent on teaching Red Blade, that insolent fool, a lesson. Just beat him up, don't kill him. Jai said to Xiong-Batian and Red Blade. It was too early to stir up trouble now.
He hadn't even met the city lord yet. If he killed everyone, there'd be no way to negotiate. Wait, fighting is prohibited within the guild.
Lucy had just tried to stop the advancing adventurers, but in the next instant, she was stunned. In the blink of an eye, the entire adventurers' bar was flipped upside down. The other half of the bar now offered a clear view of the blue sky. Every adventurer in the hall was swept into the sky and slammed violently back onto the ground. Only the side of the bar near the counter remained standing, with the noisy street now right before their eyes.
Shong Badian had merely swung his mace through the air. The wind and air currents generated by his immense power had obliterated everything in front of him. Although the adventurers had been blown away by the gusts, not a single one had died. They had merely suffered some bruises and scrapes, but the street was already filled with screams. No one had expected this well-built demon to be so incredibly powerful. A demigod? Chapter 83, Reunited with Mark. As Lucy stood there in shock, Alpha Bear kept reassuring her from the side, and Lucy began to feel relieved. Thank goodness she hadn't tried to stop him. If she'd been knocked out like that, she'd be lying on the ground screaming in pain too. It was truly terrifying. It was also the first time Red Blade had seen Shong Badian display her true power. That single strike was nothing more than a blow of raw strength, a power that undoubtedly surpassed her own. Moreover, Shong Badian clearly hadn't unleashed her full potential. If she swung with all her might, the resulting air currents would likely have been powerful enough to pulverize these people into mincemeat. The desire for battle in Red Blade's eyes was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, but now was clearly not the time. When the opportunity arose, he would definitely have to go head-to-head with this woman. The commotion here had also caused widespread panic. Mark, leading a group of soldiers, had originally been planning to locate Jai and his team. In fact, a soldier had been monitoring their movements ever since they entered the city, but that soldier had also been knocked to the ground by Shong Badian and was now clutching his knees and wailing in pain. Mark, seeing the commotion at the adventurer's bar, quickened his pace, silently praying that it wasn't caused by Alpha Bear and his group, whom he was responsible for. But upon seeing Jai and the others standing unscathed inside the bar, and then glancing at the adventurers sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, he knew the situation was truly dire. Long time no see, Mark. Alpha Bear greeted Mark and the others with casual ease. He was well aware of the situation on his side, given his understanding of Banwang City. Anyone who had reached the demigod tier would naturally be feared to some extent. They wouldn't be provoked lightly. As long as negotiations were still possible, things wouldn't escalate to a life or death struggle, so he felt no fear at all. What have you all been up to? I told you not to cause trouble. How am I supposed to explain this to the city lord? Mark had spent some time with Alpha Bear. Though clearly a demon, Alpha Bear carried himself with the air of a well-read scholar, skilled in both theory and debate. Mark trusted that he wouldn't harm humans, which was why the initial negotiations had gone so smoothly. With fruit bearing now in this state, he had promised the city lord just before leaving that he would bring Jai and the others peacefully into the inner city. If the city lord hadn't imprisoned the forest elves, Jai might have tried to reason with the humans, but now there was no way to explain it. Jai raised his hand and cast a healing spell on the adventurers lying motionless on the ground, restoring them all to perfect health. Some adventurers even had their chronic ailments cured. As they scrambled to their feet, they stared in disbelief at their healed wounds. If not for the fact that half the adventurers' tavern was now empty, they would have suspected it was all a hallucination. This is a lesson. If you dare to offend us again, you'll have only one fruit bearing. Jai's tone was utterly emotionless as she delivered a cold, sharp rebuke to the adventurers. Witnessing such extensive healing, both Mark and Lucy realized that this hooded little girl was no ordinary child. While healing magic isn't exactly a unique skill, it is rare and difficult to learn. Typically, only clergy are capable of mastering it. Moreover, a healing spell of such wide range and efficiency suggests a high level of proficiency. It seems the Elf King tree places great importance on these forest elves. The combat power of those who have arrived in Banwang City is truly formidable. Lucy felt that the city lord had hit a brick wall, so she started thinking about her next job. If she followed Alpha Bear into the forest to live a carefree life, would her boss come after her? But seeing Aunt Shong Badian's power, Lucy wondered if this counted as being a wife of a wealthy family in this alternate world. Alpha Bear might not be a prince, but he was the eldest son of a powerful faction leader. In this other world, didn't he might make right? Power equaled wealth. Alpha Bear was practically a CEO. But that hooded girl was a thorn in his side. Her identity was suspicious. Though she was cute looking, her words were anything but. Mark watched the fallen adventurers scramble to flee the scene and sighed helplessly to himself. Shong Badian's power was far beyond what he could match, and even Alpha Bear's current strength was likely on par with his own.
Moreover, he noticed that spending more time with Alpha Bear had made him act strangely. He often found himself inexplicably granting special favors. Mark often recalled his interactions with Alpha Bear at night. It seemed he had never refused any of Alpha Bear's requests. Furthermore, back at home, he no longer felt the same sexual desire for his wife as before. Alpha Bear's handsome, cheerful smile frequently popped into his mind. Had his sexual orientation truly changed? Because of this, he'd been arguing with his wife quite a bit lately. He was well aware of Xiong Batian's power, but now there were two more figures he didn't understand. Was that little girl standing at the center of the crowd a representative of the Elf King tree? A healing ability of that caliber was something even a normal magic beast likely couldn't master. Moreover, the fact that both Xiong Batian and that guy with the bandage were protecting Zhai in the safest spot possible clearly indicated that her status was no ordinary one. The plainclothes soldier who had just been knocked flying by Xiong Batian now ran over to report the situation to Mark. Only then did he realize that Xiong Batian had actually reached the tiered demigod level. Anyone present could feel that level of overwhelming pressure. Every year, the Church's demigods would come from the capital to bestow divine blessings upon humans, and the aura Xiong Batian exuded was just as terrifying as the pressure brought by the Church's demigods. The soldier also reported Red Blade's terrifying remarks and Jai's response. A suspicion instantly formed in Mark's mind, and the moment it did, the back of his shirt was soaked through. This was likely 3 demigods. If 3 demigods were to attack Banwang City simultaneously, even if the armies of every nearby city were to rush to its aid, they would be powerless against 3 demigods. They wouldn't even be able to put up a defense. Ban City had been destroyed by a single demigod-level demon tree by the time reinforcements arrived. Not a single skeleton remained within the city walls. One can only imagine the power of a demigod. It is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. There is an unbridgeable chasm between the two. Not to mention the 3 demigods that might be here. I hope the city lord handles this properly. Otherwise, Banwang City might truly vanish starting tomorrow. For Mark, who has a family here, the thought of such a thing is utterly terrifying. I'll take you to see the city lord. Mark didn't warn Zhai and the others against using force. After all, if a demigod really decided to get physical, he wouldn't be able to stop them anyway. Besides, judging by the look on Zhai and the others' faces, they seemed willing to negotiate, so he needed to explain the situation to the city lord in advance. Mark ordered the plainclothes soldier to immediately report his suspicions and what had happened here to the city lord, so he could be prepared. Chapter 84, The Banquet. To Mark, demigods capable of communication were generally considered relatively friendly. There were plenty of such cases even within human society. Seeing that no one had been killed, Mark didn't bring up what had just happened, though Zhai still felt that trashing Lucy's bar was a terrible thing to do. After all, Alpha Bear had come seeking help, and Lucy had provided a great deal of recent intelligence on the forest elves as compensation. Zhai asked Red Blade for an advance on his pay, but Red Blade generously declined. Instead, he pulled a large bag of gold coins from his sleeve and gave it to Lucy as compensation. Lucy was somewhat overwhelmed as she accepted the heavy sack of gold coins. Upon opening it, she found it filled entirely with the kingdom's largest denomination gold coins. A single coin like that was enough to cover her living expenses for an entire year, and this sack contained at least 100 of them. Zhai also marveled at the wealth of the Demon King's army. In fact, he had 2 gold coins in his own pouch, but they weren't as large as the ones Red Blade had given. In truth, Zhai could have replicated these gold coins using the world, but since gold is a precious metal, it requires market points. Doing so would have been a bit of a waste, but Red Blade was a very useful source of funds. He didn't care much about money anyway and had already stated he would fully support Zhai. After all, to Red Blade, these gold coins were simply plundered from human society. Once they were gone, he could just plunder some more. Mark walked ahead of Zhai, surrounded by human soldiers. The streets were now completely deserted. Everyone had been terrified by the destruction Xiong Batian had just caused. Entering the inner city of Banwang required a certain level of status and standing. For Zhai and his group, wild factions from the forest establishing diplomatic relations with humans was a highly cumbersome process. However, now that they possessed a certain level of strength, many of the troublesome procedures had been simplified. If these demigods couldn't be appeased quickly, Mark could only imagine how dire the fate of Banwang City would be. He hoped the city lord would handle this matter well. The Elf King Tree faction was growing far too rapidly. He suspected many of the city lord's schemes would now be impossible to carry out. As one of the Lord Mayor of Banwang City's trusted confidants, Mark held considerable prestige. Permission to enter the inner city was granted swiftly, and Jai and his party were escorted inside. The environment within the inner city was far superior to that of the outer city. There was none of that stench of excrement and urine, and the streets were relatively clean. Numerous soldiers were patrolling diligently. The citizens living here were dressed quite lavishly, mostly traveling by carriage. Even nobles who walked were accompanied by servants to carry their luggage. Lucy hadn't come along. It seemed she didn't yet have the privilege to enter the inner city. Alpha Bear didn't want her involved in his conflict with the city lord either, so he had her return first, intending to find Lucy once this matter was resolved. Jai felt that Alpha Bear didn't view Lucy as a romantic partner to Jai. She seemed more like a close female friend. Perhaps because Alpha Bear had once been a woman, she found it easier to befriend other women and better understood what girls liked and wanted. It seemed Beta Bear hadn't been eliminated yet. There was still a chance. He hoped she'd try harder to win her back, otherwise, his ex-girlfriend would end up running off with another girl. Compared to the bustling scene in the outer city, the inner city was much quieter, though there were still quite a few people around. Most of them were attendants to the nobles. There were plenty of maids and bodyguards alike, but their combat prowess was generally mediocre. Most weren't even as skilled as Luke, though there were occasional individuals who surpassed him. Aside from their sheer numbers, humans didn't seem particularly formidable overall. This came as a relief to Jai. He was still somewhat afraid of humans becoming too powerful. After all, there were so many of them, and he feared he couldn't afford the cost of a prolonged conflict. The nobles on the street, upon seeing the adventurer attire of Jai and his group, all wore expressions of disdain. Especially when they saw Shongbatian and Alpha Bear's barriers, their expressions turned to outright contempt. However, with Mark and the city lord's soldiers leading the way, no conflicts arose along the route, and they arrived safely at the city lord's castle. The area outside the city lord's residence was already filled with noble carriages. It seemed many nobles had gathered at the castle tonight. Before Jai and his group could even enter, a group of maids emerged from the castle gates to guide them inside. The Lord has prepared a soiree this evening to celebrate your arrival. Please follow the maids to change your clothes. You may also leave your equipment with them for safekeeping. In truth, the Lord had been waiting for forces from the Elf King Tree to arrive, hoping to use the imprisoned forest elves to forge an alliance with the Elf King Tree's faction and secure greater benefits. He had already dispatched civil officials to the forest to negotiate, but he hadn't expected the forces of the Elf King Tree to arrive so quickly. Normally, even without encountering any dangers along the way, the journey would take a month. For this matter, the Lord had even specifically notified the church, requesting temporary protection from a powerful demigod. But that would take time. He hadn't expected the demigod from the Elf King Tree's side to be right at his doorstep already. This banquet was organized in a rush, specifically for the powerful demigod from the Elf King Tree's faction. Jai also felt that his current attire was somewhat inappropriate for a noble banquet. For modern people like Alpha Bear and Jai, adapting to new environments was a quick process. Without a hint of resistance, he followed the maid to his room to change clothes. But Shongbatian and Red Blade were quite reluctant. Red Blade, with his hood and bandages, didn't want to be recognized as a Demon King's officer. Red Blade's reputation on the battlefield was no small matter. Appearing casually in a human city could easily cause panic, and human warriors would rush to the scene to provide support. A situation that would be difficult to handle. No one could force Demigod to change his clothes, so Mark could only stand by with a forced smile while instructing the maids to assist Jai and Alpha Bear. Shongbati, tugged along by Alpha Bear, couldn't withstand the bear's pestering and was eventually dragged off to change as well. During this change of clothes, Jai experienced a hot bath for the first time in ages and couldn't help but marvel at how humans truly knew how to live. The maids had intended to help Jai undress, but his modern mindset kicked in again. Though he wanted them to, he ultimately shooed them out. He undressed himself and began to enjoy the hot spring before him. This bathhouse was exceptionally large. Both its environment and design offered the ultimate in luxury. According to the maids, it even featured steam and massage areas, with both cold and hot water available. Normally, this bathhouse was a mixed-gender facility used by the nobility for entertainment, an important place for bathing and relaxation, and even a popular venue for socializing among the aristocracy. But now it was open only to Jai and his group. Shone Badian didn't like hot water, so he went to the cold water area nearby to bathe. Alpha Bear seemed quite familiar with the place, who knows where he'd run off to. Jai was left here soaking in the bath all by himself. Chapter 85, Bathing. Jai hadn't expected the city lord to be so cooperative. When they sent people to survey the forest earlier, they laid out quite a few preconditions for cooperation. Now, with just one blow from Shone Badian, the city lord had brought out the finest food and drink to serve them. Indeed, in this world, strength was the only thing that spoke. If a demigod's power could intimidate the city lord of Banwang City, it would save them a great deal of trouble down the line. Jai felt a bit dizzy from soaking. His current body was on par with that of a normal human, and in terms of strength, he was even weaker than the average person. Staying in the bath too long wasn't advisable, so Jai dismissed the maids, leaving him to take care of himself. He used wind control magic to dry the water from his body and put on the blue quality undergarment. As for the white quality overcoat, the maids had already taken it to be washed, though it was completely unnecessary, since it possessed a self-cleaning function. Jai stepped out of the bathroom and saw the maid standing at the door with her head bowed. The maid looked at Jai, who had just emerged from the bath, steam rising from his entire body, his slightly flushed cheeks and long ears glowing with a healthy flush. The maid was still stunned by Jai's appearance and froze for a moment. "Hey! Are you okay? I'm so sorry. Please follow me, I'll take you to the changing room right away." Jai had been wearing a hood at first, and recently, a decree had been issued banning forest elves from entering human towns. It was said that forest elves were now extremely dangerous, and that almost all of them were mad. But the forest elf before her was not only exceptionally beautiful but also gave off an aura of profound inner peace. She showed absolutely no signs of madness, and moreover, guests who receive special attention from the lord of the city are usually no ordinary people. These maids were of low status and had no chance of knowing anything about demigods, so they knew nothing about Jai and his companions, but as long as they completed the task given by the lord of the city, everything would be fine. Actually, for Jai, he could have simply generated a piece of clothing right there in the mall, but since he was on someone else's turf, he couldn't very well refuse the hostess' hospitality. Besides, this was Jai's first time experiencing something like this, and he always approached activities in this alternate world with a sense of anticipation. The maid led Jai into the fitting room, which was filled with all sorts of long dresses and evening gowns, all exceptionally lavish and ornate. "Wait, these are all women's clothes." Jai clutched his head in frustration. He'd been careless and forgotten to specify that he had no choice but to ask the maid to take him to the men's section. Jai had no intention of wearing these clothes. Just as Jai was about to speak, another maid walked into the other half of the dressing room. Behind her was Shone Badian, fresh from a bath. At that moment, Shone Badian was completely naked, his dry, toned body fully exposed. She didn't seem to mind Jai's presence at all, continuing to stride in with wide, confident steps, but when she saw the clothes, she frowned. Jai could only politely turn away. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, Shone Badian's physique was indeed incredibly striking, the kind of exaggerated model-esque body. He had curves where they should be, yet his lean areas were perfectly sculpted. Of course, Jai couldn't let his mind wander. He needed to maintain a certain level of respect for his best friend's mother. "My lady, would you like us to help you select some suitable garments?" At that moment, a group of maids surrounded Jai, and the same happened over at Shone Badian's side. These formal gowns were incredibly complicated to put on. Even ordinary nobles wouldn't know how to wear them, and only these specially trained maids knew the proper method. Moreover, some garments were too difficult for a single person to manage, requiring several maids to work together. "I'm a man, I need men's clothing. How about this one? It would look absolutely perfect on an elf." "No, look at this one, it's so adorable. This one makes you look just like a princess from a faraway land." A crowd of maids swarmed around him, for Jai was simply too cute, and he looked just like a petite young girl. The maids' girlish hearts were all set aflutter, and the sound of their discussions about the outfits instantly drowned out Jai's voice. He felt like a Barbie doll in their hands. By the time Jai came to his senses,
he was already wearing a gorgeous light blue long dress. He wasn't even as strong as some of the maids, and since they were ordinary people, Jai had no reason to use force against them. But the long dress he was now wearing was simply too over the top of the intricate bow at the back, along with the somewhat exaggerated skirt, was even a bit heavy. He couldn't even take it off. This dress required unhooking the long skirt from the back and loosening the inner ties to remove it. Besides, such an expensive garment couldn't possibly be torn apart. And now that he was already wearing this women's outfit, how could he tell them he was a man? If they called him a pervert, wouldn't that be mortifying? With his modern mindset, Jai wasn't ready for social death. As long as they didn't know his gender, wouldn't no one know he was in women's clothing? As for Alpha Bear, he absolutely had to find a way to shut him up and prevent him from telling Beta Bear otherwise. He'd truly face social death. Chendai's mouth was like a faucet with no valve aside from spouting nonsense. It served no other purpose. The same goes for Xiong Badian. Unbeknownst to her, the maids had already dressed her in a ball gown. Her gown wasn't as lavish as Jai's. If Jai's outfit made her look like a princess, then Xiong Badian was an empress. The gown perfectly accentuated Xiong Badian's stunning figure, highlighting her noble aura and even a hint of wildness. In modern times, she wouldn't look out of place as a movie star. Xiong Badian found the clothes somewhat cumbersome. Humans were such a hassle. How was she supposed to fight dressed like this? But since her son, Alpha Bear, wanted her to wear it, she could only reluctantly comply. "My lady, are you satisfied with this outfit?" Jai looked into the maid's sparkling eyes. She seemed very pleased with her handiwork and had even brought over a full-length mirror. In the mirror, she truly looked like a genuine exotic princess. It was the first time Jai had examined her own appearance up close. And Alpha's looks were truly beyond reproach, truly the pinnacle of beauty in this other world. Paired with this light blue long dress, it really proved that clothes make the man. If the person in the mirror weren't herself, she would have been smitten. She wasn't exactly a fan of cross-dressing, but the craftsmanship of these garments was so intricate that they were undoubtedly very valuable. Jai had the system scan all the clothes in the wardrobe, ensuring that the same styles were available in the system's marketplace. Although the attire was luxurious, these white-quality gowns didn't require system currency. They could still be generated for free. Moreover, she could generate gowns with attribute bonuses. The world remained as useful as ever. Chapter 86, City Lord Sita. Jai was now wearing a light blue long dress, trying his best to act naturally and confidently meeting the maid's expectations. Following the maid's lead, Xiong Badian and Jai arrived at the banquet hall, which was already packed with guests, including that obese nobleman who had defecated in public. Red Blade and Alpha Bear were already waiting for the two of them inside the banquet hall. Compared to men's attire, women's gowns are indeed much more complicated. The maids had mistaken Jai's gender from the start and led him to the women's dressing room. There was no chance to explain it now, so he decided it wasn't worth the trouble. Upon seeing Alpha Bear, Jai beat him to the punch and explained right away. "It wasn't my choice. The maids helped me put it on, and I couldn't get it off. Please, keep this a secret. I think it suits you perfectly. Such a cute dress. I'd love to wear one like that too." Alpha Bear's response made Jai breathe a sigh of relief. Although he Xiao had become a man, deep down he was still like a little girl, with a soft spot for anything cute. Although Red Blade was wrapped in thick fabric, Jai could sense that his gaze lingered on her for a moment, though it settled more on Xiong Badian. In truth, Red Blade wasn't sure of Jai's gender, but judging by appearances, she was likely female. He wasn't particularly fond of such a slender build, though he found it stunning nonetheless. Xiong Badian next to him, however, was more to his taste, making him yearn for a clash of muscles with him. As Jai entered, most people in the banquet hall turned their gaze toward her. First, she was unique in her own right. As an elf, she was eye-catching both in demeanor and appearance. Second, she and her companions were the main guests of honor at this banquet. The human city-state had already enacted laws prohibiting forest elves from entering, yet the elf before him was not barred. In fact, he was being treated with the highest honors. This wasn't actually City Lord Sita's original plan, but he had received intelligence from Mark indicating that the Elf King tree might be sending 3 demigods.
This meant the Elf King tree's status was certainly no small matter, a highly dangerous prospect, so he dared not act rashly.
The Elf King tree's domain lay in the eastern part of the Mesopotamian forest, quite close to human cities.
His own city-state of Banwang, as the first city-state bordering the forest on the kingdom's side. He had a duty to negotiate with such a powerful force, yet he also needed to avoid being at a disadvantage in the negotiations. Striking first was crucial, and he also hoped to gain greater benefits from the Elf King tree. With so many forest elves gathered together, they were bound to become a formidable force. Moreover, the Elf King tree was now a rare commodity, and it could suppress the current frenzied state of most forest elves. Sita was somewhat familiar with the affairs of the forest elves. As a noble of the kingdom and the lord of Banwang City, he naturally had some knowledge of the matters surrounding the elven sacred tree. Once a large number of forest elves discovered the location of the elven sacred tree, the formation of a new elven kingdom was inevitable. To prepare in advance, Sita needed to secure a certain degree of influence. The kingdom's recently enacted decree banning forest elves from entering the city provided him with a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, he had the large number of forest elves within the city thrown into the dungeon, biding his time. What Sita hadn't anticipated, however, was just how overwhelmingly powerful the forces aligned with the Elven King tree were. They even had a demigod among them. This alone was enough to show that the Elven King tree's strength would not stop at the level of a demigod. Sita had originally held absolute leverage and the upper hand in negotiations. But the demigod's appearance had shattered his plans, and Jai and his group had arrived too quickly. With the church's demigod still on the way, he had to find a way to stall them for some time. These nobles hailed from surrounding cities and had extensive business ties with Banwang City. They had been drawn here by news of the forest elves. Selling forest elf slaves was not what he wanted. His current goal was to secure the most favorable terms from the Elf King tree. These nobles were the pawns he intended to use to muddy the waters. After all, not everyone knew that a demigod was among the Elf King tree's forces. However, he found Marqu's claim of 3 demigods to be somewhat exaggerated. Ascending to the rank of demigod was an extremely arduous feat. There were plenty of humans stuck at level 60, but the threshold to demigod was particularly difficult to cross. Likely, only that woman named Xiong Badian was a demigod. The others probably hadn't reached that level of power. He also had a butler who had studied appraisal, that fellow who seemed to be called Primordial Elf, whose level was only 13, so he was nothing to fear. Even the forest elves who were able to enter the city have already been captured. The only reason Jai was able to enter Banwang City was because he was acting as a representative of the Elf King tree, and solely due to the pressure of Xiong Badian's demigod level power. However, the butler's appraisal skill is still too low. He cannot see attributes or status effects. He can only see basic level information, while the details of the other two remain hidden. Xiong Badian is a known demigod, and that suspicious guy wrapped in bandages must have an item that blocks appraisal. Hiding his face is likely just a bluff. There's no way they could have trained 2 demigods in just a month. That's simply impossible. Once the church's demigod arrives here, Sita will have the confidence to speak up. I'm delighted to see everyone here. I, Sita, sincerely thank you all for your support. It was only then that Jai noticed Sita standing in the center of the banquet hall. He was a middle-aged man with a small mustache, a scar on his face, and a very bold demeanor. Jai was captivated by the banquet's delicacies. Humans really know how to enjoy life. It had been ages since he'd had these desserts and cakes, especially the cookies. He missed them so much. I wonder if they have these things in the Demon King's castle. Jai leaned close to Alpha Bear and whispered. That guy named Sita, can you control him? If he could use Alpha Bear's special skill to make him obey, it should help resolve quite a few problems quickly and efficiently. Alpha Bear shook his head and quietly explained the limitations of his ability to Jai. While the obedience skill was incredibly useful, opportunities to use it were rare, and the restrictions were numerous. First, he couldn't command anyone whose level exceeded his own to obey. The target had to be within his line of sight and able to hear Alpha Bear's voice clearly. It also seemed impossible to use on those whose soul strength surpassed his own. It was a highly effective crowd control skill, and its use was almost imperceptible. The soul strength of transmigrants is inherently much stronger than that of ordinary locals. After all,
they are born with a special skill. As soon as the target leaves his line of sight, the effect of obey disappears. Sita is a level 60, with impressive stats. His equipment is top-notch, and he is surrounded by several experts ranging from level 40 to level 50. It's not just Sita, the nobles around him also have many experts of similar levels. Chapter 87, The Request. As expected, the powerful humans in this world were all nobles. They possessed far more resources by birth than commoners, something an adventurer like Luke could never hope to match. Although Sita had reached level 60, he hadn't advanced to the demigod tier. After all, special skills were relatively scarce, and obtaining a divine blessing at the demigod level was extremely difficult. The Alpha Bear's level isn't very high after all, having lived in human cities all along. It went out to hunt magic beasts even less than the Beta Bear, absorbing even fewer mana crystals, so its level is only 37. Although it's a pity that it can't be controlled via obedience commands, having the Alpha Bear around means that even if surrounded by a horde of soldiers, a single roar from it would render most of them incapable of fighting. Now Jai was eager to see how this fellow named Sita would handle the forest elf situation. I trust you've all come to this banquet because you've heard about the forest elves and the Kingdom's regulations. As it happens, in order to comply with the Kingdom's laws, I've already had all the forest elves posing a security risk within Banwang City arrested and imprisoned in the dungeons. I'm currently at my wits' end trying to figure out what to do with them. Sita set down his wineglass and looked at the nobles below with a bitter expression, propping his head in his hand as if the matter truly caused him immense distress. There is no need for you to be so troubled, Lord Sita. Forest elves are essentially ticking time bombs. The Kingdom's regulations state that any alien species violating human laws within a human city-state shall forfeit their right to personal liberty. Selling them to us would resolve the city lord's dilemma. A portly nobleman below narrowed his eyes and responded to the troubled Sita. This nobleman was the very same fellow who had been relieving himself in the alleys of the outer city earlier. Ever since Jai and Shongbadian had entered the banquet, his eyes hadn't left Jai for a moment, his expression lecherous and vulgar. Exactly. We've been waiting a long time for this day. Your Excellency needn't keep it a secret any longer. The nobles below, hearing the city lord finally mention the forest elves, were all visibly thrilled. The forest elves were an exceptional race, not only rare, but also renowned across the continent for their unparalleled beauty. Back when the Elven Kingdom still existed, humans were largely barred from interacting with the elves. They were simply too sacred and noble. Since ancient times, elves have been regarded by humans as angels and representatives of the gods, bestowing magical knowledge upon humanity and granting the power to fight against the demonic races. Even the Royal Magic Academy within the kingdom housed numerous statues of elves. Human nations treated elves with great favor, and when the Elven Kingdom fell, the kingdom provided aid to the fleeing elves. But things are different now. Due to the destruction of the Elven Kingdom, large numbers of forest elves have appeared all over the world. As people have had more contact with this mysterious and noble race, their curiosity has naturally grown. Even a forest elf who has lost consciousness and is in a deranged state is highly sought after in human aristocratic circles. After all, as long as the price is right, magical artifacts capable of limiting a demigod's power can be crafted, especially since the forest elves currently aren't particularly powerful. The strongest among them perished in the Elven Kingdom. Regarding this matter involving the forest elves, I may not be able to handle it alone. I have specifically invited representatives from the factions to which the forest elves belong to discuss this together. In reality, the negotiation team Sita had dispatched had only just entered the forest of Mesopotamia. Reaching the location of the Elven King Tree would take at least another month, by a conservative estimate. But there was no other choice now. He had to grit his teeth and discuss the matter with Jai and the others. We have only one goal: to free all the forest elves. Jai had no intention of beating around the bush with Sita. If he wanted money, Red Blade and Lucci would provide it. If a fight was called for, Red Blade and Lucci would fight. With two demigods, Red Blade and Lucci, backing him up, why should he back down? Moreover, he had already used his appraisal skill on everyone present. There were no demigods among them, though there were a few individuals stuck at level 60 whose combat prowess shouldn't be weak, but they still fell short of demigods by a considerable margin. Outside the venue, a small, green-skinned old man stood beneath the dark night sky. It was only through his appraisal skill that Jai realized he had already entered Banwang City and was standing right outside the window. If Shai hadn't had the habit of using appraisal on everyone, he never would have discovered Lucius' location. However, Lucius' mana was now less than half full. He must have expended a significant amount during his earlier battle with Amtat, rushing back to protect him the moment the battle ended. The Demon King's men were truly dedicated. There was no such thing as off-duty for them. They all seemed to enjoy working overtime. This is a forest elf, isn't it? Forest elves are not permitted to enter the city within the kingdom's borders. As for those who violate the law, why were all those forest elves released? Guards, arrest this audacious forest elf. A noble in the audience looked at Jai's appearance. If even a single forest elf could be so brazen, did this one not know the fate awaiting forest elves these days? A hint of desire for Jai flashed in the noble's eyes. He would love nothing more than to have these forest elves become his servants. Moreover, this particular forest elf was practically a dream come true, so utterly charming. Since his kingdom had already enacted this law, having his men seize this forest elf wouldn't be illegal. And he wouldn't have to pay a high price to buy one from Sita. This one was more than good enough. These visiting nobles had no idea what was going on with Jai's group. They'd merely been invited and were unaware that Xiong Badian was a demigod. This was exactly what Sita wanted to see. His guest list always included a few brainless nobles. As the noble's subordinates began moving toward Jai, he didn't even bother with those guards whose levels were barely in the 20s and didn't even need to lift a finger. Get lost. Alpha Bear merely shouted a single command, and those guards lost all control of their bodies. They actually began rolling across the ground, heading straight toward the nobleman who had tried to capture Jai. Honestly, Jai never expected Alpha Bear to use his special ability. That was way too casual. If anyone recognized it as a special skill, it would likely cause a lot of trouble. But apart from a hint of fear, none of the nobles present noticed anything unusual. Not even Red Blade showed any signs of concern. Alpha Bear quietly explained to Jai. Actually, there is a skill called Aura of Authority that human nobles love to learn. Although it's not very practical, it involuntarily makes those of lower status feel a sense of reverence toward the user. In other words, it made them mistakenly believe that his special skill was just an ordinary one. The Aura of Authority skill really wasn't very practical. If the opponent's inner resolve was strong enough, it wouldn't have much effect at all. This skill was mostly used for inspiring audiences during speeches. However, obedience, as a special skill, is far more coercive. It's not something one can resist through sheer willpower alone. In fact, since the world skill is the highest tier skill in the fantasy category, it should naturally have lower tier alternatives. It can also be made to appear as if it were another skill. After all, it's impossible for everyone to know the exact effects of their own skills. Chapter 88, Conditions. Everyone, stop. They are all guests I invited. Seeing that Alpha Bear had, with a single sentence, intimidated the noblesse men so thoroughly that they were rolling on the ground like balls, Sita naturally stepped in to play peacemaker. His original intention had been simply to test Jai and the others. He had hoped to use these clueless nobles to boost his own popularity, but now it seemed that would be difficult. I'm truly sorry, but it's impossible to release all the forest elves unconditionally. Just then, a servant approached Sita and whispered something in his ear. Upon hearing the report, Sita's expression changed. He no longer looked as troubled as before, and his demeanor became much more confident. Then what do you want? What conditions must be met for you to release the forest elves? Jai naturally knew that Sita wouldn't release those forest elves simply because he asked. To Sita, they represented untold wealth. He certainly wouldn't give in so easily. Many of the nobles in the banquet hall were still completely baffled. They had merely received word that forest elves were for sale here, but they never expected that the forest elves actually belonged to a faction with a home base, one that had come knocking on the kingdom's door right after the ban was issued. Wasn't this elf, Jai, essentially handing them a gift? And he actually dared to suggest releasing the captured forest elves. I'm sure you're aware that the human city-states now prohibit elves from entering. Were it not for the fact that Banwang City has already agreed to cooperate with Lord Xiong Badian's forces, you too would have been arrested and imprisoned. Releasing those forest elves, such unstable elements, would be tantamount to planting a time bomb for the city-state's future, wouldn't it? Sita didn't answer Jai's question directly. Instead, she began extolling her own magnanimity and the future of Banwang City, a clear attempt to drive up the price. But for Jai, the amount didn't matter after all. It wasn't her money. The Demon King's army should be able to afford it. Indeed, Jai believed the Demon King had the power to do so. Sita had previously sent envoys to negotiate with the forces of the Elf King tree. This demon named Xiong was likely their leader, and the elf girl was probably serving as the Elf King tree's representative. After all, demons tended to have simple mindsets and usually assumed a subordinate position when dealing with humans. But as a demigod-level powerhouse, Sita needed to show Xiong the utmost respect. Lord Xiong, can you fully represent the Elf King tree's position? Sita didn't look at Jai. To him, a mere level 13 individual simply couldn't be placed on equal footing with him. However, Sita was somewhat curious about the primordial elf race. This was the first time he'd heard of such a subspecies among elves, and it was indeed quite rare. Don't bother discussing business with me. I'm only here to fight. Xiong stated her thoughts with her usual domineering brevity. For her, fighting was the only thing she truly excelled at. I can fully represent the Elf King tree. You should know the purpose of our visit. There's no need to beat around the bush. To ask whether Jai could represent the Elven King tree's intentions, wasn't that just talking nonsense? Normally, Jai's thoughts had nothing to do with Sylph. Even if he provoked the Demon King, Jai would distance himself from Sylph. But now was different. He was the Elven King tree himself. Jai's response confirmed Sita's suspicion. Although this elf wasn't particularly powerful, he was indeed representing the Elf King tree. It seemed the Elf King tree held those forest elves in high regard, exactly what Sita had hoped to see. The fact that the Elf King tree had dispatched Jai and his group so quickly was proof enough that those forest elves were of utmost importance to him. This meant Sita could raise the stakes. After all, we are acting in the best interests of our city-state's security. During my previous negotiations with this Mr. Alpha Bear, I made clear our commitment to peaceful cooperation. However, the capture of forest elves is a royal decree. To release them on my own authority would undoubtedly endanger the safety of our people and constitute a betrayal of His Majesty the King. I hope you can understand. At this point, Sita politely removed the top hat from his head and bowed slightly to Jai and the others in a very gentlemanly manner. But soon, he straightened his back, put the silk top hat back on, and spoke solemnly. As a new power in eastern Mesopotamia, I am very eager to establish a peaceful and mutually beneficial cooperative relationship with you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to make an exception and release all the forest elves, but I also hope you will meet a few minor conditions of mine. After all that nonsense, Sita was finally getting to the point. Jai hadn't expected Sita to release all the forest elves unconditionally. That was simply impossible. Go ahead. First, you must not make enemies of Banwang City, and you are obligated to protect Banwang City from magic beast incursions. Jai didn't find the first point particularly objectionable. These days, it was difficult for magic beasts in Mesopotamia to even venture beyond the eastern edge of the forest. After all, Jai's followers needed a daily supply of meat, and combat was key to strengthening their abilities. Everyone was working hard to hunt magic beasts far and wide, though, of course, they mostly encountered the weaker ones. Jai would instruct his followers to bring them back and ask if they wished to join his sanctuary. If they agreed, he'd grant them 2 divine blessings. If not, he'd kill them. The forest was, after all, a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Choosing to join offered a chance for growth, while choosing to fight meant certain death. In truth, the Demon King operated the same way: join and receive protection, refuse and die. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. But when Sita presented the following conditions, Jai grew visibly angry. Alpha Bear's fists clenched tightly, and even Xiong frowned. Red Blade placed his hand on his hip, the exact spot where his long sword was concealed beneath his robe, and fixed his gaze on Jai, as if ready to strike the moment Jai spoke. Second, you must not harm any humans entering your territory, especially the residents of Banwang City. If humans commit harmful acts within your territory, the authority to punish them belongs solely to Banwang City. Third, every quarter, you must pay Banwang City 100 mana crystals of at least tier 5 and 10,000 royal gold coins as a token of our peaceful cooperation. Fourth, should Banwang City require military support, you must provide it immediately and unconditionally as a tangible demonstration of our friendly relations. Of course, we will also support you within the limits of our capabilities. Fifth, in exchange, this envoy of the Elven King Tree must remain within Banwang City, specifically in my castle, as a guarantee of this agreement. Naturally, I will provide the finest in food, clothing, lodging, and transportation. I will never treat you poorly. Chapter 89, let us get to it. Apart from the first point, the other four are completely unreasonable. All the preceding build-up was merely a setup for this outrageous demand. Every single clause is designed to squeeze every last drop of profit out of them. Jai isn't sure exactly how much 10,000 royal gold coins are worth, but demanding 105th tier mana crystals a month is simply madness. Keep in mind that a 5 tier mana crystal signifies a magic beast that possessed a level 5 skill in life. Magic beasts yielding such crystals are typically around level 20. Even if they were unlucky enough not to have learned a skill, they still provide a massive amount of spirit energy. And with 100 of them every month, wouldn't it be better for him to keep them for his own followers? Then there's the second clause: supporters entering the Elf King Tree's territory are forbidden from attacking humans, and the authority to mete out punishment lies with Banwang City. Under these terms, what's the difference between his own territory and a human back garden? Does he really need to protect their trade? And he wants them to provide unconditional support to human city-states, letting a demigod like Xiong act as their enforcer? Never mind that Shai Wing-Ti agreed to that. Xiong would be doing him a favor just by not smashing him to death with a single blow. And even if Jai didn't care about the fifth clause, Red Blade and the others certainly wouldn't agree to it. Besides, Jai suspected that Sita's desire to keep him in Banwang City went far beyond simply holding him hostage. He guessed that the formal attire he was wearing today had led them to misidentify his gender. But even if Jai were dressed as a man, there was no guarantee they'd recognize his true gender. Sita's intention in keeping him here was clearly not pure. Just look at his expression. His gaze hadn't strayed from Jai for a single moment. It was much like the look on Leiden's face when he first met Jai, utterly unsettling. With these conditions, are you taking us for fools? Jai was genuinely getting angry. These demands were simply outrageous. How dare Sita do this? Knowing full well that Xiong possessed the power of a demigod, how could he dare to propose such terms? Perhaps some demonic factions